transcending into the realm of Nesseriel, I have become a minor lord. I nurture a youthful dragon of time, advancing arcane arts and innovating technology. I welcome the populace of various races, including humans, dwarves, elves, halflings, gray elves, tieflings, and demonic progeny. I aspire to create a new nation characterized by magical modernity. The annihilation of the Nesseriel Empire is my paramount quest. The destruction of the Elven Kingdom and the Elven Pantheon is my sacred mission. Eradicating ancient evils and calamities is Matthew's fervent cry to shatter destiny. Brothers and sisters, join the Bay Territory. Here, we provide housing, free childcare, and ensure no worries for sustenance, while arranging employment and offering all necessary resources for living. Indeed, we can even provide the path to divinity. All that is required is a minuscule contribution of 100 million. Chapter 1. The Crossing. In the year 129 of the Nesseriel era, in March, on the eastern coast of the western continent. This region, recently brought under the dominion of the Nesseriel Empire, remains rife with wilderness and peril. The Seventh Council of the Nesseriel Empire issued a call for frontier development, prompting a wave of noble responses and a grand surge of exploration. Many younger sons and secondary heirs of noble families were compelled to embark on a treacherous journey of expansion. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the hazy mist and revealing a dirt road beset with muddy puddles. A caravan of over 100 individuals advanced slowly along the winding dirt path. The deplorable condition of the road severely hampered their progress. As one foot stepped down, the faintly odorous soft mud squished beneath, stubbornly clinging to the soles of their boots, rendering them heavier. After just a few dozen paces, thick muck would adhere to the soles, necessitating a deceleration for cleaning, lest their stamina be swiftly depleted after only a few strides. Fortunately, all members of this caravan were seasoned veterans, accustomed to such roads, adeptly cleaning the mud from their soles to maintain a slow yet steady pace. Most were young adults clad in coarse linen garments, mentally prepared for a long and arduous trek. They pushed 10 heavily laden wooden carts, lending their strength to the beleaguered draft horses ahead. In the heart of the caravan, 10 soldiers clad in leather armor exhibited expressions of concern and uncertainty about the future, gathered around a single wagon. The doorframe of the wagon was adorned with the family crest of a white magical tower, now speckled with mud. This was the emblem of the Sayer family, a lineage of spell-casting nobility well known in the Carl Plains, yet obscure along the eastern coast. A faintly unpleasant odor wafted into Matthew's nostrils as he gazed vacantly out the window. Matthew is a time traveler who, prior to his crossing, was engrossed in a game titled Arcane Emperor. The kingdom he established faced an onslaught from the deities, teetering on the brink of collapse. In his ultimate despair, he activated the destruction spell, annihilating the most loathsome Grim Reaper, Jaeger, the great dark god, Roshander, and the goddess of fate, Taiji. The dejected Matthew, at the moment of the kingdom's demise, expected to enter a character creation interface. However, he found himself transported into the world of Arcane Emperor, where he became Matthew Sayer. Matthew acquired the memories of Matthew Sayer, only to discover that his rebirth was due to the death of the original's body, poisoned to death. In his spectral state, Matthew Sayer, unwilling to accept the fate of premature demise, utilized a mysterious magical artifact to beseech the river of fate for a chance at rebirth. Fate played a cruel jest upon him. Matthew Sayer was reborn, but at the cost of his soul. In the days that followed, Matthew reconciled with the reality of his transference to this world, continually absorbing memories to ensure he revealed no vulnerabilities. For this was a perilous realm teeming with spells, dragons, elves, dwarves, deities, and many other fantastical beings. Possession by malevolent spirits or soul usurpation was not uncommon. Practitioners of higher ranks, such as sorcerers or priests, could easily discern that Matthew's soul was an outsider. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, there was a more pressing reason for Matthew's prolonged concealment within the confines of the carriage, to safeguard his very life and prevent another suicide from occurring. Fortunately, the carriage was equipped with spatial magic, capable of accommodating a resting chamber, complete with various amenities, allowing Matthew to live comfortably within. It was on this day that Matthew successfully absorbed all the memories and fully merged with this body. Simultaneously, he gained control over the legacy left by his predecessor. Matthew Sayer was 18 years old, the son of Count Sayer, André Sayer, an 18th-level quasi-legendary arcanist. His mother, a native of the Eastern Empire, returned to the Eastern continent shortly after giving birth to Matthew. Matthew Sayre was originally endowed with extraordinary talent. By the age of 2, he could cast spells. By 6, he had ascended to the rank of a first-level arcanist, a prodigy on par with Karses of the Kars family. Matthew Sayre was destined to become a pinnacle figure in the Nesseriel Empire, a grand arcanist, much like Karses. Yet, merely a month after his genius reputation spread, a bizarre ambush left Matthew Sayre's soul severely injured, depriving him of the opportunity to advance his professional rank. Before he could soar to greatness, he had already fallen into obscurity. In the days that followed, both Matthew Sayre and the Sayre family exhausted all means and employed various methods to heal his soul's wounds, all to no avail. Gradually, Matthew Sayre lost the unwavering support of his family, relegated to the status of an eternal first-level arcanist. In utter despair, he grew up unremarkably to the age of 18. Under the protection of his family, he was meant to live a life of ease, with his greatest contribution likely to be the begetting of several bloodline heirs. Just as Matthew Sayre succumbed to despair, a mysterious individual approached him. This enigmatic figure claimed to possess the ability to heal Matthew Sayre's soul and promptly demonstrated his prowess by restoring the sanity and professional aspirations of a soul-deficient practitioner. Naturally, Matthew Sayre could not reject such assistance, and without hesitation, he followed the guidance of this stranger to become a pioneering lord. To the outside world, he presented his rationale as contributing to the Sayre family's pioneering endeavors while seeking to embark on an alternative path. Having endured countless flattery and ridicule, Matthew Sayre departed from his family with unexpressed hopes and the jeers of others echoing in his ears. He set forth eastward, traversing hundreds of kilometers, preparing to arrive at the territory agreed upon with a mysterious individual, Bay Village. There, Matthew Sayre believed he would encounter a new beginning. However, the mysterious figure who had shadowed him suddenly vanished. By the following evening, Matthew Sayre succumbed to poisoning, with a half-consumed vial of poison beside him, accompanied by a thoughtfully penned suicide note. The meticulous planning of the poisoner, with handwriting that blurred the line between authenticity and forgery, left Matthew profoundly astonished upon awakening. He spent decades in the world of Arcane Emperor, evolving from an ordinary mage to a 39th-level Grand Arcanist, presiding over a magical kingdom, endowed with vast experience and knowledge. He had triumphed over countless formidable foes, vanquished dragons, slaughtered demons, and even defeated demigod liches, perishing alongside deities. He understood and mastered various means of resurrection, yet none was as bizarre as the experience of Matthew Sayre. He detected a hauntingly familiar scent, the scent of conspiracy. Who seeks my demise? Surely, it cannot be the other heirs within my family. Though foolish, they are not so dim-witted as to strike against me, who poses no threat. Nor could it be the accomplices of the mysterious individual. Judging by the abilities I recall, they must at least be a high-tier practitioner. There would be no need for such elaborate measures to eliminate me. Could it be that my would-be assassins are connected to the assailant from that fateful year when I was 6? Moreover, the meticulous arrangements for my demise seem almost overly filial. In recent days, Matthew had been deeply contemplating and secretly observing every member of the caravan, identifying several suspicious individuals but dismissing them as threats. A sudden crack reverberated through the air, followed by the whinny of the draft horse. Matthew snapped out of his reverie, gripping his staff before slowly releasing it, a glint of coldness flickering in his dark eyes. Oh, is it coming again? It appears the adversary can no longer contain their impatience. Given that they have chosen to act forcefully, it indicates they harbor certain reservations, which affords me a glimmer of hope for survival. The unknown peril, the dire situation, did not crush Matthew. Rather, it invigorated him with the thrill of battle. Come forth, let me see who desires my death. Who shall become the prey? The members of the caravan pushing the cart exchanged anxious glances, halting their advance. Sure enough, calamity struck as one cart's wheel sank into a mire, nearly toppling the draft horse. Fortunately, the cargo was securely bound and did not tumble into the muck-laden road. None wished to endure the taste of black bread tinged with the scent of mud again. What are you standing around for? Hurry and bring some stones to fill this in, lay down a layer of gravel, and finally compact it with a millstone. No slacking off. Old John, where have you run off to? Come quickly. Mr. Ralph, The steward expressed his dissatisfaction and immediately began directing the repairs. Old John patted the side of the draft horse, smoothing its mane, soothing the neighing animal. Once the pit was filled with large stones and additional smaller stones, Old John instructed several youths to use the logs at the side of the cart as levers to raise the wheel. Meanwhile, he tugged at the horse's reins, utilizing its strength to extricate the cart from the mire. The steward, Ralph, glanced anxiously at the sky, speaking to Old John in an impatient tone. "You must be vigilant. If something goes awry on the road, you could forget about lunch." Leaning down to inspect, Old John noted the deepening wrinkles on his face and shook his head before continuing. "The axle has cracked. It must be repaired before we can proceed, and it is estimated to take 2 hours." 2 hours? That means we will be unable to reach Sweetwater Town by noon. This is unacceptable. Ralph hastily shook his head, displaying his displeasure, and bent down to inspect the fissure in the axle before striding towards the center of the caravan. The steward suppressed his anxious thoughts and gently rapped on the carriage door, whispering, "Young Master Matthew, there is an issue with the leading carriage that requires a 2-hour repair. Shall we continue our journey to Sweetwater Town? This way, we can arrive by noon and have lunch with Baron Carlyle." Just as Matthew was about to push the door open, a glimmer flashed before his eyes, revealing a familiar interface. "Initiate the choice of fate. Select to depart, Misfortune 5, or choose to remain, Fortune 4. Chapter 2. The Demise of Sweetwater Town. What is this? My golden finger? Or perhaps the player attribute interface? After a moment's contemplation, Matthew decided to set this query aside for the time being. There were more pressing matters at hand. The foremost choice before him was to depart for Sweetwater Town, where the calamity level was alarmingly high. A rating of 5 indicated a 100 mortality rate, a veritable cataclysm. Were there ambushes along the path? Or was there peril in the meeting with Baron Carlyle? In Matthew's recollection, the adventure level of the Misty Marshes was not particularly daunting, categorizing it as a novice zone. Numerous fledgling players ventured through this region. Of course, the realities of the world would undoubtedly diverge from those of the game, yet it was unlikely to be drastically different. Unless, of course, a horde of thousands of fishmen emerged or a swamp crocodile lured with a challenge level exceeding 10 charged forth. Such scenarios could spell disaster for a 100-person team and 10 professional soldiers. However, such disturbances would be loud and easily detectable from a distance, allowing for evasion. Choosing to remain would only delay them by a couple of hours. Luck was secondary. The priority was survival. Acknowledging his own capabilities, Matthew followed his instincts and, upon pushing open the door, spoke with a tranquil tone. "There's no rush to set off. Let us first repair the wagon. Everyone else, take a moment to rest. After days of travel, we are nearing our destination, so there's no need to hurry." His voice, as calm as ever, lacked the urgency of previous days. The butler, Ralph, gazed at Matthew in surprise, his expression softened by a faint smile, as if sensing the young master had matured. He slightly bowed his head in agreement. "As you wish, my lord." Ralph turned to the others, signaling for a break, and called out in a resonant voice, "The Lord has commanded everyone to rest. Old John, you continue your work. The rest of you, check the goods and replenish your strength. We are almost at our destination, and your efforts will not go unrewarded. The promise of land and a better life shall be fulfilled." His words, imbued with encouragement, elicited gentle smiles from those around. With aspirations for a brighter future, the hardships and dangers they had faced along the way seemed trivial. Observing this scene, Matthew cast a surprised glance at the elder butler, Ralph. Whether it was in managing affairs, organizing personnel, or controlling the atmosphere, the butler excelled remarkably. More importantly, Ralph's articulate demeanor suggested he was a professional in his own right. He must be a level 3 butler, likely from a well-to-do noble family. If not for the impending danger, this would truly be an auspicious beginning. This realization eased Matthew's mind. He did not mind leading the group alone, but having assistance would allow him to conserve energy for the real threats ahead. As he pondered, he began to assess the others accompanying him. Approximately 100 young adults constituted the core of the family's entourage, mostly former slaves purchased by the Sorrel family, many of whom had undergone some military training. They were promised freedom after 5 years of service or contributions. Among them were also some free citizens from the former territory, possessing various skills and eager to carve out their own land or pursue a radically different life in the new territory. Besides these individuals, the ones Matthew valued most, apart from the 10 soldiers guarding the wagon, were the knights at the rear of the procession. Ralph trudged through the mud, surveying the group, and spoke softly to the knight atop her steed. "Angela, you've worked hard. Please take a moment to rest." Skillfully lifting her visor and wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Angela flashed a sweet smile. "It's not arduous. My regular training is far more taxing." Though she said as much, the considerate Angela gracefully dismounted, her silver steel armor appearing almost weightless. She tenderly stroked her horse's mane, offering its specially prepared feed that included a fresh egg and a sprinkle of salt, attending to it with great care. Matthew observed Angela's delicately pointed ears, recognizing that this beautiful young knight clearly possessed elven heritage. A knight at such a young age, her talent must surely be exceptional, with proper guidance. She could potentially lead a formidable knightly order. Reflecting on his former Dragon Knight order, Matthew resolved firmly he would establish a powerful arcane empire. The fate of humanity should be within their own hands. Unbeknownst to Matthew, Angela sensed his gaze and felt her ears flush slightly. An hour and a half later, old John repaired the axle, and the caravan resumed its journey. Matthew remained vigilant, yet he saw no sign of danger, not even a single fishman, usually lurking in the muddy waters, was in sight. With the prompt flashing on screen, the prolonged silence began to sow seeds of doubt in Matthew's mind regarding its reliability. Another hour passed, and the caravan approached the outskirts of Sweetwater Town. Matthew gazed at the distant settlement, instinctively raising an eyebrow. Am I being toyed with? Where's the promised fortune? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from afar, resonating with an overwhelming sense of authority that sent shivers down the spine. A dragon. Matthew instinctively turned his head to see a colossal dark figure unfurling its wings, unleashing a fierce gale that soared skyward. In an instant, it disappeared into the clouds, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The creature, measuring a staggering 18 meters in length, was none other than an adult black dragon, a challenge level 17 overlord. It had a high probability of being a legendary super beast. The terrifying winds and pressure instantly instigated chaos among the resting group. Many stumbled into the mud, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The draft horses collapsed in fear, shrieking in terror, trembling upon the ground. Yet this was only the beginning. The resounding roar echoed through the clouds, and the massive, formidable silhouette of the black dragon dove towards the earth. Matthew's pupils constricted as he glimpsed the malevolent gleam in the creature's eyes. Countless players had perished under such a horrific assault. It bore a notorious epithet. Take a deep breath. The dark green corrosive breath cascaded downwards, transforming the ground beneath into a hellscape of destruction as the black dragon surged forward. Standing beside Matthew, Ralph trembled, pointing towards the vanishing dragon amidst the billowing black smoke. Murmuring, Sweetwater Town is finished. Chapter 3. Fortune is a surprising father. The terrifying black smoke surged skyward. Matthew stood rooted in place, witnessing the distant walls beginning to collapse and the pungent odors wafting towards him, his heart sinking slightly. The people of Sweetwater Town are doomed. Even those who were not directly slain by the breath would succumb to the corrosive gas spreading through the air, searing their lungs. This is the harsh reality of the world, where one can never anticipate whether joy or misfortune will arrive first. Disregarding the distant looming black dragon, Matthew closed his eyes and engaged in a mental fortification. Turning his gaze towards the dazed individuals around him, he called out in a somber tone, "We must hurry. Let us take a detour. The toxic gas is rapidly approaching. Leave everything behind, and we shall return once the air is clear. Additionally, tear off some fabric to fashion makeshift scarves, dampen them with water, and cover your mouths and noses. Quickly, let us make our way to the nearest high ground." The bewildered crowd had yet to react when the elderly steward, Ralph, raised his hand and struck old John upon the head, bellowing at the top of his lungs. "Did you all hear that? Quickly, follow the Lord's instructions. It could save your lives." As Ralph shouted, he drew his dagger from his waist, swiftly plunging it into a cloth bag and extracting more than a dozen linen garments. Angela, rushing forward, unsheathed her long sword and effortlessly cleaved the bag open, subsequently stuffing the garments into a water bucket. Under the looming threat of death and in a state of panic, the crowd was pushed back by Angela's raised sword. While Ralph sternly admonished, "Form an orderly line. There is still time. Anyone who dares to shove will find their legs broken." It was uncertain whether it was Ralph's long-established authority and fairness or the glinting menace of Angela's sword that had an effect, but after the initial chaos, everyone complied and lined up, following Ralph's directions toward the distant hillside. Ralph bound the remaining damp cloths around the collapsed horses, lamenting, "What an unforeseen calamity." After locking the door and securing it, Matthew dismounted the carriage and, under Angela's urging, swiftly fled into the distance. Feeling the frailty of his body, a flicker of helplessness crossed his mind as he resolved silently, "I cannot remain this weak. Enhancing my physique must be prioritized." Upon reaching the small hill, the group was panting heavily, casting glances back over their shoulders. A thin mist wafted in the wind, withering the vibrant green foliage in its path. The location of the caravan was soon shrouded in a grayish-white fog, and the horses left behind began to emit agonized whinnies. Ralph's face was etched with sorrow. These creatures were the Lord's assets, and safeguarding them was his duty. Should these horses perish, the supplies intended for Sweetwater Town would suffer a catastrophic blow, forcing them to rely solely on manpower, thereby disrupting their meticulously planned schedule. Spending the night outdoors during the impending bloody month was an exceedingly perilous affair. Unbeknownst to Matthew, who was currently engulfed in fear, he was grateful for the 2-hour delay. Had they already entered Sweetwater Town, it was likely they would have met their demise before achieving any success. This was the fate of Misfortune 5. A 100 mortality rate indeed held true. However, having narrowly escaped the threat of death, the reward of Fortune 4 remained unfulfilled. Rubbing his brow absent-mindedly, Matthew self-deprecatingly mused, while Ralph, mistaking his concern for the dragon, hastily offered reassurance. "My lord, there is no need for worry. The appearance of a creature of the Black Dragon's caliber attacking the town will undoubtedly draw the attention of our monitoring array. This is also why the dragon fled. Given the current strength of the Nesseriel Empire, our archmages, averaging over level 25, will be eager to capture this troublesome black dragon. Whether for bloodletting and farming or for arcane experimentation, it would be a most satisfying endeavor." At that moment, a brilliant blue light flashed through the air, and Matthew immediately recognized the source of the disturbance, the ripple of a teleportation. As the commotion subsided, a crimson figure plummeted from the sky. Its pallid visage bore a gruesome, gaping wound in its chest, corroded by acidic liquid. Without needing to look closely, it was evident the individual was doomed. Yet, observant Matthew noted the bald head and the distinctive large red robe. Indeed, it was a red-robed mage. What madness compelled them to provoke a black dragon? Now, not only had they forfeited their own life, but they had also endangered an entire town. With his extensive knowledge, Matthew quickly identified the origin of this mage, fully aware that those from the kingdom of Ser were nothing but lunatics and fanatics. As Matthew pondered the reckless actions of the red-robed mage, a dark oval object crashed before him, emitting a creaking sound. It was a massive, pitch-black dragon egg, its surface marred by faint green corrosive patterns, and wisps of charred smoke billowed forth. Clearly, it had sustained significant damage during the black dragon's breath attack. Matthew blinked in bewilderment, observing the severely damaged egg, and suddenly noticed fissures forming across its dark shell. A somewhat flattened, dark head emerged from within, followed by 2 pudgy claws, and then the rest of its body. It was at this moment that Matthew beheld the entirety of this little creature. With a broad, flat head adorned with 3 dull spikes, its skin was a deep black, densely covered in glistening scales, while its underbelly and limbs had a slight yellowish hue. Only its feeble wings displayed hints of charred black and gaping holes, indicating where injuries had been inflicted. Matthew felt an uncanny resemblance to a fantastical version of a blackback dog, entirely unlike any young dragon he had previously encountered. After finally extricating itself from the shell, this little creature appeared remarkably weak, sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Its rotund body quivered, the essence of life gradually waning. This little one had evidently sustained severe injuries from the prior attack. Without urgent intervention, it risked departing this world before even witnessing its beauty. A bizarre and incredulous thought surged within Matthew. Could this injured young dragon be the manifestation of Fortune 4? If so, I have misjudged luck. Please forgive my short-sightedness. Before he could fully ponder the implications, Matthew exchanged a quick glance with Ralph, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded in an incredulous tone, "My lord, this is surely divine providence. Quickly, utilize the life pact. It will not only save this young dragon, but also mend the wounds of your soul." Casting a surprised glance at Ralph, Matthew discerned the profound concern and sincerity in his tone, and he silently commended the steward's quick wit. "Ah, indeed. You have a knack for this." Without hesitation, Matthew produced the sole relic left by his mother, the life pact, said to be crafted from the leaves of the world tree. The life pact allowed any 2 beings to forge a bond, sharing life and lifespan, while also mending their flaws and even healing fatal injuries. Matthew had previously contemplated using the life pact to form a covenant with an extraordinary being. However, creatures too weak to yield results, and those that might ascend to legend were beyond the reach of the Ser family. Thus, the life pact had remained in his possession until now. As it found its purpose, Matthew could scarcely believe that the adventure had taken such a remarkable turn. He knelt down and gently stroked the trembling black hatchling, sensing its desperate yearning for survival. "Let us forge a pact. In the absence of a response, I shall take your silence as acquiescence." The crystalline, translucent covenant of life, reminiscent of emerald, seemingly attuned to the thoughts of Matthew and the hatchling dragon, transformed into scintillating specks of light that permeated their beings. Matthew could distinctly feel an indescribable, gentle power coursing through him, invigorating his previously frail body with a visibly accelerating strength. To his astonishment, a curious and juvenile voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Yea? Are you my daddy?" Chapter 4. The true dragon father has arrived. Crisp sounds filled the air as he beheld the unexpected emergence of his daughter, the hatchling dragon, voraciously consuming the metallic-hued eggshell. Matthew could sense the little creature's body growing at an astonishing rate. Indeed, this behavior mirrored that of many mammals in his past life, who would consume their own placenta, a successful strategy among dragons, this superior species. In no time, the hatchling had devoured every last fragment of the shell. Compared to its initial soft and squishy appearance, its skin and scales had hardened and become resilient. With a contented burp, its sapphire-like eyes sparkled, and its round baby teeth exuded an endearing charm. Gently patting the adorable little one, Matthew attempted to communicate through telepathy. "What is your true name?" The little creature nestled close to him, tilted its head, and replied with an innocent curiosity, "Daddy, what is a true name? Can I eat it?" The endearing hatchling, displaying a charming gluttony, crawled affectionately to Matthew's feet, nuzzling against his calves. Matthew, observing its somewhat dim-witted demeanor, felt a pang of concern but was oddly reassured by the thought. "It's not a matter of great significance. I shall care for this little one, even if she may turn out to be quite the eater." After coming to this conclusion, Matthew gently cradled the hatchling, whose soft body weighed approximately 10 pounds. Akin to a large plush pillow, the little creature adored him, emitting cheerful sounds before burying its head in his bosom, quickly drifting off to sleep. A wave of distinct emotion washed over Matthew as he tenderly stroked the hatchling's head, suddenly noticing an unusual silence enveloping the surroundings. The gasps of others, the vigilance of Ralph and Angela, even the faintest whisper of the wind and the subtle chirps of insects had vanished. What transpired? Matthew turned to survey the area, discovering that everyone stood frozen like statues, motionless and wide-eyed. Even the wisps of mist hung still in the air. A sense of indescribable dread surged within him. Once a master of the arcane arts and revered as the son of time and space, Matthew instinctively recognized the legendary spell, the 9th ring time stop. What astounded him further was the caster's exquisite control over the spell, isolating themselves while leaving everything else untouched. The caster's level of mastery was undoubtedly above 25, an elite legend. They bore another illustrious title, demigod. Thus, Matthew cast aside his apprehensions, if the intention was indeed to slay him. Such elaborate measures were unnecessary. Squashing him would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. "I am weak. I will lie down, utterly unfazed." Surveying his surroundings, he noted the stillness, and glancing behind him, he perceived no movement. There was but one possibility. Gently tapping the peacefully slumbering hatchling, he calmly raised his gaze, only to meet a pair of enormous, slitted eyes. Within the silver-gray pupils reflected Matthew's serene visage, encapsulating the awe-inspiring might of the dragon. Yet witnessing such a magnificent being up close was still profoundly shocking. The irises, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, were surrounded by deep, dark scales that shimmered like a flowing mask, shrouding its majestic visage. Towering dragon horns spiraled back, embodying a tumultuous energy akin to a colossal crown. 12 irregularly shaped black scales encircled its body, seemingly absorbing all surrounding time. Its triangular wings extended like celestial appendages, rendering its form as a gigantic funnel, capturing the essence of time itself. A formidable claw hovered in the air, enveloped in an indescribable transparent aura, isolating this realm from the outside. Time, wholly at its command. This was a legendary dragon of time. Before such a gargantuan being, Matthew felt as minuscule as a mouse. He found it hard to believe. Even after decades of experience in his previous life's games, he had never laid eyes upon a time dragon, a creature so formidable. Only adventurers venturing into the cosmos had unearthed traces of its existence near the remains of deities. This colossal time dragon, measuring over 50 meters, was undoubtedly a mature dragon, over 400 years old, wielding greater size and strength than its kin. Matthew speculated that even the most potent weapon of Nesseriel, the floating city, would be effortlessly dismantled by such a terrifying creature. Contemplating, he simultaneously cursed the inexplicable stroke of luck while smiling as he raised the slumbering hatchling. Confidently addressing the majestic time dragon, "Might I inquire, great dragon, is this delightful little one your offspring?" "Indeed, while she is not a true dragon, she is undeniably my progeny." A voice, imbued with authority and a hint of gravitas, resonated within Matthew's mind. "Well, I was just mistaken for a father by this little one, and now the true dragon father makes his appearance. Were it a benevolent dragon, it might be bearable. But no, what benevolence? Even a good dragon would be furious upon witnessing its offspring forge a life contract with a human. So this is what Fortune 4 entails. Oh, I comprehend. As a level 1 arcanist, encountering such a legendary dragon indeed requires extraordinary luck. Seemingly sensing something, the adorable hatchling blinked open its eyes, appearing to see nothing at all, shaking its head in confusion. A glimmer of regret flickered in its silver-gray eyes as it raised another claw, slowly extending it towards Matthew. An intangible force enveloped the little one, and the drowsy hatchling yawned broadly, nestling back into Matthew's embrace to continue its slumber. The formerly damaged dragon wings behind it reformed and swiftly returned to their original state. The little one, sensing the soothing aura, joyfully flapped its wings a few times, folding them back against its back, resuming its peaceful sleep. Just as Matthew intended to speak, he felt an invisible force permeate him, and the previously vanished subtitles reappeared in his vision. Fate's choice 2. Surrender the little one, doom 4, or keep the little one, fortune 4. Well, it seems that regardless of the choice made, a perilous fate awaits. Matthew failed to notice that his luck had silently reset to 0 after the little one underwent her transformation. Before he could absorb the changes within himself, the second choice of fate compelled him to continue pondering with fervent intensity. First and foremost, if there wasn't something urgently pressing or a life-threatening danger, Matthew could scarcely believe that a high-ranking red-robed mage, whose professional level barely exceeded 15, could possess such extraordinary fortune as to pilfer a dragon egg from the lair of a legendary chronodragon. Wait a moment. According to the nurturing habits of dragons, their eggs are typically safeguarded by the female, and the chronodragon should be no exception, regardless of the intricate entanglements and perils lurking beneath the surface. Matthew swiftly deduced that the elaborate ruse of employing the legendary spell of time stasis to obscure information was likely placing this remarkable dragon in grave danger. Moreover, the chronodragon had previously stated that the little creature was not a true dragon, and thus, its regard for her would not be akin to that bestowed upon the progeny of a genuine dragon. Therefore, this could very well succeed. Matthew dared not contemplate the circumstances surrounding the entire affair and, without hesitation, declared, "Thus, great legendary chronodragon, my life is now intertwined with that of this little one. I shall devote myself entirely to nurturing her, ensuring her robust and joyous growth." As the legendary chronodragon, Kronos, slowly raised its claw, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in its eyes for the first time. It scrutinized Matthew's fearless gaze, attuned to the subtle, enigmatic fluctuations emanating from him. After a moment of contemplation, it gradually nodded. "The contract is sealed. I shall watch over you through the fabric of time." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the immense form of the chronodragon vanished without a sound. "Is it gone already?" Matthew exhaled with relief, gently patting the sleeping little one in his arms, reflecting on the terrifying abilities of the chronodragon and the warning it had left behind. He couldn't help but mutter with a mix of complex emotions. "Well, I've caught the attention of a formidable entity right from the start. Wait, if the chronodragon can continually observe me, perhaps that mysterious figure or the forces behind the scenes will have no opportunity to act. Could this be the true effect of Fortune 4? What might the next iteration of Fortune 4 yield?" Chapter 5. Run. My lord. It's simply splendid that these worn steeds are still alive. The provisions and clothing remain intact, although it seems the axle we just repaired has broken again. I shall have old John fix it post-haste. After inspecting the supplies they had previously abandoned, the steward, Ralph, felt a weight lift from his heart, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Angela also breathed a sigh of relief, casting curious glances at the little one sleeping soundly in Matthew's embrace. "Far cuter than the Baroness' beloved summoned wind serpent king," she exclaimed, before clearing her throat in apology for her irreverence. Standing before the corpse, Matthew spotted at least 3 or 4 precious magical artifacts. Whether for his own use or for sale through proper channels, these could significantly accelerate the development of their territory. However, Matthew hesitated. The hidden dangers of Fortune 4 made him unwilling to gamble. Thus, he disregarded the body, cautioning the visibly shaken Angela, "His demise is of no concern to us. No one is to take anything from him. Let us not invite unnecessary calamity." With the example of Fortune 4 looming over him, Matthew remained acutely vigilant, merely wishing to reach the territory safely. Angela nodded, still shaken, her gaze scanning the members of the convoy with caution. She recalled vividly how, during the contract signing with the young dragon, some individuals had displayed distinctly inappropriate expressions. "I shall become the sharpest blade and the sturdiest shield in my lord's hand, shielding him from all dangers and malice, vanquishing every enemy he faces." This was Angela's vow, and her steadfast belief, for everything she possessed was bestowed by her lord. Matthew, unaware of Angela's inner thoughts, had no time for conversation. His expression grave, he turned to face the distant plumes of smoke that billowed from the now desolate Sweetwater town, which had transformed into a veritable hell for the living. We shall abandon the supplies, take only the worn steeds, and depart swiftly. That black dragon may return. The steward, Ralph, nodded decisively, directing them with clarity. Abandon the third card's cargo. Old John, switch out the worn steeds. After an hour's rest, replace the weakest one. Units 1 and 10. Arm yourselves with weapons and round shields, and pave the way at the front. The others in the third cart will take their places. Observing the steward's adept arrangements, Matthew silently approved as he stroked the little one. He returned to the wagon, pleased to find that the little creature had not unsettled the horses, immediately attributing this to the chronodragon's influence. I hope the dragon is unharmed. If this chronodragon truly can manipulate time, it would serve as an invaluable ally. With such thoughts, Matthew gazed at the encroaching Sweetwater town, contemplating how countless lives had perished without resistance or struggle. Indeed, the majority had met their end without ever knowing the identity of their slayer. An indescribable sense of crisis and indignation surged within him, only to be buried deep, awaiting the passage of time and the growth of his strength. As the convoy passed the ruins of Sweetwater town, most remained silent, confronted by the shattered walls, the remnants of homes, and the charred bones strewn across the ground, inevitably invoking a sense of dread over their own mortality. Warily scanning the ruins, Matthew furrowed his brow in confusion, vaguely sensing dangerous gazes lurking in the shadows. Life should not exist amidst the ruins tainted by the black dragon's corrosive breath. Yet, whatever it was, Matthew had no desire to engage, not even considering the remains of Sweetwater town. The instinctual warning in his mind urged him to leave swiftly, run. Suppressing his feelings of unease, Matthew clutched the fire dragon's wooden staff, a reward bestowed upon him by his father, Count Andre, when he was 6, a gift for aspiring mages. Spell enhancement level 1, capable of casting fireball spell 33 times each day. This should have merely served as a childhood toy, akin to a cherished panda figurine. Yet now it stood as his sole magical equipment. The pale golden sunlight bathed Matthew's face, its long-lost warmth failing to provide comfort, leaving the chill in his heart untouched. The ruins of Sweetwater town receded into the distance until they vanished beyond the horizon. Shortly after the convoy departed, a distortion in the fabric of space emerged amidst the swirling mists of Sweetwater town's ruins. An inexplicable pressure seemed to dissipate, and everyone felt an uncharacteristic sense of relief. Thoughts and words long held within began to flow freely, sparking light-hearted banter and conversation among the group. In no time, the convoy was filled with the gentle hum of discussion. Smiles began to adorn their faces, and they occasionally cast admiring glances at the young dragon cradled in their lord's arms. The stronger our lord grows, the safer we shall be, one remarked. Indeed, as long as we follow our lord, a bright future awaits us. Another chimed in. Once our lord's dragon matures, it may protect us and our descendants for centuries. Perhaps we might even expand our territory and become knights ourselves. Huh, you dream too grandly. With your demeanor, a knight you could never be. Why not? Once our lord attains the title of duke, the benevolent lord shall surely remember my contributions. The young dragon appeared to have grown slightly larger than before, its rapid growth astonishing. This was a legendary creature, one that an ordinary person might never encounter in a lifetime, let alone engage with so intimately as we do. Speaking of which, we are fortunate that our Lord cherishes us, sparing us from a direct plunge into Sweetwater town. Otherwise, who knows what tales we could share about escaping from the jaws of the black dragon. Haha, quite true. Various subtle sounds reached Matthew's ears with remarkable clarity, his vision sharpening and his strength gradually increasing. Whether this was a sudden transformation or a continuous evolution accumulating to a certain threshold remained unclear. Matthew even sensed that with each breath, his body grew more robust, and the little creature in his arms mirrored this vitality. He unwittingly became absorbed in this experience, oblivious to the passage of time. His contemplative expression caught the eye of Angela beside him, who found him particularly enchanting. As the sun dipped in the west, the distant sky became a canvas of crimson hues. The dark green misty marsh began to stir with life. The road past Sweetwater town had become increasingly arduous, neglected and poorly maintained. Fortunately, in the aftermath of the Black Dragon's assault, the community's resilience had significantly strengthened. Having survived life and death moments, such trivialities no longer seemed daunting. Butler Ralph hesitantly licked his lips, unfurling a map to scrutinize it intently. The creases on his forehead deepened, as if he had made a resolute decision, and he gently tapped a spot on the map. Then, he folded the map away and swiftly approached Matthew, feeling compelled to interrupt the Lord's reverie. My lord, our original plan was to rest in Sweetwater town for the night, to weather the coming blood moon. Given our current pace, if we advance for another half hour, we should reach a military outpost by around 5 o'clock. Typically, a 10-man sentry team is stationed there, and under normal circumstances, We could rely on the Sentry's watchtower and walls to safely endure the blood moon. However, should the number of aberrant monsters in the wild be excessive, we could face annihilation. If we merely rest at the outpost for half an hour, we would arrive at our territory around 9 o'clock. Yet, prior to that, we would have to brave 2 perilous hours under the blood moon's illumination. Matthew snapped back to reality, gazing at Butler Ralph's hesitant face as a familiar blue light flickered in his vision once more. He had anticipated a fateful choice, but what unfolded was the long-awaited character attribute panel. A mere glance left Matthew wide-eyed in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What the? Is this really the attribute of a level 1 arcanist?" Chapter 6, A Proactive Choice. Matthew Sayre, race, human. Age, 17 years and 9 months. Profession, level 1 arcanist, 11,000. Experience pool, 0. Talent, Dragon Vein LV1. Specialization, legendary specialization, Fate's Choice. Passive, perceives the essence of most things, presenting them in their most familiar form. Active, consumes 100 fate coins to activate Fate's Choice. Within misfortune lies opportunity, and within luck hides danger. Fate coins, 108. Spell skills, magical trick LV5, minor repair, magical detection, light, frost ray, clean, mage hand, magical fireworks, withering flower, cooking. First ring spell, costs 10 mana magic missile LV3, unleashes 33 missiles of magical energy, each dealing 3 points of magical damage to foes. Sleep LV4, casts a sleep spell with a willpower check of 34. Targets entering sleep will awaken upon receiving any damage. Fireball Barrage LV4, releases a series of 4 small fireballs, each inflicting 2 points of damage. Attributes, Strength, 12, check 1. Agility, 14, check 2. Intelligence, 24, check 7. Constitution, 15, check 2. Perception, 18, check 4. Charisma, 16, check 3. Luck, 4 temporary. Spell attack, 5. Physical attack, 3. Defense, 2. Health points, 3,131. Constitution 2 profession level. Light injuries. Mana points, 250,250. Intelligence 10 profession level 10. Skills, Knowledge 198, near legendary. Meditation 158, near legendary. Scouting 106, advanced. Deception 105, advanced. Leadership 101, advanced. Evasion 86, intermediate. Eloquence 75, intermediate. Life Pact, Time Dragon Beast. Evaluation, a boss with ordinary development. The Arcanist truly lives up to being an advanced profession. Matthew Sayre's talent is indeed that of a super genius, with a combined total of 99 points across 6 primary attributes, surpassing even my level 39 Archmage's total attributes. In Matthew's memory, an ordinary player's maximum attributes could not exceed 18 points, totaling only 60 points. Unlike other games, players in Arcane Emperor can only enhance their attributes by 1 or 2 points upon reaching every 4 levels, or through professional advancements, completing certain crucial rituals. Matthew himself, a level 39 Archmage, stood at the pinnacle of player strength, yet his total attributes paled in comparison to the level 1 Matthew Sayre. Indeed, only games strive for balance. Reality is solely concerned with overwhelming power. A super genius, worthy of being compared to Kale, that's in terms of talent. However, Matthew soon snapped back to focus. Meeting Butler Ralph's hesitant gaze and instinctively retorted, "Wait, the blood moon? Aberrant monsters?" As he observed the serious nod from Butler Ralph, a tempest of dread surged within Matthew, an onslaught of bloody, painful memories crashing over him like a tide. The blood moon, a suspected harbinger of the malevolent realm. Each night, the blood-red moon casts its twisted, terrifying light, and all creatures illuminated by it face a certain chance of aberration. Initially, the transformation manifests physically. Aberrant beings grow additional limbs, organs, and features, rapidly altering their very nature. This process endures from 0 to 7 days. Soon, as the physical transformation concludes, the darker facets of their personality burgeon and expand, penetrating their very souls. Once this stage is reached, the rationality of the aberrant beings swiftly dissipates, giving way to twisted impulses, rendering them bloodthirsty and eager for slaughter. This phase lasts an entire month. The vast majority of aberrant beings reveal their true nature through indiscriminate killing, perishing within this time frame. Only a select few, having consumed sufficient flesh and plundered ample souls, undergo a profound soul aberration. Once this transformation completes, they regain sanity, yet become fervent devotees of the blood moon. Henceforth, their existence and time will be devoted to propagating the influence of the blood moon, creating further aberrant realms. For millennia, the blood moon has wielded such terrifying and twisted powers, impacting the entire material plane. In Matthew Sayre's recollections, there exists a plethora of secrets regarding the Crimson Moon, as well as information about the grotesque aberrations that he had previously been oblivious to. Each full moon heralds a distortion that threatens the very fabric of the material plane. However, the memories from Matthew's former life tell a different tale. Players were set to enter the realm of Arcane Emperor this very evening. Though they had occasionally encountered peculiar aberrations during their adventures, it was often the players who found themselves vanquished. Yet, the time when a large-scale Crimson Moon event would transpire was not until 2 decades hence. Previously, Matthew had merely considered the emergence of the Crimson Moon event to be a new expansion update, a measure to increase the game's difficulty. But now, it appeared that the reality was far more complex. The depths of this enigma were profound. How astonishing it was to discover that a place he had inhabited for decades harbored such secrets. The game's planners and developers had misled him. Though he mused on this, Matthew quickly regained his composure, fully aware of the horrors associated with the Crimson Moon and its aberrations. Under the influence of the Crimson Moon, the average adventure level in the wilderness would astonishingly reach 7, necessitating a party formation. The average level of the aberrations would rise to 4, and as the game progressed, legendary level aberrations would emerge. These entities, akin to divine monstrosities, were exceedingly difficult to eradicate, often requiring containment instead, having previously caused widespread devastation and terror. Suppressing his unease, Matthew searched his mind for memories, affirming that while the current bloody moon was perilous, it paled in comparison to the terror that would unfold in 20 years. Contemplating the temporary mark of Lucky Boar, he licked his lips and opted for a potentially more hazardous path, to hasten to the outpost, partake in a meal, and quickly resume their journey to avoid prolonging their perilous night. Butler Ralph concurred with Matthew's assessment, sharing his sentiment that the day's strange occurrences were too numerous to remain passive, relying on uncertain hopes for their safety. After all, compared to the isolated outpost shrouded in the misty marsh, a village with approximately 2,000 inhabitants and dozens of soldiers would provide a greater sense of security. This decision was not kept secret. Butler Ralph encouraged everyone within earshot. Just a little longer, we are nearly there, and soon we shall be safe. The others readied themselves, vigilant against any potential dangers, prepared to warn and then attack anything that approached. Thus, the group exerted themselves with renewed vigor. For most, this day was filled with exhilaration, albeit too much so, as they now yearned for a peaceful respite. The sun gradually sank towards the horizon, casting a red glow through the mist. The dark green marsh was tinged with a somber crimson, evoking a sense of desolation and unease. The convoy arrived at the outpost 20 minutes ahead of schedule, at 440. Butler Ralph had the Sayre family banner raised and, accompanied by several soldiers, skillfully negotiated entry. Matthew was somewhat surprised to hear a calmness emanating from within. The response from the other side suggested they were unaware of Sweetwater Town's earlier encounter. Upon returning, Butler Ralph confirmed Matthew's intuition, bringing with him 2 anxious soldiers. "This is our esteemed lord, and this is Captain Sean of Outpost 16. Captain Sean agreed to allow them to rest and dine. But he had a small request. Matthew noted the vigilant Angela standing silently before him, silently commending her alertness as his gaze fell upon the anxious countenance of Sean. Indeed, Butler Ralph had deftly withheld the information regarding Sweetwater Town's situation. It seemed he did not, unlike other transmigrators, display an eagerness for favor, but rather maintained a demeanor of cool detachment. "If you have something to say, then speak plainly. Whether I acquiesce is a separate matter." Captain Sean, his cheek marred by a jagged scar, displayed a flicker of surprise upon noticing the Sayre family insignia on Matthew's chest. He slightly bowed, speaking in a tone of gentle supplication. "Honored Lord, our soldiers at the outpost are villagers from Bay Village. We have heard reports of a beast that has harmed villagers, and we are deeply concerned for our family's safety. Yet, we are bound by duty and cannot leave. Only you, our revered Lord, possess the authority to lead us back to the village. Once the perilous beast has been dealt with, we shall return to the outpost promptly." Chapter 7. The Child of Destiny? Hearing this news, Matthew felt a slight jolt, his mind immediately conjuring images of Bay Village and the various dangerous creatures lurking in the vicinity. A dragon? It seemed unlikely, otherwise. The village would have likely been annihilated long ago. Could it be a nether panther or an earthshaker bear? No, their habitats were too distant from the village, and their strength was formidable. Had they truly unleashed their wrath, many would have perished by now, and the outpost soldiers would have returned without hesitation. It was likely a mid-tier beast, possibly solitary or with offspring. As Matthew pondered, a melodious yet startling chime resonated in his ears. Ding! Fate choice trajectory detected. Would you like to expend 100 fate coins to activate? Glancing at his meager stock of 108 fate coins, Matthew hesitated little and decisively chose to activate. After all, Trump cards are meant to be played. Ding. Fate Choice 3 activated. Will you lead the outpost soldiers back to Bay Village, Misfortune 3? Or will you refuse their return to Bay Village, Luck 5? To Matthew's astonishment, he could hardly believe that the option to refuse bore the terrifying value of Luck 5. With the emergence of the previous two fate choices, Matthew had begun to grasp that misfortune or luck did not necessarily denote absolute bad or good fortune. Rather, a higher value implied deeper entanglements and greater danger. The last time he faced a value of 5, he encountered an adult black dragon and a legendary time dragon. The second time, with luck 4, he risked drawing the ire of the Red Robe Mage Association and the immense dangers lurking in the shadows. Any misstep could have led him to share the same grim fate as those who perished in Sweetwater Town, eternally slumbering in the misty marsh. Unable to fathom the peril of luck 5, Matthew deliberated deeply and ultimately chose misfortune 3. This marked the first time he opted for a misfortune choice. While the value was somewhat high, he felt compelled to give it a try. As expected, after selecting misfortune 3, the luck value on his attribute panel diminished to 3. A subtle sense of crisis began to envelop him. Matthew steeled himself, casting aside distractions to focus intently on the practical matters at hand. With the Crimson Moon impending, the road to the territory would undoubtedly be fraught with assaults from aberrant creatures. Although the soldiers at the outpost were not exceptionally equipped, their overall strength was commendable. Their inclusion would significantly elevate the team's combat capabilities. Moreover, Matthew had begun to formulate further hypotheses regarding the fate choices. The decisions between misfortune and luck would yield more detailed information following the outcome of this choice. Nevertheless, Matthew continued to exhibit the composed demeanor expected of a noble in this world. A flicker of impatience graced his visage as he cast a fleeting glance at Captain Sean, offering a nonchalant nod and a dismissive wave of his hand. Trouble has arisen in the village as well. I see. Gather everyone and arm yourselves. We shall depart shortly. However, you must adhere to commands, or else. His words trailed off, replaced by a cold smirk as Matthew gestured to close the door, adopting an air of indifference, concealing the shock that danced across his features. Sean, of the human race, aged 31, held the position of captain at the Mist Marsh Outpost number 16, classified as a level 4 warrior, with skills unknown and a luck value of 3. In contrast, Leon, a mere 17, also human, served as a soldier at the same outpost, a level 1 warrior, possessing skills such as Slash LV2, Sweep LV2, and White Wolf Swordsmanship LV1. With a luck value of 5, Matthew paid little heed to Captain Sean's attributes. After all, a low-level warrior at the age of 30 bore little promise or legacy. Leon, however, was an entirely different matter. His mastery of the White Wolf Swordsmanship paired with a luck value of 5 immediately set him apart. In Matthew's recollections, the White Wolf Swordsmanship was an ancient and revered form of swordplay. A decade hence, it would be showcased by the hunters of the White Wolf. Renowned for vanquishing numerous high-ranking demons, far from a skill attainable by an ordinary peasant. The luck value of 5 sent a chill down Matthew's spine. Having encountered the remnants of the Black Dragon and the Time Dragon and successfully forging a life contract with a small creature, he had only managed a temporary buff of luck 4. Leon's inherent luck value of 5 was evidently a natural endowment. Matthew's conviction stemmed from his acquaintance with Leon. He would one day emerge as a legendary demon hunter, demonstrating formidable combat prowess during a relic exploration, single-handedly defeating a fire demon. This remarkable feat was captured by players, igniting fervent admiration and a burgeoning fanbase. Though Leon, in this moment, lacked the gravitas of his future self 20 years hence, Matthew discerned an unmistakable resemblance, affirming his identity. This led Matthew to ponder that luck might correlate with one's future achievements and strength, much like the protagonists in various heroic sagas, who encounter fortuitous events and experience rapid growth. Their ability to turn peril into fortune undoubtedly relates to their luck. Hence, had he opted to refuse earlier, he might have inadvertently triggered Leon's narrative arc. In a sense, one could indeed refer to Leon as a child of destiny. It seemed probable that even if Matthew harbored intentions to harm him, unforeseen circumstances would thwart his efforts, perhaps even rendering him a hapless villain. Contemplating this familiar name, Matthew found himself involuntarily associating it with a certain game protagonist known as the Three Lights, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let me see what surprises engaging with a child of destiny might unveil. The crackling flames licked at the damp wood, producing a sizzling sound. The viscous rice porridge bubbled with fervor, its sweet aroma tantalizing the weary souls nearby. The Lord had commanded that half a pound of dried meat be added to each pot, finely chopped and simmered together. Old John, swift in his actions, wielded a sharp dagger to slice the reddish-brown jerky into small morsels, evenly distributing them into the pots and stirring with practiced ease. Sitting beside him, Leon wrinkled his nose in delight, his eyes alight with wonder as he inquired, "Is our Lord truly this generous? Do we get to eat meat at every meal? Will we be full?" Thick, acrid smoke billowed from the sides of the iron pot, prompting everyone to skillfully avoid the area while they placed their prepared black bread within. This sturdy bread, capable of chipping teeth, was softened by Old John, allowing it to meld with the porridge without disintegrating entirely, preserving a delightful chewiness and hint of grainy sweetness. Of course, with time pressing and the addition of meat, Old John savored his meal, nodding with a smile in response to Leon's questions. "Our Lord is indeed gracious. He speaks little and imposes few demands, truly a fine nobleman. The steward may sometimes come off as brusque, yet his capabilities are remarkable. Nearly everyone heeds his commands. I see you possess decent skills. Perhaps you should converse with the steward for a new weapon, as you must safeguard everyone tonight." The youthful and naive Leon chuckled, scratching his head, his peripheral vision drawn to the side of the cart, where he spotted Matthew feeding the little creature eggs. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "My goodness! Is our Lord raising a dragon?" With a light tap on his head to quell his impetuous remark, Old John shot him an exasperated glare. "Our Lord hails from the Seraph family. Are you acquainted with the Carl Plains? Our Nesseriel Empire's granary. The Seraph family controls nearly 14 of the land, second only to the Carl family. The current head of the Seraph family, Count Andre, is the biological father of our Lord. Not to mention, our Lord is a learned arcanist, destined to expand our territory and perhaps even establish his own mage tower. How many residents does our Gulf village have? What do people usually do for a living?" Leon was captivated, feeling as though Old John, with his vast knowledge, painted a more splendid and expansive world than the one he had known, confined to the vicinity of Gulf Village. In response to Old John's inquiries, Leon felt little trepidation and instinctively divulged all about Gulf Village. Captain Sean, sitting nearby, twitched at the corners of his mouth, several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately choosing silence. Matthew, amused by the scene, observed Old John, who seemed to have an uncanny knack for extracting every detail from Leon's lineage, ready to relay this information to Steward Ralph. In no time, Matthew gleaned insights from the composed steward. Their essay saying, "As long as one does not become the enemy of the protagonist, everyone generally fares well." "Young man, allow me to impart a lesson." Steward Ralph, witnessing the smile on the Lord's face, maintained his calm demeanor, feigning ignorance while meticulously recording Leon's information in his mind. The concerns of the Lord were the utmost priority. Chapter 8, The Scarlet Moon. Burp. "Yaya has eaten well." The soft, affectionate voice resonated in Matthew's mind as Yaya, having just awoken from a meal, comfortably nestled back down. Matthew gently lifted her, acutely aware of her increased weight. She now weighed at least 25 pounds. As for the 20 pounds of jerky she had consumed, Matthew dared not speculate on a dragon's appetite. He carried Yaya into the cart, shielding her from the impending moonlight. Matthew donned the thick cloak presented by Steward Ralph, glancing skyward. Beyond the distant layers of clouds, a distorted dark red hue slowly ascended. One must remember with utmost seriousness, never allow any part of your body to come into contact with the moonlight. Ensure that your hood and mask are securely fastened, and do not remove your gloves under any circumstances. Should you discover any damage to a companion's clothing or armor, promptly wrap them in cloth bags and bind them tightly. The targeted individual must not resist. Rest assured, even if exposed to the moonlight, we carry holy water and cleansing agents on our persons, capable of alleviating mild distortions. However, it is imperative to remain vigilant. The success rate of the cleansing is not 100%, and it comes at a steep price. Paying even half of it will undoubtedly cause you considerable distress. If we encounter others, no matter who they may be, do not approach them indiscriminately. They may have already succumbed to distortion, and contact with them is forbidden until they have been examined. Additionally, remember that all active beings pose a lethal threat. Wield your shields and remain cautious. Only the soldiers of the guard and sentries may wield weapons to prevent accidental harm. Butler Ralph's arrangements are meticulous, and even Matthew nods discreetly, absorbing the knowledge. Simultaneously, Matthew reflects silently. The moon, revered and yearned for by countless poets in another world, has here transformed into a harbinger of curses and destruction. Although the events on the moon remain unknown, its emitted light can exert such a dreadful influence on the entire material plane that the mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. First, don the thick gloves. Resecure the trousers, check your attire, and finally, with practiced ease, don the mask. Through specially crafted light-blocking lenses, Matthew can perceive the surroundings with remarkable clarity, akin to an enhanced night vision apparatus from another realm. This is the marvel of alchemy and magic. Ralph meticulously inspects everyone twice, ensuring there are no oversights. Before exchanging glances with Old John, who is checking the condition of the horses and vehicles, and in a deep voice declares, "Let us depart and return home." A mysterious power emanates from Ralph's voice, invigorating everyone, as if an endless wellspring of strength surges from within, rendering their movements lighter and more agile. A spell of encouragement, inspire. Unlike the daytime's chatter, the caravan adopts a hushed demeanor as they traverse the slightly hardened dirt road. This time, Ralph stands at the forefront, alertly reminding everyone to be wary of every puddle and mire along the way. After laboriously transporting these supplies to this point, any loss this night would be profoundly disheartening. Despite having experienced night marches before, Matthew distinctly senses that tonight's crimson moon is markedly different. The thin mist in the sky dissipates, revealing a colossal blood-red moon, suspended ominously above. At its center lies a dark red spot, reminiscent of a terrifying eye, casting a chilling gaze downwards, transforming all whom it beheld. Even with clothing and masks as barriers, Matthew cannot help but react. A potent fear, rooted in the instinct for survival, serves as a stark reminder: never allow your body to touch the moonlight. The entire misty swamp is suffused with a sinister red hue. Gazing outwards, the roiling mist resembles an ocean of blood, churning with twisted waves. Each member of the caravan finds their breath growing heavier, moving forward in silence, heads downcast. Enemies ahead, Angela calls out, her keen senses detecting the presence of foes, readying her bow. Matthew raises a hand to halt her, meeting her silvery mask with a calm voice. Your strength is vital. Conserve your energy and direct the battle as much as possible. Allow them to come closer. We must adapt to the combat. Angela lowers her longbow, drawing her sword instead, and shouts to the soldiers on the perimeter, "Attention, teams. The enemy approaches. Maintain a tight formation. Combat personnel, beware of enemies leaping towards us. Keep vigilant not only of what lies ahead, but also of the skies above." 20 warriors, along with several professionally ranked rogue slaves, are divided into 4 sections: front, back, left, and right, to collectively defend the caravan. They watch the red mist with vigilance, occasionally spotting darting gray shadows and hearing chilling howls. The sounds are filled with anguish and despair, sending involuntary shivers down their spines. What was once a silent, misty swamp has transformed into a horrifying battleground. Having witnessed far more terrifying scenes, Matthew remains remarkably composed, intrigued by the immersive horror unfolding around them. If recorded, this chilling tableau could surely inspire many a horror film. Perhaps it is the sheer number of the caravan that instills a sense of intimidation, or perhaps the distortions have not fully manifested their effects. After approximately half an hour of travel, covering a distance of 14 miles, they encounter their first significant attack. The swirling blood mist parts to reveal a figure over a meter tall, accompanied by a pungent stench of blood. It is a blood-soaked black wolf, a common carrion predator of the misty swamp, with a challenge level of 2. Its abdomen and back are riddled with wounds, which writhe ominously, evoking sheer horror. It howls and lunges at Butler Ralph. A flash of silvery light darts past. A sharp rapier drives through the wolf's murky eye, emerging from the back of its skull. The anguished howl abruptly ceases. Strangely, despite the fatal blow to its head, its limbs continue to thrash, clawing deep gouges into the soft, muddy ground. Its mouth, grotesquely contorted, snaps viciously at Butler Ralph. With a swift step, Old John cleaves down with his large blade, severing the wolf's head, finally halting its thrashing remains. Butler Ralph skillfully pries open the wolf's skull, a glimmer of light catching his eye as he carefully extracts a clump of gray-black blood and flesh. The primary essence of flesh, though contaminated, can be purified to craft magical items and weapons, holding a market value of 10 gold coins. Familiar information floods Matthew's mind, and the comprehensive data prompts him with considerable excitement. The tenacity of the distorted black wolf imposes significant pressure on the soldiers, a fact Matthew observes keenly. As Butler Ralph prepares to hand over the primary essence of flesh, Matthew waves his hand and declares aloud, "As you can see, though the distorted creatures are perilous, a severed head ensures their total demise. Furthermore, within these aberrant beasts, rare magical materials often emerge, possessing considerable value. For instance, this primary essence of flesh is worth 10 gold coins. Contributions will be divided as follows: 30% for the killing blow, 25% for serious injuries, 15% for participation, and the remaining 30% will be equally distributed among all participants." Old John receives 3 gold and 75 silver coins. Butler Ralph receives 3 gold and 25 silver coins, and the remaining 25 participants share 1 gold and 50 silver coins. This distribution of spoils will remain consistent for future battles. I hope everyone fights valiantly while also avoiding injury. As these words leave his lips, Butler Ralph's expression shifts to one of concern, ready to dispel Matthew's somewhat absurd notion. All the harvests of the territory rightfully belong to the Lord, and merely rewarding them with a hearty meal suffices. Only those who exhibit exceptional performance may receive true accolades. How could one possibly distribute all the benefits? The other soldiers widened their eyes, their breaths growing somewhat heavier, yet many still found it hard to believe. After all, it is not unheard of for nobles to go back on their word. Chapter 9. They may profit greatly, but I shall never incur a loss. Sensing the fervent gazes of the soldiers, Matthew instinctively raised an eyebrow, realizing he had made some assumptions. To be a step ahead may earn one the title of genius, but to be several steps ahead often leads to being deemed mad. Nevertheless, Matthew remained resolute in his command. Whispering to the anxious steward Ralph, during the contract signing with Yaya, I glimpsed certain scenes. On our way to the territory, we encountered a deadly threat. Scenes. A deadly threat? Ralph's eyes widened instinctively as he suddenly recalled that the Lord was about to turn 18, the very age of awakening one's talents. The process of contracting with the young dragon likely allowed him to awaken prophetic abilities. Just as during the day, the Lord had not spoken for many days, and his immediate choice had been to evade the lethal threat posed by the black dragon. Perhaps this was a precursor to his prophetic powers? Or perhaps the Lord's prophetic abilities had already manifested but had been suppressed within the family to avert the tragedies of over a decade ago. If this were the case, then surely the Lord had been preparing for more than 10 years. Matthew, of course, was unaware of Ralph's momentary stream of thoughts. To bolster his persuasiveness, Ralph spoke with conviction. Moreover, I have mastered advanced alchemy. With these materials in my possession, I can produce more valuable magical equipment. These will serve as a primary source of funding for our territory's future development. Upon hearing that Matthew had indeed mastered advanced alchemy, Ralph was mentally prepared this time, maintaining a perfectly composed expression, though his heart raced. He looked once more into Matthew's dark eyes and found them inscrutable, causing a slight shiver to run through him as he nodded obediently. Turning away, he retrieved 3 gleaming gold coins and placed them in old John's hand. After a gentle cough, he declared loudly under the expectant gaze of the soldiers, "Have you heard the Lord's command? This is a rare opportunity you won't want to miss." Yet, he added a cautionary note, "But remember, do not take unnecessary risks. The costs of healing far exceed what you may earn, and your years of labor will be extended." Hearing the stewardess' somewhat cheerful tone, along with the gold coins held by old John, all the soldiers exchanged excited glances, gripping their weapons tightly and casting eager, bright-eyed looks into the encroaching fog. They no longer seemed fearful of the monsters that might emerge. Rather, they appeared to anticipate their arrival. Moments ago, they had been fighting for the Lord. Now, they were fighting for themselves. Seeing the morale of the group rise significantly, the instigator Matthew breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed somewhat unrealistic to claim mastery of advanced alchemy outright. In his past life, he had been a demigod-level alchemist, familiar with numerous special formulas and crafting techniques. However, much of his alchemical experience had been acquired through the assistance of a game system, which simplified the processes for him. In essence, Matthew possessed strong theoretical knowledge, yet his practical skills required gradual enhancement. Nonetheless, he was not deceiving the steward. Given the right tools and materials, he could quickly hone his alchemical skills. Everything was geared towards overcoming the immediate crisis. The emergence of the Black Wolves was akin to triggering a switch, as more and more aberrant monsters began to surge forth from the mist, launching an assault on the convoy. This time, 3 Black Wolves, each with mutilated bodies, charged forth. Some were missing ears, others lacked tails, and still others had lost a leg. Under the blood-red moonlight, their wounds had sprouted grotesque, crimson muscle tissues, resembling tiny, extending tendrils. This was a clear indication of the deepening aberration. Ralph did not intervene this time. He stood quietly beside Matthew, having grasped the extent of the Lord's capabilities. His sole thought was to protect him with all his might. After all, if the territory's development failed, the Lord could still rely on the path of the arcane. Delighted, old John rubbed his hands together and gestured toward Leon while adjusting his footing, his gaze fixated on one of the limping Black Wolves, saying, "As I mentioned earlier, do not entertain the notion of killing it with a single blow. First, sever its remaining front leg, avoid its jaws, and only then strike at its head." Leon swallowed nervously, positioning himself with his long sword apart from old John. The Black Wolf lunged at them, and old John took a deep breath, angled his large blade upward, and accurately struck the wolf's relatively vulnerable abdomen, creating a gaping wound. A foul, bloody discharge splattered onto the ground as the wolf's open jaws bit into the earth. Leon swiftly darted in, slashing at the wolf's foreleg, which was bracing itself to rise. Crack! The wolf's foreleg was severed cleanly, and its body collapsed once more to the ground. "Excellent!" old John exclaimed, impressed by Leon's timing and precision, stepping forward to deliver a fatal blow. instantly separating the wolf's head from its body. Their swift resolution of this encounter left the remaining 2 black wolves unable to pose a significant threat. Raise your shields. Angela's crisp command rang out, and the frontline soldiers dutifully complied, thrusting their shields toward the 2 charging wolves. Thud, thud. Even though they had begun to ignore the pain, the 2 wolves were ultimately overpowered by the trained soldiers, tumbling from the air to crash onto the ground. Long spears, thrust. Seizing the opportunity, soldiers thrust their long spears through the gaps in the shields, piercing the bellies of the 2 wolves and driving the weapons deep into the earth. The wolves, which should have sustained grievous injuries, seemed undeterred, wildly struggling to rise, even as their abdominal wounds were further torn open. Yet, while they remained alive, their movements were severely restricted, and Angela's commands soon followed. Enclose with shields, strangle, behead. The wolves' anguished howls quickly faded amid the sounds of their slaughter, as 4 shield bearers stepped back slowly, while 4 spearmen deftly plunged their long spears into the wolves' heads. A nimble rogue darted in, brandishing a slender dagger, and began to rummage through the corpses, exclaiming in delight, we are quite fortunate." Somewhat disheartened, Leon watched the rogue take away 10 gold coins from Steward Ralph, glancing at the jubilant soldiers dividing their spoils, and felt an immense pang of sorrow as those charming little coins drifted further away from him. The other soldiers who had not participated in the battle also felt they had missed out on a lucrative opportunity. They widened their eyes, intently watching the swirling blood mist, as if beginning to anticipate the onset of battle. Old John, wiping the bloodstains from his hands, kicked Leon's shoe and grumbled, "What are you staring at? Clean your weapons and check your attire. As long as you remain alive, gold will eventually come your way. I have yet to behold a single gold coin." Whispering this softly, Leon immediately settled down, displaying remarkable obedience, evidently influenced by old John's teachings, which instilled in him a sense of reverence. Sitting atop the carriage, Matthew, concealed beneath his mask, wore a smile, attentively listening to the exchange between Leon and old John, as the melodious chime of notifications rang out. Ding. Your subordinate has slain a deformed black wolf, earning 10 experience points. Ding. Your subordinate has slain a deformed black wolf, earning 20 experience points. Ding. Your subordinate has gained 10 experience points. Wait, why are there only 3 notifications? Ralph's kill of the deformed black wolf wasn't he counted? With a slight furrow of his brow, Matthew began to analyze the distinction between the 2. Logically, Butler Ralph should have a closer relationship with me, as he is indeed my legitimate subordinate. I understand now. The crux lies in financial matters. Perhaps, in the system's judgment, by paying to hire these subordinates. A relationship akin to that of NPCs and players is established, allowing for the acquisition of experience points. If that is the case, could it be that if I engage directly, I too might earn experience points? Chapter 10. The Swarm of Aberrations. Beneath the blood moon, the terrifying luminescence grew ever brighter. Matthew could distinctly sense the increasing potency of corruption and distortion. Correspondingly, the frequency and number of aberrant creatures were on the rise. Not only had the deformed black wolves begun to assault the convoy, but the notorious marsh mermen of the foggy swamp were also making their appearance. The marsh mermen, alongside the diminutive goblins and kobolds, are often referred to as the cockroach species of the material plane. Individually, they lack strength. Even an average adult woman could easily overpower them. Many trained children's initial combat tasks involve defeating mermen, goblins, and kobolds. However, despite their individual fragility, these 3 types of creatures consistently rank among the top 3 in the annual wilderness tally of human and adventurer fatalities. A significant reason for this is their overwhelming numbers and their extraordinary reproductive capacity. If not regularly culled, within 3 years, they would proliferate throughout marshy waterways like the foggy swamp. The mermen, too, would succumb to the corruption of the scarlet moon, resulting in terrifying mutations. Standing about 1 meter tall, their bodies would swell to nearly 1.2 meters, and their short limbs would elongate, developing into muscular, bone-spiked claws. Crack! The sharp blade cleaved through the gaping maw, shattering the blood-scaled body, which then toppled to the ground. Angela, unable to seize any spoils, swiftly retreated to the front of the carriage, vigilantly observing the aberrant mermen flanking the convoy, skillfully directing. The heads of the mermen are relatively vulnerable. Strike at the right moment for a swift kill. Though they are small and agile, they lack jumping ability. A combination of shields for defense and polearms for coordinated strikes will suffice. Having undergone rigorous military training, Angela not only possesses formidable combat prowess, but also exhibits remarkable talent in tactical command. Although her actual combat experience is limited, she handles the uncomplicated threats posed by the aberrant mermen with composure. The soldiers, meticulously selected and trained by the Seraph family, may not be exceptionally skilled individually, Yet they display considerable proficiency in obedience and coordinated attacks. As 7 or 8 aberrant mermen charged, they found themselves helpless against 6 shield-bearing soldiers, mindlessly flailing their claws, leaving bloody marks on the shields before being pierced through the skull by the polearms. The cacophony of guttural roars gradually subsided into silence. From the initial excitement to the current calm of battlefield cleanup, the soldiers participating in the skirmish were maturing noticeably. Any aberrant creatures that dared to dart out would quickly be dispatched by the glowing-eyed soldiers. Should the number of aberrant creatures become overwhelming, Angela and Butler Ralph stationed at the center would take action, swiftly eliminating a few before returning to rest. Gained 30 experience points. Gained 20 experience points. As the notifications echoed in succession, Matthew found himself with the leisure to analyze the discrepancies behind each experience point. There appeared to be no significant difference in size. The level of mutation seemed comparable as well. The distinctions in identity were self-evident. The most likely explanation should be the disparity in the levels of the combatants. How fascinating that there exists so many mermen with professional ranks in the foggy swamp. If mermen can possess class levels, it signifies that their original numbers must exceed 100. Thus, these few mermen with class ranks could very well represent the elite remnants of 1,000 strong. Even under such circumstances, the population of mermen continues to swell. Matthew harbored an ominous premonition that upon entering this real world, those beings he had previously scorned and disregarded might unexpectedly present significant challenges. In contrast to the gradually invigorated soldiers, the cart drivers, once anxious, had now largely settled their nerves. They occasionally cast envious glances at the soldiers distributing gold, their minds brimming with various thoughts as they leaned into converse with their companions. Another magical material. Is this the 5th one? Already the 6th. All 4 teams have received gold. Not everyone is fortunate enough to possess gold. Yet even the shield bearers now find themselves with over 90 silver coins apiece. 90 silver coins. It would take us 4 months of labor to earn that much. And that's assuming a good harvest. Do you think we should pursue this in the future? Don't be foolish. The vast majority of adventurers meet grim fates. It's better to farm peacefully for a lifetime. This is merely a ruse. If you truly wished for a quiet life, why would you have come here with us? It must be said, the cart drivers' perspectives may be somewhat limited, yet their courage and yearning for a better life are undeniably present. This, in fact, aligns with one of Matthew's objectives: to ignite the desire for change within more individuals, to provide them with assistance, to alter the old order, and to foster spontaneous support for this transformation, thereby propelling the entire territory forward. This is Matthew's true aspiration. A mundane existence of farming will not change this world. The inevitable outcome is a silent demise. For a cataclysmic upheaval is imminent. After approximately half an hour of travel, the convoy showed little sign of fatigue. Ample sustenance and a not overly tense atmosphere, coupled with the occasional excitement of discoveries, kept everyone in good spirits. Roar, gurgle, caw, caw. The cacophony of roars grew ever closer. As the convoy distanced itself from the foggy swamp, they could see from further afield that aberrant creatures were charging toward them. This time, the number of aberrant creatures was significant. Matthew counted at least 30 to 40. This was a staggering figure. Alongside the slain black wolves and mermen, a new, formidable creature had appeared: the swamp giant crocodile. The ordinary swamp giant crocodile already poses a challenge at level 5. Under the advantageous terrain of the swamp, even ordinary mid-tier professionals dared not covet their secrets. Though mutated and no longer adept at ambushes, these creatures had grown more formidable, stretching 7 meters in length. With a maw filled with sharp, menacing teeth, they occupied a significant presence. Their gray-black, hard skin shimmered with an eerie luminescence, occasionally revealing crimson wounds from which slender, twisted tendrils emerged. Their limbs had become more robust and elongated, enabling them to scuttle forward with alarming speed. The slapping of mud as they moved created a cacophony that weighed heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers. The challenge level had escalated to 7, and there were 2 of them. Other aberrant creatures were no less challenging. Each mutated beast that survived the initial chaos possessed combat prowess akin to that of seasoned professionals. As time passed, their voracious consumption of flesh deepened their infection, and their horrifying mutations grew ever more potent. Confronting 7 or 8 of these monstrosities was already the limit for the entire team. Now, with 30 to 40 appearing all at once, the potential for catastrophic casualties loomed, threatening to scatter the team. The seasoned soldiers, having accumulated considerable combat experience, recognized this grave reality, their faces paling in an instant. The cart drivers also grew anxious, as the howls from all directions drew nearer. Witnessing the rapid decline in morale, the steward Ralph straightened his posture, preparing to offer words of encouragement, determined not to let despair take hold. However, Matthew rose first, gazing at the 10 or so black wolves charging toward them, raising his staff, channeling his mental energy. He gathered magical power within, guiding it through the spell model and the staff as structure, transforming it into a brilliant, fiery orb that hurtled forth with a deafening roar. Fireball spell. The fireball, the size of a basin, soared through the air, swelling as it followed the guidance of his mental force, precisely landing in the center of the mutated black wolves. A tremendous explosion ensued. The fireball detonated instantaneously, engulfing several of the aberrant black wolves in searing flames. The shockwave tore through the surrounding creatures, scattering them into disarray. As the smoke cleared, only 4 or 5 of the mutated wolves struggled to rise. One spell, almost 10 aberrant creatures eliminated in an instant. The sight left all soldiers momentarily stunned, their spirits instantly lifted. The warriors at the rear surged forward with newfound vigor, swiftly dispatching the few incapacitated mutated black wolves. The scavenging wanderers returned with 3 pieces of primary flesh essence, triumphantly calling out to their comrades, "Come on, fellows." The other teams, not to be outdone, erupted with an enthusiasm far surpassing the ordinary, engaging the approaching mutated beasts under the command of Knight Angela. The mutated mermen were the first to be cleared away. Their diminutive stature, fragile heads, and weak offensive capabilities rendered them easy prey. With a shield to block and spears and swords to strike, they were swiftly eliminated. However, the probability of material drops from them was relatively high, with 5 yielding at least 1 piece. With threats from both flanks neutralized, the soldiers quickly turned to support their comrades. A robust mutated bull charged forward, panting heavily. Nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 kilograms, its imposing horns exuded a menacing aura. Yet, the swamp's soft, muddy ground hindered its movement. Sensing the impending battle, Angela rallied her soldiers to trap it in the mire. Before it could regain solid ground, several spears were thrust mercilessly into it. The foul-smelling blood stained the entire pit crimson. The mutated bull bellowed incessantly, sinking deeper, until Angela delivered a decisive blow, severing its head. With its formidable vitality, the mutated bull held on until the end, while the other aberrant creatures had long since been dispatched. Ding, you have slain a mutated black wolf, gaining 20 experience points. Ding, you have slain a mutated black wolf, gaining 30 experience points and 1 skill point. Ding, you have slain a mutated black wolf, gaining 20 experience points. Ding, you have slain. The similar notifications resonated in Matthew's ears, and he quickly discerned the distinctions. Indeed, engaging directly granted him additional skill points, equivalent to enhancing his skill proficiency. This realization suggested that each method had its own merits. It appeared he must adopt a more generous approach in the future. 2 massive mutated crocodiles arrived only after all the aberrant creatures had been vanquished. Matthew assessed their speed, noting it was comparable to that of a brisk adult. If the caravan abandoned all supplies, they could likely evade pursuit. As for these supplies, the mutated creatures would have no interest in them. They could retrieve them after nightfall. The following morning, this plan appeared highly feasible. Yet, Matthew remained quietly seated in the cart, gazing intently at the attribute list, particularly the luck stat of 3. He faintly recalled the tumultuous final days of his past life as a player. For several months, his army and kingdom faced relentless misfortune, from natural disasters to the resurgence of malevolent deities, as if all calamities conspired against him. Gradually, Matthew came to suspect that there were unseen enemies orchestrating these misfortunes. In the face of adversity, he exerted every effort to manage the crises, even as his luck waned, until the pivotal moment of the final confrontation, when his critical weapons inexplicably malfunctioned. Aware that he was beyond salvation, Matthew selflessly sacrificed himself, transforming into the ultimate weapon, dramatically taking down the Grim Reaper Yegos and the great evil god Loshander. Little did he know, beside them, the goddess of fortune, Time Wyrm, was also ensnared by fate's cruel jest. The teleportation failed, and she offered no resistance or struggle, being swept away alongside Matthew. Reflecting on this now, Matthew surmised that the power of destiny's choice likely stemmed from the goddess of fortune, Time Wyrm. Those who toy with luck and misfortune ultimately become its playthings. Should Matthew continue to evade, he might temporarily escape, but an eternal evasion was impossible. By exerting every ounce of effort and seizing every opportunity, destiny could be shattered. Rising to his feet, Matthew observed the approaching mutated crocodiles, silently calculating the distance. As the one on the right drew within 50 meters, he decisively unleashed another fireball. Boom! The crimson orb struck precisely upon the mutated crocodile's head, enveloping its upper body in a swelling blaze. The resulting shockwave erupted, displacing countless mud and filth. The violent tremor made every soldier swallow hard, facing the destructive potential of the fireball. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, A semicircular crater with a diameter of 45 meters marred the previously even surface of the swamp. Such was the might of the fireball spell. Everyone felt a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks, beginning to regard Lord Matthew with newfound reverence for his extraordinary power. Even the aged steward Gnarlf, standing beside Matthew, was astonished by the sheer magnitude of the fireball's impact, far surpassing that of an ordinary mage or arcanist. Could it be that the esteemed lord has been tirelessly researching ways to improve the fireball spell? Or perhaps the lord's innate talent has always been extraordinarily potent, merely lying dormant until now? In light of this, the decision to forge a contract with the young dragon appears to be remarkably astute. Given his extensive experience and latent potential, it is likely that his rank as an arcanist will ascend rapidly. Roar! The aberrant crocodile, shrouded in black smoke, emerged from the semicircular mud pit. Its maw, grotesquely torn apart, revealed a gaping, crimson wound, with flames crackling within, seemingly devoid of any sensation of pain. The aberrant crocodile shook its head, sending blood and shredded flesh flying. Before it could fully extricate itself, another speeding fireball struck its head. The expanding flames unleashed a terrifying force of destruction, utterly obliterating its skull. The massive, headless body convulsed erratically before crashing back into the soft, mushy pit. Ding! You have cast a spell beyond your level, Fireball, consuming 60, with an additional 50 cost, mana points. Ding! Your fireball has inflicted 16 points. Critical hit increased by 100, of final damage to the aberrant crocodile, resulting in its demise. Ding! You have slain the aberrant crocodile, earning 70 experience points and 1 skill point. Drawing a breath of relief, Matthew, who had expended a total of 180 mana points, discreetly seated himself. He set down his staff, which had exhausted its uses of fireball, and turned to Angela, positioned at the heart of their group, and remarked, "Its vitality is remarkably resilient. Approximately 15 times that of the aberrant bull, and it moves sluggishly with a delayed response to attacks. Now presents an excellent opportunity for training. Let us all cooperate to eliminate it before we continue our journey." Upon hearing Matthew's unwaveringly confident voice, the soldiers, having emerged from their astonishment, felt a renewed sense of awe towards the formidable arcanist, igniting their excitement further. To have such a lord was indeed a stroke of fortune. With his mana nearly depleted, leaving him with merely 70 points, Matthew refrained from disclosing his dwindling resources, instead savoring the reverence in the gazes directed at him. Chapter 12. I will intervene. Having gathered the basic information on the aberrant crocodile, Angela swiftly switched her weapons and tools. She opened Cargo Truck No. 9 and distributed short bows to each of the wanderers. Your next task is to do everything in your power to blind it by shooting out its 2 eyes. Old John, take the oil can and look for an opportunity to throw it, preferably striking its head. Everyone else, avoid its front. It has poor maneuverability, so be vigilant in evading its attacks. Do not position yourselves behind it, as its tail can be equally lethal. With the tasks assigned, Angela grasped her metallic longbow, deftly knocking an arrow while aiming at the charging aberrant crocodile, heedless of the fallen comrades. She steadied her breath and released the arrow. Whoosh! The swift arrow struck true, embedding itself in the aberrant crocodile's head, a spray of blood erupting into the air. The attacked creature roared in fury, shaking its head as if unperturbed, and continued its furious charge. However, its crimson, slit-like eyes seemed to have fixated upon Angela. Aberrant creatures, fearless in the face of death, possess an instinctual ability to discern greater threats. Gently patting her steed, Angela boldly approached, drawing her bow once more, showcasing her exquisite horsemanship and archery skills. The second arrow flew true, piercing the aberrant crocodile's head yet again. With Angela firmly capturing its ire, the aberrant crocodile pursued her, veering off course from the caravan. Seizing the opportunity, the wanderers hastily drew their bows, but their aim paled in comparison to Angela's finesse. Most arrows merely struck the creature's tough hide, failing to penetrate deeply, while a few were deflected entirely. Old John, seizing the moment, dashed over with Leon, carrying 2 black ceramic jars as they advanced toward the aberrant crocodile's position. From her mount, Angela observed the approaching creature with a hint of concern in her verdant eyes. She adjusted her breathing and recalibrated her aim. Splat! Blood mixed with murky fluid erupted from the aberrant crocodile's shattered eye socket. It let out a piercing scream, one eye abruptly blinded, causing its massive form to freeze momentarily before regaining its composure after several breaths. The degree of infection within the aberrant crocodile was far more severe than in other aberrant creatures. Angela's keen eyes detected the emergence of slender, bloodied tendrils rapidly growing from the socket of the blinded eye, seemingly attempting to either repair or further corrupt itself. Seizing the moment, Old John adjusted his footing, glancing at Leon beside him. Throw and run, Be careful not to splash it on yourselves. Aim for the head, and if that fails, target its limbs. Leon, feeling a flutter of anxiety, nodded vigorously. The roaring, aberrant crocodile, both in size and the mental strain imposed by its aberration, instilled a significant sense of awe in him. The creature, nearly half a meter thick, lunged toward Angela. The half-elf knight was prepared, skillfully guiding her beloved steed to veer right and evade. She maintained a close distance to prevent the aberrant crocodile from altering its target. The swift turn caused the creature to plunge half its body into the muck. Its forelimbs dug into the ground while its hind legs landed heavily in the mire. Several dark ceramic jars soared through the air, shattering against the aberrant crocodile's back, saturating it with thick, blackened oil. A hint of regret flickered in Angela's eyes as she pivoted and drew her bow once more. A flicker of scorching flame erupted from the oil-soaked arrowhead, striking true upon the aberrant crocodile's back. The inferno ignited, crackling fiercely. Roar! The deep bellow, now mingled with the crackling of flames, became a cacophony of chaos. The aberrant crocodile writhed and rolled, desperately attempting to shake off the fiery embrace. This alchemical oil, specifically prepared by Steward Ralph to combat the swamp crocodile, possessed remarkable adhesion, allowing it to burn even in water, capable of searing through the swamp crocodile's skin and charring its bones. Yet, the alchemical oil that could vanquish a common swamp crocodile proved inadequate against the aberrant crocodile. Its tenacity was formidable. Even engulfed in flames, it relentlessly pursued Angela. The Wanderers, continuing to loose arrows, struggled with their aim, which Matthew noted was somewhat lacking. The aberrant crocodile appeared grievously injured, yet under Matthew's scrutiny, its displayed health still indicated 10 points. Furthermore, it was regenerating at a steady rate. While the frequency was not high, the terrifying vitality evoked memories of higher-tier aberrant beings within Matthew's mind, displaying astonishing endurance. The aberrant crocodile engaged Angela in a relentless chase for several minutes, yet the treacherous terrain of the muddy ground hampered the full potential of her steed, drawing the creature ever closer. The Wanderer's attacks and distractions yielded little effect. Old John charged twice, narrowly avoiding being flung away by the distorted beast's tail. Leon suddenly struck with 2 swift sword blows, yet failed to inflict significant damage upon the aberrant crocodile, which sprouted revolting, dense tentacles from its bleeding wounds. The steward, Ralph, noticed Angela was on the verge of peril and instinctively furrowed his brow. The commotion behind them intensified, and Angela realized that their battle plan had collapsed. The monstrous creature's astonishing vitality and defenses exceeded her expectations, and the other's attacks could not alleviate the burden of her restraint. Once her horse became exhausted, she would inevitably have to engage the aberrant crocodile in close combat. There was no time to waste. Just as Angela prepared to grit her teeth and fight fiercely, she caught a glimpse of the Lord, seated in the carriage, rising to his feet once more. He raised his crimson staff and, in a hushed tone, began to chant towards the approaching aberrant crocodile, magic missile. A brilliant azure light coalesced at the tip of the staff. The fiery magic missile shot forth with a whoosh, striking the swamp giant before it. With remarkable penetrating power, they shattered the creature's dark, scaly hide, creating a gaping wound. 1, 2, 3. The crocodile's flaming head was cleaved into several pieces. Its massive form toppled uncontrollably into the soft, muddy ground. The violent momentum abruptly ceased. Old John, who had been pursuing, gasped in shock, inhaling the rank odor in the air, his eyes filled with awe as he gazed at the Lord, who appeared unfazed as he resumed his seat. With the mere flick of his wrist, he had dispatched 2 terrifying aberrant creatures as if it were a trivial task, evoking a deep respect within John and stirring other thoughts in his mind. Perhaps the Lord's domain would indeed be safer. Leon stared blankly at the approaching aberrant crocodile, acutely aware of the terrifying destructive power and vitality it possessed. Was this the destructive capability of an arcanist? Such power! Matthew's nonchalant dispatch of the aberrant crocodile ignited jubilant cheers among the soldiers, who cast him respectful glances, many proclaiming victory. This was the might of an arcanist. Chapter 13, Doom Descends. The reason the Nesseriel Empire could resiliently grow and expand under the dual onslaught of barbarians and orcs lay in its vigorous development and nurturing of arcanists. Of course, arcanists could be both the Empire's salvation and its downfall. When the armed forces of an empire begin to veer towards extremism, significant hazards and pitfalls are bound to arise. Suppressing his excitement, Steward Ralph raised his voice, exclaiming, "You should be thankful for the Lord's presence. These aberrant creatures are merely lambs waiting for slaughter. Likewise, you must not become complacent. Do not rely solely on the Lord to take action. You must fulfill your roles and earn every reward and bounty." Returning with a substantial piece of flesh essence, Angela bit her lip and lowered her head slightly, a hint of unease evident beneath her silver mask. Unexpectedly, Matthew gently patted her shoulder and soothingly reassured her, "Do not worry. With me as your support, you can fully unleash your talents." The young knight, unaccustomed to such treatment, felt a surge of the impulse to fight for someone who understood her. She solemnly nodded and saluted, then began directing the soldiers to clear the battlefield and prepare to depart with utmost speed. Observing his depleted mana reserves, Matthew reflected on the real-time notifications of the aberrant crocodile's vitality, noting the 800 experience points and 4 skill points accumulated, chuckling to himself. Indeed, recruiting a substantial number of fighters proved exceptionally necessary. In critical moments, such intervention not only establishes authority, but also allows for the rightful claim of kills. After dispatching a large wave of aberrant creatures, their numbers dwindled once more. The soldiers were able to relax slightly. Angela instructed the soldiers to take turns resting, enabling those who had not participated in battle to collaborate and attempt to slay some aberrant beings, thereby enhancing their combat experience and honing their skills. Angela implemented this strategy to avoid a potential crisis later on, where untested soldiers might falter due to fear or inconsistency. How do veterans emerge? They are forged from the experiences of new recruits. Matthew observed more keenly, noting that among the original 20 soldiers, only half were professional warriors, with only Old John and Captain Sean having reached level 3. After several hours of combat, 4 more had embarked on the path of a warrior, becoming level 1 professionals. The remaining soldiers also experienced varying degrees of improvement. Matthew's primary focus, Leon, exhibited an astonishing growth rate. In just over an hour, he had learned the basics of knife techniques, level 1, from Old John Hannah, and made significant strides in the White Wolf swordsmanship, advancing towards level 2. Such remarkable growth left Matthew in awe. Indeed, in tumultuous times, the emergence of heroic figures becomes increasingly probable. Is it that the old order has been shattered, granting others greater opportunities? Or is it that this world, sensing impending danger, is striving to resist? Having refrained from further action, Matthew savored the rewards brought by the battle. 30 experience points may seem modest, but 10 experience points are not to be dismissed. Matthew's accumulated experience was unknowingly nearing 900. At this juncture, Steward Ralph glanced at the blood essence in the enchanted box, performed a quick calculation, and, feeling somewhat sheepish, leaned toward the Lord's ear to murmur. The family provided 3,000 gold pieces. 2,500 have been spent on various supplies, leaving 500, of which 230 gold pieces have already been dispersed. The smile beneath the mask froze, and Matthew felt an uncanny sensation reminiscent of stepping into a game for the first time. Indeed, regardless of the world, money is an indispensable element. However, while spending may be swift, it is not without reward. The soldiers were spirited and had largely been won over by Matthew. Their respectful glances indicated they were essentially under his influence. Matthew deemed this expenditure remarkably worthwhile. A few hundred gold coins could establish an imposing, powerful, and trustworthy image of a lord, a highly advantageous transaction. Of course, Steward Ralph also required proper reassurance. While his strength may not be formidable, his managerial skills were quite exceptional, making him a reliable talent. Matthew patiently spoke in a gentle tone. "Do not worry. Feel free to spend. If gold becomes scarce, we can exchange some exquisite weapons for value. Upon returning to the territory, I will promptly process this blood essence into life potions and enchanted weapons. As long as we can find a sales channel, we can quickly amass a substantial amount of gold and resources, based on the materials we have acquired. Earning 1,000 gold pieces is entirely feasible, with profits potentially tripling." With this reassurance, Steward Ralph nodded in agreement and continued to exchange gold for the soldiers, recording their merits and maintaining morale. Deep within his heart, he found himself reflecting on Matthew's astonishing magical prowess displayed moments ago. Contemplating Matthew's remarkable actions today, he swiftly realized that their lord might possess hidden cards, secrets even he was unaware of. This revelation, in fact, brought a greater sense of reassurance to the steward, Ralph. The blood-red moon in the sky had morphed into a vivid crimson, leaving no trace of white behind. As far as the eye could see, the entire world lay shrouded in this sanguine moonlight, taking on a distorted and terrifying visage. They had completed 23 miles of their journey, and the caravan was on the verge of departing the misty marshes. A cacophony of dense and raucous sounds gradually drifted from the distance. Initially, it was merely a faint rustling, leading everyone to suspect it was the chirping of insects or the howls of aberrant beasts. However, as the ominous shadows surged forth in a throng, the scout, Old John, sharply called out, "A multitude of enemies ahead." Leon gazed at the blood-red figures. Feeling a surge of anxiety, his breath beneath the mask became noticeably heavier. Old John patted him on the shoulder, speaking with a tone of assuredness. "Do not panic. It is only through calmness that we can confront danger and vanquish our foes. The more reckless one is, the greater the likelihood of death. Regulating his breath and forcing himself to regain composure, Leon cast a grateful glance at old John, dismissing distractions and focusing intently on the distant adversaries. "Cease advancing," Angela commanded. Producing a monocular, peering through the remaining wisps of fog, she spotted hundreds of distorted fishmen. Her expression shifted, recalling Matthew's comforting words, and she swiftly quelled her emotions. Commanding with poise, "Bring all the wagons here," positioning them with their rears facing outward, the draft horses inward, forming a circular formation. "Group every 3 soldiers to retrieve long wooden shields from the cargo of wagon number 7 to fortify and block any gaps. Train militia. Step forward and retrieve spears from wagon number 10 to assist those with shields in sealing off all openings. John and Sean, you will respectively lead the first and second ranks of spearmen, ensuring their positions are fixed and instructing them on how to exert their strength. Those proficient with bows, take your places atop the cargo wagons to shoot down the larger aberrant fishmen from a height. Remember to aim before you shoot. Only strikes to the head will yield results. Otherwise, it is merely a waste of energy and arrows." The driver from wagon number 9 retrieved fuel canisters, distributing them evenly around. More shields were brought forth, and at a rapid pace, a trench was dug outside the caravan to be fortified with shields. The others armed themselves with spears, mindful that the aberrant fishmen could slip through the gaps beneath the wagons, aiming for their heads with vicious thrusts. Angela's pace and command became increasingly rapid, with Steward Ralph joining in to assist with the arrangements. Silently touching his nose, Matthew observed the thronging aberrant fishmen, sensing an inexplicable strangeness and a sense of relief wash over him. I knew that misfortune would not be so easily dispelled. Had they chosen to flee earlier, abandoning their supplies, they would have been caught between the aberrant fishmen and the monstrous crocodiles. Indeed, the more one evades, the greater the danger becomes, until there remains no avenue of escape. Glancing at his attribute panel, Matthew rose amidst the gaze of his companions, caressing his staff, calmly gazing into the distance, exuding a serene confidence that captivated the soldiers. "Do not look at me. For now, this is the extent of my assistance." Chapter 14. Formations. The cacophony of screeches seemed lacking in intimidation. However, when such sounds emanated from hundreds of twisted, terrifying aberrant fishmen, the situation transformed entirely. Matthew did not fret over the busy soldiers, but instead gazed at the approaching horde of aberrant fishmen, feeling a sense of incredulity. This should not be the case. Large-scale gatherings of aberrant monsters were rare. When deprived of sufficient prey, they would engage in savage battles among themselves. This was the inevitable path of their deep infection. Yet now, it was a completely different scenario. Could it be that something had transpired under the blood-red moon? Or perhaps, within this swarm of aberrant fishmen, certain high-tier aberrations had emerged? Regardless of the reason, this was not good news for Matthew and the caravan. Fortunately, Matthew was grateful for Steward Ralph's commendable professionalism. Although he had not anticipated an assault from aberrant monsters under the influence of the blood-red moon, he had prepared various weapons and supplies in anticipation of encountering different types of enemies along the journey. Each soldier donned robust ironwood shields, firmly planted in the ground. The smaller and weaker aberrant fishmen could hardly hope to dislodge them. Hundreds of spears were distributed, bolstering the morale of the caravan's drivers, preventing chaos or collapse. Simultaneously, Steward Ralph produced 2 vividly glowing scrolls from his spatial pouch and solemnly handed them to Matthew. Fireball Scrolls X2. Originally intended for use against the trolls in the dark forest surrounding Bay Village, these 2 scrolls had consumed 200 gold coins of the procurement budget. Using the fireball spell inherent to his staff would still deplete Matthew's mana, but at a 50 mana cost. It was a far more favorable trade-off compared to the backlash from casting beyond his level. The spell scrolls, however, were different, requiring only a minimal amount of mana. They allowed for the complete release of the spell, with the spell's potency determined by the creator's skill. Simply put, spell scrolls are one-time consumables, an otherworldly equivalent of a rocket. With these 2 scrolls, Matthew's combat capabilities were significantly reinforced. However, this time, Matthew did not rush to unleash them upon the oncoming aberrant fishmen. Instead, he allowed them to draw closer. He beheld the blood-red eyes of the aberrant fishmen, their grotesquely twisted arms, crimson tendrils protruding from wounds, and the near-complete absence of scales, moving with a predatory grace. Undoubtedly, these aberrant fishmen exhibited a deeper level of corruption, having begun to resemble nothing like their former selves. They howled, surging through the muddy pools with fervor, like a tide of blood, driven by a thirst for carnage. Leon, bracing against his shield, felt a twinge of tension, but fortunately, old John guided him. "Do not push the shield outward. Pull it inward at an angle." transferring the impact to the ground through the support pole. There's nothing to fear from the aberrant fishmen. Their attacks are weak, their movements sluggish. Their swarm merely brings us an opportunity for gain. This time, old John did not lower his voice. His words were meant not only for Leon, but also for the other anxious soldiers nearby. The battle-hardened captain, Sean, cast a sidelong glance at their standing lord and quickly chimed in. Indeed, we have always dispatched these fishmen with ease. 10 of us could fell 100 without difficulty. Moreover, slaying fishmen typically yields little reward, perhaps just enough to sell a few fish hearts for 5 silver coins. Now, however, they are invaluable. Diverted by the banter of the two veterans, the initially tense soldiers found themselves reassured, chuckling heartily in agreement. With a sigh of relief, Leon astutely discerned the captain's intentions and feigned innocence, remarking, "With so many mermen, how much gold could we possibly reap?" The long-awaited butler burst into laughter, producing a bulging pouch of coins from his breast, and generously exclaimed, "There is an abundance of gold. It all depends on your luck. I hope we can uncover at least 30 shares of materials. Furthermore, the porters who participated in the battle will also enjoy the same profit-sharing arrangement." "Wow, 30 shares? That should yield over 100 gold coins, right?" One soldier exclaimed. "You fool, it's clearly 300 gold coins." 300 gold coins? Good heavens. I can only earn 3 in an entire year. How much will we each get? Didn't the butler say? Anyone who participates in the battle will receive a share. If you do nothing, you might only get 30 silver coins, but if you put in the effort, you should secure at least 1 gold coin. At the mention of a gold coin, not only did the soldiers' eyes gleam with excitement, but the porters, who were already salivating at the prospect, felt their spirits soar. Witnessing Ralph transform this life and death struggle into a bounty hunt, Matthew experienced a peculiar sense of déjà vu. Wait, isn't this exactly what I just suggested? Ralph is merely copying my idea. As he pondered this, Matthew noticed the distorted mermen crashing against the defensive line. Bang! Crack! The cacophony of roars and splintering bones filled the air as the prepared defense held firm against the initial wave of the aberrant creatures. Matthew observed as the oncoming mermen encircled the convoy like a swarm of insects, gently caressing the scroll in his hand, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash its power. The blood-soaked claws pounded relentlessly against the shields, leaving bloody imprints in their wake. The impact was far less forceful than the warriors had anticipated, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "Hold steady." Angela, maintaining her composure, suppressed the soldiers' desire to attack. Only after every soldier had engaged with the aberrant mermen did she finally shout with a sense of relief, "First row, fire." After a prolonged period of restraint, the soldiers lunged forward, thrusting their spears and pikes with fervor. The sharp metal tips of their weapons pierced through the twisted heads of the mermen. Drawing back, drenched in a spray of blood. "Fall back." Each spear was supported by 2 robust porters, who, having received militia training, gritted their teeth and, upon hearing the command, retracted the spears in unison, ignoring the gruesome sights before them. The dark crimson blood stained the spearheads, dripping down to mingle with the soft, muddy ground beneath. Second row, advance, thrust. Led by Old John and Captain Sean, the second row of spearmen fiercely propelled their weapons forward. The spears, angled precariously, pierced the heads or chests of the clawing, aberrant mermen. "Fall back." With the sharp command echoing, the lifeless mermen crumpled to the ground, undeterred by death. The relentless mermen trampled over their fallen comrades and surged forward once again. In mere moments, the space that had just been cleared was once more filled with these terrifying aberrations. The first row advanced, thrusting, the blood-soaked spear tips, propelled by the shield support, repeatedly stabbed outward, efficiently reaping the lives of the aberrant mermen. After several rounds, the casualties among the mermen were substantial. However, the porters, having exerted themselves multiple times, began to show signs of fatigue. Lacking specialized training, they were unaware of how to conserve their energy amidst the fierce combat. This starkly illustrated the difference between amateurs and professionals. Chapter 15, A Deadly Assault. Once they could no longer maintain their strength to swiftly eliminate the encroaching mermen, the creatures would be able to trample over their fallen comrades' bodies, breach the shield defenses, and leap into their midst. The astute butler Ralph recognized this and, taking a deep breath, shouted, "Well done. Hold on, everyone. We've already managed to find at least 3 pieces of material, meaning each of you will receive 10 silver coins. Keep pushing." A surge of inexplicable encouragement spread through the ranks as Ralph's words resonated with the soldiers, instilling them with newfound vigor. The porters, feeling revitalized, also sensed a resurgence of strength. The archers, poised atop the safer heights of the carts, drew their bows and focused their fire on the larger, more formidable aberrant mermen. These more powerful and dangerous mermen, pressed tightly by their companions, found themselves unable to escape the onslaught of arrows, which swiftly eliminated them one by one. Under the influence of multiple factors, the front line gradually stabilized. Within a mere few minutes, over 400 aberrant mermen had been lost in their clash against the shield wall, suffering nearly 13% casualties. Blood stained the mud, flowing from the shield and cart defenses, creating a crimson tide that seemed to engulf the convoy from above. Angela, commanding the battle, remained vigilant as the corpses began to accumulate, forming a rising slope. Should the bodies pile high enough, the aberrant mermen could scale the wooden shields and directly assault the shield-bearing soldiers. Do not hesitate. The familiar voice of their lord rang in her ears. And as she turned, she saw Matthew nodding at her. Beneath the silvery metal mask, Matthew's smile grew ever more radiant. Everyone retreat. Throw the oil canisters. Crackle. The dispersing oil coated the previously red world in a dark hue. The crimson mermen, as they squirmed through the mud, became enshrouded in darkness. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers utilized their spears to clear the mermen before them, swiftly retracting their support poles and dragging their shields backward. Simultaneously, several flaming arrows rained down upon the slick alchemical oil. Whoosh! Erupting flames shot up from the ground, instantly engulfing the majority of the aberrant mermen ahead. A colossal wall of fire surged forth in the marshland. Though the mermen lacked the sensation of pain, their instinct for survival drove them to flee from the inferno, as the flames and burning oil spread rapidly, consuming nearly all the aberrant mermen in their path. They could not escape far. Their diminutive, emaciated bodies were swiftly overtaken and incinerated by the flames that soared to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. The retreating soldiers, at Angela's behest, quickly inspected their garments for damage and promptly re-established a new defensive line. The burning flames flickered against the dark green lenses, and the stench of charred flesh permeated the air, palpable even through Matthew's mask. In that single moment, over 80 of the mermen had perished in the flames, alongside nearly 200 aberrant mermen. Just as the situation seemed to be stabilizing, Matthew's brow suddenly furrowed, as real-time data indicated that the remaining aberrant mermen were beginning to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior. Deeply infected, in a state of frenzied distortion, challenge level 2. 3. The once bloated, fish-like form began to grow increasingly grotesque, gradually losing its bulk, while its limbs elongated and became menacing, with bony spikes protruding ominously. The collective rise in challenge levels imbued Matthew with an unsettling premonition of impending doom. What transpired? Was it a temporary condition? Or was it spurred by the death of a comrade? No, even after 2 decades, such bizarre transformations should not occur. Just then, an overwhelming sense of dread emanated from the sky above. Matthew raised his gaze, acutely aware of an ineffable danger that pricked at his consciousness. Before him loomed a seemingly eternal blood moon. The terrifying pressure flickered and vanished as if it had never been. Ding. Will assessment initiated. Will assessment passed. The clear and brilliant information prompted a startled yaya, all of which conveyed to Matthew that something of paramount importance was unfolding. Ordinary soldiers remained oblivious. Yet the mutated creatures exhibited striking changes. The emergence of the Scarlet Moon had undoubtedly undergone a significant transformation, one critical in nature. It was highly probable that this change would lead to a comprehensive decline in the influence of the Scarlet Moon over the next 20 years. This also implied that the dangers spawned by the Blood Moon would sharply diminish for a considerable time following tonight. However, distant waters cannot quench a present thirst. Matthew silently observed the formidable, mutation-enhanced fishmen before him, akin to those under the influence of a mutation potion, feeling an acute headache. Crack, crack. The distorted fishmen collided violently against the wooden shield, their force intensifying with each impact. Although they had not breached the shield's defenses immediately, they nonetheless exerted substantial pressure on the soldiers. When those clawing, grotesque faces surged forth, accompanied by thunderous roars echoing in their ears, not every soldier could withstand the onslaught. Particularly as the wooden shield began to crack under the relentless assault of the mutated fishmen, Old John and Captain Sean swiftly intervened, dispatching those attempting to reach through the gaps. They also rallied the reserve spearmen to guard these openings. Yet soon, even the rear of the cart, slightly less resilient than the shield, began to be breached by the mutated fishmen. Despite merely a change in challenge level, the destructive capabilities of these creatures had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The claws, now formed from grotesque bone spikes, could inflict significant damage upon the wooden shield, and continued assaults threatened to obliterate it entirely. The situation rapidly escalated into a crisis, as the once stable defensive line began to falter. The fighting spirit of the spearmen and cart pullers, already somewhat tenuous, began to wane. The original battle plan had become obsolete. They needed to eliminate these mutated fishmen as swiftly as possible. The longer they delayed, the more terrifying the creatures were likely to become. With this shift in mindset, Matthew found himself unable to remain complacent, once again sensing the uncanny omen of misfortune approaching. His scattered thoughts began to coalesce as he tore open a scroll, summoning a surging fireball that gathered before him, soaring forth amidst the soldiers' jubilant cheers. The astute butler Ralph observed with astonishment that the fireball conjured from the scroll surpassed the one Matthew had previously unleashed in both size and speed. The implications hidden behind this revelation filled the old steward with exhilaration. Boom! The swirling fireball detonated among the mutated fishmen to the left, and although its power did not rival that of Matthew's earlier spell, the sheer density of the mutated creatures ensured that over 30 of them were obliterated by the fireball's terrifying shockwave, significantly alleviating the pressure on the left flank. The second fireball soared towards the right, crashing down with a resounding explosion, creating a substantial gap amidst the densely packed mutated fishmen. Seizing the opportunity, Angela directed the spearmen and shield bearers at the forefront to bolster the rear, re-establishing a new defensive line before the mutated fishmen could tear apart the shields. The once precarious defense regained its fortitude, and Angela promptly ordered the soldiers to replace their shields, joining the fray herself to decapitate those fishmen who had managed to breach their lines. The retreating soldiers felt as though they had snatched back a life from the jaws of death, their brows slick with sweat as they meticulously checked their gear and replaced their shields, casting admiring glances at their lord upon the cart. Just then, a shocking scene unfolded, leaving everyone wide-eyed, as Leon, who had pretended to rest, suddenly leaped into action, swinging his bloodied longsword fiercely at their esteemed lord. The unexpected assault caught everyone off guard. Butler Ralph turned in horror, though he had already drawn his slender sword. It was too late to pierce Leon's airborne form. Old John, in a panic, cleaved a mutated fishman in half, shouting no. Captain Sean's face paled beneath his mask as a whirlwind of terrifying thoughts flooded his mind. He felt that the Leon he had once valued so highly now seemed utterly alien, as he charged forward with every ounce of strength. I may die, but my kin shall not. It must be said that Leon's swift leap, coupled with his insidiously upward slashing technique, caught Matthew completely off guard. Truly, the White Wolf sword technique, when unleashed, proved to be devastatingly fierce, leaving no opportunity for immediate evasion, only the option to withstand. Was this a demonstration of the protagonist's tendency to sacrifice allies in pursuit of self-justification? How remarkably peculiar. In the displayed data, a striking notification appeared above Leon's head, controlled. It remained a mystery who had exerted control over Leon and at what moment, yet Matthew had to concede that the adversary had chosen an exceptionally opportune time to strike. He had already cast several spells, having exhausted even his life-saving scrolls, depleting far more mana than a level 1 arcanist should possess. Even judged by the standards of a super genius, Matthew now found himself at the end of his resources, having attained the utmost limits of a level 1 arcanist's capabilities. The sinister assailant had opted for a most unexpected tactic, utilizing Leon's control as a means of attack. In fact, Matthew had failed to notice the shift in Leon's displayed data in time, thus allowing the enemy to seize the advantage. As anticipated, one must never place blind faith in visible data. Fortunately, this lesson arrived not too late. Matthew remained undaunted, for he still possessed a trump card in Yaya. Even a newly hatched drake had a challenge level beyond the reach of most mortals, standing at a staggering 5. Though Yaya was not a true dragon, Matthew could sense its uniqueness. Since its emergence from the egg, it had been steadily growing in power. In less than a day, its challenge level had already risen from 5 to 6. Sensing Matthew's peril, Yaya leapt into action without hesitation. Its elevated head struck directly against Leon's chest. The longsword clashed against Yaya's ashen-black back, sparking only a few embers. However, the formidable force contained within the sword's blade caused the adorable little creature, Yaya, to whimper in pain, baring its teeth and emitting a series of distressed sounds. In retaliation, Yaya summoned its strength to ram the detestable lion, sending them both tumbling into the foul, murky sludge below. Despite being stained black by the muck, Yaya nimbly sprang back to its feet. Drawing upon its instinctual hunting skills, it deftly pounced upon Lion's chest, opening its mouth wide to bite down on the bewildered lion's face. Crunch. Every member of the team experienced a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, plummeting into despair before soaring back to euphoria. Yaya's fierce yet endearing demeanor was simply too striking and charming. Just as everyone felt a surge of relief, a lethal shadow stealthily crept up behind Matthew. A dagger gleaming with a cerulean hue was thrust violently toward his lower back. The attack was executed with remarkable cunning and ruthlessness. It struck at the very moment when Yaya, Matthew's last line of defense, was unable to intervene. Should Matthew be pierced, his fragile kidneys would suffer catastrophic damage. The terrifying prospect of severe hemorrhaging and excruciating pain would render him utterly incapable of resistance. This fatal renal strike was merely the first step of a coordinated assassination. The assailant planned to twist the dagger once it penetrated Matthew's flesh and swiftly deliver a crushing blow to the back of his head. Ultimately, the dual daggers would converge at Matthew's neck, completing the final act of slaughter. A swift and unexpected assault plunged everyone into a state of panic. They could hardly believe that a second, deeply concealed assassin lurked within their ranks. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Matthew had anticipated this. The moment the shadow lunged from below, Matthew, sensing an unrelenting danger, had already taken a step forward. Contrary to their assumptions, he did not meet a bloody and tragic demise. He pivoted effortlessly, confronting the looming shadow. A surge of arcane energy burst forth, crashing through the emerald-hued lens and piercing the unsuspecting shadow. Indeed, spellcasters often preferred to conceal their aces, but alas, no matter how splendid your trump card may be, it is futile without mana. The shadow's heart echoed with a derisive snicker. As the luminous magic beneath the dark cloak twisted and turned, evidently equipped with a highly prized magical artifact designed to shield against deadly spell assaults. Coupled with the assassin's specialization in targeting spellcasters and their lethal capabilities, the mastermind had resolved to eliminate Matthew with certainty. Regardless of the spells Matthew unleashed, even the recently formidable fireball, they would prove impotent. For within his grasp lay an unactivated berserker potion. The moment he was attacked or restrained, it would instantly dispel all negative states, liberating him from all binds, granting him amplified ferocity and destructiveness, sufficient to sever Matthew's head in an instant. How utterly lethal! How meticulously calculated! This intricately woven fatal assault had accounted for every conceivable chance of Matthew's survival, as if awaiting his ultimate fate of death. However, when the surging arcane energy collided with the shadow, the magical armor failed to activate. To the assailant, it felt as though Matthew had clumsily miscast his spell in a moment of panic. But that was impossible. Consuming 1,000 experience points, his sorcerer level had ascended to LV2. Spending 5 skill points, his sleep spell had risen to LV5. In a moment of inexplicable confusion, the assailant gazed upon Matthew's silver mask. Feeling a wave of indescribable dread wash over him, an ineffable heaviness suddenly enveloped his entire mind. Logically, as a shadow assassin trained in specialized techniques, he possessed an iron will far superior to that of his peers. He could resist and evade ordinary hypnotic spells and even mental enchantments with considerable success. Yet, the anticipated clash of wills he envisioned never manifested. Instead, he felt an overwhelming desire to slumber seep from all corners of his being. His eyelids slowly fluttered closed, and he succumbed to sleep. How unfortunate. I am no longer a mere level 1 sorcerer, and perhaps your efforts contributed to this. With my upgrade, my mana has been refreshed. I now possess an abundance. Are you stunned? Freshly minted LV5 sleep spell. Unless your willpower is 10, or you possess the legendary Steel Wolf feat. Resistance is impossible. You filthy cur, at last, I have you. Regrettably, you still failed to draw out my final trump card. Skillfully stepping back to evade the lingering threat of the sharp dagger, Matthew turned and raised his staff, pointing it directly at the advancing Captain Sean. The latter immediately reacted, discarding his weapon and kneeling to the ground, fearful of triggering any misunderstandings among the surrounding warriors. Angela, rushing to Matthew's side, was filled with guilt and panic. After repeatedly checking and confirming that Matthew bore no signs of injury, she cast a murderous glance at the still shadow. She lifted her longsword, poised to sever the latter's head, but Matthew gestured to stop her. No need to rush. Direct the battle first. Ralph will handle this. The stoic butler, Ralph, standing behind Matthew, silently nodded, his eyes flickering with remnants of shock and malice. Before everyone, he dragged the shadow assassin into the carriage. Matthew glanced at the attribute panel, noting the luck stat had returned to 0, pondering thoughtfully. So that's how it is. The old butler seems to harbor a story. I hope it brings me some surprises. Huh. Indeed, players are always keen to uncover hidden narratives. Chapter 17. Make me work. Old John, rushing over, beheld Lion, bewildered and pinned to the ground by Yaya. Instinctively widening his eyes, he raised his hefty cleaver, preparing to bring it down with force. Unaware, Lion was startled, attempting to raise his sword for defense, only to find his long sword had already been severed by the enraged Yaya. All the surrounding soldiers, even those from the same village at Outpost 16, silently observed with cold indifference. Attacking a noble was already a grave crime. Moreover, Lion had dared to assault someone like Matthew, a generous, powerful lord with a formidable background. There was no hope for rescue. He was doomed. Just as old John's blade descended with a ferocious swoosh, Matthew called out loudly to halt Yaya from inflicting further harm. Stop. He was under the control of the enemy's magic. It was not intentional. However, in my mother's homeland, there is an old saying, death sentences can be commuted, but living punishments are difficult to absolve. As punishment for his attack on me, he must work for me for 5 years before he can regain his freedom. Naturally, during his service, he will receive appropriate compensation. Lion, do you agree? A glimmer of surprise flickered in old John's eyes as he kicked Lion's shoulder, pressing him to kneel on the ground while whispering a few words into his ear. Are you out of your mind? You dare to attack the Lord? Fortunately, the Lord's young dragon put a stop to it. Hurry and nod in agreement. You should be grateful to have your life spared. The Lord sees potential in you and intends to cultivate you. Do not overthink it. Coming back to his senses, Lion suddenly realized the gravity of his earlier actions, his face paling in terror. After learning of the Lord's punishment from old John, he repeatedly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Leon remained oblivious to the profound alterations that had transpired in the trajectory of his fate. Meanwhile, Matthew cradled the mud-covered Yaya in his arms, affectionately patting her head and effortlessly employing a cleansing spell. Yaya gazed in wonder at her now pristine claws, her large, luminous eyes brimming with curiosity. Yaya? Father, is this magic? Can I use it too? As Matthew stroked Yaya's increasingly delicate and firm scales, he compared her to his previous recollections of a young dragon. He discerned that while her physical prowess might be somewhat lacking, her intellect was unexpectedly high. Could it be that the symbiotic nature of their life bond allowed Yaya to bestow upon him a robust physique, while he, in turn, enhanced her essence, elevating her intelligence? The notion of conducting an experiment swirled through Matthew's mind several times before he momentarily set it aside. First and foremost, he needed to address the immediate peril, return to the territory, and once settled, contemplate other matters. He raised his staff, pointing it toward the distance. Magic Missile 4. A barrage of over a dozen arcane projectiles surged forth, expending 40 points of mana, following a cacophony of explosive impacts. The more than 10 distorted mermen charging furiously from behind were sent tumbling, their shattered remains littering the ground. With the defensive line once again stabilized, Matthew leisurely resumed his seat in the carriage, mindful that the remaining 220 points of mana must be reserved for a critical moment. Angela stood by Matthew's side, continuing to direct the battle, firmly forbidding anyone from approaching within 5 meters. The soldiers, still shaken, gradually regained their composure under Angela's command. Armed with newly acquired weapons and equipment, alongside increased manpower, they successfully repelled the enhanced onslaught of the distorted mermen. Whenever a protective shield was breached, the emergency team, led by Old John and Captain Sean, would rush forth, valiantly driving back the dangerous mermen. The soldiers, having adjusted their states, promptly took the place of their weary comrades. With each successive rotation, the soldiers' coordination became increasingly harmonious, and their combat efficacy grew stronger, subtly reminiscent of seasoned veterans. As the number of distorted mermen dwindled, the pressure they exerted diminished as well. Angela, witnessing the improving situation, felt an escalating sense of apprehension. Even though Matthew's recent assault was not due to her negligence, a failure is still a failure. Angela would not make excuses for herself. She meticulously organized and commanded until the last distorted merman fell beneath the thrust of a spear. She directed the soldiers to repeatedly scour the battlefield, ensuring no merman lay hidden beneath the heaps of corpses. The battle concluded. The soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their narrow escape from death. Butler Ralph emerged with a look of disappointment, whispering a few words in Matthew's ear. My lord, we found 4 magical items on the assassin, 2 bottles of berserker potions, 6 healing potions, 1 teleportation scroll, and a 3 cubic meter spatial belt containing 300 gold coins, over 10 vials of poison, and some supplies, with no identifying marks. Gently touching Yaya's slightly elongated dragon horn, Matthew nodded knowingly. Indeed, if they were that easy to trace, this incident would not have occurred. He began tallying their spoils, instructing Old John and the others to commence repairs on the carriage, handle the contaminated supplies, and prepare to distribute the loot for a swift departure. Somewhat disheartened, Ralph observed the excitement around him and, in his usual somber tone, urged everyone to temper their exuberance. Do not rejoice too soon. Quickly check your clothing and that of your companions. If you discover any breaches, report them immediately. Bring forth the bodies of our fallen comrades, recording their names and deeds. The compensation will be announced on the territory's notice board. Humming a soft tune, Matthew fed generous portions of jerky to the gluttonous Yaya, stealing glances at the soldiers diligently cleaning the battlefield. Under the guidance of Old John and Captain Sean, they probed the heaps of corpses with their spears, delivering the final blows to those distorted mermen that bore no evident head wounds, then dragging them over to cleave open their skulls and meticulously examine the spoils. The vibrant, Sanguine essence of flesh was swiftly counted and catalogued under the watchful eyes of all. Ralph, busy documenting, calculated the 50 pieces of flesh essence collected. If all these essentials are refined, they could yield a profit of at least 1,500 gold coins. Considering the previous battle spoils, a net income of 2,000 gold coins should not be an issue. Although the 3,000 gold coins for purchasing supplies have yet to be collected, the Lord should not face any financial pressure in the near term. The unfortunate half-elf butler Ralph remained unaware of Matthew's extravagant spending habits as an arcanist, lost in the joy of their bountiful harvest. Alongside the tally of spoils, the report of casualties emerged. Ralph exhaled a sigh of relief as he reported to Matthew. For soldiers sustained injuries, none severe, requiring purification. 3 porters perished. Their bodies have undergone distortion prevention and will be cremated and buried upon return to Bay Village, with each receiving a compensation of 5 gold coins. 7 porters were injured. 1 purification potion can cleanse 10 individuals, requiring 2 potions for full treatment, valued at 20 gold coins. In total, we have 50 pieces of flesh essence, necessitating an expenditure of 500 gold coins, leaving us with 300 gold coins. However, due to the overwhelming number of enemies, precise currency distribution is hindered. This has been an extraordinary victory, thanks to your arrangements, my lord. Though his tone reflected joy, Ralph's gaze bore an inquisitive look. My lord, do we truly need to distribute such a large sum of gold? Shall I take care of it? Chapter 18, The All-Knowing Lord. Matthew maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding the butler Ralph's tone of inquiry. Smiling, he nodded, and under the soldiers' discreet glances, proclaimed, the 11 injured and infected shall step forward. We will first purify and treat their wounds in cloaks before we commence the distribution of spoils. Fear not. I have noted the contributions of each and every one of you with utmost clarity. The highest contributor is Knight Angela. She commanded the battle, slaying 512 distorted mermen, earning a 10 share of the total spoils, amounting to 50 gold coins. She killed a total of 26 distorted mermen, earning 30 of the contribution for kills, totaling 7 gold and 80 silver coins. Inflicting severe wounds on 16 mermen, she garnered a 15 share of the contribution, totaling 2 gold and 40 silver coins. For participating in the battle, she received 1 gold, 20 silver, and 96 copper coins. Angela's total earnings amount to 61 gold, 40 silver, and 96 copper coins. As the highest contributor in this battle, I shall additionally reward her with a healing potion worth 10 gold coins. Bewildered and overwhelmed, Angela, under the intense scrutiny of the soldiers and the urging gaze of butler Ralph, accepted the shimmering gold coins and healing potion in front of everyone. She never anticipated that her first reward exceeding 10 gold coins would arise from this unexpected skirmish on the road. Naturally, many soldiers felt puzzled. Angela's contributions were evident to all. However, Matthew's meticulous accounting of contributions down to the last coin and the precise allocation of rewards inevitably aroused some skepticism among the ranks. In truth, even Angela herself could not recall, amidst the tension of the recent battle, how many aberrant mermen she had slain or gravely injured. Could it be that the Lord was merely speaking in jest? A number of individuals exchanged furtive glances, their emotions fluctuating with a newfound excitement. However, Matthew seemed oblivious to the uncertainty that loomed over them, confidently proclaiming in a calm demeanor, I am the second in contribution value, having dispatched 64 aberrant mermen, which entitles me to 30 of the kill contribution, amounting to 19 gold and 20 silver coins. I severely injured 51 aberrant mermen, earning 15 of the injury contribution, yielding 7 gold and 65 silver coins. For participating in the battle, I received 1 gold, 20 silver, and 96 copper coins. In total, I have acquired 28 gold, 5 silver, and 96 copper coins. The crowd observed as Matthew meticulously counted the coins, holding them firmly in his grasp. At that moment, it became evident to all that the Lord was not indulging in idle chatter. He would not resort to such easily debunked falsehoods to jest with everyone. After all, it was not uncommon for nobles to retract their words. Yet, within each heart, there lingered a subtle hope that the Lord truly recognized each individual's merits and rewards as he claimed. Many consoled themselves with the belief that, regardless of any discrepancies, the collective contribution of 1 gold, 20 silver, and 96 copper coins was indeed accurate. The 3rd place goes to John Carse. The 4th place to Sean Radley. The 32nd place, Medley, who killed 2 aberrant mermen, received 60 silver coins for that, and for injuring 4 aberrant mermen, he was awarded another 60 silver coins. His participation in the battle earned him 1 gold, 20 silver, and 96 copper coins, totaling 2 gold, 40 silver, and 96 copper coins. Upon hearing his name announced by the Lord, Medley leaped up in excitement, pride swelling within him as he lifted his chin towards his taller companions, exclaiming, Huh. I told you I killed 2 aberrant mermen. Thankfully, the Lord witnessed it. Humph. His companions regarded him with a mix of envy as he eagerly approached to claim his gold, their gazes towards Matthew infused with incredulous admiration. The Lord truly had not erred in his recollection. How remarkable. The Lord was a mysterious and powerful archmage, and it was said that he observed every action with keen insight. Indeed, just like that treacherous assassin who surely had been detected by the Lord's discerning gaze. Falling straight into a trap, it seemed only logical. The Lord's abilities were truly formidable, practically omniscient. As each soldier, militia member, and cart driver unanimously confirmed their achievements and rewards, a consensus emerged in their hearts. The enigmatic and powerful Lord was indeed all-knowing. Those who initially harbored ulterior motives felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet there were always those with insatiable greed. The 86th place, Catalan, with a kill contribution of 1, received 30 silver coins, and an injury contribution of 1, earning 15 silver coins. Wait, my lord. I killed 2 aberrant mermen and at least severely injured 3. I should receive more than this. My companions can attest. Catalan exclaimed incredulously, raising his head while grasping his own. He turned to his comrades, who nodded in agreement, their faces displaying a hint of earnestness as they nervously gazed at Matthew. Speaking in a tentative tone, indeed, Catalan did slay 2 aberrant mermen, while I killed 3. It should not be just 2. Gainan was right beside us, witnessing everything clearly. Gainan, a tall and lean militia member, quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, we were all quite pleased at the time, contemplating how much gold we would earn for dispatching these mermen. Unfortunately, we are illiterate and could not tally it up. As he noticed Matthew's still figure, his palms damp with sweat, Gainan added in a vague tone. At that moment, I was throwing oil, and the corpses of the slain mermen were incinerated. Perhaps the Lord has made an error. Instantly, the entire caravan fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were fixed upon the trio, casting furtive glances at the Lord, who remained unresponsive, as if deep in contemplation. Old John, who was repairing a cart, paused his work, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Leon, who assisted him, blinked in confusion, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Surely not. The Lord has never made a mistake before, has he?" Unexpectedly, before everyone, Matthew gently tapped his head and, with a look of dawning realization, admitted, "Indeed, I must have remembered incorrectly." At this proclamation, the caravan erupted into a flurry of murmurs. It was not until the butler, Ralph, flashed a glint of coldness in his eyes and commanded silence that everyone finally closed their mouths. The 3 individuals instinctively lowered their heads, their masked faces revealing flickers of joy. Was this Lord truly all-knowing? Merely a child? Had they known he could be so easily deceived, they would have spoken more boldly earlier. But wait, how did he concede? The trio's thoughts diverged sharply. Some felt relief intertwined with anticipation, while others experienced fear mingled with greed. Chapter 19, The Foul Decree. Matthew turned to glance at butler Ralph, who approached the now nervous trio, meticulously recounting the gold they had reported, handing it over under the watchful gaze of many. In an instant, those dazzled by the glimmer of gold found their courage swelling. If they could do it, why could not they? The atmosphere of the entire caravan began to shift into something peculiar. Angela regarded the Lord with confusion, harboring no doubts, merely pondering his motivations. Nobles and lords are not accustomed to admitting mistakes. It has been a steadfast rule for millennia. Could it be that the Lord harbors his own intentions? Matthew, oblivious to the loyal knight's thoughts, was equally unaware of why some individuals, despite knowing the odds were against them, would still opt for the path of greed. Just the offering of foul. He inquired with a calm demeanor. Is there anyone else who feels the count of contributions is incorrect? If so, please speak up, and I shall rectify it for you. His words ignited a tumult within the caravan as many began to congregate, fervently discussing and recalling their contributions. Only a few maintained their composure, silently observing the agitated crowd. Before long, 4 individuals stepped forward. Observing them with a mix of incredulity, butler Ralph said nothing, internally berating himself, while coldly handing over the coins. Matthew continued to announce the counts as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Captain Sean, engaged in clearing the remains of the aberrant mermen, involuntarily shivered, silently lamenting. This is truly a case of asking for death. 99th place, Missoura, with an injury contribution of 3, earned 90 silver coins, and for participating in the battle received 1 gold, 20 silver, and 96 copper coins, totaling 2 gold, 10 silver, and 96 copper coins. My lord, I killed 1 aberrant merman. My companion Carmel can attest to that. 104th place, Ralph Cullell, has perished, severely injured. He contributed 2 points and received 30 silver coins. In battle, he earned 1 gold, 20 silver, and 96 copper coins. with a consolation payment of 5 gold coins. His total earnings amounted to 6 gold, 50 silver, and 96 copper coins, which would be publicly sent to his family upon returning to the territory. Should any remaining family members not yet regain their freedom, they would be brought to Bay Village to live as free citizens. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the Lord. Would the Lord truly provide such compensation? He certainly would. Every promise made by the Lord had been fulfilled. How fortunate was Rolf Carlyle that his kin would be directly restored to free status. The Lord's compassion was indeed commendable. Indeed, he deserved our utmost reverence. Listening to the heartfelt murmurs, Matthew remained composed, silently fortifying his resolve. I am not a virtuous man. I merely wish to survive. To achieve this, I must impose my will upon the majority. Only then can we vanquish those lofty beings who regard humanity as mere livestock. Only then can we resist the impending onslaught of the endless demonic army. Only then can we prevent the world from descending into oblivion. Within the old trajectory, you could not achieve this. Now it is my turn. First, I shall set a modest goal, to obliterate the Nesseriel Empire. Little did the esteemed Lord know that he had resolved to drag everyone onto the train, leading to despair and death. Gradually, the discussion subsided. The 105th individual, Halleck, sacrificed. The 106th, Zhang Kai, sacrificed. All present, poised to hear more, instinctively froze, staring blankly at Matthew. The Lord raised his hand, pointing toward the ever-prepared steward Ralph, who entered the carriage cradling the peacefully slumbering Yaya. Is that all? Is it truly over? Were there not 124 participants in the battle? What of the others? Even if they did not contribute, they ought to receive the participation reward of 1 gold, 20 silver, and 96 copper coins, just like the 103rd. Indeed, my lord. What about us? We also fought valiantly. I severely injured a mutated merman. Although my reward may seem trifling to you, my lord, I genuinely need this money. My family is in urgent need as well. Have you perhaps made an error, my lord? The clamor of discontent turned the entire caravan peculiar. Yet they soon realized that no matter how fervently they protested, Ralph, standing at the center of the crowd, remained utterly unresponsive. An invisible aura emanated from him, pressing down upon the hearts of every speaker. Within mere breaths, the entire convoy fell silent. With hands clasped behind his back, Ralph slowly shook his head, his penetrating gaze fixed upon the most boisterous of the porters, and in an authoritative tone, declared, "All those beyond the 107th, stand forth." Ralph's voice was a deep rumble, instantly commanding the attention of the entire caravan. At this moment, everyone recalled how Ralph had selected them 2 months prior. 3,000 individuals had pushed carts, and he had chosen the final 100, who persevered. The porters who were not called felt a surge of unease, glancing around nervously. The previously exuberant porters now appeared remarkably subdued. Hesitantly, they approached, and Ralph pointed at the 10 or so individuals. Speaking in a chilling tone, all who are not from Caladu, crouch down. Amidst a wave of hesitation, everyone complied, and with a scornful smile, Ralph stepped forward and seized a cloaked figure, unceremoniously throwing him into the mud, announcing loudly the information Matthew had conveyed. This individual, not only consumed by a fear of death, has, at the expense of his comrades, betrayed them. A collective gasp rippled through the caravan as disbelief washed over them. Caladu, who had just begun to rise from the ground, instantly slumped back down. In that moment, all understood Ralph's words to be truth. Casting glances of disgust and even hatred towards Caladu, every participant in the battle instinctively loathed those who endangered their comrades. Calado's complexion shifted as he vehemently shook his head, raising his voice in a desperate denial. "I did not do it. This is slander." "Huh, slander? Surely someone witnessed his actions." "Of course, there is no need for witnesses. The evidence is right here." Chapter 20, The Terrifying Monkey. As Ralph spoke, he produced a crystalline white gemstone, activating its power. A brilliant light illuminated the air, casting vivid images that materialized in the center of the caravan. Each warrior's battle scenes, the moments of mutated mermen being vanquished, vividly appeared before all. Wow, what sorcery is this? I had never heard of such a spell. Every individual's battle footage could be revealed. My goodness, I see myself. Naturally, all were awestruck by the images presented before them, their reverence for the Lord deepening. Ralph, filled with pride, addressed everyone. "This is a newly developed spell of our esteemed Lord. Everyone look here." At the moment Caladu faced the merman's onslaught, Rolf Carlyle intervened. Though he had grievously wounded the creature, this coward chose not to assist, instead pushing from behind. The image froze at the moment of Rolf's startled struggle, his torn sleeve perfectly juxtaposed with the prostrate Caladu. With a calm demeanor, Ralph slowly drew his slender sword, murmuring, "May the Lady of Magic grant Rolf Carlyle safe passage. As for you, the betrayer of comrades, I shall execute the death penalty in the name of the Sayre family and Lord Matthew Sayre. No, overcome by fear. Caladu wept and lamented in regret. Yet, fueled by an unyielding anger, Ralph, embodying both his and Matthew's will, plunged the sword through Calado's chest without hesitation. Under the watchful eyes of all, justice was served. Caladu collapsed helplessly, and in accordance with protocol, Ralph shattered his skull to prevent any mutation. The bloodied silver blade did not instill fear in the surrounding soldiers. They all deemed Caladu's fate just. While they felt no trepidation, others were paralyzed with fright. The other 16 individuals summoned by Ralph knelt in terror, their foreheads touching the ground in supplication. However, Ralph merely cast them a cold glance. His voice tinged with disappointment as he remarked, "You did not participate in the battle, and when the enemy approached, you lacked the courage to fight. As punishment, you shall forfeit your chance to become soldiers and endure an additional year of labor before attaining freedom." This unexpected punishment caused the 16 cowardly porters, who had narrowly escaped, to exhale in relief, hastily bowing in gratitude towards Ralph. Ralph, the steward, could scarcely be bothered to elucidate what exactly they had lost, turning his gaze to the 9 individuals who had grossly exaggerated their achievements. A few, startled, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. If the Lord could uncover such insidious machinations by Calidor, he could easily discern their fabrications. Thus, in a flurry of panic, they knelt down, frantically producing the coins they had just acquired, eager to hand them over to Steward Ralph. With a sharp flick of his rapier, Ralph sheathed it and strode purposefully towards the initial liar, Catalan. Seizing his coin pouch with an ominous tone, he proclaimed, "According to the edicts of the Nesseriel Empire, commoners and slaves who deceive, steal, or plunder the wealth of nobles shall have one hand severed and be consigned to the mines, to toil until death." Cold sweat trickled down Catalan's forehead. He was acutely aware that Ralph was not lying, for the latter held such matters in disdain. Kneeling, he bowed his head, weeping and wailing, "It is all my fault. I was too greedy. I deserve this punishment." Ralph interjected, "Enough of the pretense. Given your valor in battle, where you did not retreat a single step and even saved a comrade, the Lord shall spare you from the mines. However, all your additional exaggerated merits will be deducted at triple the rate. Originally, you were to receive 1 gold, 65 silver, and 96 copper coins, but as punishment, you shall forfeit 1 gold and 80 silver coins. Remember, you still owe the Lord 14 silver and 4 copper coins. Now stand up straight. The Lord's forgiveness does not equate to my own. You shall be publicly lashed 3 times. Do you consent?" Upon hearing the final punishment, which was neither execution nor forced labor in the mines, Catalan let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, upon realizing that the money he thought he had gained was now lost, and that he owed the Lord a sum, a look of regret washed over his face as he dejectedly patted his head and replied, "I consent." Crack, crack, crack. The soldiers nearby flinched as they witnessed the grimacing Catalan enter the tent, where he used diluted purification potions to cleanse his wounds and prevent any deformities or contamination. When he emerged, trembling slightly, they all swallowed hard. Fortunately, he had only lost face and not his life. At that moment, Ralph, with a forceful slap on Catalan's shoulder, warned in a menacing tone, "This is your first and last warning. I hope you remember well that the Lord is merciful, yet also commands respect. Do not challenge his patience with your petty cleverness. Now, it is your turn." Outside, Ralph commenced a new round of demonstrations, wielding his baton, while Matthew, who had been given a sweet reward and was now disinclined to concern himself further, gleefully observed the notification. "You have achieved a resounding victory, gaining 1,000 experience points and an additional skill point. Combat awarded you 6 for 120 experience points, skill points 5, already used. Total experience gained, 7 for 120. Skill points 6, currently 1 point remaining. You have altered the fates of 120 individuals, acquiring 642 fate coins. How exhilarating. Indeed, only through large-scale battles can one harvest experience points and skill points in abundance. Alas, such fortune is often elusive. However, having embarked on the path of lordship, if I diligently develop my territory and assemble an army, I could frequently instigate large-scale wars, thereby reaping vast rewards and experience. Yet, while this approach may swiftly bolster my strength and elevate my status as an arcanist, it risks creating a fragile foundation that could lead to dire consequences if the territory remains underdeveloped. Just like the players of my past life, who, relying on the advantage of multiple respawns, grew arrogant and failed to comprehend their enemies deeply, ultimately leading to their total downfall. Individual strength cannot wholly disregard the power of numbers and organization, just as it is with my kingdom. To build high walls, amass grain, and patiently await the moment to claim kingship, one must first solidify the foundation. Chapter 21. Yaya is the true asset. Humming a cheerful tune. Having momentarily escaped the clutches of death, Matthew felt as though a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. Now, he began to joyfully tally the spoils of this battle. 70 pieces of flesh essence, materials for several precious potions. During the waning years of the Crimson Moon, these should appreciate in value. This period could be utilized to acquire more, thus accumulating initial development funds. The assassin contributed over 300 gold coins, leaving him with 150 gold coins for daily expenses. After all, Yaya had quite the appetite. The Dark Tooth II, a dagger forged from exquisite metal of superior quality. With an attack of 5, sharpness of 4, sturdiness of 3, and imbued with anti-magic enchantments. A finely crafted rarity, its market price stands at 500 gold coins, and an entire set could fetch at least 8,000. Such a treasure merits consideration for retention, as circulating it could lead to complications. As Matthew placed the 2 dark teeth aside, Yaya, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Curiously, she approached, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the daggers. Exclaiming, "Yaya, what is this food? It looks delectable." Before Matthew could respond, Yaya, with a swift motion, devoured them whole. "That is not edible." After swallowing the dark tooth, Yaya let out a satisfied burp. Then, upon noticing Matthew's outstretched hand, affectionately rubbed against his palm. Subsequently, she yawned widely and drifted back to sleep, leaving Matthew gazing at her, his mind in a daze as he noted her status. Name, Yaya. Race, dragon beast. Profession, unemployed. Age, 1 day, hatchling stage. Challenge level 9. Equipment, Dark Tooth 2. Status, sleeping and evolving. Would you like to consume 5,000 experience points and 500 fate coins to facilitate perfect evolution? Consume 5,000 experience points and 500 fate coins? Such an opportunity is beyond words. Elation surged within Matthew as he observed Yaya, whose form had not undergone significant change. While he meticulously recalled his memories of hatchlings and contracted creatures, I remember that the top-ranked contracted creature among official players was a young red dragon named Alina. She had been nurtured extensively by the official representatives from Huaxia after signing a contract. Before her fall, Alina reached a challenge level of 25 and possessed a boss-level template, annihilating the headquarters of the goddess of Fortune-ness Church, taking 2 demigods with her in a cataclysmic finale. However, Alina's first perfect evolution required only 500 experience points and some epic materials. Yaya's future. Gently caressing Yaya's delicate scales, Matthew initially believed she was merely an ordinary time dragon beast. Yet, it now appeared that her origins and potential were far more extraordinary. Agreed. While 5,000 experience points is considerable, it pales in comparison to Yaya's perfect evolution. Enveloped in a cerulean glow, her dark gray scales began to shimmer, while the grayish-yellow scales on her abdomen inched towards her back. Matthew felt an inexplicable anticipation. Who does not cherish the joy of nurturing and perfect cultivation? Moreover, Matthew was not in a hurry to rapidly elevate his arcanist level. The primary reason being, the power of a spellcaster lies in the mastery of spells, the quantity at their disposal, the proficiency in their application, and the abundance of financial resources. A wealthy arcanist possesses the capability to wreak havoc, while a destitute one may resort to selling spell scrolls. A secondary factor is, under Angela's command, the soldiers slayed a challenge level 1 aberrant wild boar. The experience points awarded to Matthew dwindled from the previous 10 to a mere 5. While Yaya underwent her evolution, Matthew contemplated the next 2 magical items for the assassin, a cloak and a pair of boots. The shadow cloak, crafted from the tanned hide of shadow scorpions, boasts exquisite quality, providing 3 concealment and 2 magic resistance, along with an enchantment of spell barrier. It is finely made, scarce in supply, and commands a market price of 3,600 gold coins. Without hesitation, Matthew donned the shadow cloak, finding concealment somewhat beneficial while the magic resistance proved invaluable. Not to mention the critical spell barrier. Well acquainted with the enchantment of spell barrier, Matthew had once relied on selling its scrolls to navigate through financially challenging times. With the shadow cloak's price of 3,600 gold coins, a successful enchantment would render it worth 3,000 gold coins. Whether in spell experimentation or combat, the magic resistance and spell barrier would yield significant benefits. The haste boots, made from the hide of wind serpents, also of exquisite quality, offered a movement speed of 6 and were enchanted with spell assault. Another fine piece of equipment, achieving a speed of 6, and the enchantment seemed wasted on an assassin, being far more advantageous for warriors and paladins. The displayed market price was a mere 4,800 gold coins. Clearly, it did not account for supply and demand. Matthew analyzed the data display once more before stowing away the haste boots, reflecting on the assassin's considerable wealth. A faint smirk gracing his handsome face. A mere level 7 assassin possessed equipment and spell scrolls worth effortlessly over 20,000 gold coins, surpassing even many higher-tier professionals in wealth. Such a hefty price, paid merely to eliminate a lowly level 1 arcanist, seemed rather extravagant. A few suspicious targets flashed through his mind, yet Matthew harbored no particular thoughts regarding their intentions. After all, he adhered to a singular principle concerning his foes: annihilation. A resounding, albeit juvenile, roar suddenly echoed in Matthew's ears, and he beheld the transformed Yaya, curiously examining her shimmering silver scales, her little head filled with great perplexity. Yaya? Why have my scales turned silver? They look prettier than before. I seem to be hungry again, Daddy. Having awakened with a renewed appetite, Yaya was naturally indulged in her desires, transforming into a little gourmand as she relished the dried meat. Matthew, initially assuming Yaya craved the flesh of magical creatures, scrutinized her transformation with keen interest. Despite having been healed by the legendary Time Dragon, Yaya's wings were restored, yet as she was not a true dragon, her wings remained relatively small, making future flights laborious. Now, her wings had doubled in size, capable of enveloping her entire body. The dense scales were adorned with intricate magical patterns, slowly emanating waves of energy. More telling than her physical transformation were Yaya's statistics. Name: Yaya. Race: Dragon Beast. Class: Level 1 Warlock. Age: 1 day, Wormling Stage. Challenge Level 9. Equipment: Shadow Fawn. Specialties: Supernatural Talent, Dragon Might LV1. Unleashing a terrifying aura that imposes a willpower challenge of 5 on all nearby creatures. Supernatural Talent: Banishment Breath LV1. Expelling items or foes through a temporal breath, banishing them into time for a duration of 1 month. Attributes: Strength, 12. Agility, 14. Intelligence, 18. Constitution, 14. Perception, 20. Charisma, 22. Luck, 5. Evaluation: An opportunity not to be missed. Matthew inhaled sharply, observing Yaya, who had only just been born, her total attributes already exceeding 100 points. Repeatedly gazing at the signature Banishment Breath, a talent exclusive to time dragons, he wholeheartedly concurred with its displayed assessment. Yaya was indeed a true powerhouse. Chapter 22. Arrival at Bay Village. The blood-red moon illuminated the vast expanse of the wilderness. The winding Silver Moon River traversed the landscape, originating from the towering northern peaks, flowing through frozen tundras and shadowy forests, nourishing millions of square kilometers of plains. Ultimately, it gently meandered into the sea, imbued with its characteristic gentleness and grace. The faint chirping of insects wafted through the wind, and gazing upon the familiar village in the distance, listening to the babbling waters, Leon felt as though he had transcended time itself. At last, he had returned home, cautiously surveying the rustling grass, confirming no aberrant creatures were lurking within. Old John shifted his gaze and, with curiosity, inquired, "Is the salted fish from Bay Village truly as delectable as you claim?" At the mention of salted fish, Leon proudly raised his head, gesturing towards the seemingly endless plains to the east, and replied with a sense of pride, "Our Bay Village, being near the sea, is renowned for its salted fish, both fragrant and flavorful, fetching as much as 5 silver coins per fish. However, those pesky fishmen are a nuisance. We can only visit them twice a year, and we cannot bring back much each time. Salted fish is profitable, yet there are too many fishmen." Old John silently noted this piece of information. Although his steward, Ralph, would undoubtedly be well acquainted with every nook and cranny of the small Bay Village, attitude was another matter entirely. When one seeks assistance, humility is often required. As their gazes shifted back to Yaya, who had returned to her former appearance, Ralph lowered his head in silence. Such an extraordinary young dragon starkly contrasted with the information he had gathered. It is well known that the more unique the appearance and abilities, the greater the potential for development. Was this part of the Lord's grand design? Or perhaps the arrangement of the enigmatic lady? This thought flitted through his mind, only to be buried deep within his heart as he caught a glimpse of his daughter dutifully attending to her responsibilities. In a hushed tone, he addressed Matthew. "We have arrived. I will first send Old John to scout the situation." Matthew did not object, recognizing Ralph's capabilities, which had already been demonstrated. Just then, a piercing roar echoed through the air. A crimson figure, towering over 3 meters, charged toward them under the moonlight, roaring fiercely, enveloped in raging flames. It appeared far from the fate of the aberrant fishmen, radiating vitality instead. Tentacles, ignited with flames, extended from its back, dancing in the air and creating ripples of fiery aftershocks. Aberrant Ogre, Elite, Challenge Level 12. Infected. A simple piece of information, yet it caused Matthew to narrow his eyes. He never anticipated that an aberrant ogre would emerge in Bay Village. This peculiar species was rarely encountered, even in his past life. The Crimson Moon has the potential to infect numerous life forms, inciting physical aberrations, yet even 2 decades later, it remains exceedingly difficult to infect higher-tier life forms based solely on the initial effects of the Crimson Moon. Before Matthew could gather more information, he suddenly spotted a nimble figure swiftly fleeing before the elite troll. However, the elite troll was faster, especially under the relentless glare of the Crimson Moon. Its degree of distortion deepened rapidly, and the remnants of its sanity were swiftly eroding, replaced by an ever-increasing physical prowess. The elite troll swung a thick black club, nearly striking the figure several times. Matthew could see that the petite silhouette was nearing exhaustion, struggling to maintain its pace. "Leon, come back." The familiar voice of old John echoed, and Matthew caught sight of Leon dashing away, lightly touching the staff in his hand. His lungs burned painfully, each breath feeling like a searing knife stabbing within. Pain radiated through his legs as the aftereffects of overexertion began to manifest, gradually slowing her evasion. A hint of regret flickered in Rebecca's eyes. Even if this terrifying monster was lured away from the village, as long as the Crimson Moon persisted, it would inevitably return to wreak havoc. Not just tonight, but perhaps in the future as well. Feeling the heavy sound of something slicing through the air behind her, Rebecca's previously wavering gaze regained its determination. She lunged forward, rolling nimbly. As long as she had breath left, she would do everything in her power to lead the beast away from the village. Slap! The slippery mud caused her legs to weaken, and she lost control, tumbling into the overgrown grass. The sharp blades tore through the mask on her cheek, leaving a gash that bled bright red. Yet, this pain paled in comparison to the frustration within her heart. Turning her head, Rebecca caught sight of the charred elite troll charging towards her, its back sprouting more than 10 writhing tentacles aimed menacingly at her. "No, even in death, I refuse to become such a monster." A flicker of resolve shone in her azure eyes as she gripped her dagger tightly, casting a final glance towards the village for farewell. "Goodbye." Boom, boom, boom. The explosive gusts of air erupted, mingled with the acrid stench of charred flesh, as the massive hand suddenly retreated. "Rebecca, are you all right? Are you hurt?" A hand grasped Rebecca's shoulder, yanking her backward. The familiar voice brought her to the brink of tears. It was Leon, having narrowly escaped with her life. Rebecca quickly shook her head, but amidst her daze, she realized something, and her smile turned bitter. The crimson moonlight was equally lethal. She had already been tainted. Even so, she was determined to take the monster with her. Before Rebecca could reignite her fighting spirit, a brilliant blue light flashed before her, lifting her dark hair as it crashed into the chest of the oncoming troll, tearing open a fist-sized hole in its already mangled torso. Leon, having learned much, hastily pulled his dazed sister back. He noticed the rips in her sleeves and pant legs, undoubtedly exposed to the Crimson Moon's influence, and knew she needed purification urgently. He reassured her, "Our new lord has arrived, and I work for him now. He possesses purifying potions. I will fetch you one. Hurry." A roar, laden with the stench of blood, echoed across the desolate field as the elite troll pursued Leon and Rebecca, its chest wound healing rapidly, the contorted tentacles thrashing about, producing a cacophony of sounds. This horrific, twisted visage would haunt any normal person's dreams. "Prepare the oil, throw." A crisp, decisive voice rang out, followed by the sound of jars shattering, the dark oil spreading behind Leon and Rebecca. The frenzied elite troll charged straight into it, raising its club high to strike Leon's head. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, sending a violent shockwave that engulfed the elite troll. The burning serpents of fire reduced the thrashing tentacles to charred remains. Its vitality was incredibly tenacious. Even after being scorched, it continued to regenerate, thrashing wildly in the oil until it was reduced to ash. More than a dozen arrows flew, primarily aimed at the troll's torch-like head. Most were swatted away by its erratic club, and some, with insufficient force, pierced its skin but failed to inflict fatal damage. Matthew rose gracefully, his peripheral vision sweeping over the survivors, Leon and Rebecca, as he raised his staff and pointed toward the troll not far away. With 6 hit points remaining, it is my turn to strike. Chapter 23, The Dilapidated Village. The elite troll was likely dead, slain by Matthew's acid arrow. Even though Matthew had never learned or memorized this spell, he successfully cast it on his first attempt, striking the troll's head and dealing exactly 8 points of damage, precisely depleting its remaining life force. Ding! You have slain the elite aberrant troll, earning 2,000 experience points, 2 skill points, and 231 fate coins. What? Fate coins? If I hadn't taken down this elite troll in advance, dozens more would have perished at its hands. Or perhaps the little girl I saved has a remarkable future ahead of her. At least, her potential seems to suggest such. Thoughts raced through Matthew's mind as his actions remained unrestrained. He beckoned to butler Ralph, whispering in his ear, "Send someone to inspect the corpse for recoverable materials. But be cautious. Bring potions to treat the little girl and others in the village, and arrange for a night watch patrol." Then, Matthew returned to the carriage. Feeling the backlash from his earlier display of power, a surging torrent of magical energy flowed ceaselessly into him, bringing waves of energy and intense pain. This was a gift from the magic net. To Matthew's astonishment, his mana cap rose from 260 to 280 points before finally stabilizing. He sensed an inexplicable while observing him silently, then it vanished without a trace. It dawned on Matthew that the true acid arrow spell had yet to be invented by Archmage Ma Yofu. That realization placed this moment roughly 8 years in the future. This meant that within the magic net's memory, this was a brand new, previously unseen spell. Moreover, the magic net rated it highly, granting Matthew the highest possible increase in mana cap for creating a second-tier spell. Matthew wasn't surprised by this outcome. After all, the acid arrow was exceptionally damaging and effective, destined to be considered one of the most cost-effective second-tier spells in the future. Almost every spellcaster would learn this spell, earning the highest accolades, naturally. Furthermore, Matthew could distinctly feel that the gift from the magic net brought not only an increase in mana cap, but also significant advancement in his understanding of such constructs. If this were the case, then my mind surely retains memories of many spells yet to be invented. Matthew was seized by an inexplicable impulse, yet he abruptly awakened. Cold sweat trickling down his back, and suppressed the unwarranted desire that had arisen. Occasionally conjuring a spell might be interpreted as a manifestation of personal talent and ability. However, if one were to consistently create numerous intricate, ingenious, and practical spells, one would undoubtedly be regarded as a monster. Even in the former case, he would encounter a multitude of inexplicable dangers, such as the assassination attempt at the tender age of 6, or the recent assassination that had just concluded. Should he delve into the latter, it would likely attract the attention of certain terrifying entities, lacking sufficient self-defense capabilities. Matthew doubted his ability to conceal his secrets under the gaze of such formidable beings. If they were to discover his memories, the consequences would be catastrophic. Reigning in his restless heart, Matthew endeavored to fortify his mental resilience, preventing himself from becoming complacent in moments of pride, while simultaneously cultivating a sense of vigilance. Remaining in such a passive state was not a viable strategy. Solitary endeavors often led to disadvantage. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he turned to gaze at Yaya, who was sound asleep, and noticed that the caravan had already entered Bay Village. A wave of fatigue and drowsiness washed over him, prompting him to set up several warning spells before slowly closing his eyes, embarking on his first meditation in this world. Numerous intricate memories and vivid scenes surfaced in his mind, which he meticulously embraced, absorbed, and integrated. Nevertheless, the torrent of these memories did not sway him in the slightest. He simply regarded them as a repository of knowledge, unaffected by their influence. Unbeknownst to him, Matthew felt as though his consciousness had entered a vast river, flowing with the undulating tides. This sensation was intoxicating until Yaya's urgent call pierced the tranquility. "Daddy, come back quickly." Startled awake, Matthew felt his consciousness retract rapidly, his thoughts sharpening and regaining clarity, gradually mastering his awareness. In that moment, he beheld an image within his mind, delineated by simple lines, sketching out his own visage. Intriguingly, the more he delved into the image, the more he discerned that the lines comprising the portrait were various spell models. Goodness, is this the essence of meditation? Etching spell models into one's soul, gradually reshaping and transforming its form? This was the light spell, encompassing 8 magical nodes, 3 of which had been optimized. Was this the manifestation of LV3? Indeed, it was so. The sleep spell contained 10 magical nodes, 5 of which gleamed with radiance. If he could optimize and refine the 6th, might he not elevate it to LV6? This extraordinary meditation scene thrilled Matthew, yet fatigue soon encroached, and he realized the time for meditation had elapsed. Both his soul and body could no longer sustain themselves. Only then did Matthew truly succumb to slumber, marking the conclusion of his first day in this world. March 2nd, 129. Heavy clouds obscured the sunlight, a gentle chill wafting in. The drizzling wind and rain persisted for about half an hour before gradually receding, fading into the distant wilderness. A row of circular wooden stakes encircled the entire Bay Village, marked with the gnawing and clawing remnants of some unknown creature. At each cardinal direction, wooden gates stood, with soldiers taking turns on watch, an unprecedented occurrence. 4 mud-laden roads led from the gates to the village's heart. The majority of the houses in Bay Village were wooden, their low eaves adorned with iron hooks. from which hung several grayish-white codfish. Each household seized the respite from the rain to hastily prepare their fishing tools, meticulously mending and refining them. The opportunity to catch codfish at the seaside, which occurred only twice a year, was fast approaching. This was nearly the villagers' sole source of income apart from farming. Amidst the bustling crowd, many engaged in animated discussions about family matters or the harvest. Naturally, they could not refrain from mentioning the caravan that had arrived the previous night, along with the new lord. Particularly, those who had witnessed the caravan's arrival firsthand regaled others with vivid accounts, creating an immersive atmosphere. Of course, such tales were often exaggerated. Chapter 24. I Want It All. Have you all heard? Sweetwater Town was obliterated by a black dragon, reduced to mere ruins. I've heard that too. The caravan was fortunate enough to heed the Lord's command and escape disaster. Otherwise, we would have had to wait for a new lord. You ought to keep your voice down. We wouldn't want the soldiers to overhear. What can they do to me? What can they do? If you venture into the forest to gather herbs or find yourself attacked by beasts, do you really think you can rely solely on yourself to return? Relying on those soldiers who have barely trained for a few days? Barely trained? They slaughtered hundreds of monsters yesterday, traversing the foggy marshes to reach the village. Indeed, they inadvertently dispatched the trolls that frequently assailed us. Their corpses are still unburned. What does that matter? Haven't you heard what those soldiers stationed at the outpost said? Our new lord is particularly generous, distributing at least 1 gold coin to every soldier who fought. That's right, every single one received a gold coin. And the soldiers each garnered at least 2. That old Sean fellow struck it lucky, reportedly pocketing 8 gold coins. 8 gold coins. My heavens. How many codfish would I need to catch to earn that back? How many salted fish would I have to produce? This is indeed true. But it has nothing to do with us. They are merely flirting with danger and could vanish at any moment. As for other matters, I can't be bothered to think. I only hope our new lord is genuinely benevolent and refrains from raising taxes. Indeed, if taxes increase, we might not even afford black bread. The cacophony of conversations flooded Matthew's ears, and he could scarcely fathom that merely 1 night of sleep had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. It was akin to the incessant growth of Yaya. Although his data attributes showed no marked transformation, he sensed that he was drawing closer to becoming an all-encompassing arcane warrior. Nonetheless, even if Matthew could achieve this, time was a luxury he could ill afford. The immediate priority was to consolidate more manpower and fully seize control of Bay Village. After listening intently, he was somewhat disheartened to discover that, aside from a few discussing him, only a small fraction of villagers expressed concern over the previously encountered trolls. Most were preoccupied, preparing for the biannual fishing event. Indeed, sustenance was paramount. As the saying goes, being attacked by trolls or beasts might only lead to potential death. But the absence of food would certainly lead to starvation. This situation echoed Matthew's earlier conjectures, alleviating him of all burdens. Even in failure, they would not lose much. After all, there was little left to lose. With a calm mind, Matthew swiftly returned to the Lord's manor. The exterior was fortified by stone walls, approximately 3 meters high, separating the manor from the village. The walls bore numerous white chipping marks and several places of damage, indicating that this village, situated in the wilderness, was not entirely safe. This is precisely why the previous lord of Bay Village, Sir Wood, after growing older and witnessing a decline in his strength, chose to sell the village lands and relocate to the vast plains of Karl. As the easternmost territory of the Nesseriel Empire, it is surrounded by peril. Attacks from monsters and beasts have become a mundane occurrence for them, with death and danger lurking ever closer. Having endured numerous trials, they have learned to adopt a more lenient perspective. At the entrance of the Lord's manor, a lavishly adorned carriage stood still, while a portly merchant, with a prominent belly, was bowing and scraping to butler Ralph. Upon seeing Matthew descend from the carriage, he hurriedly lowered his head and greeted him. By the grace of the magic lady, wise and learned arcane master, the dashing and imposing Sir Matthew, your loyal servant Adam Smith has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Recognizing the peculiar intonation of Adam Smith, Matthew discerned the merchant's origins, a newcomer to the Sayre family. Nevertheless, Matthew had to concede that the merchant's audacity in traversing the mist swamp to reach the remote Bay Village, solely to express his sincere allegiance, demonstrated both courage and foresight. Of course, Adam Smith undoubtedly had a gamble in mind. In the original timeline, he had lost that gamble. However, for the sake of prudence, Matthew still scrutinized his information. Name, Adam Smith Trell. Race, human. Age, 36 years. Occupation, level 2 bard. Luck, 2. Matthew nodded and entered the Lord's manor, discovering a brand new set of ebony furniture laid out in the living room, presumably a gift from Adam Smith. Sitting down without a heavy heart, he ran his fingers over the delicately carved pieces, which bore a hint of Eastern elegance. and inwardly rated him higher. Having encountered numerous merchants, Matthew knew that the vast majority were driven solely by profit, possessing a narrow vision. Those who fail to grasp the essence of power often find themselves slaughtered after growing fat, replaced by a new batch of those who control strength and influence. Such is the cycle. In this world, wealth and capital cannot truly be deemed savage or powerful, for strength manifests in far more concrete forms. Adam Smith had sent 200 gold coins along with 2,000 pounds of premium flour and 500 pounds of rice. Butler Ralph reported to Matthew, evidently pleased with the damsmith's straightforwardness. This was a rather astute merchant. Observing the jovial Adam Smith, Matthew refrained from any unnecessary pleasantries and directly asked, "How much cargo have you brought?" Although unaware of Matthew's intentions, Adam Smith promptly replied, 400,000 pounds of wheat, priced at 5 copper coins per pound, sufficient for 2,000 people for a year. Originally intended for trade with Sweetwater Town and surrounding villages, valued at 200 gold coins. 5,000 pounds of iron ingots, priced at 1 silver coin per pound, valued at 50 gold coins. 200 long spears, each at 50 silver coins, valued at 100 gold coins. 200 pieces of leather armor, each at 80 silver coins, valued at 160 gold coins. 50 longbows, each at 1 gold 20 silver, valued at 60 gold coins. 5,000 arrows, each at 20 copper coins, valued at 10 gold coins. 2,000 magical plants, each priced at 5 silver coins, valued at 100 gold coins. 300 pounds of various minerals and magical materials, priced at 10 silver coins per pound, valued at 30 gold coins. 100 bottles of basic holy water, each priced at 1 gold 50 silver, valued at 150 gold coins. 50 bottles of intermediate healing potions, each priced at 2 gold coins, valued at 100 gold coins. 2 sets of alchemical apparatus, each valued at 500 gold coins, totaling 1,000 gold coins. Reassessing Adam Smith, Matthew perceived multiple implications from the goods he had prepared. The diversity of merchandise indicated a wide network of connections. The presence of both low-end and mid-range items suggested considerable ambition, and the inclusion of magical plants, various materials, along with 2 sets of alchemical apparatus, implied a direct appeal to him. This arrangement would indeed save him considerable time. Gently tapping the table, Matthew regarded Adam Smith's somewhat apprehensive expression and calmly stated, "Not bad. I will take all of it." Adam Smith's face momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding generously in agreement. "No problem. Serving the Lord is my honor." A faint smile flickered within Matthew as he produced 2 items from the table and pushed them toward Adam Smith. Chapter 25. The Lord seeks workers. Receiving them with utmost courtesy, Adam Smith's expression changed dramatically after merely glancing at the items. Incredulously, he exclaimed, "Is this a spatial belt? And of medium quality. It could fetch at least 5,000 gold coins." "This one is the Boots of Haste, adorned with greenish-blue scales and imbued with a faint aura, likely woven with lox silk, with a value reaching 800 gold coins." "Oh, and it even has an enchantment? A highly practical ambush effect? Its worth could easily exceed 8,800 gold coins." Seeing Adam Smith's brief display of knowledge, Matthew realized he had come prepared and was likely a merchant with a compelling backstory, eliciting a serene smile within him. "These 2 items are entrusted to you. Ensure you maintain confidentiality. The payment of 1960 gold coins will be deducted from this transaction. I do not concern myself with how much profit you make, but the goods I require must be fully prepared." Pushing forth a Sayre family crest, Matthew cast a profound gaze at Adam Smith, saying with a measured tone, "Do not disappoint me." Cradling the white mage tower insignia, even though Adam Smith had made considerable preparations and held substantial confidence, the ease with which he acquired it left him feeling as if he were in a dream. "From this day forth, I too am a merchant with backing." Simultaneously, Adam Smith developed an indescribable reverence for this enigmatic lord. The identity of an arcane master, the background of the Sayre family, and the suspected abilities of an alchemist all indicated that he had indeed won his gamble. Adam Smith was acutely aware that all of this was contingent upon fulfilling the Lord's demands and completing his tasks to enjoy such protection. When Adam Smith raised his gaze once more, he discovered that Matthew had vanished from view, and standing before him was the smiling butler Ralph. A sense of unease crept into Adam Smith's heart. He was astute in assessing situations and people alike. He could instantly discern that the Lord did not particularly care whether he could accomplish the task, which aligned with his impressions of many spellcasting lords. Butler Ralph, however, was entirely different. He exuded a keen shrewdness that suggested he was not someone to be trifled with. Producing a dossier from behind him, he withdrew a piece of parchment and handed it to Adam Smith, his eyes carrying a polite smile. Yet his tone was distinctly serious. "These are the items the Lord desires. You should be able to procure most of them. but take care to keep a few of them confidential. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Adam Smith accepted the parchment, his expression subtly shifting as he quietly read aloud. 2,000,000 pounds of wheat, 1,000 gold coins. 100,000 pounds of premium rice seeds, 200 gold coins. 10,000 chickens, 50 gold coins. 10,000 ducks, 50 gold coins. 1,000 pigs, 500 gold coins. 500 oxen, 250 gold coins. 50 warhorses, 500 gold coins. Crossbows, 20 for 100 gold coins. Casting materials, 250 pounds, 50 gold coins. Magical crystals, 100 pieces, 500 gold coins. Recruitment, intermediate blacksmiths, intermediate tailors, intermediate leather workers, and other manufacturing talents. Those who work in Bay Village for 5 years will receive a reward of 50 gold coins each. Advanced talents will earn 1,000 gold coins, while master-level talents will be rewarded with 5,000 gold coins. Recruitment requirements include a willingness to undergo apprenticeship training, impart knowledge, and sign a work contract. Individuals need not participate directly in production and crafting, but may manage the respective production facilities after passing an assessment. Recruitment also extends to intermediate chefs, intermediate breeders, intermediate animal caretakers, and other domestic talents. Each intermediate talent who works in Bay Village for 5 years will receive a reward of 20 gold coins. Advanced talents will earn 200 gold coins, and master-level talents will be rewarded with 2,000 gold coins. The same requirements apply as previously mentioned. From the extensive array of item demands, Adam Smith deduced that Matthew was not like other spellcaster lords, who solely focused on spells and mage towers. In this light, he saw greater potential for development. Simultaneously, Adam Smith was astonished by Matthew's insatiable appetite and felt considerable pressure. Basic resources, such as wheat and livestock, were relatively easy to procure, but high-quality rice seeds were a rare find and would require a trip to the southern port. Basic weapons and equipment were not in short supply. Even if the quantity was somewhat large, bartering with others would suffice. However, the crossbow presented a significant challenge. Although magical crystals were not expensive, the required quantity was substantial, making it a daunting task to gather them in a short time. The recruitment of various talents. Was this a test for me, or a means to expedite the development of the territory? The total expenditure on various materials was only around 3,000 gold coins. Could the remainder be solely for talent acquisition? The prices offered were irresistibly tempting. While it might be challenging to recruit those currently in service, there were certainly slaves or those nearing retirement. In a moment of contemplation, Adam Smith swiftly weighed the pros and cons, coming to the conclusion that he could fulfill the task, even at a considerable cost, which he deemed acceptable. The more relaxed Matthew appeared, the more he won Adam Smith's approval. Matthew's demeanor did not escape the watchful eyes of the steward, Ralph, who felt a flicker of surprise but maintained an unchanged expression, smiling as he remarked, "My lord has informed me that time is of the essence. The sooner we address matters, the better. Additionally, please take care for your safety. Do not travel the road through Sweetwater Town." Adam Smith was taken aback. Upon receiving news of Sweetwater Town's destruction by the Black Dragon, he had not given it much thought, feeling rather fortunate. However, hearing Ralph's words, he immediately sensed that there was more to the situation than met the eye, and he nodded gratefully. "Thank you for your guidance, Ralph. I will endeavor to complete the task promptly, and I shall bring you a gift upon my return." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ralph refrained from further comment and departed with the documents towards the Lord's manor. Adam Smith solemnly placed the parchment into a silk pouch and secured it in his storage belt before following Ralph outside. Just as he stepped through the door, he suddenly spotted a group of 20 to 30 children, clad in tattered clothing and adorned with patches, joyfully waving another piece of parchment and calling out in their youthful, melodious voices, "The Lord is hiring. The Lord is hiring. Repairing the village walls, 5 copper coins a day, meals provided, enough to fill your belly, and wages paid daily." In no time, these sprightly youngsters had spread the news throughout the entire village. Observing the adults emerging from their homes, eagerly questioning the children, Adam Smith marveled at Ralph's ingenious method of promotion. He immediately conceived numerous ways to utilize children for publicity. Concurrently, he gained a clearer understanding of the urgency Ralph had alluded to. Adam Smith hastened back to a 2-story wooden warehouse, gathering his subordinates and instructing them to expedite the transport of goods to the Lord's fortress, then return to Blood Moon City as swiftly as possible. The Lord's commands supersede all else. You are to heed Ralph's and others' instructions. Remember, do not cause any trouble, or I shall flay you alive. After delivering his stern admonitions, Adam Smith tore open a life-saving teleportation scroll. With a flash of azure light distorting the space around him, Adam Smith vanished from his location. enduring the nausea and disorienting waves of spatial transition. In mere seconds, he quickly returned to Blood Moon City. Time was of the essence. Chapter 26. The True Purpose. As the blazing sun rose, illuminating the lush wilderness, the fields by the river at the northern edge of the village prepared for spring plowing, with hints of weeds emerging. An increasing number of people congregated at the northern village entrance, their buzzing chatter creating a vibrant atmosphere. A significant portion of the crowd was drawn by the recruitment call, while others observed, having finished their fishing gear but skeptical of the purported job offers. To them, most nobles were merely oppressors, extracting more taxes from their toil. Nevertheless, they were eager to witness the spectacle, as spring plowing had yet to commence, and idleness was a bore. The villagers of Bay Village were not affluent. Having just endured a harsh winter, many wore expressions of weariness, clad in patched, coarse linen garments. Their interest was likely piqued not by the prospect of earning 5 copper coins daily, but by the promise of a hearty meal. In stark contrast to the bustling crowd were the porters who had accompanied the caravan. Each was robust, wearing expressions of pride. Having been accommodated in the wooden houses outside the Lord's Manor the previous night, despite their lack of freedom, none wished to leave. Ralph sat at the long table, flanked by Old John and Captain Sean, while the somewhat grizzled village elder, Field, whispered introductions of the villagers into his ear. Except for a few soldiers stationed at the Lord's Manor, everyone in the caravan was lined up. Several carts brimming with goods were arranged on either side. Drawing the curious attention of the children, Ralph nodded at Old John, who summoned all his strength and boomed, "Silence." The cacophony ceased abruptly. What truly commanded attention was neither the fully armed soldiers nor Old John's imposing stature, but rather the box of glistening gold coins beside Ralph. The clinking of coins resonated, captivating the gaze of every onlooker. "Done." Ralph nodded to the individuals seated at the long table, distributing prepared paper and pens, and with a clear voice, broke the silence. "The purpose of this gathering is for the Lord to initiate the repair of the village's protective walls. All individuals aged between 16 and 60, regardless of gender, are invited to register and participate. Each person is to receive 5 copper coins daily, with wages settled at the end of each day. A hearty meal will be provided at noon, and the duration of this arrangement spans half a month. For every day one finishes early, an additional reward of 5 copper coins will be granted." As soon as the announcement was made, the villagers of Bay Village erupted into excitement. "Is this true? Is it really happening?" they murmured, regardless of gender. "If wages are paid daily, we would only suffer a loss for 1 day at most. But why are those over 60 excluded? Surely they can still work. Perhaps they are merely deemed unfit. Quickly, go fetch your mother and sister. And remember to call your aunt as well." The villagers huddled together, buzzing with disbelief. Some quick-witted individuals urged the nearby children to return home and summon the busy women. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Steward Ralph declared loudly, "All right, time is of the essence. People from the 4 distinct areas, please line up to register. Children and the elderly may also participate. Anyone who registers is entitled to a meal, with families who arrive together given priority. Everyone, queue up orderly. Any disruption will result in disqualification. Soldiers, keep a vigilant watch." Yes, after enduring the brutal skirmishes of the previous night and the arduous journey, with the exception of a few timid porters, all had been incorporated into the ranks of soldiers by Matthew. Each person would receive 20 silver coins each month. Filled with gratitude, they were resolute in upholding the Lord's commands and authority. As they beheld the fierce soldiers, the villagers of Bay Village fell silent. Most dared not act impudently, while a scant few secretly expressed their discontent, though they refrained from showing it outwardly. "What is your name? How many are in your family? Are there any professionals among you? What skills do you possess?" "My name is Carter May. I am 31 years old, and my family consists of 5 members. This is my mother, Hosalind, aged 47. This is my wife, Aina, aged 30, and these are my 2 sons, Adam and John. I am skilled in lumberjacking and carpentry. And my 2 sons, now 12, can also lend a hand. They are too young. The Lord has other plans. Please stand aside and wait for your turn. Here is your number. Come back later to collect your meal." A total of 20 individuals were recorded, with village chief Field confirming their identities. Within about an hour, the population data and household registrations of the entire Bay Village had been thoroughly compiled. With a stack of registration documents in hand, the drowsy Matthew, who had arrived late, briefly skimmed through them. There were a total of 346 individuals, with 651 children under the age of 15. There were 30 professionals, 15 warriors, 10 hunters, and 5 wanderers, with only the elderly village chief, Field, being a level 6 mid-tier hunter. Among the populace aged 16 to 60, there were 155 individuals, while those above 60 numbered only 240. Compared to most villages on the Carl Plain, Bay Village had a notably smaller elderly population. likely due to its perilous environment and acute lack of medical resources. Understanding the immense advantages of this endeavor, Steward Ralph realized the clarity it would bring to the territory's demographics. If this were to be extended further, it would reveal the true intentions of the Lord. In light of this, mobilizing everyone to prepare for the construction of a wall appeared merely to be a prelude to the grand scheme. Perhaps I could learn a great deal from this. Matthew remained unfazed, teasing the gluttonous Yaya, and glanced towards the shadowy forest a few kilometers away. Have Angela and old John gather all the newly recruited soldiers, organize their equipment, and bring along some construction tools. Today, we shall focus on clearing the dark forest to prevent any dangers to those felling trees. Assign Captain Sean to guard the supplies and remain vigilant for any potential scouts. Steward Ralph nodded and swiftly began organizing the tasks. Soon, everyone noticed they were rapidly divided into two larger groups, which were then further subdivided. A group of weaker middle-aged men was assigned to the outer areas of the village, commencing the excavation of deep trenches along the square route Matthew had just sketched. The physically weaker women were tasked with preparing lunch for the entire village. Meanwhile, a contingent of strong, experienced young lumberjacks was dispatched alongside the soldiers to the dark forest a few kilometers away. All professionals were summoned, and under the guidance of the old village chief, they would accompany Matthew. Their mission was to safeguard against the dangers of the dark forest and address the persistent troubles that plagued Bay Village. Trolls. Chapter 27. Hunting the Trolls. Crack, crack, crack. The tree trunks, unable to withstand their own weight and the strain of dragging, splintered and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring a flurry of decaying leaves. The lumberjacks approached, marking the cuts for the remaining branches, and together, they swiftly divided the fallen wood into manageable sections for transport. Angela organized the untrained soldiers into 3 groups, instructing them to form a shield wall while wielding long spears. Physical training would be an enduring endeavor, but for now, coordinated drills were paramount. The villagers hauling timber back to the village were blissfully unaware of this, mistakenly believing that the Lord was deeply concerned for their safety, leading to an unconscious shift in their perception. Yaya cheerfully scanned her surroundings, her striking black and white eyes reflecting the curious faces of the distant villagers. Papa, what are they preparing over there? They're getting ready to build houses. One day, we will even construct a grand castle for you, Matthew patiently replied, gently ruffling her hair, feeling the warmth radiating from her small frame. Brother, is that the legendary dragon? It looks so adorable. Is it the Lord's pet? Rebecca stole a glance, nudging Leon with her elbow, and quietly inquired. Lost in thought about old John's combat guidance from the previous night, Leon recalled the moment he had been effortlessly subdued by Yaya, nodding with lingering trepidation. Indeed, she is a dragon, the Lord's contracted creature, but she is quite fierce and very dangerous. Before Leon could finish, he was caught off guard as his playful younger sister stealthily approached Yaya. Boldly, she produced a palm-sized dried fish from her pocket, enticingly offering it forward. Oh no, Matthew glanced over, confirming it was merely an ordinary salted fish. He chose to ignore the 15-year-old girl, focusing intently on sensing the movements around him. Yaya sniffed the air, detecting a strong fishy scent, not her preferred flavor. However, the little one was willing to try different foods. Extending her tongue, she gave it a gentle lick before popping it into her mouth. 1 bite, 2 bites. The appropriately firm yet tender salted fish was torn apart by her sharp dragon teeth, releasing an extraordinary aroma from the fibrous meat, the oily satisfaction easily captivating Yaya's palate. Yummy. Her eyes widened in delight as she savored the rich flavors, emitting soft exclamations of joy. The adorable sight of Yaya left Rebecca starry-eyed, and she cautiously extended her hand, albeit still a tad fearful. Unexpectedly, Yaya nudged her head against Rebecca's palm, affectionately rubbing against it while emitting playful chirps. Rebecca, having thoroughly set her mind at ease, cheerfully extracted a small pouch from her bosom to share the homemade dried fish prepared by her mother with Yaya. Observing their animated gestures, Matthew could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps the language of food is indeed universal? After approximately half an hour of travel, towering trees loomed overhead, casting a dense shadow, while thorny brambles flourished in the gaps between their trunks. The bright sunlight was obstructed, leaving the ground shrouded in darkness, eerily quiet, which is how the name Gloomy Forest came to be. They halted. There were footprints. The agile village elder, Feld, pushed aside the thick underbrush, picking up a broken thorn to gently sniff it. The unmistakable stench of the trolls, who never bathe, must be the same ones that frequently assail us. Old John, accompanied by fully armed soldiers, approached, casting a wary glance into the deep, dark recesses of the forest before cautiously inquiring, "How many have we encountered in total?" "There are 5 in total. The largest and strongest was the one that attacked the village last night. We should now have 4 remaining." Fortunately, they come unarmed and unequipped each time they raid the village. Seizing a few sheep, they depart without further incident. Though his tone was not heavy, old John could perceive the barely concealed resentment in Feld's voice and understood his plight. The trolls were formidable foes, with adult individuals boasting a challenge level of nearly 7. Moreover, they are a social species. The trolls' remarkable regenerative abilities render them a menace to the impoverished Bay village, devoid of mages and lacking sufficient alchemical fuel. Thus, the village had previously been compelled to compromise. This was also why Ralph, upon explaining the situation to Elder Feld, could immediately garner his support. Then let us retreat and draw them into the trap. Old John had no desire to play the hero prior to their arrival. Ralph had instructed him to prioritize the safety of the soldiers above all else. After all, their lord had set exceedingly high compensation terms. Despite these thoughts, a warmth spread within old John's heart. Who would not wish for a benevolent and kind lord? Very well, leave it to me, Feld replied, joyfully stroking his newly acquired longbow and clutching the scroll of haste and acceleration potions in his possession. Nodding in acknowledgement, old John promptly turned to depart, needing to inform the lord about the news and prepare for the impending battle. Ralph was currently unfurling the dark forest map donated by Elder Feld, pointing out several red skulls on the perimeter, stating, aside from a few wandering trolls, there are 5 areas that pose a lethal threat to Bay Village. 2 are goblin caves, 2 are goblin outposts, and 1 is a ward camp. Their numbers were substantial, with the first few possibly numbering in the thousands, and the wards alone comprising 500. Matthew, not particularly well versed in the circumstances of the gloomy forest, nodded quietly as he absorbed the information. The task of establishing a secure environment for sustainable development in this land was indeed a formidable challenge. The swift old John returned first, and Matthew simultaneously received the news, signaling Angela to commence preparations as per the original plan. Summoning Yaya back, Matthew observed her excitement as they approached battle, ultimately choosing to acquiesce to her enthusiasm. The future would only grow more perilous. Enhancing their strength in every aspect was crucial for mere survival, and Yaya would need to exert herself as well. The villagers, alerted to the situation, were instructed to temporarily evacuate, with Angela directing the soldiers to busy themselves. A palpable tension filled the air. The elite troll from the previous night had instilled considerable pressure upon them. Matthew scrutinized the somewhat clumsy soldiers, acutely aware of the long road ahead, yet recognizing the necessity of this crucial step. It was not just these new soldiers who were maturing. Angela and old John, equally lacking in combat experience, were also growing. There were several objectives in hunting the trolls. The first was, of course, to eliminate potential dangers in preparation for future expansion of the territory. The second was to validate a hypothesis of Matthew's. If successful, it could provide a continuous influx of funds for the territory. The third was to demonstrate strength, establish prestige, and rally the hearts of the people. Words alone would not suffice. Action spoke volumes. Chapter 28. Yaya's strength. Everyone remains silent and concealed. Should anyone disrupt our plans, they shall face the military court. Old John unhesitatingly assumed the role of the stern enforcer, quietly scolding a few distracted soldiers to alleviate their pre-battle anxiety. Beside him, Leon licked his lips, recalling past encounters with trolls. Painful memories indeed. Those towering beings, commonly exceeding 25 feet in height, with their robust physiques and grotesque visages, had long been a nightmare for the people of Bay Village, their extraordinary strength and terrifying regenerative abilities rendering them formidable foes. Particularly in recent years, the trolls in the gloomy forest had proliferated, evolving from solitary figures to groups of 3 to 5. What was once a treasure trove for the villagers in gathering herbs and magical materials had transformed into a perilous, forbidden realm. Now, with the arrival of the new lord, would this situation change, or would history repeat itself? A primal roar echoed from the distant thicket. Matthew sensed a faint yet growing aura of menace approaching. Yaya lowered her head, shedding her previous adorable demeanor, cautiously peering through the gaps in the underbrush, fixated on the scene ahead. Ducking to evade a thrown stone, Feld swiftly sheltered himself behind a tree trunk, pivoting rapidly to draw his bow and release an arrow. The sharp metal tip struck deep into the troll's chest, eliciting a furious roar as it charged after the old hunter in a frenzy. Successfully drawing its ire, Feld noticed trolls closing in from both sides, panting heavily as he sprinted away. In his youth, the ardent hunter Feld could have sustained such a relentless pace for half a day. However, age had diminished his stamina, and his speed began to falter. The pursuing trolls, evidently sensing his decline, grew even more exhilarated, howling in their guttural tongue. Feld gritted his teeth. Knowing he had to act himself, he wanted to serve as bait, allowing the young villagers who had not faced significant danger or trials over the years to survive. With a crash, a massive troll burst forth from the underbrush, swinging a blood-stained club that reeked of decay. Feld stumbled ahead, rolling on the ground to evade a potential follow-up attack, plunging into the thicket before him. He endured the pain of thorns tearing at his skin, narrowly avoiding the troll's mighty swing as he dashed across a broad expanse of dried leaves. As he passed a marked spot, Feld stumbled and fell, which only spurred the trolls on, who howled in delight as they barreled toward him. The two fastest trolls lunged before Feld, but just as they prepared to strike, the ground beneath them suddenly softened, and they plummeted downward. Flailing their arms in a panic, they grasped at nothing, tumbling into the deep pit that had been prepared for them. With a sickening thud, sharp spikes pierced their feet, eliciting anguished cries. After an arduous struggle to remove the barbed iron spikes, the trolls looked up, realizing they were 6 meters deep in the pit, utterly unable to escape. Upon witnessing the fall of his two companions, the countenance of the troll shifted dramatically as a radiant silver light flashed above. In a swift and graceful motion, Yaya descended, instinctively opening her jaws. Exile breath. Matthew observed as the troll, having just raised its hand, was struck by an invisible breath, its massive form abruptly becoming ethereal. And with a final glimmer, it silently vanished from existence. The troll had been banished. It would re-emerge a month later, or at the very moment Yaya dispelled the spell. In an instant, among the fearsome quartet of trolls, only one remained. Gliding to the ground, Yaya deftly evaded the swing of a wooden club, leaping forward and striking the troll's chest with her claws. The troll let out a pained roar, bending low to sweep its arms, but Yaya nimbly hopped, easily dodging the incoming club, and delivered a headbutt to the troll's chin. Bang! Blood sprayed forth. The troll staggered back 2 steps, yet its recovery was astonishingly rapid, the wound on its chest healing almost instantaneously as it continued to furiously swing its club. Matthew, observing the agile and diminutive Yaya, marveled at the significance of innate talent in this world. Although Yaya did not inherit the vast knowledge embedded within the bloodline memory like other true dragons, her capacity to learn remained exceptionally remarkable. It surely correlated with my superior intellect, Matthew thought shamelessly. Initially tense, he now prepared to enjoy the spectacle, eager to see what delightful surprises this charming little creature might unveil. At first, Yaya favored her nimble limbs, employing her sharp claws and fearsome headbutt to launch attacks. However, as she rapidly grew, recognizing that the troll posed no real threat, she boldly began utilizing her wings, further enhancing her agility to strike from various angles. Intriguingly, upon realizing the troll's formidable regenerative abilities, Yaya began to target its vital points, stealthily attacking its head, tearing at its throat, or attempting to pierce its heart. In no time, the troll was drenched in blood. While its wounds would heal, the blood loss could not be replenished, and the ensuing pain deepened its fear, causing its attacks to slow, while Yaya grew increasingly audacious. To those watching, it appeared as if Yaya was in a process of learning and growth. However, the terrifying lethality she exhibited instinctively caused onlookers to swallow hard. Fear gradually engulfed the troll's psyche, reminiscent of the terror that once dominated it, leading it to drop its weapon and flee. Yaya, puzzled by the sudden change, halted her pursuit, tilting her head cutely in confusion. Matthew, bemused, sensed Yaya's emotions and waved his hand at the bewildered crowd. Surround it, capture it. The soldiers suddenly grasped the situation, with old John leading the charge, rallying the shield-bearers and pikemen to encircle the troll. Shield-bearers in the front, pikemen in the back, target its legs first. Witnessing the troll being relentlessly pummeled by Yaya, the soldiers felt invigorated, roaring as they charged forth. The panicked troll, devoid of any combat spirit, merely swung its fists at the shields after being cornered. Yet, it was merely a small troll. Though its punches were powerful, they lacked the force to penetrate the shields or topple these trained warriors. Initially, the soldiers were somewhat intimidated by the troll's muscular presence, but after enduring a few rounds of its clumsy strikes, they realized it was merely large and slightly stronger, posing no lethal threat. As a result, the soldiers grew bolder, while the troll became increasingly flustered, gradually becoming encircled, receiving a barrage of shield and spear strikes, soon becoming a bloody mess. Angela and old John, both bemused, quickly regained their composure, loudly reprimanding the soldiers and directing them to maintain formation and coordinate their efforts. Such a splendid training opportunity must be fully utilized. Noticing that her sparring partner was being taken away, Yaya blinked in shock. Then she remembered. It seemed she had another one. Upon dispelling the spell, another bewildered troll appeared in place, and before it could react, she charged once more. Chapter 29, Professional Soldiers. The village chief, Field, gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. He had once envisioned numerous possibilities. The worst outcome would be his sacrifice, with the trolls escaping. leaving the villagers of Bay Village too terrified to tread into the dark forest. A more dismal scenario would involve the trolls being slain. Yet with heavy losses for Lord Matthew's soldiers, enraged and humiliated, the Lord might abandon the development of his territory, disregarding the fates of the other villagers. Becoming a true sorcerer lord, he had witnessed and heard of such instances many times. A more favorable outcome would see the trolls dispatched with minimal losses. Lord Matthew, the new lord, commanding the soldiers to hold the trolls at bay, showcasing the destructive prowess of an arcanist, would swiftly eliminate them. After all, arcanists were the true masters of this realm, and only arcanist lords possessed legitimacy. Yet, old Chief Field never anticipated that the lord would hardly lift a finger. He had merely summoned the soldiers to dig a deep pit, and, with the assistance of the contracted young dragon, effortlessly dealt with the trolls, leaving him with an overwhelmingly surreal sensation. Simultaneously, Field felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Perhaps the Lord truly could lead them to a brighter future. The first troll, utterly exhausted, was bound by chains, its skin starting to pale due to excessive blood loss. The second troll withstood Yaya's onslaught for approximately 30 minutes. Realizing the troll posed little challenge, Yaya released it and returned to Matthew's side, chirping eagerly. The little glutton was hungry again. The waiting soldiers, under Angela and Old John's command, rushed in with fervor. The disoriented troll became the soldier's practice target, struggling for an extended period before ultimately succumbing. As for the two trolls trapped in the pit, Matthew hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from delivering the final blow. The opportunity to capture trolls alive was rare, and he could not guarantee success with just 1 or 2 experiments. He required more specimens. Old John, observing the two lively trolls in the pit, felt a headache coming on. Their strength and agility made it challenging to bind them. However, the experienced Field devised a plan. Bay Village relied heavily on rice cultivation, yet boasted an exceptional side industry. Once upon a time, Bay Village, as a frontier close to the eastern coast, aimed to develop into a port city, preparing to vigorously expand its deep-sea fishing endeavors. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, support from above was abruptly cut off, but their warehouse still housed a large fishing net, said to be specifically designed for capturing whales. Half an hour later, with nowhere to escape, the trolls were ensnared by a massive iron chain net. Initially, they remained brazen, but Angela and Old John, leading over 100 soldiers, gave them a thorough beating. After nearly 2 hours of tussling, they finally captured the trolls just as noon approached. Bind them tightly, ensure they do not escape. From this day forth, they shall serve as our daily sparring partners, declared Leon with a triumphant grin, which inadvertently tugged at a wound on his lip, causing him to wince in pain. This injury was a consequence of his reckless enthusiasm during a skirmish with the trolls. Though it stung, the mental burden had been alleviated, and he had resolved to seek further trouble with the trolls in the future. Beside him, Rebecca rolled her eyes, disinterested in her brother's antics, and gazed curiously at the trolls imprisoned within a cage, writhing in struggle, feeling as though she had yet to fully awaken from slumber. Is it really this easy to capture them? Yaya is so impressive. Could I perhaps become like Yaya one day? My master mentioned that I should be able to once I level up. The thought of resembling Yaya, allowing her to frolic joyously in play, suddenly invigorated Rebecca with a newfound motivation to enhance her abilities. Upon overhearing his sister's musings, Leon shook his head in mild exasperation, recalling her master, and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Where has your master gone?" I heard Uncle John mention that volunteers or skilled professionals of mid-tier and above who choose to join Bay Village can receive a reward of 50 gold coins from the Lord. Rebecca's eyes widened in astonishment, glimmering with the allure of gold. Is that true? 50 gold coins. That's equivalent to 500,000 copper coins. I could buy so many delicious fish snacks and feast with Yaya. Matthew, stroking Yaya, could not help but twitch his lips at Rebecca's mention of her master, piquing his interest. However, he had little time to seek out talent, as he needed to rapidly develop the territory and establish a formidable standing army. Starting next year, the material realm would stir with unrest. Reflecting on the haunting memory of the gray tide, a chill crept across Matthew's features. This time, I shall not falter. As the trolls were transported back to the village, a commotion erupted at the bustling construction site. Despite Elder Field's repeated admonitions to focus on their tasks, a majority of the villagers were drawn to the sight of the struggling trolls within their cage. The once mighty beasts, now confined, emboldened the villagers. Some spirited children picked up clumps of dirt and stones, hurling them at the trolls within the cage. The trolls responded with low growls and roars, initially startling the children, who quickly adapted and retaliated with renewed vigor. Interestingly, many adults also felt the urge to join in, but were restrained by Elder Field and the surrounding soldiers. Focus on your work. There will be ample time later. Everyone was expected to adhere to the Lord's commands, and laziness was strictly forbidden. They needed to dig deep enough. If the monsters managed to infiltrate, it would spell disaster for all. The Lord had gone to great lengths to capture the trolls, not to provide an excuse for idleness. Dinner would soon be served, and everyone would have plenty of time to observe. Soldiers were tasked with maintaining vigilance to prevent any escape attempts by the trolls. Elderfield and John reiterated the authority of the Lord, effectively consolidating public support and awareness. The villagers, eager to learn the details, busied themselves with their work while engaging in lively discussions. Are those truly the trolls? I mean, yes, it must be. Did you see the tumor on the side of that one's face? The Kent family fell victim to him. Is the Lord truly that formidable? It has only been a short while since. Why do you think Sean and the elder obey so readily? They were never this compliant under the previous night. Don't the soldiers have to work? They are professional soldiers now, receiving 20 silver coins from the Lord each month. 20 silver coins a month? I wish I could join them. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you were a professional, maybe there would be hope. For now, let us just wait for dinner. How long until dinner? I can hardly contain my eagerness for revenge. Call me when it's time. I want in. Chapter 30. Daily training. To the left lay corn porridge, and to the right, black bread. Everyone, take one portion first. Once you finish, line up for more. No one is allowed to take any home. Elder Field, appearing rejuvenated, shouted with vigor. His authority remained strong, and the majority complied obediently. Those attempting to pilfer were swiftly caught by his discerning gaze and reprimanded. Ralph surveyed the newly dug trenches with satisfaction, glancing at the soldiers lined up for their meal, and hesitantly queried, with only about 2,000 residents in Bay Village, relying solely on taxes makes it challenging to maintain 100 professional soldiers. Matthew understood the underlying message in Ralph's words and dismissively shook his head, responding with conviction, I do not intend to rely on taxes to sustain professional soldiers. This region is fraught with peril. Possessing a strong and obedient armed force is essential for survival. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ralph produced some documents and reported. The supplies from Adam Mist have been fully transferred. He himself returned to Blood Moon City this morning using a teleportation scroll, and the others have just departed. The first batch of supplies is expected to arrive in 2 weeks. Gently stroking his chin, Matthew gazed at the trenches that would soon encircle the village, expressing his frustration. The transportation remains insufficient. The speed of travel is far too slow. Once we have sufficient manpower, we must establish additional routes. Ralph could not discern whether Matthew's remarks were mere venting or a genuine plan, but he had come to understand that the Lord always had subsequent strategies in mind. Wow, they even served sausage and fresh fish soup. Aren't we eating a bit too lavishly? Rebecca exclaimed, dining alongside the soldiers, savoring the aromatic lunch while curiously inquiring. Recalling the monotonous existence of subsisting on dry bread and salted fish soup at the watchtower, Leon reflected that he preferred his current lifestyle. The newly transitioned soldiers were equally astonished by the enhanced variety of their meals, while old John snickered nearby, eat up, enjoy your fill. We'll need the energy for training later. As he spoke, old John gleefully bit into a piece of freshly roasted venison, which Elderfield had specifically prepared as a contribution to the Lord. It must be said that Elderfield's culinary skills were quite impressive, despite the absence of spices. The simple roasting yielded a delightful surprise for Matthew. The slightly charred exterior became increasingly savory with each chew, while the tender venison melted in his mouth. Matthew relished the culinary pleasure, allowing himself to enjoy the meal despite the mounting pressures. Yaya, ever the glutton, was awakened by the enticing aroma. Happily gnawing on a crunchy bone and eagerly accepting bites of roast meat offered by Matthew, her demeanor exuding contentment. Angela, eating rapidly, was preoccupied with the soldier training methods Matthew had just imparted. Training in personal prowess allows soldiers to undergo individual instruction, with a focus on nurturing those with potential. Routine exercises should emphasize tactical drills for cooperative combat, such as strategies for confronting formidable adversaries or larger numbers of foes, as well as adapting to various terrains with appropriate weaponry and combinations. In summary, our limited number of soldiers cannot be squandered as mere cannon fodder. We must maximize their capabilities so they can fulfill more significant roles. The Empire of Nesseriel is a realm of sorcerers, yet it equally requires the presence of ordinary soldiers. After all, one cannot rely solely on the lofty sorcerers to charge into battle like expendable troops, only to be ruthlessly depleted. With the increase in the number of grand sorcerers, the influence and control of the Seven-Ton Council have grown stronger, leading to a natural stratification between spellcasters and the populace, as well as the emergence of knowledge monopolies within the Nesseriel Empire. Even among the nobility, knowledge must be guarded against one another to prevent it from being appropriated. If the training of knightly skills has endowed Angela with the capabilities of a professional, enabling her to master a broader array of combat techniques and weapons, it serves as a tool for the nobility to cultivate competent aids and reliable shields. In contrast, the knowledge imparted to her by Matthew represents the very essence of survival for many lords adept at commanding troops or leaders within the Nesseriel Empire. Noticing Angela's eagerness, Matthew took a moment to advise her. While strictness is essential, it must not border on harshness. Issues regarding treatment should be addressed positively, and any deficiencies should be reported to Butler Ralph directly. The cultivation and selection of professional soldiers currently rank as the utmost priority for the development of the territory. Field. The roaster absorbed these words attentively, recalling the details of his conversation with Captain Sean the night before. Without hesitation, he inquired, "My lord, are the current numbers of soldiers insufficient? How shall we select and supplement them?" Matthew, with a knowing smile, glanced at the somewhat frail villagers of Bayhaven and replied in a calm tone, "Anyone who can keep pace with the training intensity is welcome to apply for selection. However, opportunities for selection occur only once every 2 weeks. Becoming a professional soldier, of course, comes with its prerequisites, yet Field was unconcerned about this. What mattered to him was that Matthew did not dismiss the villagers of Bayhaven as potential professional soldiers, indicating a level of trust that intrigued him. In a clearing in the wilderness, 104 soldiers stood in precise formation, organized into 4 ranks, responding to Old John's commands as they marched forward. Lacking prior training in this regard, their movements appeared somewhat unsteady. Angela tirelessly instructed them on the principles of maintaining formation, occasionally allowing Old John to administer corrections to those who seemed inattentive. After half an hour of formation training, they transitioned to battlefield array drills, where shield bearers took the front and pikemen followed, advancing step by step or maneuvering laterally at command. A throng of children watching grew disappointed, having not witnessed their favorite displays of swordplay and weaponry, prompting some to seek trouble with the trolls, while a few others discreetly practiced under the orders of Captain Sean and the village elder. For many villages, becoming a lord soldier is not an ideal path, lacking upward mobility and fraught with the risk of death. However, Bayhaven is entirely different. It has always lived under the specter of danger, and only through formidable strength can they feel secure. 2 hours of formation training left the originally vigorous soldiers lamenting, with many unable to comprehend the purpose of such an arrangement. They were divided into teams, with the more perceptive individuals selected for paired practice. Chapter 31. The Power of Unity. Having grasped certain insights, Angela promptly identified a number of soldiers who diligently followed orders and formed them into a special unit. While the remaining soldiers felt puzzled, most lacked the perception to understand the reasoning, responding with indifference. Yet, some quick-witted soldiers soon emulated this behavior and intensified their efforts, ultimately earning selection. At times, the variance in individual fortunes hinges upon seemingly minor choices, much like those made by Matthew and his former companions. To effectively dismantle the Nesseriel Empire, Matthew and his allies conducted extensive preliminary investigations and efforts. They swiftly uncovered numerous inconsistencies within the empire's overall structure. The Seven Council, as the ruling class, primarily represented the interests of the Seven Towers, the Grand Sorcerers, and the spellcasting elite. The interests and needs of the ordinary populace, numbering in the millions, were either directly ignored or utterly disregarded. The only pathway for advancement lay in becoming a spellcaster or having someone within their family attain that status. Those with potential and qualifications would be actively sought out by relevant institutions within the Nesseriel Empire for training. Yet, the majority of spellcasters, due to factors such as background, identity, talent, and resources, could only aspire to be assistants, followers, experimenters, or even subjects of the High Sorcerers. It can be said that the overall system of the Nesseriel Empire is grotesque. The citizenry lacks significant cohesion, relying instead on the overwhelming might of the Grand Sorcerers and the numerous spellcasters wielding power to maintain control. The existence of the spellcaster nobility, lords, and families was solely engineered to facilitate the collection of various resources and the identification of more potential spellcaster children, serving the interests of the spellcaster organizations and hierarchy. Their existence, in essence, is merely to serve the Grand Sorcerers and the powerful floating citadels. Thus, despite the advanced magical technology of the Nesseriel Empire, it remains a peculiar sight that the living standards of the populace still resemble those of the medieval era. The improvements or declines in the lives of the common folk and the overall level of development matter little to the Grand Sorcerers. Consequently, the spellcasters are equally indifferent. At that time, Matthew and his companions lamented that the Nesseriel Empire resembled not so much a nation as a colossal organization of spellcasters controlling a vast population. To overturn the existing order of the Nesseriel Empire, there is but one method: to eliminate the Grand Sorcerers. Matthew's current task is to retrace his previous steps, tapping into the power that the spellcasters have long neglected, the strength of countless mortals. the might of numerous other professions, the power of unity. Charge. Overwhelm them. Old John, wielding a wooden staff, led the charge forward, followed by 20 soldiers, all eager to confront their foes. Their physiques were more robust, and they had chosen more mature weapons. While the number of warrior professionals exceeded that of their opponents, they possessed considerable confidence in their ability to secure victory, aspiring to emerge as the foremost among the 5 teams, thereby earning the honor of having other soldiers salute them first upon their encounters. Unfazed, Angela calmly uttered, "Shield bearers, advance. Pike bearers, hold your positions. Steady your steps, and form ranks as we proceed." Despite not yet achieving complete harmony, the soldiers selected by Angela made deliberate adjustments to their positions, striving to maintain their formation. With each step they took forward, their pace gradually synchronized, their mutual support and cooperation rendering them a formidable sight. Old John refrained from intervening. As the clash approached, he, like Angela, withdrew to the sidelines, commanding with a resolute voice, "Team 1, flank from the left. Team 2, attack from the right. Teams 3 and 4, engage head-on." Angela remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed on the 2 distinctly contrasting teams as they collided with tremendous force. The ends of their wooden staffs, coated in lime, struck against masks and heads, rendering foes incapacitated upon impact with their torsos, while strikes to the limbs proved less effective. Initially, the strongest teams 3 and 4 charged fiercely, brandishing their staffs in an attempt to force back the shield bearers. However, the soldiers wielding shields, all seasoned professionals, were unyielding. A barrage of wooden staffs emerged defiantly from behind their shields. Although they managed to deflect the staffs in time, the close call left them drenched in cold sweat. Before the flanking teammates could close in, the shield bearers surged forward with tremendous force, and the starkly visible wooden staffs once again thrust towards them with relentless precision. Caught off guard, the soldiers of teams 3 and 4 suffered severe losses and retreated in haste. Their withdrawal disrupted their formation entirely. As the shield bearers surged past their comrades, advancing in unison, the disarrayed soldiers hastily exited the fray. One warrior managed to deflect 2 thrusts from the staffs, but soon realized his entire team had been vanquished. His fists were no match for the multitude, and he quickly found himself covered in white spots. Immediately, teams 1 and 2 intensified their assault, and buoyed by their soaring morale, Angela's team decisively shifted tactics. The shield bearers turned to face the oncoming assault, bracing themselves firmly at the forefront. The outnumbered soldiers of John's team were soon forced back by the well-ordered ranks. Ultimately, they found themselves cornered in the training grounds, with no avenue for retreat. Their defeat was complete. The countenance of the vanquished soldiers was grim. They could scarcely comprehend how, against such rigid and simplistic attacks, they felt utterly insurmountable and defenseless. Matthew was not surprised by this outcome, as the Nesseriel Empire relied heavily on its spellcasters. Ordinary soldiers and units typically served as mere fodder to draw fire. While they performed adequately in defensive engagements, their performance in open field battles was decidedly lackluster. Old John, equally bewildered, reflected on the recent skirmish, sensing something was amiss. Was not a small-scale battle reliant on individual prowess and direct confrontation? Shouldn't a formation of shield bearers appear rather rigid? The victorious soldiers of Angela's team also struggled to believe their success. After clashing with the other 3 teams thrice, they had emerged victorious each time, albeit with their share of wounds. Glancing triumphantly at the defeated teams, the victorious soldiers resolved to meet more frequently after training. The defeated soldiers felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, realizing the underlying purpose of the seemingly monotonous training. Observing the smug expressions of Angela's team, they experienced a pang of regret, silently vowing to exert themselves in the forthcoming training and seek retribution in the next practice match. Soon, accompanied by a chorus of rallying cries, the training ground buzzed with renewed vigor. Chapter 32. Motivation is derived from comparison. Why did they, alone at another table, enjoy fresh roasted meat? They had triumphed. Why did they possess brand new training uniforms? They had triumphed. And why were they able to receive guidance from old John? We, too, must enhance our strength. They had triumphed. A singular answer silenced the protests of the other 80 or so soldiers. Despite their dissatisfaction, defeat was defeat. Yet, every soldier was resolutely determined to intensify their training in the days to come. The soldiers of Angela's team, having received privileged rewards, naturally felt the accompanying pressure. They trained diligently, unwilling to relinquish this privilege that had bolstered their self-esteem. Under the assurance of fairness, the simple act of highlighting their disparities served to invigorate the majority of soldiers, thereby enhancing training effectiveness and boosting combat capabilities. Matthew engaged in thorough discussions with Angela, imparting his insights on this matter, while Ralph, the steward, felt both delighted and helpless. Gradually grasping the situation, Angela's demeanor became resolute, her confidence unwavering. She bowed to the Lord and returned to the barracks to expedite the training of her soldiers. To ensure effective training, a sufficient supply of meat was essential, alongside provisions of magical creatures' blood and flesh to replenish their energy. Ralph meticulously calculated the costs for Matthew, ostensibly discussing the current predicament, yet subtly reminding him. Training these professional soldiers necessitated significant resources, and given the present conditions of Bay Village, it was impossible to support both Matthew's and the soldiers' dual consumption. Did Matthew comprehend this? Of course, he was acutely aware. However, he had no intention of disclosing to Ralph that cultivating more capable subordinates would substantially reduce the time required for him to enhance his own strength. No problem. We can simply purchase from the villagers. Everyone is too impoverished, and only with sufficient funds can they pay taxes. Observing the Lord's understanding of the underlying implications, Ralph silently nodded and then approached Old Field, who was overseeing the villagers' construction efforts. Everyone should have had their fill by noon, so work harder to justify the Lord's remuneration. Carpenters, swiftly process the timber that has been delivered. Tools are at your disposal, so expedite your efforts. Do not scatter the excavated soil. It must be refilled into the wooden walls later. And you little rascal, don't slack off. Be wary of my approaching reprimand. As Ralph made his way, he marveled at the enthusiastic efforts of the villagers of Bay Village, sensing their genuine commitment. Past experiences had taught Ralph that, even though the Nesseriel Empire's exploitation of peasants was relatively mild compared to other kingdoms, the common folk's perception of nobility was not particularly favorable. Nobles conscripted peasants for labor, and even offering higher wages could not elicit such earnest dedication. Ralph was evidently unaware of the distinction between working for oneself and working for a lord. Although the villagers of Bay Village possessed low levels of education, they understood that the Lord's construction of the new wooden walls would lead to enhanced safety and protection for themselves. Thus, it seemed that the pace of excavation would exceed the original plan by approximately 4 days, suggesting that everyone was indeed working diligently. Old Field, unable to decipher Ralph's intentions, tentatively inquired in a conciliatory tone, "It is our honor to serve the Lord, and the villagers will certainly understand your position." Casting a silent glance his way, Ralph smiled and shook his head, offering reassurance to Old Field. What the Lord has promised will undoubtedly be fulfilled. Only by completing our tasks with quality and efficiency can we ensure his satisfaction and encourage him to invest more resources and arrangements. As he reached this point, he paused slightly and patted the shoulder of Village Chief Field. Currently, the number of soldiers is limited. The Lord wishes to gather 200. All practitioners, save for the elderly and frail, must enlist. Ordinary soldiers will receive 20 silver coins per month, while practitioners shall receive an additional 10 silver coins for each level they ascend. Others will be selected based on their average testing as soldiers. Those who meet the required abilities will be admitted, while those who do not must strive to improve. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of concern mingled with astonishment gleamed in Village Chief Field's eyes. This was the most pivotal step Matthew had taken to secure the entire Bay Village. A bold and audacious maneuver. It was also a subtle probe and advance notice from Steward Ralph, providing Village Chief Field with a ladder and conditions to consider. Any thoughts he might have could be voiced, and any conditions could be laid forth for discussion. Once matters are settled, unwavering support would be expected. Village Chief Field, however, understood clearly that with Matthew's background and capabilities, his willingness to engage in such amicable negotiations surpassed the majority of lords he had encountered. Without hesitation, he nodded and assured, "That is truly splendid. I must thank the Lord on behalf of the villagers, who have long been troubled by a lack of opportunities for advancement." With a slight hum of approval, Steward Ralph expressed satisfaction with Village Chief Field's perceptiveness. After a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to disclose Matthew's arrangements. Moreover, for the elderly or experienced practitioners willing to impart training methods to assist the Lord in cultivating more practitioners, specific work can be arranged for them, with remuneration equivalent to that of soldiers, without the obligation to engage in combat. Even though Village Chief Field was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by Matthew's grand proposal, left momentarily speechless as various bewildering thoughts echoed in his mind. Is the Lord truly intent on developing here continuously? Cultivating more practitioners? That would require considerable resources. Could it be that this is a preparation for some magical experiment? No, it cannot be. The Lord must genuinely have our best interests at heart. That seems unlikely. The Lord's aim is undoubtedly to train more practitioners. Alas, even if I disagree, others will surely concur. With the Lord's financial backing, no one will harbor any resistance. As his complex thoughts coalesced, Village Chief Field nodded in agreement. Noticing his understanding, Steward Ralph smiled gently and instructed, "You shall persuade the others. Inform me of how many and what is needed. However, I wish for you to grasp that while the Lord is benevolent and magnanimous, he cannot abide failure or futility. Without waiting for village chief Field's response, Steward Ralph turned and departed, intent on calculating the expenses entailed by the increasing number of professional soldiers on a daily and monthly basis. As the sun dipped low, the crimson twilight morphed into various shapes, some resembling horses, others serpents, galloping wildly in the breeze, soon melding into a sea of red. Across the overgrown wilderness, a band of chattering dog-headed creatures dashed about, only to vanish without a trace, leaving behind the echoes of barking calls. The sentry, Leon, exhaled in relief as night approached. The dangers outside the village would multiply. Although he did not fear battle, he was reluctant for the others in the village to encounter peril. Old John strode over, followed by a few despondent misfits, and as the vice-captain, he scolded them as he walked. You floundered on your very first day of training. Thus, you shall work overtime on guard duty today, and I shall send someone to replace you later. He continued, Come, let us return for dinner. The old steward has specially prepared some cod. I have long heard that the cod here is exceptionally delicious. Old John's demeanor towards Leon was markedly different. While this was partly due to Steward Ralph's instructions, it was also because he greatly appreciated the young man's upright and kind nature. Particularly, under his guidance, Leon had shown remarkable improvement in training, progressing daily. He estimated that within half a year, Leon would likely become a level 2 warrior. Leon was a prodigy whose talent seemed too precious to be squandered or overlooked. The soldiers, with their melancholic gazes, could only stand guard while simultaneously training. Chapter 33. This human is terrifying. A rich aroma wafted from the other side. The group, who had just joyfully received their pay and were preparing to head home for supper, instinctively slowed their pace. The diners were soldiers selected for the territorial guard. After simmering for several hours, a bone broth exuded an enticing fragrance. At a table set for 8, platters of cod, too precious for the villagers to consume themselves and thus sold, lay alongside freshly sliced white bread, soft and fragrant, eliciting salivation. Most irresistible of all was a platter of several pounds of meat, perfectly fried to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within, its aroma wafting enticingly. Many could not help but pause and gaze. Just then, old John returned with Leon, and upon seeing the gathered crowd, he secretly smiled. Clearing his throat, he announced in a robust voice, Leon, the Lord places great importance on the treatment of soldiers. Bread and meat will be plentiful. Those who excel in training and combat will also be rewarded with the flesh and blood of magical creatures. Feeling the intense gaze of the crowd upon him, Leon steeled himself and nodded. There was no alternative. He would be following the Lord for many years to come. And this treatment far exceeded anything he had known before. What more could he desire? It must be said that Steward Ralph's strategy was remarkably effective. Upon returning home, many villagers of Baytown counted the gold and copper coins in their hands, feeling a twinge of discontent. They too yearned for meat, to gnaw on white bread, to keep a few plump and delectable cod for themselves. As dusk deepened, the crimson moon slowly ascended, casting a sanguine glow. The moonlight, while identical in hue to the previous night, lacked the terrifying infectious and corrosive power. Under the cover of night, many villagers stealthily made their way to the old village chief's home. Numerous onlookers spotted a contingent of soldiers escorting 2 trolls towards the Lord's mansion in the village center. Curiosity flickered in many eyes, uncertain of what the enigmatic Lord intended. Yet soon, they cast aside such thoughts, as their longing for a better life easily overshadowed their curiosity. After a day's deliberation, the development in Bay Village had been established for nearly half a month. Now, Matthew finally had the opportunity to dedicate time to delve into the study of talents and abilities. The level of the arcanist did not require urgent elevation at this moment, to avoid diminishing the experience points provided by weaker foes. After all, a significant wave of experience awaited him at the beginning of next year. Aside from the arcanist level, what Matthew most desired at present was to swiftly convert the theoretical knowledge in his mind into tangible skills. His foremost challenge was a dire need for money, substantial amounts of it. By intertwining these two matters, Matthew resolved to embark on his side endeavor. The representative of countless players, the mage alchemist of the Western continent, was making his grand entrance. In the fully equipped laboratory, apparatus made of alchemical glass was meticulously arranged on stands, including beakers, graduated cylinders, test tubes, droppers, flasks, and glass rods, laboratory equipment familiar even in Blue Star. There exists a plethora of specialized apparatus tailored for spellcasters, including pure water generators, action restrictors, explosion-proof barriers, liquid extractors, flame nozzles, and multifunctional experimental platforms. Although the development of the Nesseriel Empire may appear somewhat specialized, their dedication and fervor towards research is unequivocal. At the onset of the game, numerous spellcasting players are poised to produce various experimental tools for sale to wealthier enforcers. However, upon conducting their inquiries, they discover that spellcasters have already devised an array of astonishing and even inspiring implements in this domain. As Matthew surveyed the dazzling array of instruments, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He meticulously scrutinized each tool, ensuring that none would pose complications during the forthcoming experiments. It must be noted that the alchemical tools prepared by Adam Smith are of commendable quality. Matthew surmised that considerable thought had been invested in their assembly. After thoroughly examining the instruments, Matthew proceeded to review the herbs he would soon require. Moonlight flowers, a rudimentary magical plant, necessitate a full 30 cycles of the crimson moon's illumination to mature, each fetching a market price of 8 silver coins. Their petals, snow-white in hue, reflect their purity. Care must be taken during collection to avoid any contact with blood. Vitality grass, another rudimentary magical plant endemic to the shadowy forest, commands a market price of 20 silver coins per specimen. Its root system is robust, extending 2 meters deep, making extraction a challenging endeavor. Caution is essential to prevent root breakage, which could compromise its efficacy. The red amberolo leaves, classified as intermediate magical materials, are derived from the leaves of the amberolo tree spirit, each priced at 10 silver coins. The spirit, rated at challenge level 8, dwells deep within the forest and colonies, making trade more feasible. The preservation and handling of materials are commendable, leading Matthew to believe that Adam Smith possesses notable skill, contingent upon his intentions. Just as he completed his assessment of the materials, the laboratory door swung open, and a troll, recently finished with its meal, was unceremoniously dragged in by soldiers. The leading figure, Old John, carefully surveyed the array of tools with trepidation, fearful of inadvertently shattering something. Lion, however, experienced an inexplicable discomfort. Feeling a primal fear emanating from the central operating table of the laboratory, Matthew directed them to hoist the 2 trolls onto the table, securing them with chains and shackles forged from exquisite gold. "Wait outside. I shall have them removed shortly," he instructed. They quickly exited, leaving behind 2 trolls, wide-eyed and struggling, evidently unaware of the gravity of their predicament. Even from a distance, a foul stench emanated from the trolls. Matthew cast 2 cleansing spells, and the trolls suddenly felt a chilling sensation wash over them, causing considerable discomfort. Crack, crack, crack. The trolls struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the chains and shackles that bound them, an invisible wave of energy washing over them. Sleep spell. The trolls, lacking in willpower, found their struggles weakening abruptly. After a brief shake of their heads, they closed their eyes in bewilderment. Time passed, and the trolls were roused by sharp, stinging sensations. They realized they were still on the operating table, their bodies seemingly unchanged. Just as they prepared to resume their struggles, they were alarmed to see a slender metallic syringe piercing their thighs. Crimson blood erupted from the hollow syringe, cascading into a transparent glass vessel below. Within mere moments, several pounds of blood had been extracted. The trolls felt a chill creeping through their bodies, their strength waning with the loss of blood, escalating their panic as they endeavored to escape. Yet, the more they struggled, the faster the blood gushed forth, and their resistance diminished. Completely oblivious to the unfolding events, their innate ability to heal appeared to have faltered, and their panicked roars emitted no sound. Matthew observed the trolls' remarkable vitality with a sense of admiration. Their extraordinary regenerative capacity was indeed enviable. Approaching them, he noted that their life force had diminished by more than half. With over 2,000 milliliters of blood extracted, enough to claim the life of a human, an invisible hand grasped the metal tube embedded in the trolls, slowly withdrawing it. The minute wounds began to heal, and their dwindling life force gradually restored. The convenience of the mage's hand was undeniable, alas. His current level was too low to enhance its capabilities. As Matthew contemplated, he transported the 4,000 milliliters of blood to another experimental table. The 2 trolls, having narrowly escaped death, gazed weakly at Matthew's retreating figure, shivering with trepidation. This human was truly terrifying. Chapter 34. Vitality Elixir. Matthew recalled the steps etched in his memory. First, filtering the blood to eliminate any potential parasites and impurities. Next, he poured 500 milliliters into an evaporating dish, igniting a flame and meticulously controlling the temperature. The blood was gradually heated, while the mage's hand gently stirred with a glass rod, causing it to thicken progressively. As he extinguished the flame to cool the mixture, he took this opportunity to add the fresh moonlight flowers to the crucible, crushing them and incorporating 300 milliliters of pure water before reigniting the flame. The dried vitality grass was finally ground into powder and sprinkled into the thickening blood. A remarkable transformation began to occur. The red components sank swiftly, while a crystal-clear liquid rose to the surface. Once the sediment settled, he filtered the transparent liquid once more. The solution from the moonlight flowers in the dry pot exhibited a faint milky hue, which Matthew carefully poured out, blending it with the clear liquid. He reignited the flame and continued heating. Delicate white threads gradually dissolved, merging with the pristine liquid, thickening it further. Finally, he introduced 2 leaves of ground red amberolo, watching as the mixture took on a faint luster, stirring it thoroughly. At that moment, the data collection system, having gathered sufficient information, began its display. Vitality elixir concentrate. Completion rate 31. 315. 32. 325. Until the completion rate reached 50, no success rate was indicated. Only when it climbed to 60 did new data emerge. Completion 62, success rate 997. Completion 63, success rate 989. As the completion rate continued to rise, the success rate began to decline. Upon reaching 80, the success rate had dipped to 90. Without much hesitation, Matthew halted his actions, allowing the final reaction and fusion of the potion to occur. 10 minutes later, he extinguished the flame. The liquid remaining in the glass dish shimmered with a silvery sheen, reminiscent of moonlight flowers illuminated beneath the blood moon. Matthew was unconcerned with its appearance. His focus lay solely on the success of the endeavor. The 500 milliliters of vitality elixir, of excellent quality, could restore 1 point of life per 10 milliliters, and consuming 50 milliliters could heal minor wounds. Success. A spark ignited in Matthew's eyes as a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He skillfully divided the 500 milliliters of vitality elixir into 10 equal portions, yielding 10 small vials. Each vial of the elixir could restore 10 points of life and mend minor injuries, proving to be more effective than basic healing potions. To my astonishment, I have indeed succeeded in replicating it, which implies that the inventions and spells conceived by many players from my memories can also be utilized and duplicated by me. After swiftly calming my emotions, Matthew quickly calculated the costs and benefits of concocting a blood-replenishing potion. The trolls, once satiated, can restore their life limits, consuming no more than 2 silver coins worth of food per day, while the cost of blood is negligible. Each 500 milliliters requires 1 moonlight flower, costing 8 silver coins, 1 bloodgrass, 20 silver coins, and 2 amberlo leaves, 10 silver coins, totaling 48 silver coins. Considering labor and the wear of alchemical equipment, the total expenditure for each 500 milliliters of the potion amounts to 50 silver coins. A bottle of a basic healing potion can fetch 50 silver coins, and 500 milliliters of blood replenishing potion can yield 10 bottles, thus generating a total sale of 5 gold coins, with a profit margin of 10-fold. Oh, this venture is indeed viable. A smile involuntarily graced his face as the 2 trolls, utterly baffled by his actions, caught sight of his expression and trembled in fear. Ding. Successfully concocted a superior blood-replenishing potion. Alchemy level 1, currently at 88, intermediate. Observing such considerate feedback from the data display, Matthew felt as though he had returned to the days of yore, when any action as a player would elicit system notifications. In retrospect, players undoubtedly enjoyed considerable privileges. Matthew distinctly sensed that his potion-making techniques were still quite unrefined. His grasp of timing and stirring was preserved only by the foundation laid by his previous life, preventing any missteps. However, it was precisely this challenge that ignited Matthew's enthusiasm for exploration and dedication. He began to make gradual adjustments to his actions based on the feedback provided by the information prompts. Before long, he developed a standardized posture specifically for brewing blood-replenishing potions. As he concocted, he recorded the process using a retention spell. This would prove invaluable in the future. Ding. Successfully crafted a superior blood-replenishing potion. Alchemy level 1. Now at 89, intermediate. Ding. Alchemy skill increased by 1, currently at 90, intermediate. Alchemy skill increased by 1, now at 91, intermediate. Stuck at a 90 success rate. Matthew gradually managed to elevate the completion level higher, with the potion's healing effects steadily improving. Although these changes were subtle, Matthew could distinctly perceive that overcoming his unfamiliarity with potion making would require a considerable investment of time to fully master. Nevertheless, he felt no apprehension. The continuous rise in his alchemy level signified that he was making steady progress. After consuming 4,000 milliliters of blood, Matthew successfully crafted 80 bottles of blood-replenishing potion, with an anticipated sale price of 50 silver coins per bottle. If all went according to plan, his endeavors this evening could yield a profit of 40 gold coins. Of course, the most significant reward would be achieving an alchemy level of 96, nearing the breakthrough into advanced mastery. After neatly storing the potions and cleaning the tools, he cast a couple of cleaning spells to erase all traces. Only then did Matthew turn to face the 2 trembling trolls. He observed that they had regained approximately 80 of their health after having lost nearly half of it earlier. The rate of recovery was markedly slower compared to their initial encounter. Indeed, the extraordinary recovery specialization required sustenance and energy as a foundational necessity. Taking note of this insight, Matthew opened the laboratory door and addressed the sentinels, Leon and Old John. Carry these 2 trolls back and secure them, and prepare a portion of the leftover food for them to ensure their well-being. Tomorrow at the same time, bring the other 2 trolls as well, and return to collect them in 2 hours. Old John and Leon, witnessing the once vigorous and struggling trolls now appearing as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, instinctively swallowed hard, their minds racing with terrifying images. They were oblivious to what transpired and dared not inquire, nodding repeatedly as they transported the trolls away. As the laboratory door closed once more, everyone, along with the 2 trolls, let out a collective sigh of relief. How terrifying. Chapter 35, Seeking New Acolytes. As Matthew exited the laboratory, a silver figure suddenly leaped into his embrace. Yaya nestled comfortably, her slender tail swaying rhythmically, her large, round eyes sparkling with curiosity. Father, what is that? It seems to have many shiny things. Indeed, most dragons are captivated by glimmering objects. That is the laboratory, currently designated for potion crafting. It is still relatively small, but I plan to expand it in the future to incorporate more functions, Matthew explained candidly to Yaya, concerned that this little creature might inadvertently cause havoc. A complete set costs 500 gold coins, a sum he must toil for over 10 days to earn, and he could not afford to lose it easily. The little one blinked her big eyes and opened her mouth slightly, emitting a series of sounds. Then, as if recalling something, she lowered her tone, infusing it with a unique oriental charm. Yaya. Matthew's eyes widened in surprise, filled with joy as he affectionately patted her head, exclaiming, "Indeed, Yaya, you can now say your name. You are truly brilliant." Delighted by the praise, Yaya giggled, shaking her little head and stating, "Rebecca taught me." A playful visage flashed through Matthew's mind, prompting a knowing smile. He stroked Yaya's head, reminiscing about the young dragon cultivation manual. And with a hint of temptation in his voice, he asked, "So, do you wish for Rebecca to play with you more often?" Her large eyes lit up, and Yaya nodded vigorously. Matthew smiled knowingly. "Then I shall assign Rebecca a task to ensure she can accompany you better. This will also greatly benefit her as a druid." Without hesitation, the innocent Yaya nodded, inadvertently dragging Rebecca into the arrangement. Indeed, Matthew penned a letter of employment and handed it to Yaya, cautiously stating, "However, you 2 will have a shared responsibility to ensure you consume a variety of foods that promote your growth and development every day." Yaya paid little heed to the latter part of the statement, joyfully clutching the parchment, flapping her wings, and darting around the room, clearly elated. This night was destined to be extraordinary. In the days that followed, every villager in Bay Village was remarkably busy. Rising early for breakfast under the guidance of the village chief, Field, they commenced their labor. They toiled tirelessly until noon, savoring a hearty lunch. Following another industrious afternoon, they returned home with copper coins in hand. Although the pay was modest, the enjoyment of a satisfying midday meal, coupled with their contributions to the village, significantly boosted everyone's morale. Naturally, amidst their busyness, they did not forget to cast curious glances toward the bustling military camp. Observing the soldiers' simple drills followed by the abundant feasting on fish and meat, a sense of restlessness began to stir within them. Everyone yearned for meat. Just a few days prior, the old village chief, Field, had kept his lips sealed, but eventually succumbed to the villagers' impatience, revealing a few tantalizing hints. The next morning, the entire village of Highgang buzzed with excitement as the townsfolk fervently discussed the methods and advantages of becoming professional soldiers. The instigator of this fervor, the venerable village elder Field, had little inclination to ponder further and urged everyone to get back to work. Numerous women engaged in food preparation had already divulged the news that a hearty meal would once again be provided at noon, with each person receiving a portion of fish. This revelation invigorated the villagers, particularly as they noticed that neither the Lord nor the steward Ralph had made an appearance, allowing them to operate freely. Yet, no villager entertained thoughts of idleness. Those who did were swiftly motivated to labor diligently under the elder Field's watchful eye. The soldiers were exerting themselves in rigorous training, their shouts echoing from afar. Many were already aware that upon completing the walls, they would immediately proceed to construct the barracks. A number of individuals quickly calculated that by enhancing their speed without compromising quality, they could earn greater rewards. A gentle, cool breeze wafted through, and Matthew set aside his alchemical notes, having gained a deeper understanding of the various magical plants and their specific environments. Most players, when concocting potions or crafting magical items or scrolls, relied heavily on the advancement of their alchemy skills, completing foolproof operations with the aid of a program. They understood the process but not the underlying principles. Now, Matthew found himself the sole custodian of the research responsibilities. He had to delve deeper, striving to stay ahead in order to propel the territory forward. Therefore, his primary task was to identify children with the potential to become spellcasters. Indeed, even though the Empire of Nesseriel was diligently searching for and nurturing candidates for enforcement, the volume of assessments conducted annually was immense, and many promising individuals inevitably slipped through the cracks. Naturally, those children whose extraordinary talents were evident were swiftly taken away, while those with moderate potential, requiring additional resources and effort to surpass higher-level constraints, were left to chance. Moreover, assessing qualifications also incurred costs. For the majority of noble families and the offspring of spellcasters, comprehensive evaluations were conducted almost immediately upon birth. Most common children underwent assessments at ages 10, 12, and 15. Thus, Matthew placed particular emphasis on those children under the age of 10. Early learning is paramount. Steward Ralph's demeanor was solemn, and most of the children were intimidated by his expression. Of course, the greater reason was that each child had gleaned from their parents that they should never provoke Steward Ralph or the Lord. It was believed that, as he spoke, parents would provide their careless children with a profound moral education. After all, in the Empire of Nesseriel, lords typically possessed commendable temperaments. Most lords had spellcasting identities and families, having received ample and necessary education. However, this did not imply that their authority was diminished. The tangible destructive power of spells, coupled with the massive floating cities occasionally drifting through the sky, served as a stark reminder to them to obey. All were instructed to line up according to age, with those under 6 standing on the left. Though they might not fully comprehend at the moment, it was essential to clarify that they were to behave obediently, for the impending moments could very well alter their destinies and those of their families. After organizing the lineup, Steward Ralph gazed pensively at the children, observing their bewildered expressions tinged with fear, and he could not help but smile inwardly. Matthew produced a crystal for testing and gradually infused it with his mana before handing it to the first group of 15-year-olds. A freckled girl stood at the forefront, her hazel-brown eyes appearing timid as she approached slowly, too nervous to meet Matthew's gaze. Meryl. Race, human. Age, 15. Occupation, unemployed. Talent, dormant. Attributes, strength, 5. Agility, 6. Constitution, 5. Perception, 8. Intelligence, 11. Charisma, 10. Evaluation, 50 chance of becoming a novice spellcaster, 5 chance of becoming an intermediate spellcaster, and 0. 1 chance of becoming an advanced spellcaster. Matthew discerned Meryl's potential and noted the rather harsh evaluation behind her. He was not overly disappointed. Rather, he felt a sense of relief that the previous evaluator had been somewhat lenient. Meryl, feeling anxious, placed her hand upon the pristine testing crystal, which glimmered faintly at its center, tracing delicate lines but failing to expand further. Her heart sank in despair, as she had been unable to ignite the crystal in her previous 3 assessments, and this time was no different. Excellent, Meryl. You have a considerable chance of becoming a spellcaster, but you must put in the effort. Now please stand aside. Matthew's gentle voice ignited a flicker of hope within the despondent Meryl, and she nodded excitedly. Chapter 36. Icebird Liana. Witnessing Meryl's successful selection, the other initially apprehensive children felt a surge of hope blossom within them. The next to step forward was a boy towering at nearly 1.8 meters. Although he bore a rather mature appearance, Matthew paid him no heed. Whether one could become a mage was solely contingent upon one's intelligence attribute, independent of height, looks, gender, or race. He too felt a twinge of nervousness as he grasped the testing crystal, slowly closing his eyes and channeling all his focus into it. Yet, despite his utmost effort, the crystal remained dark. Matthew shook his head and calmly stated, "You lack the talent to become a mage. However, you can become an outstanding druid." This young lad, named Higas, possessed a remarkably perceptive attribute of 15, with charisma at 11 and strength and constitution reaching 10 each. By rights, his physical gifts would be better suited for a priest or paladin. However, a druid could harness their abilities more freely, leaving him with no other option. The little fellow, though tall, had yet to mature mentally and could not discern the distinction between a mage and a druid. He merely celebrated with a jubilant fist pump, then seemed to recall something, cautiously asking, "So, have I been chosen?" Matthew smiled slightly and nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, you will receive preliminary training as a professional. And once you become a practitioner, you will be assigned work." "Great. I can work well for you in the future." Meryl and Higas had set a positive precedent. Matthew was somewhat surprised to discover that among the 15-year-olds who had undergone 3 assessments, although most did not possess the talent to become exceptional mages, many could potentially embark on other professions. This remarkable ratio evoked memories of a time in the main material plane when heroes arose and legends sparkled. Indeed, they did not emerge from thin air. Rather, a larger base of ordinary children with the potential to become professionals had simply been overlooked. Certainly, Matthew was quite aware that the root cause of such circumstances lay in the allocation, competition, production, and cost-effectiveness of resources. This principle holds true in any world. However, in this realm, where resources and talents equate to power itself, social classes become even more entrenched, theoretically allowing their perpetuation indefinitely. Matthew, unburdened by such concerns and foreseeing the impending events, unhesitatingly chose to embrace all that was available. Nearby, Steward Ralph meticulously documented each child selected for their potential as practitioners. Every personal and familial detail was recorded accurately, designated as confidential. These would become invaluable assets for the Lord. If we consider that the physical development of a 15-year-old begins to take shape, children aged 13 or 14 often exhibit even more remarkable talents. After a brief contemplation, Matthew selected a considerable number of children whose attributes differed by no more than 2 points. Exceptional talent is indispensable. A robust foundation is equally crucial. The sorting of over 300 children aged 10 and above was swiftly completed. In total, 165 children with potential were chosen, among whom 14 were aspiring mages. The most gifted among them possessed 14 points in intelligence, marking them as notably outstanding for their age. With roughly a 5% chance of becoming high-level mages, a small fish that had slipped through the net. The children under the age of 10 were intentionally left for later assessment, as Matthew wished to see what surprises these untested children might present. The first few little ones failed to activate the detection crystal, but fortunately, they exhibited decent foundational talents, with 1 or 2 attributes reaching 8 points. It was only when the 10th child appeared before Matthew, a girl entirely shrouded in a black robe, did he take notice. The other children around her cast furtive glances, their faces reflecting a hint of fear. The more they displayed such oddity, the more Matthew's curiosity was piqued. He spoke softly, adopting the gentlest tone possible. There is no need for such fear. I am the Lord of Bay Village, and I shall ensure everyone's safety, you included. In my eyes, all are treated equally. Matthew's voice, imbued with gentle authority, seemed to ease her tension slightly as she bit her lip. Although she had little hope left, for the sake of her bettered mother, she was still willing to try. After all, if she could be chosen by the Lord, even if it merely meant securing a meal for herself, she could save enough for her mother to eat first. As the linen cloak fell away, it revealed a cascade of silver hair framing a gaunt face. A faint chill enveloped the air, yet Matthew remained calm, observing the frail girl before him with an unchanging expression, though a tempest of emotions stirred within him. Icebird Liana. Anyone bearing such a moniker among practitioners must possess at least a legendary level of professional ranking and have accomplished feats that resonate profoundly. In the future, amidst the turmoil of numerous wars, the name Icebird Liana frequently surfaces. As one of the most formidable combatants of the Witch Guild, her striking beauty and the formidable power of her 29-level demigod bloodline sorcerer have been mentioned countless times by players. Her most remarkable feat was the utter destruction of the central city of the Pfizer Trading Company, slaying 3 legendary arcanists and escaping unscathed from the onslaught of 2 demigod archmages. It is worth noting that, as the Nesseriel Empire falls, the Pfizer Trading Company, inheriting vast wealth and resources, will evolve into a monstrous slave-hunting syndicate rivaling national organizations. Many nations and regions suffer greatly from its predations and assaults. Naturally, player organizations frequently troubled by the Pfizer Trading Company hold Icebird Liana, a powerful, beautiful, and highly popular potential ally, in high regard. Many players who delve deeply into the narrative have sought to uncover Liana's past, yet the information available is scant. She was adopted by the Witch Guild at a young age and has no family or friends. Her accent bears the characteristics of the eastern provinces, and she harbors a particular hatred for criminal organizations such as the Pfizer Trading Company. She shows no mercy to evil forces, often disregarding her own safety. After destroying the Pfizer Trading Company, she inexplicably defected from the Witch Guild and vanished without a trace. There is a wealth of information here, and Matthew sensed that her fate might undergo several significant turns. It seems that the choices of destiny only heed the present moment. Who can say? Gazing at her unremarkable yet slightly emaciated face, Matthew's countenance blossomed into a radiant smile, as a long-lost system notification informed him that he had discovered a true surprise. Chapter 37. The Slave Hunting Group. Upon closely examining Liana's attributes, he discerned the distinction between an ordinary person and a genius destined to stir the tides of fate. Liana. Age, 9. Profession, unemployed. Talent, none. Attributes, strength, 5. Agility, 6. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 14. Perception, 10. Charisma, 18. Luck, 5. Doom. Evaluation, afflicted by misfortune. Her fate fraught with tribulation. At a mere 9 years of age, Liana's charisma had skyrocketed to 18, and her bloodline abilities were beginning to manifest, which explained the discomfort felt by the surrounding children. The luck score of 5, surprisingly untouched by catastrophe, also indicated her resilience in a different light. However, Matthew could distinctly sense that Liana's mental state was somewhat amiss, appearing both conflicted and despondent. It was evident that her luck rating of 5 had significantly impacted her life. Watching as Liana clasped the crystal, Matthew encouraged it to emit a more radiant glow, eliciting her surprise. Just as he was about to find an excuse to draw her closer for focused cultivation, a prompt chimed in his ear. Ding. Would you like to spend 100 destiny coins to activate the choice of destiny? Without hesitation, Matthew selected yes. Though nothing visibly changed in the surroundings, in Matthew's eyes, the familiar choice of destiny revealed its information. Activating the choice of destiny. Keep Liana, luck 3. Release Liana, luck 3. Observing Liana, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events, Matthew resolutely chose to keep her. In her incredulous gaze, he gently patted her head, feeling the faint chill emanating from her, and with a slight smile, he said, "Your talents are remarkable. I shall take you as my student. Do not worry about any changes in your body. You will learn to control them in time. Ralph, inform Liana's family of this good news and bring her to the Lord's manor." The treatment for a genius is as straightforward and direct as that. Matthew was unwilling to delve into the perils lurking behind it. He aimed to cut through the chaos swiftly and preemptively detonate the impending danger. Previous harrowing experiences had already taught Matthew that the longer one waits, the greater the risk becomes. Liana, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and delight, gasped in astonishment, never expecting such a sudden shift in her fate. Noticing the commotion, Steward Ralph hurried over, and after hearing Matthew's words, he suppressed his doubts and promptly arranged accordingly. John dispatched a messenger to Miss Liana's residence to inform her mother of the situation and to bring her back for early treatment arrangements. Old John, accompanied by a small contingent of soldiers, hurried towards their destination. As Matthew observed their departing figures, he sensed that this matter would not conclude so simply. Exercising patience, Matthew conducted assessments on the other children, discovering their overall well-being was satisfactory. However, due to inadequate food supply, some were slightly malnourished, prompting him to consider a degree of resource allocation. Meanwhile, Butler Ralph diligently recorded the details of the curious and excited Liana as he prepared files for all the children. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. Matthew turned, sensing a revelation about the precision of fate's choices. Indeed, the opportunity to alter one's destiny often presents itself in a fleeting moment. Matthew did not rush towards the noise. Instead, he commanded the nearby soldiers, "First, escort the children to the Lord's manor and strictly prohibit anyone from approaching. Once we ascertain the situation, I shall return to lift the order." The team leader, Leon, hesitated but ultimately refrained from defying the Lord's command. The reason was simple. Upon gazing into Matthew's calm, dark eyes, he felt a disquiet in his heart. Matthew personally assisted Liana into the carriage. As the young girl pushed open the door, she spotted Rebecca and Yaya entangled in a playful tussle over the last piece of jerky, their mouths stuffed full, the rich aroma of meat wafting through the carriage. Caught in the act, Rebecca's face flushed red as she murmured softly, "Yaya can't finish it, so I'm helping her out." Huh, liar. Yaya promptly exposed her. Yet the gluttonous girl, unperturbed, attempted to tickle Yaya, trying to divert attention. Matthew chuckled softly and gestured for the slightly shy Liana to sit on the blanket, explaining, "You should know Rebecca. This is Yaya, who is exceptionally clever and will soon engage in fluent conversation." Having heard tales of the Lord's young dragon, witnessing it in person left her quite awestruck. Yaya, intrigued by the frail Liana, swiftly concluded that the girl would not compete for food. Bounding over to Matthew's embrace and murmuring to the somewhat flustered Liana, "Hello. Wow, Liana, you've been chosen? I knew you wouldn't remain unfortunate forever." The blunt Rebecca laughed heartily, striding over to produce a piece of jerky intended for Yaya, popping one into her own mouth and offering another to Liana. Clearly, Rebecca's relationship with Liana was amicable, unlike the trepidation exhibited by the other children. Liana glanced up, noticing the Lord smiling at her, which eased her anxiety. Accepting the tender morsel of jerky, she took a few cautious bites. The long-forgotten flavor of meat, rich and sweet, danced upon her palate, and unable to resist, she savored another couple of bites before carefully stowing it away. "I'll save some for Mama." Before long, the carriage came to a halt. Matthew opened the window, observing that the children had entered the Lord's manor, then turned to the armed butler Ralph. My lord, John and the others were ambushed. 2 soldiers are injured. And we captured 1 enemy. They belong to a slave-catching group. Miss Liana's mother has been brought here. Fortunately, she is unharmed and has already consumed a restorative potion. Liana gasped and dashed outside, her heart finally at ease upon seeing the familiar figure beside old John. With tears welling in her eyes, she called out Mama and leaped into her mother's embrace. Unaware of the circumstances, Surin tenderly held her daughter, quickly reassuring her, "It's all right." Lord John arrived in time and drove away the villains. "We are safe now." As Liana recalled something, she wiped her tears and whispered a few words in her mother's ear. Surin's complexion paled slightly as she turned to bow toward Matthew in the carriage. "Thank you, my lord." Matthew raised his hand to interrupt her gesture, addressing John directly. "Take them back to the Lord's manor and ensure these 2 restorative potions are administered to the injured soldiers. Upon your return, provide me with a detailed account of the recent skirmish." The slave-catching group. Matthew had not anticipated that an old acquaintance would present themselves so fortuitously. Nonetheless, he felt relieved. The sooner they were discovered, the sooner they could be dealt with. Chapter 38. Bite Down. The slave-catching group. One of the most detestable entities in the Nesseriel Empire and the entire Western continent. They are a group devoid of humanity, driven by greed and profit. They employ violent means to capture humans, tribes, orcs, half-elves, halflings, and even elves and dwarves. Once successful, they assign their captives to designated slave statuses, allowing them to openly imprison the captured and transport them for sale, engaging in perverse transactions. Occasionally, they subject their captives to horrific and twisted experiments. At times, they utilize various methods to manipulate the minds and spirits of the imprisoned, transforming them into living tools. Others may be presented to certain powerful figures who can offer them greater protection and support. Undoubtedly, the appearance of the slave-catching group in Bay Village is not for the purpose of capturing the fishmen in the Mist Marsh or the Silver Moon River, nor is it to pursue the goblins, kobolds, or gnolls in the gloomy forest, let alone the dangerous and fierce trolls that hold little value. Their sole objective can only be the village of Bay itself. Upon receiving this news, Butler Ralph was infuriated and promptly reported to Matthew. It was the first time Matthew had witnessed Ralph in such a state of anger. He did not delve into the backstory, simply issuing commands with calm authority. "Where is the captive? Bring him forth. Additionally, gather all soldiers, fully armed, and bring along the supplies I concocted yesterday. Announce a bounty to all villagers. Anyone providing a verified piece of information will receive a reward of 10 gold coins. Notify Elderfield to assemble all rangers and hunters, distributing combat scrolls to them. Let them bite down on them. If they happen to cross paths, let there be no escape." Suppressing his emotions, Butler Ralph swiftly turned and mounted a warhorse gifted by Adam Smith, racing towards the military camp. Within just a few minutes, the solemn Angela appeared, fully armed and riding with impressive poise, leaving Rebecca starstruck. A village man, wrapped in bandages around his thigh, was unceremoniously tossed down by Angela. Kahora, a human, age 32, of chaotic evil alignment, was a level 2 rogue and a member of the Bloodhand slave-catching group. To infiltrate Bay Village, Kahora had employed some disguises, but he never anticipated running directly into John. Matthew did not approach. Instead, he pointed his staff at him, casting Charm Person. A soft red glow of magic transformed into twinkling starlight, descending upon Kahora. The level 2 wraith offered little in the way of resistance or struggle, his countenance turning to one of utter bewilderment. "By what means did you gain entrance? Where is your encampment?" Kahora obediently divulged all the information. "We spent over 10 days digging a tunnel from the Silver Moon River to the due north, near the Word Camp in the Gloomwood. We constructed a quarantine area using magical rune boards." Upon hearing this, Angela immediately instructed the nearby wraith soldiers, "Notify everyone to assemble in the north," forming teams of 5 to collaborate with village chief Field for reconnaissance. After issuing her orders, Angela did not hasten to depart, but instead remained silently in place, awaiting Matthew's next directive. Matthew, undeterred by the acquisition of enemy intelligence, refrained from recklessly preparing for an attack and continued to question with great patience. "How many of you are there?" "Over 100, came the reply. "How many tents do you have?" 20. "Who is your leader? What is his strength?" "Bloodhand Khan, a level 10 mid-tier warrior." "How many wraiths are there?" "Including myself." "Over 20. As Matthew's inquiries progressed, a clearer picture of the slave-capturing group began to emerge. Angela, who had recently been consumed by rage, now exhibited remarkable composure. Recognizing the precariousness of their situation, the adversary was simply too formidable. The entire population of Bay Village consisted of merely over 30 professionals, supplemented by 100 soldiers trained over a few days. The demonstrated strength of the enemy was already quite overwhelming. Leader Khan was a peak mid-tier warrior at level 10. As the commander of the slave-capturing group, he undoubtedly possessed remarkable prowess, likely representing an elite unit of exceptional strength. Among the 100-plus professionals, even the least experienced were level 2 support personnel, while combatants began at no less than level 4. Khan's squad leaders all boasted mid-tier professional capabilities, outclassing the inhabitants of Bay Village in terms of high-end combat power. The remaining combatants, audacious enough to join the slave-capturing group, were essentially renegades. Following the devastation of Sweetwater Town by the Black Dragon, the Nesseriel Empire would inevitably dispatch personnel for an inspection, yet these individuals daringly launched an assault on Bay Village, clearly unafraid of their identities being exposed. This, too, was a testament to their strength. They either possessed influential backing, exceptional power, or, more likely, a combination of both. Matthew surmised they belonged to the latter category, for he recognized them. He recognized Bloodhand Khan. The Bloodhand slave-capturing group of the Hui Rue trade caravan was destined to become a notorious faction. Bloodhand Khan, a future legendary warrior of level 25, renowned for hunting legendary creatures, was one of the elite enforcers of the Hui Rue trading company. Years ago, Bloodhand Khan had met his demise at the hands of the Icebird Liana, with players contributing significantly to that outcome. Little did he anticipate that a reunion with an acquaintance would occur so swiftly. Matthew refrained from pursuing blindly, first arranging for someone to notify Butler Ralph, announcing a state of lockdown for Bay Village. He ordered all villagers to refrain from leaving the village without cause and selected those who had performed well in recent days to form a temporary guard, preventing anyone from approaching. Soon, the entire Bay Village was abuzz with activity. Soldiers had gathered at the warehouse, uniformly donning new leather armor, weapons, shields, and bows. Over a dozen porters emerged, pulling 4 carts laden with various replacement weapons and gear. Butler Ralph, accompanied by the selected 200, arrived to distribute equipment, while 10 soldiers from the Sayre family would assist him in defending the village. Matthew then set forth towards the north, accompanied by Angela and the soldiers who had trained for several days. As they passed the Silver Moon River, over a dozen diminutive figures scattered, plunging into the water with a splash. Not long after, hundreds of fishmen heads emerged from the depths. Observing the river teeming with fishmen, Matthew realized that the task of cleansing them would be a monumental endeavor, as their reproductive rate often surpassed the speed of eradication. Not far off, the old village chief, his expression grave, approached, whispering before the cart, "We have spotted them. They are coming." Chapter 39, All-Out Assault. Form ranks, defensive formation. Angela's clear command resonated, and the instinctive response honed through hundreds of drills prompted the 90 soldiers and 10 newly joined warriors to align with precision. Shields were raised at the front, spears poised behind, and bows concealed, forming a square formation that appeared remarkably orderly. The old village chief field, taken aback, scrutinized the familiar faces before him, suddenly feeling a sense of estrangement. He could scarcely believe that just days of training had transformed soldiers, porters, and warriors of Bay Village, who were once accustomed to fighting alone, into such a cohesive unit. In his youth, Chief Field had served in the Nesseriel Empire's army, battling the orcs to the north and the barbarians to the east. During the eastern expansion, he had been at the front lines, engaging in fierce combat against hordes of fishmen and trolls. It was due to his extensive experience that he could discern deeper nuances from this seemingly simple transformation. Even the regular soldiers of the Nesseriel Empire would struggle to achieve such alignment within mere breaths while in motion. Was this the confidence Lord Matthew sought to instill in his professional soldiers? Perhaps they could indeed triumph over the perilous slave-capturing group. With this thought, Chief Field tightened his grip on his longbow, meticulously rubbing the bowstring as he awaited the enemy's approach. Having dismounted the cart, Matthew positioned himself just behind the ranks. Gently patting Yaya's back, ascend to the skies and assess the enemy's numbers. Ascertain whether there are any concealed individuals in the forest. Be cautious and trust your instincts. Do not approach the woods recklessly. If you are indeed attacked, return at once. Yaya nodded, stealthily darting into the underbrush, and as a gentle breeze swept through, she soared into the sky. Matthew glanced upward, astonished to find that Yaya's form had blended seamlessly with the cerulean sky. Even with his mental connection, he could barely discern her presence, much less pinpoint her exact location. Indeed, the challenge level did not deceive. Yaya's melee capabilities surpassed that of ordinary iron-armored defenses. With her rapidly evolving combat skills and flying prowess, an average team of mid-tier professionals, averaging level 9, would likely stand little chance against her. In a matter of seconds, Yaya's report echoed in Matthew's mind. "Daddy, there are 40 enemies directly ahead, 3 of whom are notably stronger than the others. 50 individuals are concealed within the forest, and I also spotted archers capable of long-range shots. What are those creatures? They look grotesque, with pointed snouts and short stature, barking like dogs. And there are hundreds of them. Have the gnolls been drawn here? Their appetite is indeed voracious. Matthew felt no surprise at the bloodhand slave-capturing group employing underhanded tactics. He had never underestimated any adversary. After all, in this regard, every player who has met their demise at least 100 times possesses a substantial voice. Without hesitation, Matthew instructed Yaya to return and swiftly commence calculations. The time for the dog-headed beasts to arrive was merely 20 minutes away. It would take half an hour to return to Bay Village, and they could very well be delayed by the enemy's reinforcements, potentially facing a pincer attack. If they chose to hold their ground, they would be playing directly into the enemy's hands, allowing a continuous influx of various monsters to converge upon them. It appeared that the opposing commander was quite seasoned, having undoubtedly engaged in combat with regular troops on multiple occasions. The enemy's vanguard was drawing ever closer, set to encounter them in approximately 3 minutes. In that case, we shall all achieve our objectives. Without any hesitation, Matthew conveyed the situation to Angela and shared the plan with her. The young knight pondered briefly, gazing at the spirited and organized soldiers by her side, and nodded confidently in agreement. I believe this is feasible. Although the enemy possesses formidable combat strength, their will is frail, and they are unlikely to exhibit significant sacrificial spirit. Thus we shall undoubtedly succeed. Observing the brightness in Angela's eyes, Matthew could discern her unwavering confidence, and he declared without a second thought, "Command the battle, my knight." Drawing her longsword, Angela took a deep breath, radiating a brilliant light, and her clear voice resonated among all the soldiers. Maintain formation, target due north, all troops advance. Each soldier felt an immediate lightness in their bodies, as if their weapons and armor had grown lighter. The knightly profession was crafted for the very purpose of war, epitomized by its hallmark skill, the inspiring aura. This bestowed a powerful enhancement to all allies within a 50-meter radius, granting 1 to strength, 1 to damage, and 2 to movement. With renewed courage, the soldiers followed Angela's lead, advancing confidently forward. The synchronized sound of their footsteps began to stir the blood within each soldier, their pace gradually quickening as their momentum built. Lion, feeling a rush of adrenaline, stepped forward with great enthusiasm, sensing an amalgamation of strength with his comrades. Regardless of who or how powerful the enemy was ahead, they held the confidence to defeat them. Matthew, trailing in the formation, surveyed his soldiers with satisfaction. Although their individual prowess was not particularly outstanding, their potential for growth was significant, with ample room for improvement. Today, they would sharpen their edges through a resounding battle, tempered by the blood and demise of their foes. Of course, in preparation for the impending conflict, Matthew began to ready himself. Staff-attached skills, mana potions, spell scrolls, and combat spell types. An adequately prepared spellcaster is the most formidable of adversaries. In the dense underbrush of the wilderness, the crisp chill of winter lingered. Alta shivered, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sense of unease, as if a dreadful beast had its gaze fixed upon him, instinctively tightening his grip on his short sword. He scanned his surroundings proficiently, finding no signs of movement among the grass or bushes. Shaking his arms to dispel the tension, he reminded himself that excessive anxiety could lead to rapid fatigue, a common mistake for newcomers. As a seasoned veteran, Alta quickly reinforced his mental fortitude, compelling himself to calm down. Surely, it was nothing. Several teammates were nearby. Though they occasionally relished in leisure, they would undoubtedly remain vigilant at this moment. As an experienced hunter, he understood one crucial principle: do not allow emotions to cloud judgment. Perhaps it was merely concern for the forthcoming battle. Considering the possibility of encountering the patrols of Nesseriel, running into them would spell disaster. Yet, this time, they were unusually aggressive, intending to attack a village. He hoped all would proceed smoothly. The task at hand was becoming increasingly daunting. Once this operation was completed, suddenly, a sharp claw pierced through his kidney. An agonizing pain seizing his senses, Alta gasped in agony, his mind momentarily clouded, only to be met with a brutal blow to the back of his head, silencing his cries and plunging him into unconsciousness. His final thought flickered through his mind: an assassin? With a swift motion, the assassin silenced his throat. Observing the enemy's lifeless body slumped to the ground, cradling the corpse with care, Yaya murmured to herself with satisfaction, "What my dear father taught me truly works wonders." Chapter 40. A collapse imminent. Possessing exceptional sensory abilities and formidable stealth, Yaya had joyfully put into practice the art of ambush she learned from her unscrupulous father. Alta was not her first quarry, nor would he be her last. The 8 notifications that sprang forth attested to Yaya's accomplishments in front of Matthew. Oh, Yaya's movements were indeed swift. She was inherently suited for combat, and once her physique grew, her combat prowess would only intensify. 3 level 2 stragglers. 3 level 2 barbarian sentinels, and 2 level 3 stragglers had collectively afforded Matthew 180 experience points. His current total stood at 1,600, a mere 400 points shy of leveling up. They were now a mere 300 meters away. The time had come. Matthew's gaze flickered slightly as he signaled Yea to withdraw, observing the tall reeds and bushes ahead swaying gently. He nodded subtly at Angela, drawing forth the last spell scroll he had procured from the Sarah family. A 5th-tier spell, Mass Haste. This would enhance the movement speed of all allies within a 50-meter radius by 40 and increase attack speed by 20, lasting for 3 minutes. An indescribable lightness enveloped every soldier. They surged forward like arrows released from a bowstring. Even at this moment, the soldiers remained in formation, as they had during their training. The towering reeds obstructed their vision. Frowning, Clark, leading the group, instinctively touched the long sword at his waist and glanced at the anxious faces of his companions, asking, "Why haven't the sentinels reported back? How far are they from us now? Should we retreat?" Confidently shaking his head, Carmen, bare-chested and wielding a meteor hammer, scoffed, "Huh. Do not worry. Those pathetic hunters from Bay Village? They wouldn't dare venture into the Shadow Forest. How could they pose any threat to Arcata and the others?" Rubbing the cloth-wrapped handle of his hammer, Carmen's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin as he planted the spiked hammerhead into the ground. Pointing toward Bay Village, he certainly lacks the courage to initiate an attack. He just doesn't know we've prepared a delightful surprise for him. When he attempts to flee, I shall personally capture him. Spellcasters tend to be quite wealthy. Hearing this, the other members of the slave-hunting crew couldn't help but burst into laughter, eagerly engaging in conversation. Carmen is right. Perhaps Alta and the others have already gone to Bay Village to gather information, pre-selecting their targets. I think so too. They always snatch the best picks first. By the time it's our turn, only the dregs remain. That's a fair point. Next time we distribute tasks, I want to be a sentinel too. TSK. What's the profit in a little village? It's far better for us in the Shadow Forest. Silence. Do not utter objectives while executing a task. Has the lesson from last time not sufficed? Clark interrupted the foolish ramblings of a dimwit, directing his ire at the level 4 wraith who had dared to express a desire to become a sentinel. If you are so eager to take on that role, hurry and contact Alta and the others, urging them to return swiftly and report on the enemy's position. The chastened wraith feigned nonchalance, shrugging amidst the raucous laughter of his companions. As he prepared to plunge into the thicket ahead, he suddenly froze, trembling in place. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed. A trembling arrow had struck him squarely in the face, his wide eyes reflecting incomprehensible panic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air reached them, catching the members of the slave-capturing team completely off guard, resulting in a chorus of pained cries. Enraged, Clark deftly severed one of the incoming arrows with his sword, rolling aside with practiced agility as he shouted, "Disperse and prepare to engage the enemy." Before he could rise, his peripheral vision caught a sight that sent chills down his spine. The formidable and powerful Come-On, whom he regarded as a thorn in his side, stood there unflinchingly, oblivious to the rain of arrows surrounding him. It was as if all the arrows had eyes, deliberately avoiding his direction. Was it possible that Come-On had become invulnerable? That seemed improbable. This was a scoundrel whose malevolence was palpable, with nowhere to go but the slave-capturing team. Had he fallen victim to a mental spell? Though reluctant to admit it, even Come-On, with his high resistance to magic, had silently succumbed. Did this imply that if he were the target, he had no chance of escape? Before Clark could make a move, over 10 azure magical missiles whistled through the air. Quick to react, Clark immediately discerned that the target of these missiles was the motionless Come-On. Those were clearly first-ring magic missiles. Clark had only ever witnessed a mid-tier mage unleash 3 missiles at once. The sight of more than 10 was terrifying in its implications. The keen-eyed members of the slave-capturing team were unwilling to shield Come-On, hastening their flight. Thud! Come-On was instantly riddled with over 10 gaping wounds, a mist of blood erupting forth, staining the surroundings crimson. Fortunately, he felt little pain. His head now a mere remnant, he fell silent, likely perishing in a ludicrous dream. An indescribable dread surged within Clark as his selfish instincts took hold. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, his swift form outpacing his comrades. In the midst of his frantic escape, he plunged into the reeds, catching a glimpse that filled him with both terror and relief. A regiment marching in perfect formation burst through the towering reeds, wielding a destructive force that crashed into the panicked members of his team. A few caught off guard roared in defiance, determined to take a few down with them. Their advanced weaponry clashed against shields, leaving only negligible marks. Clark, with his seasoned eye, quickly recognized that the soldiers defending against him were formidable warriors in their own right. A line of 20 shield bearers. Terrifying. Before these warriors could change tactics, Rows of long spears lunged forth, as synchronized as a serpent striking. Thud! The struggling warriors found themselves impaled like desiccated fish upon bloodied stakes, unceremoniously discarded. Only one, the strongest level 4 warrior, managed to cleave through 3 spears. Yet, before he could regain his footing, he was met head-on by a shield that shattered his balance, and a lethal spear lunged once more. He was doomed. Clark indelibly etched this scene into his memory, the soldiers advancing with lethal precision, the impenetrable shield wall closing in. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned all his companions and plunged deep into the thorns. He needed to relay this intelligence to Khan. They had provoked a formidable adversary. The piercing screams and desperate howls echoed behind him, only to swiftly dissipate into silence. Chapter 41. Opponents crushed by wealth. The encircling rangers behind them blocked the last vestige of hope for the slave-capturing team members. They attempted a final, desperate struggle before colliding with the wall of shields, falling victim to the relentless spears that pierced through them without a hint of resistance. From the onset to the conclusion of the battle, the entire ordeal had not exceeded 5 minutes. Apart from a few, including Clark, the bloodied hand-slave capturing team suffered the loss of over 40 professionals. Matthew's soldiers, aside from 5 sustaining minor injuries, incurred no fatalities. Once the battle concluded, Angela commanded her troops to begin clearing the battlefield, at which point the soldiers who had participated finally grasped the reality of their victory. Is it over? We have triumphed? The fearsome slave-capturing team possessed so little fighting capability, they hardly seemed superior to those merman monsters. Laughter erupted as they recalled the words of their foes, each one deserving of their demise. Regrettably, a few had escaped, fleeing faster than the mermen themselves. As the soldiers tidied the battlefield, they engaged in discussions to alleviate the tension from the earlier encounter, seeking to distance themselves from the discomfort and restore their composure. After all, killing monsters and slaying humans were 2 entirely different concepts. Suppressing his elation and exhilaration, Leon suddenly felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he calmly wiped the blood from his sword. He then noticed Old John approaching, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After giving Leon's shoulder a friendly pat, Old John chuckled and asked, "Where did you learn that sword technique, young lad?" "It's impressive." Leon, slightly at a loss for words, shook his head and pointed toward the distant dark forest. "I discovered it within. I'm not sure if I should even speak of it." They collected all the weapons and unceremoniously tossed the gear of the slave-capturing team members onto a cart. Matthew did not intend to distribute the equipment immediately. Firstly, it would waste time, and secondly, the current soldiers were not yet capable of handling more weapons and gear. In battle formations, the simpler, the more effective, the more unified, the more powerful. Facing real opponents, even Matthew himself was experiencing this for the first time. Only after the battle concluded with a resounding victory did Matthew's previously elevated heart finally settle. This first battle to boost morale was pivotal for Matthew. Defeat was not an option. Moreover, a resounding triumph was imperative. Only a substantial and almost lossless victory could truly consolidate the soldiers' allegiance, compelling them to follow him into even more perilous confrontations. Matthew achieved what he deemed the utmost preparation, culminating in this seemingly effortless and overwhelming victory. He had taken extensive measures to weaken the enemy, orchestrating a facade of weakness through the village chief, Field, thus inciting unwarranted arrogance in the foe. He then dispatched Yaya to assess the enemy's numbers, enabling his forces to mobilize, leveraging their numerical superiority to provide crucial intelligence. From behind, Yaya was dispatched to eliminate all enemy sentinels, rendering them blind before the battle even commenced. Matthew, peering from a divine perspective, gleaned insights into their formations and distributions, discerning which adversaries posed the greatest threat and needed to be neutralized in advance. This was merely a means of undermining the enemy's strength. Of far greater significance was Matthew's enhancement of his own soldiers. Even before the clash began, his strategic arrangements had already taken effect. Angela's aura enabled the soldiers to adapt to the sudden surge in speed and strength. Simultaneously, through a synchronized advance in formation, their momentum was meticulously built. Just as their energy was on the verge of depletion, they reached the pinnacle of their momentum, using group acceleration to maximize their instantaneous destructive power. Even before melee combat commenced, Matthew launched a surprise attack. With the thunderous force of Hypnotic Magic Missile 5, he struck down the enemy's mightiest level 7 warrior, Come On, thoroughly disrupting the mental state and morale of the slave-capturing guild members. With cunning foresight, how could the enemy possibly prevail? Of course, beyond the tactical maneuvers, it was the financial support that proved most crucial. The training cost for Angela's aura alone set Matthew back 500 gold coins. Prior to the battle, the group acceleration scroll he utilized exceeded 2,000 gold coins in value. The newly acquired weapons and equipment were also of exceptional quality, representing a substantial monetary investment. As for the members of the slave-capturing guild, they were all exceedingly impoverished. Every single one of them was a mere practitioner, lacking even a single enchanted piece of equipment. Indeed, while the slave-capturing guild was quite lucrative, that wealth was held by those above, entirely disconnected from the desperate pawns below. They were merely pieces on a chessboard. Expendable commodities, even less valuable than the goods they sought to capture. In stark contrast, the enemy's defeat seemed all but inevitable. Matthew glanced at his attribute panel. The section denoting his lucky number displayed a somewhat dulled red 3. His choices had not been in vain. Apart from the weapons and equipment, Matthew's sole reward was the experience points they had yielded. The 44 practitioners collectively contributed 1,400 experience points, along with 3 skill points. With his experience points surpassing 3,000, he was poised to advance to the next level, with a surplus of 1,000 points to spare. He resolved to save them. With that in mind, Matthew decisively chose to seize the moment. Before all the soldiers, he produced 5 healing potions and proclaimed, "Injured soldiers, step forward." Even though the soldiers were somewhat prepared for this, when Matthew laid the potions, symbols of wealth, before the wounded, waves of pride and gratitude surged within each soldier's heart. With such a lord, what more could they ask? They would fight with all their might. In a simple act of persuasion, Matthew garnered the adoration of all his soldiers. It was evident that the unburdened soldiers would charge fearlessly into the impending battle, unwavering in their resolve. The somewhat dazed village chief, Field, watched Matthew's generous display of wealth, his eyes glazing over. Which sorcerer or lord would care for the lives of mere foot soldiers? Even more grimly, the soldiers bound by the lord's duty often possessed no weapons, and the potions they consumed were costly. Even without speculation, Field understood the ulterior motives lurking behind Matthew's actions. Yet, he genuinely believed that as long as their lord continued to treat them so well, even in preparation for war against the northern elves, they would choose to support him. After consuming the healing potions, the injured soldiers quickly regained their vigor, even expressing their readiness to continue fighting. The other soldiers had finished clearing the battlefield, and under Angela's guidance, they replaced their damaged weapons and armor, forming an orderly line to advance. After dispatching 2 captured and wounded practitioners, Matthew verified the accuracy of the interrogation information from their mouths. Stroking Yaya, who had accomplished a great feat, Matthew observed the soldiers. Their morale soaring and silently calculated. They had effectively dealt with 45 enemy practitioners, while the slave-capturing guild still held over 80 members, including 5 mid-tier practitioners. They surely had not anticipated that the vanguard's holding force would be eliminated within mere minutes. The skirmish had lasted less than 10 minutes, and the goblins were drawing near. The battle had only just begun. Chapter 42. Crush them. The victorious soldiers wore beaming smiles as they marched in unison towards the fleeing Clark. Aware of the truth, Angela called out with a clear and vibrant voice, "We are the soldiers of our Lord, the shield that guards our territory, the blade that vanquishes our foes." In a matter of moments, the remaining members of the slave-capturing guild had placed their hopes upon hundreds of goblins, waiting for both sides to weaken each other before swooping in to reap the rewards. This statement elicited a wave of laughter from the soldiers. And Angela quickly added, "I suspect the reason is simple. The members of the slave-capturing guild are terrified. They have lost their belief in victory." However, they were destined for disappointment. Their lord would personally eliminate all the goblins, allowing them to strike unexpectedly. At the mere mention of Matthew, the soldiers gazed at him with reverence, and old John seized the moment to shout, "Victory!" In unison, the soldiers echoed, "Victory!" Their fervent cheers reverberated across the vast, flat expanse of the wilderness, reaching the ears of the members of the slave-capturing guild. A panicked Clark hastily pointed towards the direction of the sound, speaking in disbelief. "This cannot be a newly assembled militia. It must be an elite force dispatched by the Seraph family." Clad in full metal armor, Bloodhand Khan, standing at an imposing height of nearly 1.9 meters and wielding a massive single-edged axe, radiated an aura of formidable menace. As a warrior on the cusp of becoming a high-tier practitioner, Bloodhand Khan not only possessed immense power, but also boasted a wealth of combat experience. Since joining the Pfizer caravan, he had endured countless battles, confronting numerous perilous foes. He had slain robust, powerful orcs and severed the heads of trolls with remarkable regenerative capabilities. He had even ventured into the northern wilderness to hunt gigantic ogres endowed with extraordinary strength. Yet, he had never encountered foes with such terrifying synergy and spirit as those soldiers before him. Though their individual strength was lacking, with some not even being practitioners, their cohesion was dreadfully formidable. Their synchronized steps, their unified formation, and their overwhelming momentum could not be merely attributed to Clark's claim of elite status. At that moment, Khan realized that trouble was brewing, not to mention the mysterious spellcaster that Clark had alluded to, who was likely hidden among them. It seemed apparent that this young lord had come well prepared. With a resigned furrow of his brow, Bloodhand Khan resolved privately that should the situation deteriorate, he would retreat without hesitation. While profit was important, preserving one's life was paramount. Before the battle had even commenced, both sides had already demonstrated a disparity in their resolve. This underscored Matthew's meticulous efforts to create the overwhelming impact and effect of victory he had just achieved. Woof, woof, woof. The cacophony of shouts echoed from afar, as hundreds of clawing figures emerged from the shadowy recesses of the dim forest. The pallid-faced members of the slave-capturing brigade finally felt a sense of relief, silently contemplating and praying within themselves. Observing the tide of goblins surging forth, Bloodhand Khan let out a subtle sigh of relief. Thankfully, this contingency plan was in place, at least stabilizing their momentum. However, he was acutely aware that he could not entirely rely on these hundreds of combat-inept goblins. Much depended on his mercenary henchmen, those reckless marauders driven by greed. We were never particularly adept at frontal assaults, and scrupulous tactics are our hallmark. As long as we achieve victory, those who survive are the true victors. Defeating these soldiers will render Bay Village ours. Haven't you all been itching for this moment? Now is the time to showcase your true prowess. And as for the consequences of failing the mission, I need not elaborate. At the chilling tone of Bloodhand Khan, the uneasy members of the slave-capturing brigade shivered involuntarily. Spurred by the dual temptations of death and wealth, they flushed with excitement, fixating intently on the approaching soldiers, preparing for the impending carnage. With a bloodthirsty grin, Bloodhand Khan lowered his silver metallic mask, revealing only his eyes, which blazed with murderous intent, and bellowed hoarsely, "Melee fighters, charge with me. Once we breach the first line of defense, victory will be ours. Others, flank around and assist me in a pincer attack. I advise everyone to refrain from idleness. If you don't face punishment, I shall take matters into my own hands." Nervously, the members of the slave-capturing brigade adjusted their demeanor, gearing up for the fierce battle ahead. The soldiers advancing forward also beheld the swarm of goblins rushing towards them. These goblins were diminutive, standing around 1-2 meters tall, with dark red, scale-like skin and elongated heads, resembling upright lizards. They were named goblins for the sounds they emitted, a cacophony of yaps and yelps. Clad in tattered, dark red burlap, they bore no armor, and their weapons were in a state of disrepair, riddled with chips and rust, indicating a lack of maintenance. Some even wielded stone clubs. Despite their overwhelming numbers, their formation was chaotic, giving an impression that they could scatter at any moment. Nevertheless, the soldiers radiated a formidable spirit. They believed in Commander Angela's words. The mysterious and powerful lord would handle these oblivious goblins. Curiosity flickered in their hearts, wondering what methods the lord would employ to deal with such a multitude of goblins. Gently stroking his staff, Matthew assessed his remaining mana. After consuming a mana potion, he had restored his mana to 280 points, sufficient to cast 28 first-tier spells. Considering the additional cost of 3 fireballs, he needed to reserve 90 mana points, leaving him with 190 points to wield at his discretion. A typical level 2 mage could only cast a total of 3 zero-tier spells and 3 first-tier spells. This exemplified the might of an archmage and underscored the frightening potential of Matthew's talents. The soldiers emerged from the reeds of the desolate plains, arriving at the forest's edge. The goblins, bursting forth from the thickets, charged with roars. Instead of halting, the lined-up soldiers, propelled by Angela's rallying cry, strode boldly forward. They formed a disciplined square formation, their gazes resolute as they spotted the slave-capturing brigade practitioners lurking behind the goblin ranks. Angela rose, raising her sword and pointing at the heavily armored, imposing warrior, her aura shining ever brighter as she crisply commanded, "Crush them." Chapter 43. Have you lost your mind? I have a dragon. A soft golden light emanated from Angela. Having led her troops into battle and achieved victory, she had successfully advanced to level 2 knight and grasped a new war aura skill. The courage aura elevated the morale of all allied units within a 50-meter radius by 2, strength by 1, and increased their attack power by 10. A warm surge of power radiated from each soldier's body. They cheered for victory, marching in unison towards the hundreds of goblins and the slave-capturing brigade members behind them. Not a single one faltered. They were undaunted. They yearned for triumph to defend their homeland and repay their lord. The expressions of the slave-capturing brigade practitioners morphed into incredulous grins, followed by bursts of laughter. These fools truly believe those hundreds of goblins are mere illusions? They actually dare to approach? What audacity! Ha ha ha, victory is ours. Quickly, follow the goblins. As soon as their formation falters, we shall charge in. Others, circumvent around. Do not rush to Bay Village. This time, We choose first. Ha ha ha. I've yet to kill a noble. This time, that one is mine. Everyone, focus on locating the spellcaster. Eliminate him first. Follow closely, charge together. The self-assured members of the slave-capturing brigade surged forward with fervor. What piqued Matthew's interest was the fact that these lizard-like goblins did not assault the members of the brigade. Instead, they quickened their pace under the pursuit. Without hesitation, Matthew focused on the goblins that had entered a 100-meter range, detailed information materializing before him. Name, Gully Jiva. Race, Goblin. Class, Level 1 Warrior. Talent, none. Attributes, Strength, 4. Agility, 11. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 4. Perception, 7. Charisma, 3. Specialties, Mining, Eating. Weaknesses, Fear of bright light, Dislike of sunlight. Status, driven by the aura of higher magical beings. In a state of fear. Evaluation, under the advantage of numbers, they become fiercely brave. Indeed, the attributes of the goblin practitioners were rather dismal, even inferior to an average adult male. However, the evaluation of the goblins was equally intriguing. As long as they held a numerical advantage, they would transform from timid and fearful into savage and cunning. Matthew discerned the reason the goblins were driven by the members of the slave-capturing brigade and felt a sense of admiration for the cunning strategies employed by those in power. Truly, in every world, there are clever individuals who devise various methods to secure their own benefits. Matthew surmised that the Bloodhand Brigade had likely exploited these goblin communities before. This free cannon fodder, though lacking in individual combat prowess, was remarkably abundant in number. When faced with formidable opponents, they served excellently as scouts or shields. As the goblins drew closer to the soldiers, Matthew could even discern the sharp rows of teeth in their gaping maws. What a formidable set of teeth! Matthew's gaze swept past the goblins, landing upon Bloodhand Khan and the other members of the slave-capturing brigade, who were forming a wedge to charge through. Eliciting a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Leon adjusted his steps and breath, his keen eyes zeroing in on the goblins racing towards them. Swiftly identifying their fatal weaknesses, they were abundant. He was confident that in the fleeting moment of confrontation, he could pierce the throat of the gnoll, or perhaps cleave off its head, or even disembowel it. However, Leon, positioned within the array, restrained this impulse. His true objective was to encircle the stragglers and rangers attempting to flank them from both sides. As for the gnolls before him, Leon trusted that Lord Matthew would handle them, for this noble man was a man of his word, steadfast in action. All the soldiers shared this sentiment. As the yowling fishmen were about to collide with the shield-bearing soldiers, a brilliant silver figure descended from the heavens, accompanied by a clear, piercing roar that resonated with a terrifying pressure, landing amidst the throng of gnolls. The sound, though still tinged with a hint of youthful exuberance, bore an undeniable gravitas that plunged the gnolls into chaos. Born from an instinctual fear, their minds went blank as they fell to their knees, paralyzed with terror. Only a few larger gnolls, possessing slightly stronger wills, were willing to kneel, bowing their heads and wailing in submission. Great dragon, we have finally laid eyes upon a true dragon. No longer shall we scurry about. Humble servants await the arrival of the magnificent and glorious dragon. Great master, we have awaited you for so long. Hundreds of gnolls collapsed, unwilling to make any further movements, even as the advancing soldiers pushed them aside, scrambling to rise again or simply collapsing back onto the ground. Members of the slave-catching brigade gazed in disbelief at the soaring figure in the sky, their voices trembling with a mix of excitement and fear. A dragon, a real dragon. The hatchling dragon, having displayed its draconic majesty, was indeed treated as a true dragon. Matthew, however, cared little for their awe. Seizing the moment while the slave-catchers were thrown into disarray, he raised his staff high. Fireball. A massive fireball surged forth, and the members of the slave-catching brigade, affected by the dragon's might, found it too late to evade. With a resounding explosion, charred corpses lay scattered across the ground. Only the central figure, Bloodhand Khan, remained standing, though the necklace around his neck had cracked, evidently a consequence of withstanding the fireball. Bloodhand Khan, his eyes ablaze with fury, glared intensely at Matthew, charging forward with reckless abandon. Humph! Charging into the fray? Fireball! A surge of magical energy erupted forth as a second swirling fireball hurtled towards the advancing Bloodhand Khan. Khan's face paled beneath his mask as he roared in defiance. Dark red energy surging forth as he raised his massive axe to cleave the incoming fireball. The resulting explosion sent rolling flames and scorching waves of heat, toppling nearby adventurers. All members of the slave-catching brigade stared in terror at the epicenter of the explosion. As the searing flames gradually dissipated, Bloodhand Khan, marked with dark scorch marks, slowly rose from a half-kneeling position. A deep roar emanated from him, his blood-colored energy surging as he charged forward with wild abandon. At that moment, a shadowy light struck his chest, dramatically slowing his advance. Almost immediately, another fireball came hurtling toward him. Not. Chapter 44. A grievous bond formed. Ding. Your weakness spell inflicted 27 points of strength reduction on the target. The target's remaining strength value is 9 points. Ding. Your fireball spell inflicted 87 points of damage on Bloodhand Khan, mitigated by 4 points of magical resistance, for a total of 11 points of damage. Bloodhand Khan's remaining health is 4, rendering him gravely wounded. Matthew relished the opportunity to combat a straightforward warrior like Bloodhand Khan. Almost every practical guide for spellcasters explicitly lists a plethora of spells designed to counter and deter clumsy warriors from closing the distance. They would typically employ a weakness spell or similar incantations to diminish the target's strength and speed, following up with damage-dealing spells. At this point, the opponent would be left either dead or severely crippled. By assisting Leon in altering his fate, Matthew could earn a fate coin. If he were to eliminate Bloodhand Khan early, in some sense, he would also change Khan's destiny. Surely that would yield a reward. Just as Matthew prepared to raise his hand for the finishing blow, to bolster his dwindling supply of fate coins, a flicker of blue light flashed across Bloodhand Khan's chest, and his massive, charred form abruptly vanished. Teleportation. Matthew's pupils constricted involuntarily, halting his spellcasting instinctively. He glanced at his attribute panel, noting that his luck was at 1, effectively ruling out immediate danger. Thoughts raced through his mind regarding the event that had just transpired with Bloodhand Khan. This indicated the presence of at least a high-level spellcaster who had set an automatic teleportation spell on Khan or his equipment. As long as Khan was not instantaneously dispatched, or lacked a dimensional anchor to prevent such spatial spells, he would be teleported to a predetermined location. The cost of such an endeavor was considerable. Maintaining a single teleportation spell was no less challenging than crafting a high-quality magical item. Just the materials alone could amount to 5,000 gold coins. Moreover, the failure rate was significant. Even a master enchanter had only a 13 chance of success. Even more crucially, this was a consumable. Each activation required reapplication. Bloodhand Khan, as a mid-tier warrior, lacked the funds or capability to utilize such a technique. The only conceivable possibility was that the Huare Consortium had a hand in this. Yet, the question arose, would a mid-tier warrior like Khan, even at the cost of his life, warrant such an investment from the Huare Consortium? Surely, if they were that formidable, they would not have failed to dominate even the Grand Apple City after years of operation. Thus, the only logical conclusion was that the Huare Consortium had done something to Bloodhand Khan. Matthew pondered this for a moment, setting aside the troubling thoughts, rubbing his temples in exasperation. He would need to prepare for the repercussions of crossing paths with the Huare Consortium. Thankfully, he was now a member of the Serf family. Were he merely a common village lord, even with justification, he would face overt oppression and attacks. However, those in Grand Apple City had a penchant for underhanded tactics, and it was likely that clandestine assaults would not cease anytime soon. As Matthew contemplated these matters, the soldiers of the Morale Formation shouted a victory, colliding with the disarrayed members of the slave-catching brigade. The isolated members of the brigade, clearly outmatched by the well-coordinated soldiers, struggled against their attacks, which were effortlessly blocked by the shield-bearers, forced to retreat in the face of the disciplined and swift thrusts. Several unable to evade were swiftly pierced in the thigh or chest, collapsing to the ground with cries of agony. This further instilled fear in the remaining adventurers, who dared not hold their ground, continuously retreating. Occasionally, a few stronger members attempted to coordinate their efforts in a collective assault. The relentless barrage of arrows, both cunning and insidious, enveloped their position. Once separated, confronting the orderly thrusts of long spears rendered their agile skills and evasive maneuvers futile, leading to their swift downfall at the hands of the soldiers. The nimble wanderers became prime targets, lacking the strength to parry arrows like seasoned warriors. They found themselves ensnared by the deluge of projectiles, struggling momentarily before being pierced fatally. An injury or a decline in speed would spell doom, as the lethal arrows claimed their lives. In the initial clash, over 50 practitioners suffered the loss of 7 or 8, with more than 10 sustaining serious injuries. The formidable combat prowess of the soldiers shattered their last vestiges of hope, sending them shrieking in retreat. Yet, even as victory loomed, Angela remained unsatisfied, her vigilant gaze fixated on the fleeing practitioners on both flanks. She commanded sharply, "Field, pursue them. Old John, take down the wanderers on the left." The two refrained from reckless pursuit, instead rallying their squad in formation to drive the foes further away. The melee practitioners had engaged directly with the soldiers, with shields and spears advancing in tandem, and archers providing covering fire from the rear. They failed to breach the defenses as Bloodhand Khan had envisioned. The frenzied cries of the slavers, attempting to draw the soldiers into a trap, echoed the grim cycle of injury, bloodshed, and death, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Until the last warrior, who sought to kneel and beg for mercy, was silenced by Leon's sword piercing his throat, the battlefield fell into silence once more. However, this time, the air was filled with the faint, discordant yelps of kobolds. Matthew caught Yaya as she leaped into his arms, her weight now around 40 pounds. A premonition struck him. The day he could no longer carry her seemed imminent. Following the unexpected incident of Bloodhand Khan's teleportation, Matthew chose not to engage further, aware that such actions might compromise his intelligence. As the territory expanded and interactions with the outside world increased, it would inevitably impact the existing market and resources. Conflicts with other factions were merely a matter of time. This was merely an acceleration of that process. Pursue them, eliminate them without mercy. These scoundrels do not deserve to live. The fierce intent to kill resonated among every soldier and practitioner. Under the guidance of old villager Field, the experienced rangers and hunters, well acquainted with their surroundings, swiftly caught up to the fleeing enemies. Leveraging their numerical and psychological advantage, they systematically rooted out the miscreants, dispatching them one by one. Although some members of the slaver group attempted to surrender, not a single soldier showed mercy. They had no desire for their homeland to harbor such inhumane foes. Whether for themselves, their lord, or their families, exterminating these threats was imperative. Chapter 45, Confronting the Adversary. Ding. Your soldiers have slain the level 3 Wanderer Carter, earning you 30 experience points, bringing your total to 4,500. Ding. You have achieved a great victory, earning an additional 1,000 experience points and 1 skill point, totaling 7. Ding. You have altered the fates of 872 individuals, earning 1072 destiny coins, bringing your total to 1080. The melodious chimes signaled the conclusion of the battle, a peculiar and somewhat jarring series of events imparting an odd sensation to Matthew. Other members of the slaver group claimed it was Bloodhand Khan's orders. Their original target had merely been Liana, which later expanded to the entire Bay Village. If they only sought to capture Liana, how did they ascertain her potential? Through some arcane prophecy? Or was this merely a facade to obscure the truth, with the true aim being him? Logically, he bore no ill will towards the Pfizer Trading Company, and the Sorrel family had no conflict with him either. Why then was he targeted? The unsettling aura surrounding Bloodhand Khan and the eerie sense of destiny prompted Matthew to contemplate the choices of fate. Unable to resolve these perplexing matters, he chose to set them aside. However, this incident underscored the necessity of developing military strength. Casting a glance at the soldiers diligently clearing the battlefield, he astutely noted that after 2 consecutive skirmishes, the original team of 20 practitioners had swelled to over 30. Furthermore, Matthew was confident that with continued training and ample food supplies, these soldiers, guided by seasoned practitioners, would assimilate combat experience and successfully transition into practitioners themselves. A sense of anticipation filled him as he envisioned the arrival of a full-fledged army of practitioners. After tallying the spoils of war, Angela approached Matthew with a subtle glimmer of joy, her tone both respectful and expectant as she inquired, "We are approximately 2 kilometers from the Bloodhand slaver camp. If we advance at full speed, we will arrive in just 15 minutes. Matthew resolved to develop the Darkwood Forest next, stating decisively, "We must eradicate these vile creatures without hesitation. Let us rest for 10 minutes before moving out again. Dispatch someone to inform our allies of our victory, but maintain a patrol to guard against any stragglers." Matthew's orders were swiftly executed. The previously tense soldiers relaxed slightly as Angela prepared food and water to replenish their strength. Groups of soldiers gathered, animatedly discussing their contributions in the recent battle. I hope my earnings surpassed 2 gold coins this time. I believe I took down 2 wanderers. Based on my calculations, our contributions will likely translate into weapons and equipment. I want to trade for a longsword. I'm eyeing a shield, though it might be quite expensive. I hope to exchange for a chainmail. It would provide me with a measure of safety in the next battle. Listening to the soldiers' aspirations for the future, Leon gently caressed the longsword with 2 small chips, his gaze reflecting a hint of anticipation. Seizing the moment, Matthew began to inspect the spoils. Most of the practitioners' weapons and gear were of high quality, custom-made military products. Compared to the 50 silver coins for a spear, their value ranged from 2 to 5 gold coins, totaling approximately 600 gold coins. The sole enchanted item was the great axe that Bloodhand Khan had failed to carry away, a replica of the slaughter, crafted from exquisite gold and steel. It was of superior quality, boasting sharpness of 3, sturdiness of 4, and magic-breaking capability of 1, enchanted for vitality, strength, and constitution of 1 each. This high-caliber replica held a market value of 5,000 gold coins. Matthew raised an eyebrow in delight. With just this weapon, All the investments in this battle were recouped. Indeed, fighting against practitioners was most rewarding. As long as victory was achieved, the bountiful spoils would yield extraordinary returns. Matthew absorbed the soldiers' discussions, his gaze sweeping over the amassed weapons and gear. Their ideas were commendable, bold, and proactive, reflecting a desire to enhance their combat capabilities in preparation for the next encounter. Matthew was naturally inclined to support this phenomenon. He turned to the old John beside him and whispered, "Spread the word. These weapons and equipment will be sold in exchange for contribution points. Each point of contribution is worth the equivalent of 2 gold coins in market value. Contribution points can also be directly exchanged for gold coins at a rate of 111. Gold coins cannot be used to purchase contribution points, nor can contribution points be traded." While saying this, Matthew pretended not to notice the astonishment in old John's eyes. He patted his shoulder and said gently, "All contributions from the soldiers will be handsomely rewarded." As he observed old John's somewhat dazed figure, Matthew could not suppress a chuckle within himself. Contribution points are indeed a wonderful thing. Market value is also a splendid concept. With these two advantages, Matthew believed he could greatly stimulate the soldiers' fighting spirit. "Come on, my comrades. The harder you work, the stronger your lord becomes. The sooner we establish the Mage Tower and construct the floating city, the more we rely on all of you." After this news circulated among the soldiers, excitement spread like wildfire, as they gazed in disbelief at the lord standing before the goblins. If reputation could be displayed, Matthew felt he could at least garner respect from this wave. Once the matter of the spoils was settled, Matthew's attention shifted to the goblins, who were crouched on the ground, trembling, under Yaya's watchful gaze. These little creatures dared not move. The curious little one blinked and turned to Matthew, saying, "Daddy, it seems they listen to me quite well. Do these creatures have any value for the territory? If I gather so many, will I be able to afford to keep them? Taking goblins as subordinates? As leaders? This is certainly not something I taught you. Could it be that this is the nature of dragons? Naturally gathering followers?" Matthew could see that Yaya was genuinely interested in subduing these goblins, much like many dragons in his memories. On this vast continent, various races established kingdoms, including dragons. For instance, to the northeast of the Nesseriel Kingdom, at the outskirts of the Supreme Mountain Range, there lies a powerful kingdom of red dragons. Its master is an ancient red dragon with a challenge level as high as 28. The kingdom of red dragons boasts a formidable ogre legion and countless gnolls, frequently raiding the northern territories of the Nesseriel Empire in years past. Currently, in Bay Town, where manpower is scarce, totaling just over 2,000 people, Matthew found it challenging to implement his numerous ideas. Although the bloodhand slave catchers had set a poor example, Matthew believed that if he could successfully subdue these goblins, they would prove to be immensely valuable. While I may not rival the numerous archmages of the Nesseriel Kingdom in magical research, who can compare to the super inheritors of the Flower Nation when it comes to agricultural development? This is something Matthew had already verified in his previous life. Chapter 46, The Troll's Trap. A cool breeze wafted in from the depths of the dense forest, brushing against the face and sending a slight shiver down the spine. A faint odor of decay emanated from the thick layer of fallen leaves, as the recent continuous rainfall had brought about a wondrous transformation at the forest's floor. Tender shoots, drawing nutrients from the ground, timidly peeked out and swayed gently in the breeze. Old Village Chief Field, filled with joy, pointed to a cluster of vibrant green in the bushes and said in an expectant tone, "In a month, we should be able to harvest at least 3 moonlight flowers." Upon glancing over, the detailed data displayed confirmed that Old Chief Field was not speaking in vain. Matthew softly muttered, "What a pity that our village lacks a druid." As Lion advanced, he instinctively blinked, contemplating for a moment, but ultimately chose not to speak. More soldiers curiously observed the goblins rushing ahead. With astonishing vigor, they drove away all living creatures in their path, occasionally using their numerical advantage to capture a few small deer or goats. Interestingly, these goblins did not choose to consume their prey themselves. Instead, they brought it to Yaya. Accompanied by their respectful expressions and gestures, all the soldiers were taken aback, and their gazes towards Yaya began to change. The gluttonous Yaya, equally unrefusing of raw flesh, could devour dozens of pounds of sheep in just a few bites. As effortlessly as biting into a crisp apple, Matthew sensed Yaya's hunger and silently awaited her next evolutionary opportunity. Before that, he needed to accumulate more experience points and fake coins. After more than 10 minutes, Matthew spotted the camp at the valley's entrance. To his surprise, the original location of the camp was engulfed in roaring flames. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, accompanied by the faint sounds of anguished cries. Quick to notice, Yaya immediately reported, "Daddy, there are more than 10 ugly trolls ahead setting fire. They've killed everyone in the camp and captured a few." Raising an eyebrow instinctively, Matthew focused his gaze and saw the temporary camp surrounded by wooden fences, with all tents engulfed in flames. Broken corpses littered the ground, including not only members of the slave-catching group, but also many humans clad in coarse linen garments. A gruesome scene of slaughter. What incited further anger was that in front of the camp, now a sea of flames, several trolls were feasting on a naked human. Matthew caught sight of Clark's terrified and contorted face as he witnessed being devoured alive by the trolls. A profound calm washed over him, and he gestured to Angela to halt. Stop advancing and prepare for battle. The crisp command echoed, and the soldiers, having regained their composure, quickly formed ranks. Having also seen the distant scene, the trolls became aware of the approaching human soldiers. One of them, clutching Clark's lifeless head high, unleashed a furious roar at them. The soldiers widened their eyes, their breaths becoming labored, ready to charge forth and eliminate these vile beasts at their lord's command. Gripping his staff, Matthew glanced at his reset luck value, refraining from issuing an attack order. He was not afraid of the trolls. After all, he still possessed enough experience points to upgrade his spellcasting abilities. With a sufficient supply of corrosive arrows, he could eliminate all the trolls before him. However, Matthew understood well that these 10 trolls may not represent their entire number. He was acutely aware that the trolls in this vast dark forest numbered in the millions, and he feared they might have stirred a troll nest. Moreover, while the soldiers displayed considerable potential, they were still far from matching the average challenge level of over 7 posed by the trolls. The danger was significant, and without any potential gain, it would be a losing endeavor, one he would not undertake. Whispering a few words to Angela, Matthew decisively made the decision to retreat. Not feeling any surprise, Angela understood that her lord never engaged in unnecessary actions, calmly issuing commands. Field, lead the team to explore the rear. Discover if the enemy has signaled in advance. The rear team will become the front and advance in step. The soldiers arrived suddenly and departed just as swiftly. As they gazed at the retreating figures, several towering trolls, illuminated by flickering flames, slowly turned around. Their eyes were ablaze with a vivid crimson hue, brimming with an indescribable thirst for bloodshed. Emerging from the woods on either side were more than 10 trolls, who exchanged glances yet chose not to pursue. The soldiers, still in disbelief that they had narrowly escaped a dire fate, felt a surge of urgency and anger welling within them. The initial buoyancy from a series of victories had now gradually given way to a sobering realization. They lacked the confidence to triumph over the formidable trolls and were somewhat relieved by the Lord's order to retreat, a sentiment that simultaneously filled them with shame. If they were only strong enough, they would not have to stand idly by as the trolls flaunted their might before them. Old John, bringing up the rear, began contemplating how to ignite the soldiers' desire for strength. With the kobolds leading the way, Matthew observed these nimble little creatures, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. How might he better harness their potential? With a complex array of emotions, the soldiers departed the shadowy forest, re-emerging into the warmth of sunlight. Each face bore a mask of seriousness and discontent. Matthew, seeing this unexpected delight, chose not to dispel their mood. Instead, he donned a stern visage and climbed into the carriage alongside Yaya. Outwardly, Matthew appeared furious and deeply concerned about the situation, yet in reality, he was imparting his knowledge to Yaya. Relying on the kobolds to enhance their own capabilities was unrealistic. Otherwise, they would not have remained in such a state for so long. The most effective strategy was to select a few of the brighter, more obedient kobolds, endowing them with power and authority to manage their own kind. Furthermore, dealing with a species like the kobolds, which lacked significant autonomy, required implementing stringent measures to reshape their thoughts and behaviors, transforming them into competent tools. Yaya nodded thoughtfully, her eyes swirling with intrigue as she diligently absorbed this somewhat sinister wisdom. Outside, the kobolds continued to swarm ahead in a frenzied rush, chattering incessantly, showcasing their wicked yet amusing nature. Half an hour later, the patrol outside the village discovered the thronging mass of kobolds. Fortunately, the elderly village chief, Field, intervened in a timely manner, asserting that these kobolds were servants of the Lord. Only then did the villagers shift from shock to curiosity, scrutinizing the Suniverse kobolds huddled in the muddy ditches. Could the Lord truly control the kobolds? And for what purpose? Chapter 47. The Temptation of the Land. The sun hung high in the sky, a colossal orb radiating light and warmth. The lingering chill of winter dissipated, replaced by a long-awaited warmth. Yet, the warmth of the sun paled in comparison to the longing for sustenance. Meryl savored a bite of fish, relishing the unique sweetness of the protein, her lips curling into a smile. Cautiously, she dipped a piece of soft white bread into the soup, savoring the delightful combination of flavors that burst forth. Before she realized it, Meryl had devoured 2 pieces of bread, a 1-pound yellow fish, and a bowl of rich, aromatic bone broth. Alas, it seemed she had overindulged. But it mattered not. Her teachers had said that during their growth, they should eat heartily. Having reassured herself, she gently patted her belly, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the silver-haired Liana took a seat across the table, grabbing a piece of white bread and a chunk of roasted meat, devouring them ravenously. In her haste, Liana found it difficult to swallow, prompting Meryl to rise and fetch her a bowl of bone broth, gently advising, "Do not rush, take your time." The steward Raph assured us that our provisions are plentiful. After sipping the bone broth and swallowing some of the dry food, Liana looked at Meryl with gratitude and returned to her meal. It was evident that Liana had not had her fill in many days. Meryl, resting her chin on her hand, pondered aloud, "Our new lord is truly wonderful. I wonder when we will begin learning magic." With her cheeks stuffed with half a piece of roasted meat, Liana shook her head, and Meryl chuckled, taking a deep breath and making a gesture of encouragement. "Regardless, I will strive to meet the Lord's expectations and become a mage as soon as possible. I hope the Lord's Mage Tower is established soon so that I can assist." Liana, completely oblivious to Meryl's musings, relished the rich soup, feeling her little belly swell slightly, silently musing, "Is this what it feels like to be full? It is simply marvelous. Following the Lord, will my mother and I always have enough to eat? Yes, the Lord is so capable, it must be so." Not only were these two children indulging in their meal, but nearly all the children of Bay Harbor were earnestly enjoying their food. Raph, the steward, exhaled softly. Preparing food for so many little gluttons was no simple task. Fortunately, the provisions purchased from Adam Smith were ample, alleviating much of the pressure in this regard. However, having sufficient food was merely the first step in nurturing professionals. Experienced instructors required a regular intake of magical creature blood and flesh to ensure proper nutrition, alongside specialized training for skills and expertise, which represented a significant investment. Casting aside these distractions, Raph directed the workers to transport the remaining food to the outskirts of the village, where hundreds of hungry kobolds awaited their share. The cacophony of eager yips and yelps filled the air, the tantalizing aroma causing them to stir restlessly. Dozens of barrels were lowered, filled with a mix of dark bread and thick soup, emanating an inexplicable scent. The kobolds gathered, many encircling the barrels, eagerly feasting. Old John watched in astonishment at the astonishingly well-behaved kobolds, scratching his head in confusion. What is going on? What purpose does raising these kobolds serve? Just as he was about to take a puff of tobacco, he reconsidered and set it down. Village Chief Field recognized that the original retirement plan would need to be revised. Shaking his head, he remarked, "The Lord has his own designs. I just never imagined these once manic little creatures could be so obedient." Raph remained silent, observing as Chief Field returned to the worksite, meticulously reviewing the progress made over the last couple of hours while contemplating future arrangements. Angela took possession of a parchment detailing each soldier's contributions and their respective values. A single contribution point was awarded for the kill, capture, or defeat of a level 1 professional. This served as the baseline contribution value, with additional contributions calculated based on each battle's outcomes. In the future, contribution values would be assessed similarly. Sacrifices and injuries could also yield extra contribution points, but they would be allocated solely to the individual. Commanders would incur a deduction of triple the contribution points to prevent any malicious use of soldiers as mere fodder. The exchange of contribution points would typically occur under supervision, ensuring that all contributions were transparent and calculated in real time. Upon hearing Matthew's detailed arrangements, Angela swiftly realized that this contribution system would profoundly impact the soldiers of the territory and others in the future. After lunch, you and Butler Ralph would preside over the exchange and announcement. Nodding thoughtfully, Angela promptly began making arrangements. Butler Ralph rubbed his forehead, beginning to feel that the tasks at hand were becoming overwhelming. He could not manage everything on his own. Matthew, naturally aware of this, smiled and directly stated, "Prepare to recruit personnel and establish a dedicated office staff to assist you in handling these matters." A flicker of understanding crossed Butler Ralph's mind as he nodded pensively, glancing at the recruitment notice in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Are there still shortages in military supplies, and will the regular training suffer losses? Should we contact Mr. Adam Smith in advance?" Without a moment's hesitation, Matthew nodded, recalling the trolls in the forest, and responded with a brilliant smile. "Inform Adam Smith to spread the word in Blood Moon City that a reward of 50 gold coins will be offered for the capture of a troll from the Dark Forest." Previously, Butler Ralph would have deemed the Lord insane for such a proclamation. However, after witnessing the numerous healing potions crafted by Matthew, he comprehended the Lord's intentions and respectfully replied, "We can also ask Mr. Adam Smith to arrange for the first batch of supplies to be escorted by these adventurers." Matthew licked his lips, gazing out at the vast wilderness, and continued, "Additionally, continue to have Adam Smith issue a recruitment notice. The first group of civilians to undertake land reclamation in Bay Village will receive 50 acres of permanent leasing rights upon completing a task of clearing 500 acres. The motion of turning around momentarily paused, and Butler Ralph silently nodded, sensing that the Lord was becoming increasingly impatient. Once these two announcements were made, the tranquil Bay Village would soon become bustling with activity. After all, who could resist the allure of land? Chapter 48. The Bloodline of the True Dragon Bay Village. Afternoon. Post-lunch. Eager cheers erupted. Each soldier taking the stage was able to select their predetermined weapons and equipment to their satisfaction. When the rules of the contribution system were directly posted on the village notice board, every villager could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Accompanying the announcement of the contribution system was a brand new recruitment notice. Recruitment requirements: residency in Bay Village, age 18, and passage of the recruitment assessment. The assessment consisted of lifting a 100-kilogram stone lock and completing a 10-kilometer run with a weight load within a stipulated time. Alternatively, individuals possessing proficiency in archery, swordsmanship, or knife skills could qualify as reserve soldiers, regardless of gender. Reserve soldiers would receive full accommodation and meals, train for 4 hours daily, and engage in 4 hours of task assignments. They would earn a monthly salary of 5 silver coins, receive corresponding combat skill training, and participate in the accumulation of contribution points and rewards. After 1 month, they could undergo an assessment, and upon passing, they would become official soldiers. Official soldiers would receive full accommodation and meals, train for 8 hours daily, and be equipped with standardized weapons and various items. They would earn a monthly salary of 20 silver coins, receive relevant combat skill training, and participate in the accumulation of contribution points and rewards. Undoubtedly, these two announcements ignited the ambitions of all eligible males in Bay Village. Many were prepared to enlist immediately, yet the vast majority faltered at the first hurdle. The 100-kilogram stone lock posed a considerable challenge for most civilians, who had long suffered from malnutrition and lacked specialized training. Frustrated, many attempted alternative methods, only to be informed by Village Chief Field. If you cannot meet the first requirement, none of the non-professionals will be permitted to participate in the subsequent assessment. Therefore, he urged everyone not to aim too high, to return home, eat well, and train diligently to improve their physical condition. Furthermore, he announced some good news. The Lord had opened 4 shops where affordable yet high-quality food could be purchased. However, each family faced a purchase limit, a reward from the Lord for their hard work, and they should not indulge in any improper cleverness. This announcement not only sent soldiers into rapturous cheers, but also elicited praises for the Lord from the other villagers. Butler Ralph reflected on the villagers' attitudes and states over the past 2 days, his gaze still revealing a hint of disbelief. Matthew, however, felt assured in this unfolding scenario, patting Ralph on the shoulder as he remarked, "What we see now is merely the surface. The real spectacle is yet to come." Butler Ralph nodded, his expression complex, and turned to return to the Lord's Manor. Tomorrow, the vocational training academy in the territory would commence, and he needed to quickly select a responsible person and appropriate vocational teachers. However, this time, Butler Ralph felt invigorated, his thoughts on management and territory development having deepened significantly. Matthew glanced at the training soldiers before casting his eyes toward Angela, who was selecting reserve candidates. Today, one final matter remained unresolved. He turned, leading Yaya toward the village entrance. Over 400 goblins lay prone on the ground, their gaze fixed intently on Yaya as they emitted a cacophony of excited shouts. This seemingly absurd ritual, under Matthew's watchful eye, saw Yaya's data begin to transform. Name: Yaya. Race: Dragonkin. Profession: Level 1 Sorcerer. Age: 2 days, Hatchling Stage. Talent: 3,000 Experience. 300 Fate Coins. Challenge Level 9. Equipment: Shadow Tooth. Specialties: Extraordinary Specialty, Dragon Majesty LV1. Exuding a terrifying aura that imposes a willpower challenge of 5 on all surrounding beings. Extraordinary Specialty, Banish Breath LV1. Unleashing a linear breath of time on objects or enemies, banishing them into time for a duration of 1 month. Matthew keenly observed a small symbol appear in the talent section, representing a substantial boon. 3,000 experience coupled with 300 fate coins. This was the reward for altering the destinies of hundreds of individuals, and he hoped it would yield some surprises. Without hesitation, Matthew gently tapped it. The strengthening of Yaya's power equated to an enhancement of his own. A brilliant blue light enveloped Yaya. She instinctively flapped her wings, hovering in the air, radiating an indescribable majesty as her dragon might activated. The vast majority of goblins trembled in fear, cowering to the ground. Only 4 goblins, enduring the overwhelming pressure, slowly crawled beneath Yaya. Subtle, distorted waves surged alongside the azure glow, revealing a black ring upon Yaya's silver back. Matthew merely glanced at it and felt his gaze pulled in, hastily diverting his eyes to avoid being ensnared within. Ding! Gazing at the Ring of Time. He shook off its influence, gaining 10 knowledge, now totaling 198, near legendary. Matthew scarcely had time to revel in this when he suddenly saw Yaya erupting in radiant light, tilting her head in a silent roar. Ultimately, the azure glow vanished, and the distorted, formless waves were absorbed into Yaya's being, while the inky black ring of time faded away. Talent: True Dragon Bloodline LV1, all attributes 1, has acquired the True Dragon Inheritance. As time passes and the purity of the bloodline increases, knowledge and power from the genes and bloodline will be gained. Matthew instinctively widened his eyes, a moment of realization dawning in his mind. The distinguishing feature of a true dragon must be this true dragon bloodline. To inscribe knowledge and power into one's bloodline and genes, allowing for continuous growth from birth, truly exemplifies a formidable supercreature. Intriguing. Yaya, whose size had not undergone significant change, gently descended and stood before the 4 trembling knoll heads. A torrent of information and knowledge surged in her mind. A flicker of clarity passed through her eyes as she extended a small paw and pressed it gently into her palm. Several drops of blood oozed forth, landing precisely on the foreheads of the 4 gnolls, while Yaya softly murmured, a potent aura gradually manifesting. The blood, akin to rubies, seeped into the gnoll's skin. The 4 gnolls clutched their heads in agony, emitting piercing cries, their terrifying aura fluctuating wildly. Matthew could distinctly observe the decline of the 4 gnolls' life force. The contact with dragon blood inflicted upon them a dreadful injury, accompanied by immense suffering. Suddenly, the smallest gnoll let out a horrific scream. Its life force extinguished in an instant, its vitality reduced to 0, and its trembling body fell lifeless to the ground. It had perished. Not all beings can endure the backlash of fate-altering transformations. Chapter 49, Dragonborn. Matthew keenly noted that as the gnoll's life force waned, their physiques began to morph. Their slender limbs and torsos twisted and swelled, as though the muscles beneath their skin were rapidly growing. The rate at which each gnoll lost health varied markedly. The weaker their constitution, the faster they bled. Another gnoll succumbed to the horrifying power of transformation, shrieking as it lost its life. The remaining 2 gnolls writhed in agony on the ground, their life force steadily diminishing. Life Force 1, 716. Life Force 1, 616. Just as Matthew anticipated the demise of these 2 gnolls due to failed transformations, the life force of one began to flicker and gradually ceased its decline. Its bodily transformation also came to a halt, resulting in a staggering change in size. Standing at 9 meters tall, it was now a muscular powerhouse. Its prominent horns even more pronounced, and its dark red skin slightly faded. From a scrawny skeleton, it had evolved into a formidable enforcer, its attributes undergoing a dramatic transformation. Race: Dragonborn Gnoll. Class: Level 6 Warrior. Challenge Level: 8. Talent: Intermediate Talent Robustness, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Life Force Maximum increased by 10. Specialization: Advanced Specialization Insight. Perception Check 10, 100 Ability to see through illusions of supernatural level and below. Advanced Specialization Magical Scales, Physical Defense 2, Elemental Defense 3. Immunity to attacks of intensity 2 or below. Attributes: Strength 1, 115. Agility 710. Constitution 912. Intelligence 48. Perception 613. Charisma 38. Evaluation: A competent meat shield and enforcer. The transformation from a single drop of blood. A remarkable enhancement of 26 attribute points, along with the acquisition of an advanced talent and 2 advanced specializations. Matthew licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement. If only it were possible. Soon, he noticed the last gnoll, which had undergone the longest transformation, gradually ceased its anguished howls. Interestingly, this particular gnoll's transformation was entirely different from the previous ones. Standing at 8 meters tall, its slender form was adorned with brown scales, and a flame-like pattern glowed on its chest. Such a significant change in form resulted in an astounding alteration in attributes. Race: Dragonborn Gnoll. Class: Level 6 Sorcerer. Challenge Level: 8. Talent: Intermediate Talent Tide of Mana LV1, anchors a spell, increasing its damage by 50 while reducing consumption and usage requirements by 50. Specialization: Advanced Specialization Multiple Casting LV1, during the casting of spells or use of equipment. There is a 30 chance to double cast and a 10 chance to triple cast. Advanced Specialization Mana Drain LV1, each time an enemy is slain. There is a 50 chance to recover 5 points of mana. Attributes: Strength 57. Agility 68. Constitution, 912. Intelligence, 37. Perception, 812. Charisma, 1, 116. Evaluation, a formidable spell cannon. This was a distinctly different dragonborn gnoll, a powerful and quintessential gnoll sorcerer. At this moment, Matthew began to believe that gnolls might not merely be the bloodline descendants of colossal dragons. Rather, their very existence must be intrinsically linked to dragons, imparting upon Matthew an impression of biological weaponry. The true dragon bloodline could very well be the key and activation code. Once the two converged, they would be officially awakened, spontaneously transforming into the various biological weapons most needed at this stage. Upon completing their transformations, the intelligence of the two gnolls had evidently increased significantly. As they respectfully knelt on the ground, intoning, "Thank you, great master, for granting us rebirth. Papa, it seems I can control their lives and deaths." Realizing this, Yaya instinctively conveyed this sensation to Matthew. Matthew was not taken aback. Rather, he smiled slightly and replied, "They are now officially under your command. It is time for you to name them." With a glimmer of excitement, Yaya adorably tilted her head, gazing at the two dragonborn gnolls that appeared much more pleasing to her eyes. Recalling the advice her father had imparted to Sister Angela, she spoke authoritatively. "You, being the more robust one, shall be named Gold Tooth. You must mine a great deal of gold for me. And you, being the slimmer one, shall be named Silver Tooth. You must gather a plethora of gems for me." Upon hearing their great master's simple yet earnest wishes, Gold Tooth and Silver Tooth bowed reverently, exclaiming, "Thank you, great master, for bestowing upon us names. We shall strive to offer gold and gems to our masters." Yaya nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She flapped her wings and returned to Matthew's embrace, falling into a deep slumber in an instant. Matthew's icy gaze, palpable and chilling, met that of Gold Tooth and Silver Tooth. They felt an indescribable aura of authority emanating from his gaze, reminiscent of their great master, and quickly lowered their heads in deference. Seeing their compliance, Matthew pointed to the incapacitated gnoll on the ground and commanded without hesitation, "Oversee these gnolls, train them diligently with whips, and fulfill the tasks entrusted to you by Butler Ralph. Remember, you will receive ample food daily, along with tools. While completing the tasks, strive to make them stronger." Matthew met their puzzled gazes. Although their intelligence had experienced a qualitative leap, their life and management experiences would not emerge from thin air. In summary, they have merely completed the upgrade of their weaponry. Further preparation of additional components, system debugging, calibration, and final adjustments are still necessary. Only then can they transform into two competent tools. This task must be entrusted to Butler Ralph. The dramatically transformed Gold Tooth and Silver Tooth demonstrated to Matthew a straightforward yet effective management approach. They captured a few of the strongest goblins, delivering a thorough beating, and with a sharp roar and draconic, easily subdued the other goblins. Before Matthew departed, Butler Ralph was overseeing these goblins as they excavated trenches along the two dirt paths of the village. Many villagers, taking a break, curiously observed the goblins' antics. Initially, a sense of concern prevailed, but soon turned to amusement at their muddy and disheveled appearance. The villagers developed a greater admiration for the Lord's remarkable methods. At that moment, a swarm of young children emerged from the Lord's manor, gleefully gathering to discuss the deliciousness of the food to be served that evening. A smaller group was engrossed in examining the literacy pamphlets and adventure guides distributed by the Lord, which contained commonly used words in the common tongue, as well as illustrations of familiar plants and creatures. Upon witnessing the busy goblins, the children became intrigued, only to be promptly retrieved by their curious parents, eager to discover what the Lord had imparted to them. Chapter 50, The Origins of the Arcanist. Ding. A finely crafted blood-boosting potion has been successfully brewed, Alchemy Level 1. Currently at 99. The reaction of the potion's base gradually ceased, transforming into a finalized product. With an 80 completion rate of excellent quality, the blood-boosting potion possesses commendable market competitiveness. Although higher quality is attainable, it holds little significance. Matthew understood clearly that alchemy and potions are merely tools. The potion base was divided into 40 vials, totaling 80 vials brewed today. 20 vials were designated for military supplies, while the remaining 60 would be sold as merchandise. Adam Smith must arrive promptly. Matthew glanced at the recovering two trolls. These fellows could hold their ground, but the brewing materials were struggling. After tidying up the laboratory, Matthew sent the trolls out and placed the slumbering Yaya among a pile of rare metallic minerals. She would need 2 weeks of uninterrupted sleep. Hopefully, after this transformation, Yaya would be able to speak fluently. Matthew meticulously recorded Yaya's reactions and changes, as this would become a significant and lengthy research topic. Next door, Liana had already fallen asleep, and Matthew observed her mother, Sullen, who displayed no signs of any unusual bloodline traits or information. A sudden mutation? He also created a profile for Liana before descending into the basement, originally used by the Lord for cultivation, where he set up several warning spells. 0th Circle Spell, Light. 0th Circle Spell, Cleanse. The entire basement was transformed into a bright and refreshing space, reflecting Matthew's tall and slender figure. He retrieved a hardwood bed, laid down a blanket, and settled in, clearing his mind of distractions and slowly closing his eyes. As his consciousness entered his body, Matthew beheld a dense array of flickering light points, realizing they were the fundamental elements constituting all things. Some elements were stable and heavy, others lively and dynamic, some passionate and exuberant, while others were soft and fluid. The meditation of a spellcaster serves to train one's mental strength, gradually harmonizing its frequency with the surrounding elements. The goal is to incorporate more elements into oneself, slowly constructing a cohesive whole centered around the soul. This process would empower the soul, enabling it to bear greater mental strength. Once this step is completed, the ability to control and manipulate elements through mental strength equates to embarking on the path of a mage. However, reaching this point only signifies the status of a level 0 mage apprentice. To advance further and truly step onto the path of a mage, one must continuously strengthen the soul, cultivate mental strength, and absorb and construct additional magical nodes. The concrete manifestation of this endeavor requires learning at least 5 0th circle spells. Once the soul becomes sufficiently powerful and stable, and the mental strength, or mana, is abundant enough, one can attempt to construct a more robust and stable magical structure and model capable of manipulating more elements, laying the foundation for first circle spells. Achieving this milestone is essential to becoming a level 1 mage. Nevertheless, the mage's journey is rooted in the teachings of the elves, whose development patterns and growth are deeply reliant on the magical web that spans the entire material plane and even the cosmos. Should the magical web experience turbulence or encounter foes with deeper mastery over it, one would instantly lose their combat capability and become utterly defenseless. The elves have explored this path further, possessing unparalleled advantages. Hence, they do not hesitate to share the path of spellcasting with humanity, creating more allies to combat the vast numbers of orcs. When the first human mages recognized this dynamic, they sought ways to alter the situation. After all, despite their amicable relations with the elves, the proud elves seldom regarded human opinions, ideas, or interests with seriousness. Additionally, mages are limited in the number of spells they can cast each day, and once a spell is selected during meditation, it cannot be altered for the entire day, which is rather inconvenient and somewhat rigid. Thus, mages began to devise methods to free themselves from deep reliance on the magical web, aspiring to create a profession that could cast spells independently of it. Ideally, this profession would also lift the restrictions on spellcasting frequency, allowing the learned spells to be cast anytime and anywhere. After centuries of effort and the sacrifices of many predecessors, the first arcanist, Ione, emerged 2,000 years ago. He synthesized the lessons from previous failures and forged the path of the arcanist upon the foundation of the mage's journey. Unlike mages who face daily casting limits, arcanists can release spells at will, as long as their mana is sufficient and they have learned the relevant spells, using their souls as the core to simulate the composition and function of the magical web. The emergence of arcanists led to a remarkable increase in the mid-tier combat capabilities of humanity. However, as a newly established profession, each advancement required newcomers to step forward and forge ahead. Breaking through the boundaries of the extraordinary and entering the legendary tier remained exceedingly challenging. After a millennium of development, countless predecessors sacrificed themselves to refine the knowledge and system of arcanists. 1,100 years ago, Aeolium shattered the curse preventing arcanists from attaining legendary status, becoming the first grand arcanist in history. From that point on, alongside grand mages, grand arcanists emerged as a new legendary class. Revered as one of the greatest arcanists, Aeolium trained numerous grand arcanists. Moreover, 129 years ago, Aeolium created one of the most formidable weapons of the Nesseriel Empire, the floating city. Humanity finally compensated for its deficiencies in top-tier combat power. Although it could not rival the centuries of accumulation of the elves, it had already demonstrated the capability for independent survival and the establishment of its own influence. At long last, humanity has taken its first step toward liberation from the profound control and influence of the elves. Ordinarily, the ascension to the rank of arcanist can only be achieved by intermediate mages through a rigorous advancement ritual. The earlier one ascends to the status of an arcanist, the greater the likelihood of becoming a grand arcanist. This year, at merely 22 years of age, Kale, that's of the illustrious Kale family, Heralded as the most gifted prodigy in history, has successfully attained the rank of Grand Arcanist. Possessing equal aptitude, Matthew, who recently mended the wounds of his soul, has just become a level 2 Arcanist. Now, Matthew must contemplate carefully which path to embark upon as an Arcanist. This decision will have an immeasurably profound impact on the future of the Arcanist profession and the development of the territory. After all, Matthew is the sole Arcanist within the domain, and whatever the territory aspires to develop in the future could very well be conjured by his own hands. Indeed, in this world, in Nesseriel, Arcanists are the foremost source of productivity. Chapter 51, The Beginning of a Legend. In Matthew's recollections, Arcanists can be broadly categorized into 4 schools of thought. Elemental school. These Arcanists are fervently devoted to the control and transformation of elemental forces, delving into the mysteries of the world's composition and conducting in-depth studies of various elemental laws. Some among them take pleasure in summoning elemental beings, exploring the realms of elemental existence. Summoning water and fire elementals is their forte. The majority of Arcanists in this school aspire to create spells of greater power, more devastating effects, and broader ranges. The Fireball spell stands as one of the most renowned representatives of this school. In his previous life, Matthew specialized in this path. To combat formidable foes, he even developed the terrifying spell known as Elemental Annihilation. It was through this 13th tier divine spell that he dragged 3 deities down with him. Life School. These Arcanists possess profound insights into the mysteries of many creatures and are eager to explore the secrets of humanity itself. They seek to uncover longer lifespans or stronger physiques through their research. At the same time, they engage in terrifying experiments and modifications. It is said that the half-orc race originated from a dreadful life experiment. The chief Grand Arcanist of the Nesseriel Empire, known as the demigod Ioleth, represents this school. Ioleth has lived for over 200 years, and this year, he has created a new 11th tier legendary spell, Ioleth's Longevity Spell. Each successful casting of this spell can extend the recipient's lifespan by 200 years, and it can be applied multiple times. Mana Weaving School. These Arcanists concentrate on discovering and researching deeper layers of the mana web, from which they derive and develop new spells. They are also keen on repairing damaged mana webs, gaining knowledge and spells through such endeavors. They explore the creation of independent mana webs, achieving large-scale applications. The floating cities and the grand maze of the Seventon Council are remarkable results of their research. Naturally, the elves have ventured further down this path. Kael'thas is a master of this domain, rumored to be researching a novel manifestation of the mana web. Should he succeed, it could potentially give rise to a new source of Arcanist power. Time and Space School. The ability to create demiplanes and annihilate entire worlds is within the grasp of these Arcanists. They are passionate about exploring the composition of space, seeking to discover and develop previously uncharted demiplanes to acquire various resources and territories. Over half of the Nesseriel Empire's land lies within other planes, a result of the explorations and discoveries made by spatial Arcanists. Storage belts and other similar items are also manifestations of this school's achievements. Some Arcanists yearn to master the power of time, exploring its hidden secrets and attempting to develop time-related spells that humanity can control. Interestingly, prophecy also stands as an outstanding achievement of this school. Certain Arcanists peer into the river of fate and the intertwining of the mana web, striving to uncover fragments of visions from the future. The first 2 schools boast a larger number of practitioners, comprising 90 of the total Arcanist population. The latter 2 schools, though enigmatic and immensely powerful, once mastered, render their practitioners entities that others dare not provoke lightly. Naturally, upon attaining the status of a Transcendent Arcanist or even a Grand Arcanist, individuals will engage in interdisciplinary learning and research. Absent the experience points brought by his previous life, Matthew feels he should tread the well-worn path of the Elemental School. With his current advantages, including a keen understanding of the narrative's trajectory, he possesses a substantial chance of reaching the heights of the game and surpassing them. However, now that Matthew can employ subordinates to harvest experience, significantly reducing his training time, he finds himself with an abundance of choices. Why limit himself to just one path? Quietly questioning himself, feeling a surge of exhilaration, a smile crept across Matthew's lips. As his heart swelled with anticipation, 2 intriguing options materialized in the Arcanist Legacy section of his personal attribute panel. Each bore the following inscription: would you like to consume 1,000 experience points and 300 fate coins to activate an extraordinary legacy? Matthew felt a surge of gratitude. Thanks to the Bloodhand Slave Capture Guild's generosity, he had amassed a considerable amount of experience points and fate coins. Otherwise, seizing this golden opportunity would have been uncertain. The azure light flooded the entire meditative space. Matthew, experiencing an indescribable and wondrous transformation, savored the influence of the power of fate. For now, he could only passively accept it, but one day, he would assuredly seize control of it. As the light gradually dissipated, the two new and resplendent Arcanist legacies filled Matthew with uncontainable joy. Transcendent Legacy, Flesh Mastery Analysis, LV1. Analyze the target's mastery to acquire sufficient information through study and dissection to control the activation and learning of that mastery. Current level, can only analyze low-tier masteries. Transcendent Legacy, Mana Activation Grant LV1. Activate and grant consciousness and thought to objects infused with energy. Current level, can only activate ordinary items. The data revealed the effects of these two legacies. In truth, the changes in Matthew's thoughts and memories were accompanied by a plethora of obscure and intricate knowledge. Through understanding this knowledge, Matthew grasped the complexities and effects of these two transcendent legacies. The Mana Activation Grant speaks for itself. As per Matthew's recollections, the ability to instill consciousness and thought into inanimate objects, much like the celestial beings enlightening stubborn stones and plants, is both wondrous and remarkable. This capability is crucial for the creation of legendary-level war constructs and legendary golems, possessing immense value. However, at this stage, it will not provide substantial assistance to Matthew. He must still diligently engage in research and development. The mastery analysis, however, is an unprecedented divine skill. Matthew had not heard of any player ever acquiring such a unique legacy. Once he possesses mastery analysis, with a certain investment of time and effort, he will be able to comprehend the formation process of the vast majority of masteries. Simply put, Matthew can enable his soldiers to acquire additional combat masteries in bulk. He can also empower the professionals he cultivates to master various complementary skills en masse, nurturing a formidable cohort of elite warriors. Thus begins the legend. Thoughts and musings surged forth as Matthew envisioned the splendid scene of nurturing a legion of elites, leaders, and even boss-level professionals, causing him to break into an involuntary chuckle. Perhaps in the future, I could forge even more career paths, for many professions can acquire the expertise of others. Tomorrow, I shall commence my endeavors. Who shall I choose as my first test subject? In the now pitch-black basement, a slightly sinister laughter echoed. Chapter 52, The Wings of the Butterfly. March 6th, early morning. Blood Moon City. The golden rays of sunlight cascaded upon the castle, nestled against the mountainside. Two towering spires soared into the clouds, pulsating with a tumultuous wave of magical energy that radiated outward in abundance. The pristine white exterior of the towers was intricately adorned with complex magical engravings that shimmered with a lustrous glow as the arcane energy surged. A few swift birds darted in, attempting to fly past the towers. With a series of sharp cracks, a frenzied silver serpent erupted, precisely ensnaring the agile birds. The creatures did not have time to scream before being seared to a crisp by a lethal bolt of lightning, spiraling downwards. The diminutive birds, weighing less than half a pound, plummeted to the dust-laden ground, lifeless. Two nimble figures emerged from the shadowy alley, arriving before anyone else to claim the birds, which emitted a faint scent of charred flesh. Jifan watched the alley warily, apprehensive that a towering vagabond might leap out and snatch away the hard-won meat. His small hand, concealed within his sleeve, gripped a rusted, chipped dagger, its edges honed to a bright, lethal sharpness. Though somewhat antiquated, it remained capable of inflicting harm. To survive in the perilous slums, being ruthless was merely the most trivial of skills. Yet today, fortune seemed to favor him. As he successfully returned to his dilapidated home with his spoils, he cautiously rapped on the sturdy wooden door, and according to their agreed signal, emitted 3 sharp barks. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a frail, diminutive figure peering through the crack, her voice laced with anticipation and concern. "Brother, why are you back so soon today? Did something happen?" Expertly pushing the door open, Jifan secured the heavy bolt and placed a small stone atop the doorframe. He patted his sister's head and cheerfully revealed the charred birds in his arms, a reward from the Lord. "Soon, we shall feast on meat." Little Jixiang's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly nodded, racing to the kitchen to fetch a basin of water. The siblings spent half an hour cleaning the scorched birds, revealing the scant morsels of meat within. Enduring the pangs of hunger, Jixiang sipped from a bowl of water, her bright, contrasting eyes fixed intently on her brother's movements. Jifan meticulously chopped the meat into small pieces and placed them into a battered iron pot, glancing at the dwindling firewood. Noticing his sister's gaunt face, he resolved, the harvest from the first level of the sewers is becoming increasingly meager. Even if it entails danger, I must venture deeper, otherwise, we shall both starve. I'll seek out Tom. He is still somewhat reliable. Although not the brightest, his combat skills are passable. If we find something valuable on the second level, perhaps we can gather enough for both of us to afford training at the martial arts school. If Tom and I are fortunate enough to become professionals, we shall never again go hungry. His myriad thoughts gradually faded as the aroma of the broth intensified. Jifan ladled the majority of the meat into his sister's bowl, sipping a few mouthfuls of the thin soup himself. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Jixiang pouting, offering him her bowl. His heart ached slightly, and he managed a strained smile. Sharing the palm-sized portion of meat with her, he carefully instructed her to stay hidden and not to open the door for anyone, preparing to push the door open. Just then, Jixiang, watching her brother's retreating figure, spoke softly with a hint of trepidation. "Brother, can we not go underground? It's too dangerous. We could just drink the porridge provided by the Lord." Jifan paused, turning to see his sister's deeply concerned expression. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly nodded in agreement. "All right, we want to go." With that, Jifan gently removed the stone and secured the door once more, gazing at the sunlight streaming down. Feeling a weight in his chest, gritting his teeth, he ultimately turned away and strode toward the darker alley ahead. He must venture into the underground ruins. Jixiang's time was running out. However, to Jifan's surprise, the usual throng at the entrance to the underground ruins was sparse today, with only a few familiar faces hastily retreating to another street. At that moment, a burly figure rushed toward him, calling out urgently, "Jifan, come quickly. A big shot is recruiting. The benefits are said to be quite generous. We must hurry." Jifan recognized the approaching figure as Tom, a comrade with whom he had shared life and death. Typically scruffy, Tom appeared today with his hair neatly tied back, clad in tattered leather armor, wielding a wooden-handled axe, clearly having exhausted all his resources. Noting the odd behavior of others, as well as Tom's, Jifan squinted slightly, suppressing his complex thoughts, and asked directly, "A big shot? From where? What do they want to recruit for? Another meat shield?" Tom rapidly shook his head, scratching his head in confusion, then suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. It's a big shot from the Merchant Guild, the exceedingly generous Mr. Adam Smith. He.'s recruiting new porters and guards. And I heard he.'s prepared 100 carts of supplies, looking to enlist 1,000 people." Upon hearing the name Adam Smith, an image of a shrewd merchant flashed through Jifan's mind. Observing the few figures at the entrance to the underground ruins, he couldn't help but inquire, "As for guards, I suppose we'll have to forget that. What about porters? What's the compensation?" Tom shook his head in bewilderment, delivering a familiar response that left Jifan both exasperated and amused. I forgot." With an eye roll, Jifan patted Tom's arm and hurriedly made his way toward the opposite street, asking, "What news have you gathered? Where is he headed? How long will it take?" This time, Tom eagerly nodded, pointing toward a gathering crowd ahead. Speaking in disbelief, "I heard it's to Bay Village, 300 kilometers away, and it'll take about 5 days. But there weren't this many people just a moment ago." Dismissing the foolishness, Jifan squeezed into the crowd, urging Tom to lead the way. Bay Village. The villagers who were not selected as reserve soldiers continued their labor, bustling about. The goblins, who had toiled all night, hid away, soundly sleeping in the specially dug underground tunnels. Ding. You have changed the fates of 35 individuals, earning 300 fate coins. Matthew gazed at the gathering children, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. What has transpired? Chapter 53. Insight into expertise. Their foundational skills are rather inadequate. Thus, there is no urgency to subject them to intense training. First, we shall focus on nurturing their physical well-being. Concurrently, it is imperative to effectively propagate the ideals and philosophies that will foster greater contributions to the territory, for such endeavors garner respect and acknowledgement from all. Matthew conveyed this to butler Ralph, who, with a hint of peculiarity in his gaze, could not restrain himself from inquiring, "My lord, is it not loyalty that you seek from them?" With a slight smile, Matthew reflected on myriad experiences from both his past life and this one. Responding in a profound tone, loyalty is not something to be vociferated or enforced through coercive indoctrination. It is not true loyalty. As long as I surpass all other lords in my endeavors, they will become my staunchest supporters. Calm and self-assured, just a few days prior, Butler Ralph experienced a similar sentiment. It seemed that since arriving at the territory, the facade that cloaked the Lord gradually began to unveil. Perhaps this is the Lord's authentic visage, one imbued with the confidence of a super genius and the pride of an arcanist. Ralph became increasingly invigorated. The mere fragments of the Lord's words revealed to him a mere glimpse of the untamed iceberg beneath, yet filled him with motivation. Daily aspirations abound. Watching Butler Ralph depart, a subtle smile graced Matthew's lips as he turned to old John, who stood vigilantly by his side, and instructed, "Please summon Knight Angela." Poor Butler Ralph. Loyalty is neither seized nor purchased. It is a byproduct of mutual interests intertwined. 15 minutes later, in the private training grounds of the Lord's estate, Angela, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, engaged in a fierce duel with old John. "Angela, Endowed with exceptional talent and having undergone rigorous and comprehensive training, had successfully embraced the knightly vocation. In both command and personal combat prowess, she distinguished herself among second-tier professionals. However, faced with Old John's seasoned attacks, she primarily assumed a defensive posture, seizing opportunities to launch fierce counterattacks to stifle John's relentless onslaught. Thanks to the rigors of recent battles, Old John had successfully advanced to the status of a level 4 warrior, further augmenting his strength and maintaining a dominant presence in the skirmish. Observing from the sidelines, Matthew meticulously examined their attributes. Name, Angela. Age, 18. Profession, level 2 knight. Talent, advanced talent, bravery, strength. 2. Constitution. 3. Ally morale. 1. Specialization, intermediate specialization, riding control LV1, capable of riding most mounts. Speed. 2. Coordination. 2. Intermediate specialization, weapon mastery LV2. Proficient with all weapons. Damage. 3. Low-level specialization, proficient command LV1, able to issue commands effectively and swiftly. Legacy, intermediate legacy, command aura amplification LV1, enhances all aura effects by 50. Attributes, strength, 12, agility, 14, constitution, 15, intelligence, 10, perception, 14, charisma, 18, luck, 2, wishful thinking. Skills, cleaving strike LV2. Attacks all enemies within a 145-degree cone directly in front, dealing an additional 2 damage. Precision shot LV2, shooting accuracy adjustment. 2. Shooting damage. 3. Stab LV2. Piercing attack judgment. 4. Damage. 2. Encouragement aura LV1, provides all allied units within a 50-meter radius with strength. 1. Damage. 1. Movement. 2. Combat enhancement. Evaluation, a versatile commanding talent. Name, John. Age, 31. Profession, level 4 warrior. Talent, none. Specialization, intermediate specialization, sword and blade mastery LV2, adept with blades, judgment. 4. Damage. 3. Speed. 2. Low-level specialization, defensive stance LV3, defense judgment. 3. Low-level specialization, battlefield veteran LV3, melee damage. 3. Defense. 3. Legacy. Low-level legacy, lone wolf weakness insight LV2, understands most enemies' weaknesses. Weakness damage. 4. Attributes, strength, 15, agility, 12, constitution, 12, intelligence, 8, perception, 10, charisma, 10, luck, 1, somewhat fortunate. Evaluation, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Matthew observed intently, scrutinizing their situational assessments, choices in combat style, and habitual actions during their exchanges. As their battle extended over time, deeper insights gradually permeated his consciousness. Specializations are manifestations of ability, encapsulating experience and knowledge. The formation of each specialization represents the essence of habitual styles and combat capabilities. Acquiring a specialization necessitates prolonged repetition and targeted training enhancement. Of course, these summaries of experience resonate with the vast majority of professionals. Yet they often find it challenging to articulate. Do this, then do that, and it shall suffice. The enemy will first strike to the left. You preemptively block and counterattack. What? You know he will do that, yet you cannot stop him? I can, yet the specifics elude me. Perhaps you should practice more. Such sentiments are universally applicable among most professionals. Only those adept at summarizing and eager to discover and research can grasp some of the underlying mysteries, thereby acquiring the training capabilities for certain specializations. This requires a synthesis of strength, experience, and wisdom. This is also why the vast majority of professionals struggle to master specializations through mere study or practice, particularly those that are profound and esoteric. In Matthew's eyes, the low-level specializations possessed by both individuals revealed a remarkably detailed acquisition process. Proficient command training method, command knowledge acquisition, 10 hours. Participation in line training, 30 hours. Participation in command training, 15 hours. Participation in combat command, 5 hours. Participation in command experience summary discussions, 2 hours. Defensive stance training method, defensive experience learning, 3 hours. Combat against level 2 opponents, 3 hours. Combat against level 1 opponents, 5 hours. Combat against 2 opponents of the same level, 5 hours. Combat against 3 level 1 opponents, 8 hours. Defensive experience discussion, 3 hours. Battlefield veteran training method, battlefield experience learning, 3 hours. Battlefield melee training, 15 hours. Battlefield mixed combat, 5 hours. All aforementioned training methods come with respective requirements and standards. Under a unified standard, time may be adjusted according to individual comprehension. Suppressing his excitement, Matthew unhesitatingly selected defensive stance, the specialization with the lowest and most easily attainable standard, as the first target for training. As the commander of the guard forces, it is only fitting that Angela should benefit from this enhancement, especially since she is tasked with instructing and training other soldiers. In contemplation, Matthew called a halt to their combat and turned to old John, who appeared somewhat perplexed yet curious, and said, "Next, we shall summarize and record the knowledge and techniques pertaining to defense." Chapter 54, Remarkable Results. When confronted with a force greater than your own, descending upon you with a mighty blow, how should one defend and exert their strength? Old John scratched his head, adopting a defensive stance, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Is this how it's done?" Matthew cast a glance, meticulously recording the data and elaborating on it, simultaneously addressing Angela beside him. "Lower your center of gravity slightly. Retreat your left leg, bend your right leg forward, grip your weapon firmly, and hold your shield at a slight angle." Having grasped the essence of the exercise, Angela recorded the instructions while quietly reflecting. As Matthew opened up all offensive stances, he continued with the second query. In the face of a rapid attack coming from behind, what is your defensive maneuver? Upon hearing this, Angela instinctively mimicked the necessary action from behind old John. Gradually understanding the situation, old John adeptly lunged forward, rolling on the ground and adjusting his form, raising his dual blades at an angle. Every nuance of his exertion, along with the intent and required amplitude of each movement, was captured in Matthew's keen observation. After half an hour of inquiry, Matthew had thoroughly extracted all of old John's defensive techniques. Holding the shadow crystal in one hand and the defensive stance training manual in the other, he handed them to Angela. "In the next 3 days, make sure to review and memorize this whenever you have time. Now, take a half-hour break. Soon, I will arrange specialized training for you." With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Angela began to surmise the Lord's intentions. Regardless of the outcome, she felt it imperative to keep this matter confidential. In a world where literacy comes at a steep price, this knowledge could be deemed foundational, akin to a family heirloom. Simultaneously, Angela felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the Lord, silently resolving not to disappoint him. Half an hour later, rejuvenated, Angela approached old John. This time, though wielding a longsword, she opted for a purely defensive role, striving to replicate old John's every move. As old John swung his blade, Angela raised her arm to block, sparks flying where metal met metal. She absorbed the force of his strike, stepping back slightly, as she heard the Lord's commendation, that defensive maneuver meets the standard. Matthew's confidence stemmed from the progress indicator of defensive stance experience level 1, which hovered precariously above Angela's head. Soon, Angela cycled through all defensive movements, with Matthew swiftly identifying any inadequacies. For each flawed maneuver, Angela sought old John's guidance anew, while also fine-tuning her earlier notes. One by one, she overcame each deficiency, steadily advancing her proficiency in defensive stances. By the time Angela had mastered every movement, merely 2 hours had elapsed. Seizing the opportunity for a brief respite, old John hastily consumed some food to regain his strength, witnessing Angela once again consulting the Lord, muttering in disbelief. Her rate of progress is astonishingly rapid. The ability of defensive stances had taken old John years of experience to hone through countless battles. Yet now, in just a few hours, Angela had grasped the fundamentals, leaving him with a surreal sense of absurdity. Matthew, patiently assisting Angela in summarizing her progress, noted that the first attempt is always the most arduous. With more practice, she would soon become adept. A day passed swiftly. Old John, panting, halted his movements as Angela, sword in hand, bowed before him. Observing the melancholy in his eyes, she softly remarked, "This should merely be a trial from the Lord." Not particularly attuned to the Lord's actions, old John was suddenly roused, but before he could inquire further, Angela had already turned to depart. Matthew calculated that throughout the day's explorations, Angela's progress had surged to 45. In the days that followed, Matthew meticulously documented and refined Angela's training. It took her 5 hours to meet the standard for defending against 2 attackers, bringing her progress to 70. When defending against 3 assailants, she accomplished the task in merely 2 hours, achieving a remarkable 100 proficiency. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, she had successfully mastered the defensive stance proficiency. Through relentless practice and familiarization, Matthew's confidence in disseminating the proficiency training grew stronger. Of course, all this came at a cost. Matthew never considered himself a benevolent figure. Certain necessary precautions were imperative. Having acquired her first proficiency, Angela, under Matthew's guidance, embarked on learning her second lower-tier proficiency. Another 3 days passed, during which Angela adeptly absorbed the knowledge of a battlefield veteran, rapidly enhancing her strength. This remarkable pace astounded the well-informed old John. He became increasingly exhilarated, intensifying his training efforts to further elevate his physical capabilities. Concurrently, Old John inspired greater enthusiasm among his soldiers, striving to strengthen them in the shortest time possible. Throughout that week, the soldiers remained industrious. With ample food, rigorous training, generous remuneration, and fierce competition, they underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Their numbers swelled from 105 to 150, and the count of warrior professionals reached 40, with 15 advancing to level 2, Leon being the first. However, this was merely the visible shift in strength. Their coordinated formations improved significantly. As they marched in unison through the village back to the barracks, they were met with cheers and accolades from all around. The aesthetic of their synchronized movements captivated every observer, inducing an addictive sensation. Even the discerning Matthew could not deny the substantial surprise these trained soldiers evoked in him. However, this transformation came at a price. The ravenous soldiers and villagers consumed 3 times more food than usual, alongside several hundred hungry goblin heads. Within a mere week, the food purchased from Adam Smith had dwindled by 110 units. After all, with a population of 2,000 in Bay Village, sustaining 200 professional soldiers required procuring the vast majority of supplies externally. Perhaps the only source of concern was the perpetually busy butler Ralph, who watched the funds in the territory diminish and felt an increasing anxiety. Despite knowing the Lord had stockpiled a batch of alchemical potions, he still worried whether Adam Smith could swiftly sell them to procure the urgently needed gold and resources. Strength comes at a hefty price. Chapter 55, The Caravan's Astonishment. A warm breeze, laden with earthy scents, roused the dozing Tom, who wiped the corner of his mouth and slowly opened his eyes. The enticing aroma of cooking food wafted through the air, prompting Tom to instinctively swallow and mumble drowsily. "Huh, is it time to eat?" Giggling incessantly, the charming little Fortune approached, carrying a brimming plate of food. She handed the already sliced black bread to Tom, her small mouth stuffed to the brim, and while chewing, she mumbled, "Tom, time to eat. He," revealing a delightful, innocent smile. Tom eagerly seized the bread and devoured it in mere bites, savoring a refreshing gulp of water, and curiously glanced around. Where did Fan run off to? Brother followed a wandering uncle ahead to scout the path. "I heard we're almost at Bay Village," replied the sensible little Jixiang, articulating the situation slowly, her gaze imbued with a hint of worry. The days spent traveling with the caravan were the happiest moments Jixiang could recall. Each day, they enjoyed 3 meals, with no limits on portions, and meat was served every day. Although the nights could be quite frightening, filled with foggy marshes where fishmen occasionally emerged with croaking calls, the little one truly wished for these days to continue indefinitely. Being well fed was her greatest dream. Alas, despite the lengthy journey, there was always an endpoint. Jixiang stared vacantly at the boundless wilderness in the distance and spotted her brothers sprinting back. Her minor worries evaporated instantly, and under the gentle smiles of those around her, Jixiang joyfully dashed to Jifan's side. Adam Smith, perched atop the cart, scrutinized the group of soldiers returning with Jifan. Thud, thud, thud. A squad of 10 soldiers jogged over, their pristine leather boots echoing a uniform sound on the uneven dirt path, eliciting envy from many porters. Each soldier bore a serious expression, their piercing gazes causing several to instinctively avert their eyes. Such elite troops? Are they Lord Matthew's personal guards? No. Some of those young men are villagers from Bay Village. I have even hired them before. With a remarkable memory, Adam Smith recognized several of the soldiers. Having seen much of the world, he sensed a subtle threat emanating from them, indicating not merely professionalism, but likely recent experience in taking lives. He could hardly fathom how. In just a few days, these soldiers had undergone such a profound transformation. Before Adam Smith could ponder further, the commanding lion approached, inquiring with precision. "Is this the Pearl Merchant Guild's caravan? Are you Mr. Adam Smith?" With a smile breaking across his face, Adam Smith dismounted the cart and warmly stood alongside Lion, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, at the behest of Lord Matthew, I have returned with the goods." Grasping Adam Smith's wrist, which clutched a handful of gold coins, Lion shook his head and, in response to Adam Smith's astonished gaze, calmly stated, "Such behavior is strictly forbidden within Lord Matthew's territory. Otherwise, you shall find yourself imprisoned. Moreover, gather all goods and proceed to the warehouse for unloading. Then head to your newly constructed lodgings." Before Adam Smith could react, Lion had already turned, leading the soldiers, standing tall like pines, in an orderly formation ahead. Glancing at the golden coins in his palm, Adam Smith felt a buzz in his head. He never anticipated that ordinary soldiers could resist the temptation of gold. Sullenly retracting the coins, he noticed the curious stares of those around him directed at the imposing soldiers. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Prepare your belongings. We shall advance." Instinctively brushing his sister's hair back, Jifan stared in astonishment at the retreating figures of Lion and the soldiers. In his recollection, even the personal guards of the Lord in Bloodmoon City lacked such a commanding presence and would never spurn gold offered to them. Perhaps the Lord's guards do not readily oppress the vagabonds of the slums, but Jifan understood that their disdain and indifference were what elevated them above others. The other porters in the caravan, while packing their belongings and preparing to set off, engaged in curious discussions. What kind of place could Bay Village be? To have such impressively formidable soldiers? Others in the caravan exchanged glances, sensing a mix of gravity and intrigue reflected in one another's eyes. They were adventurers drawn to this place, most hailing from Bloodmoon City. The living conditions offered by Matthew did not concern the majority of the young adventurers. What truly captivated them was the bounty of 50 gold coins for every troll they slay. Experienced Adam Smith, rather than feeling insulted by Lion's lack of deference, silently marveled. Truly a talented individual from a prestigious family, he possesses the potential to become the captain of my guard. In Adam Smith's view, Lion was undoubtedly a talent brought over by Matthew from the Sayre family. Before he could devise a strategy to befriend Lion, the sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air suddenly erupted, causing chaos within the caravan. Instinctively gripping the slender sword at his waist, Adam Smith turned to glimpse the top of the cart, where a tall wanderer shouted, "We've spotted hundreds of gnolls ahead." Adam Smith's expression shifted. While the threat of hundreds of gnolls was not particularly daunting, he feared that this might not be the entirety of their numbers. With their destination in sight, any casualties or losses would be unwelcome. Everyone, be calm. These gnolls are part of the territory and will not attack humans indiscriminately. Do you see? They are merely clearing the road. As the caravan teetered on the brink of unrest, Lion's clear voice rang out, dispelling the incredulity surrounding this revelation. Jifan, poised to lift his sister into the cart, whispered a few words in her ear before gently placing her inside. The little girl scrutinized the scene, her small head brimming with questions, and asked curiously, "Really? Those gnolls are lining up, carrying wooden frames filled with small stones, just like what they're using to pave the road ahead." In just a few days, the clever and sensible Jixiang had won the hearts of many, and no one doubted her honesty. Yet, the reality she described left everyone in astonishment. Chapter 56. Is this a village? As they trod upon the smooth cobblestone path, the faint crunching sound astonished every member of the caravan. It was not merely the quality of the road. Rather, the sight of figures carrying sand and gravel nearby shattered their preconceived notions of gnolls. These gnolls were far more robust than any they had previously encountered. Wearing hoods atop their heads and clad in muddy garments, they bore large bamboo baskets on their backs, filled with crushed stones and sand, resembling farmers toiling in the fields rather than the chaotic gnolls they had imagined. Upon noticing the arrival of so many humans, these gnolls merely cast a glance before. At the call of a particularly robust gnoll, they surged toward the distant Silver Moon River. It was evident that they were there to gather materials for road construction. Numerous adventurers fixated on the towering gnoll, sensing an almost tangible danger emanating from it, and hastily began discussing its species and strength. Is that really a gnoll? It seems far too formidable. At the very least, it is a level 6 warrior, possibly even a mutated variant. If you do not understand, it is better to remain silent. I have yet to encounter a mutated being endowed with such remarkable intelligence. This is likely a dragonborn. Is that true? A dragonborn goblin? That seems rather exaggerated, does it not? It is not an exaggeration at all. As a mid-tier warrior, I lack the confidence to defeat it, let alone contend with hundreds of robust goblins under its command. Is the Lord of Bay Village truly that formidable? To have tamed a dragonborn goblin and amassed such a formidable cadre of elite soldiers. What is the story behind this? I have heard from the guards serving Lord Adam Smith that the Lord of Bay Village is an arcane practitioner hailing from the Sayre family. Indeed, he is a person of great stature. An arcane practitioner? To capture so many trolls? Surely, it must be for some experiment? That is beyond our purview. As long as this lord exhibits generosity, it suffices. The more they discussed, the greater their curiosity about the approaching Bay Village, tinged with a hint of apprehension. After all, the bounty of 50 gold coins for a single troll exceeds the prices in other territories by threefold, and there is no cap. How outrageous. Can this lord truly afford such a bounty? With myriad thoughts swirling, the caravan traversed the newly laid gravel road, drawing ever closer to Bay Village. The brisk wind flapped the banners as they fluttered in the breeze. A pale silver dragon's head was embroidered in the center of the flag. Beneath the banner stood 3 blocks of soldiers, silently awaiting the caravan's arrival. Bathed in sunlight, their pale green attire made them resemble stalwart pines. The formidable aura emanating from them instinctively caused the slowly advancing caravan to slow its pace. Adam Smith, slightly agape, instinctively thought to protest, "I haven't done anything wrong." However, he quickly regained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his face as he grasped Lord Matthew's intention. As anticipated, Adam Smith soon noticed that even some of the more rebellious adventurers along the route had now held their breath, scrutinizing the meticulously arranged soldiers, their expressions turning gravely serious. It was evident that with this batch of adventurers and porters departing from Bay Village, the elite soldiers and the magnanimous lord would become the village's hallmark. The first impression that lingered in everyone's mind. The evaluation of the lord continued to rise, and a genuine smile appeared on Adam Smith's face as he nimbly dismounted the carriage, nodding to his captain of guards, signaling them to hasten to the warehouse. At this moment, it was imperative to showcase his connection with the esteemed lord. Adam Smith thought to himself, his expression appearing quite natural, his demeanor relatively composed. Though his heart raced with trepidation, he was increasingly worried that, given the lord's strength, capabilities, and connections, many merchants would be eager to usurp his position. Adam Smith understood that the upcoming meeting would serve as yet another test, assessing whether he could demonstrate his worth. Matthew cast a glance at the carriage. Detailed data and information materializing before his eyes. The food supplies were nearly sufficient, and there was an additional 100,000 pounds of seeds, indicating foresight for land cultivation. The quantity of steel had doubled, reflecting substantial resources and connections. The quality of weapons was commendable, clearly the result of careful consideration. 10 additional bows and crossbows had been prepared. Was this to showcase strength? All livestock was ready, with a portion of males specifically set aside for breeding, indicating meticulous planning. The array of spellcasting materials was complete and of satisfactory quality, and there was also a reserve of talent. A total of 115 magic crystals had been prepared, a mix of whole and fragmented. Did this signify his earnest efforts? Rubbing his eyes, Matthew realized that while he could easily discern the data regarding various supplies, people were an entirely different matter. Unknown to Adam Smith, he had already divulged a significant portion of his secrets before even meeting Matthew, and at that moment, he was engaging amiably with Butler Ralph. I have prepared some small gifts. Butler Ralph patted his shoulder, turning to lead him, and as they passed the ranks of soldiers, he advised, if they are meant for me, it is unnecessary. Simply fulfilling Lord Matthew's tasks will ensure you retain this position. However, next time, do bring more magic scrolls and other types of books, the more the better. Observing the soldiers, each brimming with vitality, Adam Smith felt a surge of joy. Yet, when he finally regained his senses, he was taken aback by the towering wooden wall standing 5 meters high before him. This cannot be. The last time I visited, there was nothing here. Noticing his expression, Butler Ralph revealed a mysterious smile, handing the roster of names to Lion, who was leading the returning party, and then ushered the merchant through the open gates. The approaching porters, some with families in tow, and the adventurers specially gathered to hunt trolls, stared in astonishment at the wooden palisade behind the soldiers. Is this truly a village? It is larger than some dilapidated towns we passed on the road. Which village boasts over 100 fully armed professional soldiers? Dozens of warriors, standing in perfect formation, immovable, and all seasoned veterans. How shall we gain entry? Glancing at the notice board on the wall, it seemed to indicate something. Such an abundance of supplies suggests that this lord is preparing to expand the village into a town. At least we need not worry about whether the lord can afford the bounty. Chapter 57, Wealthy and Generous. Name, Jifan. Where are you from? Blood Moon City. How many relatives do you have? This is my sister. Her name is Jixiang, and she is 9 years old. Can you read? I understand some. Very well. This is the room assigned to you. Be sure to keep the door signs safe. If you lose it, come back immediately for a replacement. Furthermore, do you possess any special skills? I have numerous jobs I can introduce to you. Jobs. What are they, and what are the benefits? The first type is ordinary manual labor, with a uniform payment of 20 copper coins per day, including 2 meals, and you may eat to your heart's content. If you choose this, I recommend joining the land clearing team. Once the team finishes their designated area, they can earn a 10 share of any additional cleared land. The second type involves skilled labor, arranged according to your expertise, with compensation typically higher, averaging 1 silver coin per day. Additionally, if you work continuously for 2 years and pay your taxes on time, you will become a member of Bay Village, with the right to permanently use 10 acres of land and qualify for purchasing a house in the village. Lastly, there is the option to apply to become a reserve soldier, but this is not open to non-professionals or those from outside Bay Village. Here is the task list. You may take it back to review and submit it once you have made your decision. Finally, welcome to Bay Village. May you enjoy your stay here. As Lion handed Jifan a task list under the young girl's somewhat dazed gaze, he smiled and nodded at little Jixiang, who, unshy at all, returned a sweet smile, reminding Lion of his younger sister at home. Entering through the palisade, following the road signs, Jifan made his way to the accommodation area with his sister and Tom. A vast expanse of neatly aligned wooden houses graced both sides of the road, despite the fact that much of the timber was still damp. Exuding a faint aroma of resin, it at least provided shelter from the wind and rain, shielding one from the glare of the crimson moon. Following the numbered signs to locate their dwelling, the little auspicious one eagerly pushed open the wooden door and scampered inside with tiny steps, emitting a joyful exclamation. Oh, there are 3 rooms and 2 beds. And look, the bedding is new. Is that new clothing? Although it's a tad large, it fits me perfectly, hee hee hee. 6 pristine ceramic bowls, a large water tank, a table, chairs, and even a small stool, all brand new, filled her with delight as she dashed about, exploring every corner. Her face radiant with a beaming smile, Ji-Fan settled onto a new chair, caressing the smooth surface of the table, which was both sleek and gentle to the touch. A flicker of disbelief crossing his visage. Are all these things newly crafted? Is Bay Village truly so affluent? My goodness. The house I reside in is more lavish and spacious than my own. I must tell my father, just to ruffle his feathers, haha. Next door? Tom's loud voice broke the moment, causing Ji-Fan to quickly regain his composure. He picked up the paper from Leon, which clearly stated, temporary residence permit. Valid for 1 month. After 1 month, present proof of employment and tax documentation for renewal. General employment. Daily base pay of 20 copper coins, including 2 hearty meals. Compensation based on productivity. First recommendation, land clearing. Second recommendation, construction team. Third recommendation, production positions. Technical employment. Seeking skilled farmers, physicians, tanners, livestock breeders, tailors, blacksmiths, chefs, and other technical talents. First recommendation, join Bay Village to receive corresponding residential rewards based on skill level. Intermediate talents receive 50 gold coins, advanced talents receive 1,000 gold coins, and master level talents receive 5,000 gold coins. Second recommendation, join a position matching your skill set with an average daily base salary of 1 silver coin, with pay commensurate to effort. Professional employment. First recommendation, join Bay Village to receive corresponding residential rewards. Second recommendation, enlist as a reserve soldier, with a monthly base salary of 20 silver coins. Third recommendation, accept bounty tasks, which may yield weapons, equipment, maps, resource point information, and medical or potion purchasing benefits. Current bounty tasks, capture a troll for 50 gold coins each. Note, all children under the age of 10 may enjoy literacy education and 3 meals a day at the Children's Garden. Note, in Bay Village and its surrounding areas. Actions such as insults, fraud, entrapment, false accusations, fighting, brawling, theft, robbery, assault, and murder are strictly prohibited. All violators will face execution, imprisonment, fines, or expulsion. Upon reviewing the entire document, Ji-Fan's mind was consumed by the phrase wealthy and extravagant. Simultaneously, it solidified his resolve to strive to become a professional. Casting an expectant glance at Tom, Ji-Fan patted his shoulder and, in an eager yet uncertain tone, remarked, "Let us not rush to make a decision. Let us observe which path offers the best prospects." Tom, with an innocent shrug, expressed his unwavering support for any decision Ji-Fan would make. Many other recruited porters shared their sentiment, while those adventurers with clear goals, after confirming their potential earnings, were already eager to roll up their sleeves. At the Lord's Manor, Matthew casually handed the list to the steward, Ralph, while observing the seemingly perplexed Adam Smith. In a discreet whisper, he remarked, "I am quite satisfied with the quality of the magical materials. However, my primary concern lies in the acquisition of talent." Adam Smith, realizing Matthew's omission of food, weapons, and livestock, felt a sudden clarity. This was indeed a test for him, a true reflection of the mage lord he had envisioned. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and with his remarkable memory, Adam Smith promptly reported the outcomes of this venture. "I have recruited 4 intermediate blacksmiths, each desiring their own forge, 6 intermediate tailors, eager to teach others the craft, with 2 wishing to establish their own shops, 2 intermediate breeders, purchased as barbarian slaves for a mere 10 gold coins, proficient in raising war horses, 1 advanced breeder, a falsico, skilled in raising cattle and pigs, who specializes in cultivating superior breeds, secured for 100 gold coins, and 12 intermediate chefs, primarily descendants of Eastern peoples, adept at crafting diverse culinary delights and preparing large pots of food, 5 of whom aspire to open a restaurant." As Adam Smith enumerated the various talents with admirable detail, Ralph, while tallying the records, felt a swell of astonishment. This young merchant was indeed extraordinary. His network, social acumen, and shrewdness surpassed that of the average merchant. Quite intriguing. Chapter 58, Adam Smith's Exuberance. In terms of living talents, 53 intermediates were recruited, along with 2 advanced ones, costing 500 gold coins while saving 760. In manufacturing and technical talents, 115 intermediates and 4 advanced talents were recruited, costing 4,000 gold coins while saving 5750. After summarizing, Ralph regarded Adam Smith with unreserved admiration. A merchant who could save the Lord money is indeed a commendable merchant. But this was not the end. Ralph flipped through the subsequent records and quickly informed the Lord. Additionally, Mr. Adam Smith has recruited 42 professionals, 30 level 1 professionals, 7 level 2 professionals, 2 level 3 professionals, 1 level 8 intermediate professional, and 1 level 12 advanced professional, costing 2,000 gold coins. The total expenditure for all recruited talents amounts to 6,500 gold coins, deducting 2,000 gold coins for resources, leaving a surplus of 6,000 gold coins. Noticing Matthew's gaze upon him, Adam Smith realized he had made the right move, and the weight that had hung over him lightened slightly. However, Matthew's next words caught Adam Smith off guard. Well done. You may take 3,000 of the saved 6,000 gold coins. Oh no, had I overstepped? Was the savings too meager? Or had I irked the Lord by privately recruiting professionals? What should I do? Adam Smith lifted his head, a chill coursing down his spine. His apprehension stemmed from the fact that most mage lords were notoriously tyrannical, loathing others' autonomy. Yet, he saw Matthew raise a hand to halt his speech. Regarding him with admiration, and continued with a smile, "Do not be hasty in your rejection. This is your rightful share. In the future, provided you successfully complete tasks, such distributions may continue." After confirming that Matthew's words bore no falsehood, Adam Smith exhaled deeply, beads of cold sweat forming on his palms. Soon after, a wave of joy surged within him, marveling at Matthew's generosity. This 3,000 gold coin reward equated to the fruits of his labor over the course of 2 to 3 years. However, do not celebrate too soon. The tasks ahead will only grow more arduous, and the rewards will become increasingly substantial. As he spoke, Matthew nodded to butler Ralph. The latter, under the inquisitive gaze of Adam Smith, produced a vial containing a transparent, crystalline potion and handed it over. What is this? Adam Smith furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the potion that radiated a lustrous sheen. He refrained from recklessly opening it for inspection, yet through its color and the stability of the liquid, he discerned that he had never encountered such a concoction before. A surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within him as he lifted his gaze, looking at the impassive Matthew with a tremor in his voice. Could this be a new elixir? Ralph, unable to conceal a smirk at the corners of his mouth, assumed the role of a narrator and spoke in a deliberately lowered tone. Indeed, this is the new vitality potion created by our Lord. Its efficacy surpasses that of the basic healing potion, capable of mending minor injuries, and it costs only 60 of the price of the basic healing potion. Better effects? Lower cost? Adam Smith instinctively widened his eyes, feeling the weight of the mere 50 grams of potion in his hands suddenly become immensely burdensome. You can personally test its effects upon your return. This time, our Lord shall provide you with 400 vials, and if you manage to sell them within 4 days, he will supply you with 1,000 vials every fortnight thereafter. Upon hearing butler Ralph's words, Adam Smith sprang to his feet and immediately drew a dagger. Before he could aim it at his arm, a flash of silver light erupted, sending the dagger flying away as Ralph deftly sheathed his sword. He shot a displeased glare at Adam Smith, gesturing toward the dagger that lay on the ground and reproaching him with a wry smile. Do not attempt any foolish tricks in front of our Lord. You should be grateful that your task was executed quite well. Our Lord highly values talent, and you must continue to intensify your recruitment efforts. By the way, feel free to bring in individuals from the slums, the homeless, and even slaves. Offer enticing conditions for settlement. For every elder, child, or young woman you bring, our Lord will reward you with 10 silver coins. Additionally, here is the list of supplies you need to purchase, and the 3,000 gold coins you saved will serve as the initial payment. If possible, ensure that you recruit at least 1 mid-tier druid and acquire more seeds of magical plants. Overwhelmed with joy, Adam Smith felt dizzy as he exited the Lord's manor. Oblivious to how he made his way out, meeting the concerned gaze of the captain of the guards, he felt the coolness of the vitality potion in his sleeve. Glancing at the densely packed list in his hand, he exclaimed with excitement, "Gather the team. We shall return directly to Blood Moon City." Adam Smith could hardly contain his eagerness. Despite the vitality potion being worth only 50 silver coins, even the most basic elixirs were in high demand in the market. Whoever could secure a source for alchemical potions would hold significant leverage in trade caravans, even if sold at a loss. Prominent merchants and trading companies regularly purchased batches of alchemical potions to attract customers and showcase their strength and capability. Not to mention, the profit margin for the vitality potion seemed even greater than that of healing potions. Dreaming of an exceedingly bright future, Adam Smith was unwilling to waste time on the journey. Watching Adam Smith's departing figure, Butler Ralph spoke softly, a hint of worry in his tone. Will anyone deduce the formula by studying the vitality potion and the types of seeds? Considering the plans ahead, Matthew shook his head decisively, responding with unwavering conviction. Fear not. Even if they uncover the formula, they could never replicate the method of concoction. It's absurd to think that the hundreds of confidential brewing methods developed by players, driven by their greed for profit, could be so easily deciphered. Glancing at the extensive roster of talents, Matthew rubbed his hands together in anticipation and continued. Since the talents are in place, let us commence without delay. Also, remember to inform the soldiers to show no mercy to criminals attempting to commit offenses. Tightening the grip on his sword's hilt, Ralph, now a level 4 butler, spoke in a cold tone. The splendid Bay Village shall eradicate all evils. Chapter 59, Dreams and Hopes. Hearing Ralph's somewhat dramatic declaration, Matthew felt no surprise. After all, in this world, goodness was indeed a rare sight. On March 10th, 129, at noon, the rich aroma of wheat wafted through the temporary living quarters with the gentle breeze. Many cart drivers, having just received their payment, gazed incredulously at the true interior of Bay Village. On the newly cleared flat ground, the recruited inhabitants and craftsmen were reveling in a welcoming feast provided free of charge by Bay Village. 20 tables were laden with sliced white bread, towering heaps of meat, and a variety of Eastern-style stir-fried dishes, with a nearly half-meter-long cod emanating an enticing fragrance. A steaming pot of rich bone soup simmered above the hearth, releasing an aroma that made mouths water. The previously satisfying free black bread and fish soup suddenly lost their appeal as everyone gazed longingly at the feast. They gathered together, nibbling on bread and sipping soup, yet they stood obediently in place. The primary reason for their restraint was the fully armed soldiers, standing in formation at the fence, their palpable aura of menace sending chills down their spines. Perched on his brother's shoulder, little Ji Xiang pointed curiously at a figure not far away, her voice tinged with delight. "Brother, I just saw that very impressive big brother. Thank goodness Leon didn't hear, otherwise his tail would surely be up in the air. And that slightly intimidating butler is here too. Who is that?" Jifan instinctively turned to see the tall and striking figure. His imposing stature was even more formidable than that of the simple-minded Tom, and his pale silver robe was adorned with intricate patterns. Remembering this lord's other identity as a mysterious and powerful arcanist, Jifan felt uneasy. After all, he had grown up under the rule of the arcanist lord in Blood Moon City. However, the next sight left everyone utterly astounded. A dragon. No one could quite grasp how Yaya had appeared. By the time they noticed, she had silently perched upon the lord's shoulder. Beautiful, enigmatic, and exuding an unapproachable majesty. Many were so frightened that their legs trembled, unable to look at Yaya's long and flawless form. More gazes were filled with fervor and disbelief. The rumors were true. The lord truly had a dragon. A stir ran through the crowd before it quickly settled again. Behind the lord, 2 dragonborn gnolls strode forward, followed by a throng of several hundred gnolls gathered in a cluster. Yaya surveyed them, her eyes gleaming with a bright luster before she lowered her head, curling up with her eyes closed. The awe-inspiring ceremony achieved the desired effect for Matthew, who beamed with satisfaction. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast an illusionary sound spell that resonated with clarity. "Welcome, everyone, to Bay Village, where each of you will embark on a new chapter of life. Each of you shall receive a home and a permanent allocation of 10 acres of land. In the future, should you find contentment in this life, you may bring your loved ones here. In this place, no crime or oppression will be tolerated. Here, every individual's effort will be duly rewarded. Here, a single person's hard work can ensure that their entire family is well-fed and content. Here, wisdom, experience, and skill shall be accorded the utmost respect. As long as one adheres to the rules and diligently strives for growth, everyone will have the opportunity to realize their dreams. This is a land of hope, a realm where everyone can showcase their talents. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach the guards, who will assist you without hesitation. Lastly, I wish you all a delightful meal. And to those who have yet to join Bay Village, do not be disheartened. With hard work and adherence to the rules, you could join us in as little as 3 months. With that, Matthew did not linger but returned the stage to the crowd and departed with Angela and the goblins. After his exit, the previously hushed banquet hall erupted into a lively atmosphere as Butler Ralph shouted for the meal to commence. The attendees, filled with excitement, engaged in animated discussions while savoring the delectable fare, their conversations brimming with aspirations for the future. In stark contrast, those outside the enclosure exchanged glances in silence, an inexplicable thought emerging in their minds. If these old-timers can do it, why can't we? Indeed, among those recruited by Adam Smith, half were retirees over the age of 60, as Matthew did not concern himself with their age. What he sought was their wealth of experience to cultivate more skilled individuals. For the entire Bay village, these seasoned professionals served as guiding elders, illuminating the path for the newly trained youth, making way for the next generation after shining their final rays of light. They also represented a valuable investment, akin to purchasing rare bones for a fortune. The allure of comparison manifested once more. Observing the wavering individuals, Butler Ralph noted that many had begun to contemplate joining Bay Village. This, he surmised, was the phenomenon of herd mentality that the Lord had mentioned, truly fascinating. Originally, he had believed that cultivating talent gradually was the safer approach. However, witnessing their fervent enthusiasm, he realized that human hearts could indeed be influenced. Each cultivated talent and each recruited talent bore its own merits. The former exhibited greater loyalty, while the latter, being abundant and readily available, could yield swift benefits. With this revelation, Butler Ralph grasped the vast ambition of their Lord. Perhaps, having regained his talents, the Lord sensed that he would journey far along the path of the arcane and thus desired not to tread this road alone, yearning to share his growth and greatness with many others. Contemplating this, Ralph felt invigorated. Being a steward was both his profession and his dream. In the past, he envisioned managing a vast territory, earning the respect of the populace, gaining the Lord's trust, and organizing affairs meticulously to ensure the prosperity of the Lord's family. Now, his dream had evolved. Managing a floating city would undoubtedly be a wondrous endeavor. Gazing down upon the territory from the skies would reveal even more splendid vistas. Chapter 60, Great Construction, March 18, 129. 7 days had elapsed since the arrival of the first group of recruits. In this week, significant transformations had unfolded in Bay Village and its surroundings. Matthew concentrated nearly half of the labor force, dedicating 2 days to the construction of a livestock farm, where all household livestock would be raised collectively. Standing by the Silver Moon River, a forge utilizing some hydraulic power had officially commenced operations. After a few days of adjustments, it was now capable of producing various agricultural tools and repairing weaponry. Besides these 2 structures, barracks, watchtowers, logging yards within the dim forest, a lumber processing facility across the river, a linen textile factory, and over 10 other factories were all under rapid construction. In the morning, within the dim forest, Matthew observed from a distance as massive trees fell, subsequently cut into segments. With the combined efforts of numerous individuals and carts, the timber was transported along the gravel road laid by the goblins to the riverside dock. The stout logs floated downstream, and upon arrival, they were pulled ashore. After further selection and processing by skilled carpenters, the timber was sawn into planks of specified dimensions. These woods would require drying, shaping, and fortification through various processes, estimated to take about a week before they could be put to use. Of course, the selection of trees was conducted under the guidance of Village Chief Field, ensuring that only sufficiently hefty trees were fortunate enough to be chosen, with new saplings planted in their original spots. Matthew was acutely aware that, compared to the value generated by these timbers, the inexhaustible bounty of magical herbs and materials from the dim forest represented the true treasure. His intentions were twofold. Firstly, to construct more houses to accommodate the anticipated increase in population, and secondly, to integrate all labor forces, accumulating experience for future development and expansion. Matthew did not consider himself a particularly extraordinary genius. He believed that everything required learning, accumulation, and progress. Ultimately, he sought vengeance. Those trolls had stolen his spoils and posed a tangible threat, an affront he could not simply swallow. The dim forest buzzed with activity, and Bay Village thrived with vigor. The towering outer walls were equally filled with industrious individuals. Under the direction of a senior architect, they mixed earth with dry reeds and wood ash, adding special alchemical minerals and magical materials to fill the wooden walls. Data indicated to Matthew that while the entire process might appear mundane, the results were remarkably effective. The reinforced and elevated wooden walls exhibited enhanced durability and a degree of magical resistance, capable of withstanding certain low-level elemental spells. Along the village roads, drainage ditches were excavated. The Suniverse goblins preferred to burrow in and work. The excavated earth was not wasted but instead filled into the continuously elevated and reinforced walls. Some of the old houses had already been dismantled, making way for a neat arrangement of 2-story wooden dwellings. Naturally, the sewage works in this area had been preemptively excavated by the goblins. Many individuals work alongside the dog-headed folk, their initial curiosity gradually transforming into a sense of familiarity, as they marvel at the Lord's wondrous powers. The most striking feature is the establishment of new camps and sentry posts at the entrance of the village, strategically positioned along 4 prominent streets. Each street boasts the most conspicuous location near the entrance, where well-trained soldiers are stationed. Those engaged in labor often witness the disciplined formations of these soldiers marching in unison. Beyond the sentry posts lies a substantial construction site, destined to become a multifunctional adventurers' hall. Future adventurers arriving in Bay Village will have the opportunity to peruse and accept quests, seek task information, recruit suitable companions, purchase weapons and equipment, replenish supplies, and even acquire magical artifacts and potions. As Leon spoke, his tone brimmed with anticipation, as if he could already envision the bustling future of the adventurers' hall. Rebecca, having just returned from her mentor, nodded thoughtfully, her eyes suddenly sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, "I heard the Lord has brought back a high-ranking warrior?" Reminded of a certain indefatigable figure, Leon offered a bittersweet smile and gestured toward the military camp ahead, saying, "Indeed, the Lord has spent over 1,000 gold coins to hire Mr. Arnold, who is now our instructor for warrior professionals." Unaware of her brother's peculiar expression, Rebecca rubbed her hands together with excitement, as if she had uncovered a treasure, exclaiming, "Is a high-ranking professional worth 1,000 gold coins?" Leon, halfway through nodding, quickly realized the implications, his expression turning quizzical as he asked tentatively, "You don't mean?" Cough. Cough. "No, not at all. I'm off to play with Yaya." She hastily fabricated an excuse and darted away. Watching her retreating figure, Leon stroked his chin in resignation, pondering, she has already leveled up to a second-level druid after just a few days? Setting aside his determination to strive for improvement, he scrutinized Rebecca's evolving form with a mix of anxiety and hope, muttering, "Will the master approve?" It's hard to say. Adjacent to the under-construction adventurers' hall, a weapons shop has already opened, faint sounds of clanging metal echoing from within. Across from the shop, a tavern adorned with a wine emblem has begun welcoming adventurers. Having completed its first floor, business appears to be thriving, as this location has been designated for gathering quest information. Nearby, a tailor shop is poised to commence operations, alongside a 3-story inn and various establishments selling food, groceries, and adventuring supplies. Although many structures remain under construction, a significant portion has officially commenced operation. Spurred by the urging of Steward Ralph, adventurers arriving here have been pleasantly surprised to discover that, despite its small size, Bay Village is well equipped with a variety of supplies at reasonable prices, far exceeding their expectations. Many adventurers, initially apprehensive about being overcharged, have relaxed, engaging in discussions about the village's enigmatic lord. A considerable number have already begun gathering information, selecting appropriate teammates, seeking local guides, and familiarizing themselves with the trolls of the shadowy forest. Observing their eagerness, it is evident that they are impatient to showcase their prowess. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting a gentle golden hue across the fields, the bustling activity of Bay Village gradually subsided into tranquility. However, the advanced preparation of food and daily wages left every individual who chose to stay feeling quite satisfied. Matthew, who has invested considerable time and resources into the rapidly developing Bay Village, exhaled deeply. Building is truly no easy feat. Chapter 61, Reclaiming the Wilderness. A long water channel draws from the Silver Moon River, flowing gently down a sloping terrain into a bustling expanse of wilderness. On either side of the channel, towering reeds have been laid flat, their roots severed by sharp hoes. Despite stubborn remnants of fine roots lingering beneath the surface, it won't be long before they sprout anew, becoming the bane of farmers. Yet the current laborers remain unfazed as they wield their hoes to carve out a trench, piling the excavated soil into a circular embankment, enclosing an area of precisely 1 acre. They continue to excavate on both sides of the earthen dam, clearing swathes of reeds and weeds. Rather than completely clearing the enclosed acre of reeds and weeds, which would be excessively laborious, they work efficiently. Each laborer carries a bucket of water, ready to extinguish any stray sparks that may arise. At the command of a mid-level farmer, more than 10 torches are hurled into the thicket of reeds. Flickering embers swiftly ignite into a blazing inferno, radiating warmth and consuming the surrounding dry reeds. The crackling flames illuminate the weathered face of the mid-level farmer, who, at over 60 years of age, beams with a radiant smile at the warmth he has not felt in ages. Suddenly recalling something, he turns to Captain Sean and inquires once more. "With a team of 100, our goal this year is to clear 500 acres? If we exceed that amount, will 30 of the surplus be distributed among all?" Captain Sean gazes at the flames with a glint of anticipation, reciting the rules he has committed to memory. "Indeed, you can retain 10 of the excess acreage. However, the land ultimately belongs to the Lord. Nevertheless, these lands can be passed down through generations, with a fixed tax rate of 20. The old man waved dismissively, his once murky eyes now sparkling with excitement, speaking in an animated and hopeful tone. "Of course, the ownership of the land belongs to the Lord. But what if we clear an additional 1,000 acres? A slight arch of his brow indicated Captain Sean sensed the farmer's eagerness. Without a trace of impatience, having been asked the same question by his father thrice, he replied with a smile, even if we clear an additional 2,000 acres, you would still receive 10 of the land, equating to 200 acres. The top 3 teams in land reclamation will receive additional rewards. I've heard that the third-place team will earn 100 acres. The old farmer's eyes widened instinctively as he turned around, bellowing in a voice that resonated like thunder. What are you standing around for? Everyone else, continue to reclaim the next acre. If we don't finish 10 acres today, no one is leaving. Just as Captain Sean was about to offer words of encouragement, he froze in place. The smile on his face growing increasingly radiant as he led his soldiers onto patrol once more. Such scenes unfold continuously along the banks of the Silver Moon River. Near Bay Village, numerous secretive eyes are watching these transformations, stirring a wave of concealed excitement that quickly subsides into silence. In the shadowy forest, Leon patrols the vicinity of the under-construction lumber mill with 10 soldiers. He gazed upon the gradually erecting wooden palisade and beheld the increasingly robust and pleasingly formidable forms of the gnolls. They stood sentinel over the lumberjacks, meticulously selecting trees for felling and clearing the encroaching beasts. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts echoed from afar, and Leon discerned the cries of the gnolls, prompting him to draw closer. A throng of 20 or 30 burly wolfmen was in hot pursuit of 3 or 4 gnolls. Observing the gaunt figures of the latter, Leon immediately realized they were not his own gnolls. Slowing his pace, he turned to his 2 companions and whispered, "Quickly, inform the Lord." With no inclination towards heroism, Leon recalled the admonitions of old John on his very first day of leading the team. Your task is to ensure the safety of all the villagers of Bay Village, as well as your soldiers. Bringing them back safely is far more important than the spoils of victory. Minutes later, having received the news, Matthew set aside the spell scroll in his hand, momentarily interrupting his studies. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, he pushed open the carriage door and exhaled deeply. Perfect timing to clear out the surrounding monsters. A little relaxation is in order. Gaining experience from spellcasting is essential, but so too is the elimination of monsters. A balance of labor and leisure is vital for maintaining a cheerful disposition. Yaya, who had been sleeping soundly, instinctively opened her eyes, instantly alert at the prospect of battle. Golden Tooth and Silver Tooth surged ahead, leading hundreds of gnolls, their morale palpably elevated. Night Angela and her soldiers trotted forth, their movements revealing an unspoken harmony. Observing the considerably strengthened soldiers, with noticeable increases in both power and stamina, Matthew felt quite satisfied and looked forward to the ensuing battle. To fully realize the effects of their training, appropriate combat was indispensable. Upon reaching the designated location, Leon promptly approached, directing his troops eastward. After about 5 minutes, they halted before a vast heap of rubble. The clamorous shouts reverberated, nearly inciting a chorus of replies from the gnolls. Fortunately, the discipline instilled by Golden Tooth and Silver Tooth had proved effective. A sharp reprimand from them silenced the din. Yaya scampered up to the treetops, surveying the chaotic battlefield below. Through her vantage point, Matthew glimpsed a rather intriguing scene. Hundreds of robust wolfmen were assailing a gnoll den, with the gnolls valiantly resisting at the cave's entrance. The ground was strewn with the corpses of over 100 gnolls, alongside more than 10 mangled wolfmen. A cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so the sharp-toothed gnolls? In facing the somewhat frenzied gnolls, the wolfmen had already suffered minor setbacks. A wolfman clad in a dark gray robe brandished a lustrous black staff, howling in a shrill and peculiar tone. A faint wave of magical energy rippled forth, provoking a cacophony of wolfmen howls. Circle spell, illusory echo. It turned out to be a wolfman sentinel capable of casting spells. Moreover, this sentinel exhibited tactical awareness, albeit rudimentary, signifying a unique potential. The snarling gnolls were evidently intimidated, their morale plummeting. Matthew's breath quickened slightly. In this wolfman sentinel, he recognized a remarkable proficiency known as a high-level feat, quick casting. Chapter 62. Your proficiency is commendable. Now it belongs to me. Quick casting LV1 enhances casting speed by 50. In Matthew's recollection, quick casting ranks among the most distinguished feats within the upper echelons. When elevated to its maximum level of LV5, casting speed can surge by an astounding 300, a coveted aspiration for all high-tier and even super-tier spellcasters. Crucially, quick casting serves as a prerequisite for the legendary feat of instant casting. Matthew vaguely recalled that after attaining the status of a legendary spellcaster, he had expended tens of thousands of gold coins to acquire the quick casting feat. As for instant casting, that was a matter that came after elevating his personal level to 35. Now, as a low-level arcanist, He had the opportunity to learn this advanced feat. How could he not be exhilarated? This wolfman must be captured alive. Your proficiency is admirable. It now belongs to me. Matthew swiftly resolved to share his intentions with Angela, who, stirred by his words, clearly relayed to the soldiers. Prioritize attacking the wolfmen. The gnolls pose no threat to us. Capture the wolfman's sentinel alive if possible. The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, vigilantly eyeing the wolfmen engaged in combat, wary of any lapse in caution. Although wolfmen share a name with gnolls, their combat prowess is worlds apart. Adult wolfmen tower at over 2 meters, with some hulking variants exceeding 3 meters. Their robust physiques typically weigh around 130 kilograms, enabling them to wield a variety of heavy weaponry such as hand axes, broadswords, and warhammers. These wolfmen possess deep green skin, adorned with dark red manes, resembling elongated, upright wolves. All wolfmen possess dark vision, yet unlike gnolls, they do not fear sunlight or bright light. They revel in overwhelming numbers, favoring ambush tactics, and exhibit a taste for cannibalism, boasting extensive combat experience and formidable strength. They rarely engage in production, often capturing humans, goblins, and gnolls as slaves. The vast majority of ordinary adventuring parties seek to avoid confrontations with these formidable wolfmen, yet they cannot escape the threats they pose. The 100 or so wolfmen before them were evidently combatants from a minor clan, averaging a challenge level of 4. Matthew assessed them fairly, considering them a fine sharpening stone. Just as the gnolls were on the verge of collapse, the brawny wolfman warriors charged through their bites and assaults. The whistling of arrows sliced through the air, skillfully impaling several wolfman assassins. These treacherous wolfmen, adept in poison, ambushes, and ranged weaponry, posed the greatest threat to the soldiers arranged in formation, prompting Angela to prioritize her fire on them. Meanwhile, the lurking wolfman hunters had already met their demise, unbeknownst to them. At the hands of Yaya and the old village chief, Field, the wolfmen engaged in battle were oblivious to the incoming assault until their comrades began howling and collapsing, at which point they belatedly turned their heads. Golden Tooth, with his powerful physique, suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, charging straight for the wolfman's sentinel surrounded by its kin. His strength was formidable, and his destructive capacity was fierce as he wielded a long-handled steel axe specifically provided by Butler Ralph. Clang! The clash of blades sent sparks flying. The subpar curved sword of the wolfman shattered, as the relentless gleaming axe plunged into its chest. Another howling wolfman swept in from the side, attempting a stealthy strike with its axe. Golden Tooth roared, twisting his wrist to hook the mangled corpse of the wolfman with his axe, and flinging it aside. Seizing the moment of the wolfman's evasion, he lunged forward with a powerful, downward strike. Crack! The ugly head, bared of teeth, rolled to the ground amidst a spray of foul blood, its quivering form collapsing with a thunderous thud. In a mere moment, Genya effortlessly felled 2 werewolf warriors to the ground. With a fierce roar, he plunged into the fray, swinging left and right with unrestrained ferocity. These robust werewolf warriors proved to be no match for him. Genya's ostentatious display immediately drew the attention of the werewolves, and soon more than 10 warriors surrounded him, including 2 particularly burly brutes. Hidden beneath their cloaks, the werewolf watchers raised their wooden staffs, preparing to chant and unleash their spells. An indescribable sense of impending doom washed over him. But where were the adversaries? A brilliant silver light descended from the heavens. The swooping Yaya unleashed a wave of banishment breath upon him. Shock and panic enveloped the werewolf watcher, who had no time to react as his body twisted and vanished from sight. The werewolf watcher was banished. 2 fireballs collided with the werewolves, exploding with a deafening roar. Over a dozen werewolf warriors lay dead on the spot, and Genya seized the opportunity to break free from their encirclement. The snarling werewolves pursued relentlessly, only to crash headlong into the advancing soldiers. The soldiers, significantly bolstered in strength, met the towering werewolf warriors without a hint of trepidation, colliding with them head-on. Upon contact, the werewolves suffered immense losses. Their newly forged steel shields absorbed the brunt of the brute force and weapon strikes. Like a viper striking, the spears found their way into the unprotected abdomens and chests of the werewolves. The stinging pain caused the werewolf warriors to struggle desperately, but they were pressed further back by the soldiers, as the spears continued to pierce them like skewered fruit. In just 2 short rounds, 5 or 6 werewolves from the front line fell, while the remaining warriors retreated in disarray. A relentless rain of arrows poured down, forcing the werewolf warriors to divert their attention to defend their vital points. Under the mounting pressure, the werewolf front line was gradually pushed back, fear and unease spreading among them. Without a commander or leader, the once coordinated and fierce werewolves began to lose their will to fight. Those who attempted to return to the front lines found their injured comrades fleeing in disarray. The unprepared werewolf frontliners collided with the soldiers, who were brimming with morale, resulting in immediate and severe injuries. Angela's gaze sharpened as she drew her sword and cried out, "Advance!" The invigorating aura radiated outward. The soldiers, feeling a surge of power, charged forward with fierce determination, scattering the unsteady werewolf ranks. The werewolves could no longer muster a coherent resistance, fleeing in all directions as if they were the ones being hunted. What followed was a relentless chase. Chapter 63, The Kobold Mine. Half an hour later, the soldiers, having cleaned the battlefield, disposed of the werewolf corpses into the pits dug by the kobolds. They then poured oil over the bodies, igniting them to burn away the remnants. Matthew held no thoughts of these moon-worshipping cannibals, nor did he allow Yaya to tame them. He simply wished to eliminate them entirely. As the last of the werewolves were cleared away, Yaya let out a soft call, dispelling her spell. The werewolf watcher, still unaware of the situation, found himself surrounded by Genia and the soldiers. Before he could even struggle, he was swiftly bound and confined in a cage. With the capture of the werewolf watcher, this brief yet intense battle came to a close. Ding! Your soldiers have slain a total of 107 werewolves, earning 4,500 experience points. Ding! You achieved a complete victory, receiving an additional reward of 1 skill point and 1,000 experience points. The melodious chime of victory elicited an involuntary smile from Matthew, as his experience points returned to 7,000, and his valuable skill points now totaled 8. He glanced at the werewolf watcher's specialties and then at the specialty analysis at level 1, resolving to begin his studies that very night. Angela, watching over the soldiers, felt a sense of relief as no one had sacrificed their life. Only a little over 10 soldiers had sustained minor injuries. After bandaging their wounds and consuming vitality potions, they were well on their way to recovery. She gained new insights into battle command techniques, the timing of engagement, tactical adaptations against various enemies, and the strategic deployment of different forces, all of which profoundly influenced the outcome of combat. Moreover, beyond the battlefield, the allocation of resources, the quality of equipment, and the training and preparation of soldiers were equally vital components. Angela's contemplative demeanor did not go unnoticed by Matthew, who perceived it as a sign of her burgeoning experience and deeper understanding of knighthood and battle command. Perhaps, after a few more encounters, Angela's professional level would ascend rapidly. In addition to Angela's growth, Matthew also noted the advancements of other soldiers. In this battle, 10 soldiers grasped the path of the warrior, becoming professional fighters. 2 level 1 warriors successfully ascended to level 2. Another level 3 warrior emerged, Leon, who single-handedly took on a werewolf warrior and achieved this feat twice. However, Leon also paid a price, as an injured arm rendered him unable to fight or train for 2 days, along with receiving a scolding from Old John. The kobolds hiding at the cave entrance stared in disbelief at Yaya. Upon catching her gaze, they immediately prostrated themselves, exhibiting a docility that starkly contrasted their earlier frenzy. Yaya turned to Matthew but found no prompts, seemingly granted the autonomy to make her own decisions. The little creature tilted her head in thought, then raised her paw, pointing at Genia and Enya. If possible, tame them. We need more kobolds to assist us. If they refuse to comply, eliminate them. This territory is ours and shall not be claimed by them. Yaya's domineering declaration carried an odd sense of authority. Matthew regarded her silently, choosing not to speak, content to indulge this little one's vanity. Genia and Enya, receiving their orders, nodded in agreement and approached the kobolds. The frail kobolds, heads bowed, accepted their fate without resistance. The soldiers watched this spectacle with curiosity, wondering how many of these obedient kobolds would soon be toiling in the village. To Matthew's surprise, the data from this encounter revealed the entirety of the mine's situation, seemingly acknowledging his claim over the area. 462 adult kobolds, 385 kobold pups, and 1042 kobold eggs have joined your faction. The kobold mine has been incorporated into your territory. Currently, by deploying 300 adult kobolds daily, providing new mining picks and ample food, you can harvest 3,000 kilograms of medium-quality iron ore. At peak capacity, by deploying 300,000 adult kobolds, providing new mining picks, rail tracks, mining carts, and sufficient food, you can yield 600,000 kilograms of the highest quality iron ore. With a slight raise of his brow, Matthew never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous kobold mine harbored such immense potential for growth. Observing the kobolds emerging from the mine in a steady stream, his gaze grew increasingly fervent, and he unhesitatingly concurred with what Yaya had just proposed. The more kobolds we have in Bay Village, the better for all. We can forge a mutually beneficial partnership. We shall provide them with ample sustenance, secure shelter, appropriate recreational facilities, and opportunities for development. In return, all they need to do is to diligently work for our territory. In the future, any beings, races, or even individuals that contribute positively to our domain without encroaching upon the interests of others shall be afforded such privileges. Ostensibly, Matthew was addressing the kobolds, but in reality, the soldiers surrounding him were absorbing his words. This was a rather peculiar notion, yet inexplicably, all the soldiers felt no qualms about it. The primary reason was that the kobolds under the governance of Goldtooth and Silvertooth had proven to be exceptionally docile, never causing any trouble and only bringing benefits to the community. Given this premise, the soldiers' perceptions of the kobolds naturally shifted. Matthew was acutely aware that such a course of action was reckless and might incite some controversy, yet he remained indifferent. His identity as an arcanist, heir of the Seraph family, and his continually enhancing strength and influence gradually emboldened his audacity. The only reason he had not become bolder and more radical was his constant vigilance against the mysterious forces that had attempted to assassinate him on numerous occasions. Matthew even harbored a faint suspicion that the Bloodhand slave capture corps, which had deviated from their original purpose to target him and Bay Village, might be influenced by those same forces. What strategies would they employ next? Just then, an unexpected kill notification caught Matthew off guard. Ding! Your level 8 rogue Hall has slain a Gnoll Watcher with a fireball scroll. You gain 120 experience points. Ding! Your level 8 rogue Hall has slain a Gnoll Marauder with a fireball scroll. You gain 150 experience points. Gnoll Watcher? Gnoll Marauder? Had they encountered a significant horde of gnolls? Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle, Matthew shouted, while glancing towards the source of the mana fluctuations in the distance. Unable to suppress his murmurs. Where are they? Chapter 64. My name is Hall, and I am currently anxious. My name is Hall, and I am currently anxious. Before me lies a horde of hundreds of gnolls, and they feast upon humans, preferably while they are still alive. The only one bewildered and yet to react was the newly recruited level 8 rogue, Hall. In his youth, Hall was one of the most distinguished rogues excavating the underground ruins of Bloodmoon City. His keen eyesight, agile skills, and meticulous approach allowed him to survive perilous adventures in the treacherous ruins while reaping substantial rewards. However, like the vast majority of adventurers, when he had money, his expenditures were considerable. Whether it was for life's luxuries, enhancing his abilities, purchasing magical weapons and equipment, spell scrolls, or life-saving alchemical potions, the costs were steep. They whispered enticingly in his ears, luring him into a dream of a better life, spurring adventurers onward in their quests. Yet, those who ascend to the extraordinary, extending their lifespans, or even attaining legendary status, respected and revered by all, remain but a minuscule fraction. An unforeseen accident during an expedition, an inexplicable conflict, or even a deadly skirmish over a bounty can extinguish an adventurer's career, or even their life. Those who survive, as they grow older, confront increasingly hazardous journeys, faced with the hopelessness of leveling up their professions, and with their fervor and courage eroded by time. The majority find themselves with but one choice: to lay down their swords and return to the mundane life of ordinary folk. At over 40 years of age and having lost an arm, Hall ought to have embraced a life of retirement, distancing himself from adventure and combat. However, the substantial expenses of his large family, 3 sons and 2 daughters, compelled him to once again fret over his livelihood. Particularly, his 2 daughters, both possessing decent talents, had embarked on their own paths as adventurers, causing their expenditures to soar, rapidly depleting his earlier savings. Additionally, old adversaries from his past had begun to murmur about seeking retribution. Coincidentally, at this juncture, a lucrative recruitment notice circulated throughout Bloodmoon City, enticing Hall to evaluate his options. He ultimately decided to sell himself anew for 180 gold coins. In the initial day of contact, Hall was taken aback by the vastly different Bay Village and its enigmatic yet formidable lord. Yet, he soon felt a sense of relief, especially upon witnessing old Arnold's assignment to impart experience to other warriors. Hall had originally believed that he would merely need to train some young and impulsive rogues, thus securing a comfortable salary to see him through his remaining days. With a beaming smile, the seemingly shifty old John approached him. Hey Hall, want to make some quick money? Times have been a bit tight. Do you have a lead? Absolutely. Tomorrow, come with me to the lumberyard, and you'll earn an extra 2 silver coins daily. Unbeknownst to him, Hall was drawn into the ranks of those guarding the lumberyard. On the first morning, nothing unusual occurred, and it was rather pleasant. However, before Hall could ponder, what will we have for lunch? Where shall I rest after the meal? The battle between the territory and the gnolls erupted. John was nothing but a charlatan. None of his words could be trusted. While guarding the lumberyard might indeed spare him from direct conflict, it could not prevent the lord and soldiers from seeking battle. Having not fought for quite some time, Hall's skills had grown somewhat rusty, yet he managed to complete his task narrowly, eliminating a gnoll poacher sentry. Just as old Hall was contemplating whether to join the fray, The gnolls on the front line had been utterly vanquished. Seizing the opportunity as the disheartened gnolls scattered, Hall recalled the contribution points John had showcased. Driven by the simple notion that refusing money was akin to squandering a kobold's fortune, he resolutely pursued them. With a light leap from the tree trunk, he landed behind a gnoll, plunging his sharp dagger into its spine. Upon successfully dispatching the first fleeing gnoll, Hall's heart still wavered. However, recalling that a single gnoll could represent 2 to 3 gold coins, sufficient to cover a month's training expenses for his 2 precious daughters, Hall found himself yielding to temptation, swiftly eliminating the second and third fleeing gnolls. To validate his accomplishments, Hall severed their ears. As he gazed at the last fleeing gnoll, his resolve finally faltered. Utilizing his swift reflexes, Hall successfully maneuvered ahead of the gnoll, concealing himself in a tree, waiting for the fleeing creature to pass so that he could return with ears to exchange for gold coins. Yet, he fell into a trap. A large horde of wargs encircled him, numbering in the hundreds. They surrounded the warg deserter, who had originally been prey, and a cacophony erupted beneath Hall. Cold sweat drenched Hall, and he had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation when a horrifying realization struck him. He had not prepared adequately for battle. Lacking the sealed bags to collect his spoils, the freshly severed, bloodied ears were still clutched in his arms. The pungent scent of blood was unmistakable, and even his dulled sense of smell could perceive it. The highly sensitive noses of the wargs had likely already caught the whiff, though they had yet to discern whether it emanated from the fleeing warg deserter or from him. Panic and fear gripped Hall's heart, squeezing tightly and leaving him breathless. Had he known, he would never have placed his trust in that scoundrel John. Otherwise, he would be comfortably reclining in the safety of Bay Village. Had he known, he would have refrained from greedily pursuing the last warg. Otherwise, he would have already bestowed over 10 gold coins upon his beloved daughters. Regret enveloped him. In his turmoil, Hall was jolted back to the present by the sharp, piercing howls below. Cautiously, he peered down. Nearly 500 wargs had split into 2 factions, converging towards a central point. An overwhelming wave of thoughts surged through him. He could ascertain that if such a multitude of wargs launched an assault on the Lord and his soldiers, it could result in catastrophic casualties, potentially even annihilation. With determination, Hall pinched his thigh hard enough to force himself to regain composure, fixating his gaze on the 2 dispersed packs of wargs beneath him. Below, a dozen warg brutes encircled 2 cloaked warg sentinels. This was undoubtedly the warg's reserve force and command center. I must alert the Lord. If the Lord survives, given his generous nature, he will surely provide a substantial compensation for my daughters. If they perish, my fate will be sealed as well. With a steely resolve, Hall drew forth a scroll from his waist. As he spoke the incantation, he unleashed a brilliant fireball, sensing the violent surge of fire magic. The warg sentinels below looked up in terror. Boom. Chapter 65, Retreat as a Strategy. Crack, crack, crack. The furious axe relentlessly cleaved the charred tree trunk. Wood chips flew, and branches trembled. Hall, perched in the tree, turned pale as he beheld the enraged wargs below, gritting his teeth and muttering, "You shall not capture me." Just then, the trunk shook violently, the great tree beginning its slow collapse. As the fearsome wargs drew nearer, Hall prepared to raise his dagger to his throat for a swift end, at least to die painlessly. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing cry. Hall instinctively looked up as a twisted beam of breath struck precisely against his chest. What on earth? Boom! The thick trunk crashed to the ground, slender branches snapping instantaneously. The enraged wargs swarmed in, yet found no trace of Hall. They could smell him, and he was near. Unbeknownst to them, Yaya had circled around, stealthily returning in the direction she came. Matthew confirmed that Hall, his capable subordinate, had temporarily preserved his life and immediately resolved to Angela. A substantial number of wargs are approaching. Let the soldiers retreat first. We must regroup at the lumberyard for defense. We must concentrate all our forces. As he spoke, Matthew produced a communication scroll, briefly outlining the situation before tearing it open to release the spell. Any spell scroll was not inexpensive. Although the communication spell was a first-level spell, its intricate model made the probability of its creation as a scroll quite low. Just this one scroll cost Matthew 100 gold coins. However, given the urgency of the situation, he would part with even 1,000 gold coins without hesitation. Yet, as he observed the fading azure glow of the spell, a thought struck him. Wait, I remember that the spell communicator has not yet been invented. Matthew distinctly recalled the spell communicator known as the Arcane Emperor's magic phone, which originated from a player and an arcanist. The latter amassed a vast fortune through this rapidly selling product, eventually rising to become a grand arcanist. Countless players, spellcasters, and adventurers were obliged to purchase this convenient spell communicator, with the great arcanist humorously dubbed the Master of Communication by many players. Matthew, having once crafted and sold spell communicators to earn gold. Was well acquainted with the production process and subsequent version updates. It seems I should diligently record the information and techniques in my mind. They may prove invaluable in the future. Without hesitation, the soldiers began to form ranks and retreat in the direction they had come. The recently subdued goblins, initially a bit disoriented, quickly settled down under the firm guidance and whip of the burly goblins. They obediently abandoned their meager possessions and clutched the goblin eggs that Matthew had specifically instructed them to bring as they retreated. However, the wargs, swift in their pursuit, immediately detected the signs of their retreat and howled in chase. What awaited them were fireballs erupting from the shadowy corners. Boom. The first dozen wargs at the forefront were instantly reduced to charred remains, the surging shockwave disrupting their formation. Ding. You have slain a level 3 warg warrior, earning 30 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 warg warrior, earning 20 experience points and 1 skill point. Ding. You have slain. The barrage of kill notifications vividly showcased the formidable power of the fireball. With 230 mana remaining, Matthew, calculating quickly, glanced at the disarrayed wargs, then swiftly mounted his horse to continue the retreat. The old village chief, Field, followed closely behind, drawing his bowstring taut. With a twang of the bow, a warg hunter flanking from the right was struck down. Paying no mind to the kill notifications, Matthew, escorted by Golden Tooth, Silver Tooth, and Old John, positioned himself at the next ambush site, awaiting the arrival of the pursuing warg forces. Yaya circled above, and Matthew refrained from allowing her to strike, needing her merely for reconnaissance. The wargs, enraged by the attack while hunting their prey, pursued the scent left by Old Chief Field. Had they a commander, they would not have been so reckless and brutish. However, through a series of unfortunate events, they had lost most of their leaders and were now driven by anger, devolving into foolish and savage beasts. Moments later, another fireball detonated among the wargs, accompanied by the harrowing cries of their comrades. The once frenzied and furious wolfmen gradually calmed, their pace slowing and their ranks dispersing as they sought to avoid an overwhelming defeat. Matthew, however, seemed to discern their intentions. The cunning old village chief, Field, emerged boldly from his hiding place. With a provocative flourish, he drew back his bow and swiftly felled an injured wolfman warrior. A resounding roar echoed through the ranks of the wolfmen, their already crimson eyes igniting with fury as they howled and pursued Chief Field. Field, feigning terror, pretended to be cornered by the approaching wolfmen while intermittently loosing arrows in retaliation, successfully drawing their ire. Just as Field was about to be overtaken by the vigorous wolfman hunters, another brilliant fireball erupted among them. This time, it was Silverfang, whose mana had been replenished. Although he was unable to trigger multiple spells, the unsuspecting wolfmen, concentrated in their pursuit, were suddenly decimated by more than 20 of their number. The mana expended in casting the fireball was swiftly replenished by more than half, bombarded by a relentless barrage of fireballs. Even the most dim-witted of wolfmen began to behave more cautiously. They scattered in disarray, refusing to regroup, which drastically diminished their short-range lethality. While a few wolfman hunters managed to close the gap on Field, they soon fell beneath his arrows. Yet, the merciless and resilient wolfmen did not relent in their pursuit despite the loss of their comrades. They continued to roar, creating a cacophony of terrifying sounds that drained the stamina of Field's steed. Faster wolfman assassins flanked him, preparing to encircle Field completely. Observing this situation, Matthew couldn't help but admire the wolfmen's tactics and cunning. Their ability to survive and maintain a foothold in such a perilous world was indeed commendable. However, Matthew held little regard for these man-eating beasts. Ahead lay the lumberyard. Chapter 66, Forged in the Flames of War. Ultimately, the wolfmen were unable to apprehend Field. Watching helplessly as he dashed through the gates of the lumberyard, the archers and rangers unleashed a volley of sharp, lethal arrows, leaving behind several corpses of those who had charged too recklessly, forcing the wolfmen to retreat empty-handed. As soon as the gate closed, Angela commanded the soldiers to roll in several hefty logs to barricade the entrance, calling the archers and rangers to the watchtowers. The timely notification indicated that the lumber workers had already retreated, alleviating concerns over additional casualties. Angela felt a twinge of regret that the wooden walls of the lumberyard were insufficiently fortified, consisting only of a single wooden barrier. Fortunately, the materials were robust enough that the wolfmen, lacking heavy weaponry, would struggle to breach it in a short time. This interval would provide the soldiers with ample opportunity to inflict deadly harm upon the wolfmen with their steel spears. The only source of unease for Angela was the fact that there were only 80 soldiers in the lumberyard, while outside, 450 wolfmen awaited. Although nearly 1,000 goblins remained within the yard, Angela was acutely aware that their combat prowess was unreliable, serving merely as cannon fodder to delay the enemy. She speculated that the Lord's decision to retreat with the goblins stemmed from similar reasoning. In reality, Matthew was not contemplating such matters. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the wolfmen outside. Yaya had confirmed that there were no wolfman sentinels or spellcasters left. Even if a couple of elite wolfmen were attempting to orchestrate the assault, their morale had evidently waned, as evidenced by their failure to launch an immediate attack. Having spent the past few days delving into the analysis of specialized skills and testing the legendary skill of Fate's Choice, Matthew had largely grasped their application. A more tempered approach involved utilizing data analysis to ascertain the training methods corresponding to the activation of skills. This method was applicable to all, provided the learning conditions were met, making it highly suitable for widespread dissemination. Nonetheless, Matthew had his own way, extending his hand. He seized a tuft of tawny fur from the defiant gaze of a wolfman sentinel and yanked it forcefully. The sentinel struggled fiercely, causing the entire prisoner wagon to sway, drawing the attention of several onlookers who instinctively turned away. Whatever the Lord intended to do, no one would dare intervene. In the midst of detailed data analysis, the system detected rough information regarding the opponent's skill and prompted the elevation of the skill analysis level. Matthew glanced at his skill points, which had accumulated to 9, and resolutely opted for an upgrade. Consuming 2 skill points, the analysis level of the extraordinary heritage skill was raised to LV2. The system continued its detailed analysis, detecting a minor quantity of information regarding the opponent's skill and urging an upgrade. Not yet satisfied, consuming 3 skill points, the analysis level rose to LV3. Detecting a plethora of information regarding the opponent's skill, the system prompted further enhancement. Matthew's lips twitched as he surveyed his remaining 4 skill points, unhesitatingly elevating it to LV4. With the increase in skill analysis level, a torrent of knowledge, information, methodologies, and techniques surged forth. Matthew felt an awakening of various insights into rapid casting that swiftly integrated into his mind, transforming into an inherent ability. With merely a thought, he could utilize and unleash it with remarkable speed. However, Matthew soon recognized that the knowledge flooding his mind was merely theoretical and experiential. Much like the memories carried from his past life, they could not immediately translate into tangible combat prowess. Then, Matthew noticed the system's next prompt. Having detected sufficient information, would he like to expend 3,000 experience points to learn the advanced skill of rapid casting? What else could Matthew say? With the consumption of 3,000 experience points, he distinctly felt a transformation occurring within his mind. Gently closing his eyes, he envisioned his mental energy and soul essence constructing a complex mana model, just as he remembered. Mana nodes appeared one by one, the structure of his mental energy expanding gradually, culminating in a mana model imbued with an ineffable beauty. Matthew found himself entranced, greedily absorbing the experience, savoring the process of constructing the mana model. This was the foundation he had long lacked. After several minutes, the crisp and melodious sound of the system notification roused Matthew from his reverie. Ding! You have learned the advanced skill of rapid casting LV1, increasing casting speed by 50. An indescribable exhilaration surged within him as Matthew felt the velocity of his mana's flow noticeably quicken, enhancing his strength. Acquiring a second skill bolstered Matthew's confidence. He clenched his fist, calmly unsheathing his rapier, and with the wolfman sentinel's bewildered panic, he struck swiftly. With a sickening sound, the rich scent of blood filled the air as the wolfman sentinel ceased its struggles, becoming a cold corpse. Listening to the enchanting sound of experience points being acquired, Matthew waved at old John, who was looking over, casually flicking the blood off his slender sword, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Dispose of its corpse. This is the last spellcaster among the Wyrgs. Henceforth, their desire for battle and motivation will swiftly diminish. If we withstand the initial waves of assault, their offensive will notably weaken. Old John, catching a glimpse of Yaya hiding among the treetops from the corner of his eye, felt an immediate sense of relief upon hearing his lord's composed demeanor. The lord must certainly have a contingency plan. This must be a trial for the soldiers. The corpse of the Wyrg sentinel was cast aside, and soon the air was filled with the furious howls and roars of the Wyrgs. It was evident that such a blatant provocation had thoroughly enraged these rather dim-witted creatures. Led by the Wyrg marauders, over 400 Wyrgs surged toward the gate in a frenzied rush. The soldiers, witnessing this from behind the wooden barricades, launched a counterattack, arrows soaring through the air, and rows of spears thrusting forward. The clash of metal and the cacophony of battle cries resonated throughout the area. Observing the tightly packed Wyrgs, a fierce murderous intent flickered across Matthew's face. Lost in the throes of combat, John could never have anticipated that his intuition was strikingly accurate this time. The reason Matthew refrained from allowing Yaya to unleash her dragon might, thereby granting the soldiers an advantage for retreat or assault, was to better hone their skills. It was only through the edge of life and death, the brutal dance of iron and blood, that true warriors could be forged, cultivating the most elite of soldiers. Chapter 67. The Lord Will Strike. Kill. Old John roared with fury, his long-bladed sword cleaving down through a gap in the barricade, striking the blocking axe. The mediocre axe splintered, while Old John's newly acquired iron sword remained unscathed, his gaze locked onto the blood-red eyes of the Wyrm marauder across from him, revealing unmasked cruelty and malice. After enduring a prolonged battle, Old John stepped back, panting heavily. The fight had persisted for over 30 minutes. Thanks to their indomitable fighting spirit, the advantageous terrain for defense, unparalleled teamwork, and remarkably crafted iron equipment, the soldiers had withstood the Wyrm's ferocious onslaught. Several soldiers had sustained injuries, and Old John even spotted 2 or 3 gravely wounded. However, they were promptly rescued by their comrades, and the blood-replenishing potions dispensed by the Lord played a crucial role. The initial frontal assault of the Wyrms was successfully thwarted. Cunning as they were, the Wyrms soon devised a plan to breach from various angles. Outnumbered, the soldiers found themselves stretched thin, their defensive strength waning, and their lines began to falter. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Matthew was just about to intervene personally when reinforcements from Bay Village arrived just in time, utilizing their unexpected concentrated advantage. They swiftly decimated dozens of Wyrm warriors attempting to attack from the back entrance, deterring the Wyrms from splitting their forces. Nevertheless, the Wyrms, bolstered by their formidable fighting prowess and numerical superiority, continued their relentless assaults. By this point, the death toll among the Wyrms had already exceeded 100. While the number of injured soldiers reached 30 to 40, and some had already made the ultimate sacrifice, both sides commenced a full-scale engagement. At that moment, the powerful Wyrm marauder, leading the last of the Wyrm's remaining strength, charged into the battlefield, and Old John struggled to hold it back. However, the marauder's strength was not to be underestimated, and it clearly had the upper hand over Old John. Leveraging its physical advantage, it pushed the sword aside, preparing to cleave down with its axe, intending to slice the detestable little human in two. It envisioned tearing out the still warm heart of this human and devouring it whole. Suddenly, the Wyrm marauder sensed a life-threatening danger and instinctively turned to the side, only to hear a swift whoosh as a sharp arrow pierced its arm, which would have otherwise struck its chest. Enraged, the Wyrm marauder glared with bloodshot eyes, scanning for the source of the attack, as 2 agile spears lunged viciously toward it. Seizing the opportunity, Old John struck, deliberately slashing to the left, and the Wyrm marauder, caught off guard, was impaled by a spear in its abdomen. With a howl, the Wyrm marauder grasped the spear and yanked it backward, only to receive a slash from Old John's sword across its chest, forcing it to stagger back 2 steps in shock and fury. Several arrows flew in unison. The marauder raised its hand to shield its vital points, sustaining multiple wounds. The intense pain jolted the Wyrm marauder into realization. With no more Wyrm sentinels to command it, why should it continue to fight to the death? No. Precisely because the Wyrm sentinel had perished, it felt compelled to showcase its strength. By proving its prowess in slaying humans, it might just ascend to become the new leader. This thought sprouted like wild grass, and had it been literate, it would have recognized this ambition for what it truly was. It beheld the blood-soaked barricade, littered with the corpses of fallen Wyrm warriors, and gazed upon the diminutive yet tenacious human soldiers, none of whom showed signs of retreat. Occasionally, a soldier would sustain an injury and withdraw, only to return to the fray with renewed vigor. The indomitable spirit of the human soldiers merely served to frustrate the Wyrm marauder. It possessed ample patience and means to hunt down such elusive prey. With this in mind, the Wyrm marauder let out a thunderous roar. Annihilate them. This forest shall belong to us. The surrounding Wyrm warriors, drenched in blood, seemed invigorated as if they had been infused with adrenaline. Faced with the robust and numerous Wyrms, even the soldiers, despite their fierce fighting spirit, began to falter. Crack! Some wooden barricades were cleaved apart by the Wyrms. These howling monsters clashed head-on with the soldiers. Both sides engaged in a relentless struggle around the gaping breaches in the barricades. Angela, leading the charge, demonstrated a marked improvement in her combat prowess, thanks to the newfound skills she had recently acquired. Moreover, this intense battle deepened her understanding and mastery of her abilities. The fierce melee was a brutal battlefield, yet it also served as an effective test. Those soldiers who survived would emerge significantly stronger. Though they were outnumbered, all the soldiers maintained high spirits, not only due to their solid protective gear and life-saving potions that kept their mortality rates low, but also because the mysterious and powerful Lord stood behind them. The mere sight of his tall and imposing figure filled them with renewed strength. They would surely prevail. When the time came, the Lord would strike. Ding! One of your soldiers, laxing, has fallen in battle. Upon hearing the third notification of a fallen comrade, Matthew slowly opened his eyes, feeling the heavy burden weighing on his soul, and let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, attempting to learn too many advanced skills in such a short time exerts an overwhelming strain on the soul. Matthew could distinctly sense that mastering the advanced skill of mana drain from Silverfang was an arduous and laborious process. Fortunately, with 2 lifetimes of experience and Yaya helping to shoulder the burden, he managed to persevere. Although the dream of becoming a super spellcaster was shattered in a short span of time, Matthew's initial plan had already been realized. The Arcane Master, unrestricted by the number of spells, had significantly accelerated his casting speed, allowing him to recover mana through the devastating quick casting spell that annihilated enemies. A formidable spell artillery and an unyielding battlefield engine. Matthew was prepared to unleash his pent-up frustration when a pack of wargs brazenly charged into his line of fire. To amass experience points, Matthew wasted no time in striking. He initiated with a rapid-fire duo of fireballs. Boom! The warg soldiers, surging towards the breach in the barricade, were entirely unprepared, and in an instant, they were engulfed by the terrifying flames, half of them consumed. Over 20 wargs were dispatched in a single blow. The resulting shockwave inflicted injuries on 2 to 3 times that number. The near 100 casualties among the wargs immediately curtailed their savage onslaught. The soldiers of Bayou Village were invigorated, and amidst the cries lauding their lord, they slaughtered the remaining wargs in retreat, sealing the breach once more. Angela ordered thick wooden planks to be brought forth, binding them with ropes to the remnants of the original barricade, and propping them up with wooden sticks to create a temporary fortification. Soldiers who had freed themselves rushed to support their comrades. The injured troops consumed their allocated revitalizing potions, bandaged their wounds, and returned to the front lines, eagerly anticipating the wargs' next assault. Chapter 68, The Defeated Wargs. With a brief respite, the soldiers quickly regained their composure, most recovering their fighting spirit with the aid of the revitalizing potions. Angela, commanding the soldiers to hold the line, once again recognized the significance of the restorative potions. Simultaneously, she developed a clearer understanding of the timing and formidable power of their lord's fireball spells. In large-scale battles, the destructive capacity and deterrent effect wielded by spellcasters could indeed alter the tide of victory. Perhaps we require more spellcasters? Angela swiftly dispelled this somewhat absurd notion from her mind. Spellcasters like their lord, willing to engage in battle, were ultimately a rare breed. Unbeknownst to her, Matthew, having just unleashed his magic, was reveling in the delightful barrage of experience notifications flooding his screen. The only tinge of regret he felt was that despite vanquishing so many wargs in one fell swoop, he had not accrued any valuable skill points. Nonetheless, Matthew was undeterred. His concept had succeeded. Eliminating over 20 wargs had replenished him with 55 points of mana, entirely offsetting the cost of casting fireballs twice with his staff. He had an inkling that with the continual elevation of his 2 specialization levels, he was not far from becoming a true battlefield spell artillery. What intrigued Matthew was that nearly half of the experience points contributed by the warg warriors he had slain had been reduced by approximately 30. He boldly speculated that the effects of mana absorption were likely a trade-off, consuming experience points in return. Yet, Matthew was more than willing to make such an exchange. Fallen foes were the best foes. The combat power he wielded was the true embodiment of strength. Having already engaged, Matthew decided to unleash his full firepower. With little need for precise aim, he effortlessly directed a barrage of magical missiles at the thronging wargs, transforming them into his instruments of death. Having diligently trained day and night, he had elevated his magic missile to LV3, enabling him to release 6 missiles at once, each inflicting 3 points of damage. Coupled with his 24 intelligence and the terrifying bonuses of a spellcasting check of 7 and damage of 5, these became truly lethal projectiles. This single skill obliterated 3 warg warriors. Luck was on his side this time, as Matthew activated mana absorption twice in succession, restoring 10 points of mana. He had perfectly replenished the mana expended in casting his magical missiles. It was almost a case of casting without any cost. Thus, eager for a decisive confrontation and to master his true combat capabilities, Matthew transformed into a magical missile machine gun. He unleashed a relentless series of magical missiles, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the wargs. The warg assault group on the left, merely in the blink of an eye, became sparse, strewn with corpses bearing fist-sized gaping wounds. Matthew even felt that as long as the wargs remained clustered, he could wipe out hundreds of them. However, Matthew refrained from pursuing that course of action. After severely diminishing the left flank of the wargs, he decisively chose to halt his assault, withholding any further display of his true capabilities. The front and left flanks of the wargs suffered catastrophic losses, their momentum severely weakened. Flee. It's terrifying. We can't win. The chilling cries shattered the morale of the remaining wargs. Upon witnessing the fate of their comrades, many wargs began to retreat in panic. Unaware of this turmoil, the wargs on the right continued their rapid assault under the guidance of their brutish leaders. However, the brutish wargs soon discovered that the once wavering defensive line had inexplicably solidified. They could not comprehend why these human soldiers seemed impervious to fatigue, fear, or injury. Kill. The fierce battle cries echoed from behind the barricades as more and more human soldiers rallied to the cause, their bloodied spears thrusting forward relentlessly. The wargs, caught unawares, suffered immediate and significant losses, with 7 or 8 falling in an instant. The brutish wargs were especially targeted, arrows and spears raining upon them, inflicting multiple wounds. The intense pain jolted the brutish wargs from their ambitions. The sudden surge in the number of human soldiers led them to suspect that reinforcements had arrived. This was quite plausible. After all, their numbers sometimes surpassed those of the goblins. Should they continue to fight? Wait, why did the sounds of the other assaults suddenly vanish? In growing panic, they realized their fellow warg soldiers were dwindling in number. Even some warg hunters brazenly began to retreat. The other 2 directions of wargs left nothing but a battlefield littered with corpses. The overwhelming stench of blood, for the first time, failed to excite them. Instead, it filled them with a profound sense of dread. This situation was intolerable for the brutish wargs. It was impossible. As a panic-stricken thought emerged, a lethal sense of threat seized them. A blazing fireball shot forth from behind the wooden barricade, and with a resounding explosion, it engulfed the clustered wargs. The brutish wargs, feeling the searing heat of the flames, prepared to charge once more. Their scant experience in battling spellcasters reminded them that a spellcaster's attacks were limited, and if they could just endure. Boom. The brilliant crimson fireball swiftly enveloped their position. The scorching flames obliterated the last vestiges of hesitation within them, plunging them into ultimate darkness. Ding. Your subordinate, the dragonborn goblin Silverfang, has slain an elite brutish warg, earning 140 experience points. As Matthew recorded the data, he realized the vast disparity between ordinary warriors and elites. The doubled experience was merely a notification. With the last brutish warg's demise, Matthew watched as the wargs descended into chaos, scattering in frantic flight. The sudden battle concluded with the dire losses of the gnolls. With only a mere 100 managing to escape, Angela cast a questioning glance at Matthew, who merely shook his head and pointed to the injured soldiers, stating, "Ensure that all wounded receive medical attention promptly to prevent any lasting repercussions." Matthew's compassion for his soldiers and his regard for the populace had become universally acknowledged. Angela revered this quality in their lord and, declaring the victory and conclusion of the battle, promptly commenced the arrangements for rescue efforts. The relaxed soldiers erupted in cheers. They all fled. "We have triumphed. We won. Oh dear, when did I acquire this wound on my leg? What are you waiting for? Drink a vial of the revitalizing potion to save your life. First, tend to your wounds. Forget about looting. Hurry and lie down." Chapter 69, Cultivating the Knoll. The news of the victory at the lumberyard swiftly reached Bay Village. Some anxious villagers relaxed, confidently assuring the newcomers, "I told you not to worry. Our lord and the soldiers are certain to prevail. What are a few gnolls? Our lord has dragons with him." I heard Captain Sean mention that clearing out the dark forest's menaces was merely the first step in our lord's endeavors. Victory is assured. Though I've heard the gnolls are numerous, the casualties might be considerable. That should not be the case. Our lord provides exceptionally for his soldiers, equipping them with high-quality weaponry, not to mention alchemical potions. We shall know more upon their return. Ralph, the steward, who had already received specific information, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immense admiration and sentiment for their lord's decision to prioritize military strength. Indeed, in this perilous land awaiting cultivation, possessing a dependable armed force is of utmost importance. With this thought, Ralph did not relax his arrangements concerning other matters. Under our lord's protection, we shall never need to worry about safety. Diligent work is the best way to repay our lord. Ralph's assertiveness and confidence steadied the uneasy hearts of the newcomers. The villagers of Bay Village, already accustomed to such victories, greeted the newcomers, urging them to resume their tasks as planned. Seeing them so at ease, those curious about their lord began to inquire. With pride and enthusiasm, the villagers of Bay Village shared the details, from Matthew leading the convoy through the treacherous misty swamp, nearly encountering an attack from a black dragon, to facing the aberrations of the Crimson Moon, capturing 4 living trolls, clearing the dangers around the dark forest, resolving the threats posed by slaver bands attacking the village, and taming hundreds of gnolls. Upon hearing these legendary tales, the impression of their lord as mysterious and formidable deepened in the minds of the listeners. The unease gradually dissipated. Many began to feel that if the pioneering policies of Bay Village could persist, Relocating their families here might be a splendid choice. After all, for ordinary farmers and commoners, acquiring land with permanent use and leasing rights is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, in Bay Village, numerous avenues for opportunity exist: learning a trade, joining the reserve soldiers, working at the newly established lumberyard, aquaculture, plantations, and other factories all provide promising employment prospects. What captivated everyone most was the Lord's commitment to the education of children. All children under the age of 10 are eligible for vocational training. Even those lacking the talent to become professionals can learn literacy or various skills during this process. This prospect left everyone utterly defenseless. Now, the only lingering concern regarding safety seems to have been resolved. Outside the lumberyard, in the dark forest, Goldtooth and Silvertooth were directing the gnolls in cleaning up the battlefield. The bodies of the gnolls were being buried deep within the earth to prevent mutations from exposure to the Crimson Moon. Such occurrences had happened many times before. In this battle, for soldiers had made the ultimate sacrifice. Their remains would be returned to Bay Village for a memorial ceremony, after which they would be cremated and interred. Angela would oversee this memorial and reward ceremony, a responsibility she would continue to bear in the future. Ding. Your faction has collectively slain 367 gnolls, earning 500 experience points and 2 skill points. Ding. You have achieved a remarkable victory against overwhelming odds, earning an additional 2,000 experience points and 2 skill points. Ding. You have altered the destinies of 536 individuals, earning 820 fate coins, bringing your total to 500. Matthew, satisfied with the accumulated experience points, recognized this as the greatest reward from the battle. The utility of experience points was increasing, yet the means of growth were quite unique, compelling Matthew to treat them with utmost caution. After all, he could not instigate battles merely for the sake of harvesting experience points, risking the loss of his soldiers and followers. Their potential for greater value was undeniable. After contemplating his plan for utilizing the experience points, Matthew turned to the gnolls who were indulging in hearty feasts. The sound of whips cracking incessantly filled the air. To successfully tame these gnolls, Goldtooth and Silvertooth would need to invest several more days. However, once these thousands of gnolls were trained, Matthew was confident in his ability to develop the gnoll minds. After all, the unique physiology of the gnolls posed challenges for humans in mining, with various occupational ailments being unavoidable. Thus, gnolls were destined to play a pivotal role in Matthew's development strategy. Embracing this notion, Matthew carefully instructed Goldtooth and Silvertooth according to the data-driven guidelines. Though gnolls prefer dwelling in dim environments, there are equally important considerations in other aspects, particularly hygiene, which must be strictly maintained. Ensuring a clean living environment will curtail the proliferation of pathogens and significantly enhance the lifespan and health of the gnolls. Centralizing the care and cultivation of all gnoll eggs will greatly improve their survival and hatching rates. Goldtooth and Silvertooth, half comprehending, forced themselves to remember Matthew's words. They had witnessed the once mighty gnoll tribe being effortlessly obliterated by Matthew, which had already elevated Matthew to the same stature as Yaya in their eyes. Matthew did not expect them to fully grasp his intentions. He merely sought to convey a concept to help them better care for the gnolls. Naturally, the specifics of the arrangements would rely on Steward Ralph to select qualified personnel to execute. However, finding a new home for the thousands of gnolls was imperative. Initially, Matthew had considered assigning the gnolls to the sewers of Bay Village to work on maintaining and constructing the sewage system. Yet, he now believed that to expedite the cultivation of a larger population of gnolls, they should be provided with a more comfortable and spacious environment. Noticing the bewildered expressions on Goldtooth and Silvertooth's faces, Matthew patiently sketched a blueprint for the underground construction space and employed a copying spell to create several duplicates. Begin by excavating at the designated site, extending as far into the valley as possible. Food and equipment will arrive shortly. Now, please work on persuading them, as this will be beneficial for both parties involved. The two kobolds, Goldtooth and Silvertooth, nodded in a semblance of understanding, their limited intellect rendering them incapable of comprehending the blueprints provided by Matthew. The latter harbored no disdain or indifference towards the kobolds, which deeply moved them, prompting fervent oaths to ensure compliance. They would make them obedient immediately, with a few howls. Upon learning of the ample food, the kobolds erupted in excited cheers, their spirits undeterred even by a few lashes. Observing the kobolds, whose average intelligence barely surpassed 4, Matthew refrained from elaborating further and simply nodded in silence. Perhaps there is fortune in folly after all. Chapter 70. Honor and Aspiration. The fierce flames roared, gradually consuming the remains, while the grieving relatives nearby could not suppress their sobs. The searing light of the fire illuminated the faces of all present. Angela, her expression somber, called out in a deep and resonant voice, Hadrofrel Korkarasi, they are undoubtedly heroes. They fought valiantly to protect Bay Village and others, never retreating until their ultimate sacrifice. The Lord has decreed that we shall erect a hero's tomb in the heart of the village to inter them, and we will record this battle in the annals of Bay Village's history, commemorating everyone's contributions, as well as their sacrifices. Our descendants will look up to them as paragons. Moreover, the families of the fallen will receive a one-time compensation of 5 gold coins and permanent leasing rights to 20 acres of land. Each household will receive a monthly stipend of 10 silver coins to support their livelihood. The minor children will receive focused cultivation until they reach adulthood. Angela's voice, though not particularly loud, was exceptionally clear, amplified by magic to reach the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing of the unprecedented heroes' cemetery, the eyes of all soldiers sparkled with fervor, their hearts ablaze with passion. Many who embark on the path of adventurers do so in pursuit of a better life, while others seek to alter their destinies. Yet nearly all are driven by the desire for renown, to be remembered through the ages. Now, Bay Village and its lord have fulfilled this aspiration, leaving every soldier in awe. The families of the fallen were likewise incredulous. The old village chief, Field, who had taken a puff of smoke but refrained from smoking, slightly parted his lips, released a deep sigh, and blinked away tears as memories flooded his mind. Compensation? What compensation? To sacrifice for the Nesseriel Empire is your honor. To fight for the Lord is your duty. Oh, my son, did you not say you would bring him back? The village belongs to the Lord. Why labor so hard? Shouldn't you focus on your own well-being? Do not go. It is too dangerous. Go on to your death. Do not return. The old chief, who had a keen perception of people, events, and foes, could not decipher the vast Nesseriel Empire, nor the indifferent and ruthless lords, nor the so-called great archmages revered by all. They remained perpetually aloof, never deigning to look upon the populace teetering on the brink of survival. They possess the might to devastate worlds, yet cannot even rid themselves of the frail kobolds and fishmen. They can elevate a city into the skies, while the common folk toil with rudimentary tools bound with wood. Will Matthew, this new lord, maintain such a radically different attitude and perspective? Surely he will. We shall not disappoint him. Gritting his teeth, Chief Field silently observed the murmuring crowd, acutely aware of their thoughts. They were stirred, utterly captivated. Nearby, curious adventurers exchanged glances, astounded to witness such an extraordinary scene. It seemed that even the honor-driven Loden Empire could not match such generous compensation. Not to mention, even the wealthiest human empire in the south, Farsico, had not achieved this. What if, when our adventuring days are over, we settled in Bay Village? Who knows how long that will last? It might be a ruse. I believe it to be genuine. I have never seen civilians so invigorated. It is entirely different. This lord has offered so much. I think joining Bay Village now would be quite appealing. Ahem, let us not get ahead of ourselves. We have gathered enough information on the outskirts of the Dark Forest, and we are about to commence our hunt. The adventuring tasks in this territory are peculiar, as they make all collected information public. Isn't that splendid? It not only helps us avoid numerous dangers, but also yields greater rewards. Indeed, the vast patch of moonlight flowers you discovered was marked on the map, wasn't it? It's rather intriguing. They only accept mature materials and even employ magic to verify whether new seeds have been sown. Right? If any damage occurs, they impose heavy fines. I witnessed a poor soul facing such a fate. In that case, we can continuously gather, allowing everyone to profit. I have never experienced such a delightful adventure. Who can argue with that? The adventurers eagerly engaged in discussion, their conversations increasingly focused on the unprecedented benevolence of Lord Matthew. To them, every action Matthew took stemmed solely from his kind-hearted nature. Meanwhile, these clever and daring adventurers, having thoroughly investigated the circumstances over the past few days, had already discovered traces of solitary trolls. They were deliberating on collaborating in the coming days for some hunting attempts. After all, while cooperation may reduce individual profits, it guarantees greater safety. Furthermore, the adventurers' lingering doubts about the high bounties for trolls had not dissipated. They were also wary of the Lord defaulting on payments. In contrast, those temporarily residing in Bay Village felt an entirely different sentiment. Tom, let us give it a try tomorrow. If we can pass the assessment and become reserve soldiers, at least we won't have to worry about our livelihoods. Labor coupled with ample food had transformed the once frail G-Fawn, making him appear less gaunt. He nodded submissively at Tom, who was currently devouring his meal. Throughout his life, G-Fawn had always been the one to devise plans. He merely needed to comply, as his companion would not harm him. Little Ji-Xiang instinctively widened her eyes, seemingly contemplating more deeply, and asked in a somewhat hesitant tone, "Brother, could there be danger?" Chewing the dark bread thoughtfully, mixed with fish soup, Ji-Fawn reflected on the information gathered in recent days and spoke with determination. What job is devoid of danger? Even farming in the wastelands can lead to misfortune. Someone nearly got burned to death, fortunately rescued by the soldier's guard. In times past, we were unworthy of wielding power. Now that fortune has smiled upon us, we must grasp it firmly in our hands. Little Jixiang pursed her lips, displaying a maturity far beyond her years. Reflecting on the days of uncertainty and trepidation, she instinctively nodded. Brother, you are right. I have heard from some classmates in Bay Village that a test will be conducted within the territory. Those who possess the talent for spellcasting are highly likely to be selected for the Vocational Training Academy. Exceptional individuals may even be taken on as apprentices by the Lord himself. Observing the little one murmuring to herself, her once emaciated face, ravaged by hunger, gradually regained the soft, cherubic complexion of childhood. Jifan nodded silently, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he encouraged her. Let us strive diligently and see if fortune will favor us this time. Chapter 71, The Hunt for Trolls. As dawn broke, the lively shouts echoed throughout Bay Village. Thanks to an ample supply of food, the villagers had grown considerably stronger. Their fervent labor was driven not only by generous remuneration, but also by a profound sense of belonging. At the military camp near the village entrance, many attempted to lift the rows of stone blocks weighing 100 kilograms. Only a select few succeeded, advancing to the subsequent training assessments. While the rest shook their heads in resignation and returned to their tasks, many had resolved that as long as their abilities were sufficient, they would willingly seize the opportunity. After all, the conditions and benefits afforded to reserve soldiers were enviable. Emerging from the low tunnels, Jifan tightened the soil-laden backpack on his back and glanced at the figures behind him before slowly crouching. Currently in the lead, he had no reason to rush. Ahead stood several wooden houses with wide-open doors and windows, where 2 or 3 figures patrolled. Suppressing the slight flutter of his heart, Jifan deftly avoided the searching gazes. Slipping out from the shadowy corner, he skillfully evaded the traps concealed beneath the ground, stealthily tiptoeing, narrowly avoiding several sweeping gazes, cleverly using obstacles to conceal himself. Not far off, the sounds of a captured traveler echoed, providing Jifan with an opportunity to advance into the last wooden house. Peering through the window, he could see the finish line not far away. As long as he crossed the white line a mere 10 meters ahead, he would successfully join the ranks of the reserve soldiers. At that moment, Jifan spotted a slightly stooped figure standing before the white line, instinctively halting his steps. He sensed danger and did not allow himself to relax despite the figure's back being turned. He cautiously concealed himself in a shadowy corner, not daring to cast an overt glance, silently waiting for the right moment. Time ticked away, and Jifan suppressed his growing anxiety, quietly counting down. If he wished to become a wanderer, patience and concealment were his greatest assets for survival. With only 30 seconds remaining, a group of over 10 eager candidates surged forth. Jifan remained motionless, watching them charge ahead. He recalled that there were initially 50 participants in the trial, and with 24 already eliminated, only 13 remained. The lively trials outside the camp piqued the curiosity of adventurers departing the village for the dark forest. Was Bay Village still recruiting soldiers? It seemed close to 200 already. What could the Lord's intentions be? Perhaps he perceived the dangers of the dark forest and sought to bolster military strength. Even reserve soldiers enjoyed quite favorable treatment. There was no time for idle thoughts. Capturing trolls was the priority. Our target was not far, totaling 3. And with 30 of us, we were certainly sufficient. They had departed this morning, seemingly preparing to delve deep into the dark forest for a significant haul. No, I heard they aimed to confront 5 at once. Over 50 individuals should suffice. It was a rare opportunity to collaborate with so many adventurers. How effective are the vitality potions sold by Bay Village? Remarkably effective, even slightly superior to basic healing potions. The soldiers can attest to this. And some adventurers have conducted tests. Truly, the Lord from the Cell family possesses such a trump card. The spirited discussions came to an abrupt halt upon entering the dark forest. Experienced adventurers would not underestimate their foes simply because they had sufficient information. Those who recklessly charged into danger had long since perished. Only the seasoned remained. Following the information provided by Bay Village, they passed by a lumberyard bustling with activity. 30 or so large carts transported logs to the wood processing plant in Bay Village. Sensing the lingering scent of blood in the air, they pushed past their shock and hastened towards their destination. Most ordinary adventurers excelled at preying on goblins and mermen, but they typically avoided combat with the less valuable wolfmen unless absolutely necessary. Most adventurers who achieved mid-tier status could lead small teams, with an average profession level around 3, occasionally joined by 1 or 2 inexperienced newcomers. The average challenge level of wolfmen stood at 4, occasionally featuring elite brutes that required mid-tier adventurers to combat effectively. The fighting prowess of hundreds of wolfmen was formidable, leaving adventurers devoid of confidence in victory. This also underscored that Bay Village possessed a military strength capable of easily overpowering adventurers. As they passed by the goblin mining area, the adventurers spotted a patrol of soldiers. Beside them, a robust dragonborn goblin named Golden Tooth commanded thousands of goblins as they toiled in the earth. The adventurers were taken aback, quelling any inappropriate thoughts, and rapidly moved towards their target. The dragonborn's sharp-toothed grin seemed to emit a cold sneer as he observed their retreating figures. A leisurely little deer grazed on tender leaves, completely unguarded. Nearby, a vigilant doe chewed her food while keeping a watchful eye on the distance. Any rustle would send her fleeing. Chris cast a fleeting glance at them, methodically adjusting his breathing as he stealthily maneuvered around the tree trunk. Caution and vigilance were the reasons he had survived as bait all this time. Eager to earn more, he had unflinchingly accepted this perilous task, but that did not mean he wished to walk into death's embrace. Thanks to his exceptional skills and superior stealth, he evaded all animals along the way, carefully approaching a rocky forest. As he drew near, a pungent odor wafted toward him, with multicolored bones scattered around. Even the most famished hyenas dared not approach this area, for the unmistakable stench was a clear sign of a troll's lair. Suppressing his fear and trying not to dwell on terrifying memories, he forced himself to remain calm, gradually regulating his breathing. He could faintly hear the trolls bickering and howling, extending his hand to make several gestures into the air. In the distance, the adventurers observed the unfolding scene, their spirits instantly lifted. As the makeshift commander, Alice directed everyone to commence their actions according to the original plan, while internally musing. It appears that the information provided by Bay Village is not only accurate, but also remarkably detailed. Could it truly be that Lord Matthew's sole intention is to eradicate the dangers of the Dark Forest? Such a notion seems implausible. The Dark Forest is vast, and whether it be goblins or gnolls, after one batch is eliminated, another will inevitably arise. Unbeknownst to the perplexed Alice, Matthew's true target was the inexhaustible accumulation of experience points. As the adventurers readied themselves, Alice cast aside her doubts and declared in a clear, ringing voice, "Let us begin. This year, whether we feast on meat or gnaw on black bread hinges on this encounter." A bright red cloth flew through the air, and upon seeing it, Chris retrieved a pitch-black metal sphere from his pocket, an invention of the halflings' engineering, the goblin bomb. With a resounding explosion, the goblin bomb's noise was far more intimidating than its destructive power. Amidst the piercing howls, several hulking monsters charged forth from the clouds of smoke, lunging towards Chris's position. At the very moment he hurled the goblin bomb, he had already taken off, sprinting with all his might. Chapter 72, Madness. Listening to the increasingly close roars behind him, Chris hastily adjusted his breathing and sprinted desperately. 3 towering trolls, their eyes glistening with hunger, locked their gaze onto the approaching Chris. Ever since being driven out by the decayed Moss clan, they had not feasted adequately for a long time, almost succumbing to madness from hunger, emitting earth-shattering roars. The trolls grew increasingly excited as they noticed Chris's pace slowing, completely oblivious to the ground beneath them. In a flurry, Chris deftly navigated through a pile of fallen leaves. While the first 2 trolls that followed him stumbled onto the same debris, their massive bodies crashing down amidst the snapping of branches. In a clumsy roll, Chris had no time to look back as he sought refuge behind a sturdy tree trunk. He vividly remembered an unfortunate acquaintance who had, despite escaping the troll's attack range, met his demise because he relaxed for just a moment, only to be struck in half by a heavy wooden club thrown by one of the trolls. However, a wave of cheers from his comrades soon reached Chris's ears. "Well done, Chris. Haha, 2 down in 1 go. Now there's only 1 left." The old village chief's method is indeed effective. No wonder the trolls in the forest seldom attack Bay Village. "Hurry up and take down that last one." The cacophony of excited voices gradually pulled Chris back from the haze of panic. Successful? There's still 1 left? Cautiously turning his head, Chris beheld a multitude of arrows and ranged attacks enveloping the roaring troll. The seasoned adventurers prudently refrained from engaging in close combat with the trolls, consistently wearing them down with ranged assaults to draw forth more of their blood. The trolls possessed immense strength. No mid-tier warrior would dare confront them head-on without first weakening them. Chris recognized that everyone was employing the old village chief field strategy. After all, traps were exceedingly effective and could be deemed the quintessence of dealing with trolls. No adventurer would be foolish enough to engage in close combat with them when they were already full. The troll, now riddled with arrows, was visibly weakening. It wildly swung its wooden club, yet the detestable little nuisances around it showed no intention of drawing near. Fear had seized its mind, compelling it to turn and flee. Chris let out a long sigh of relief, for he knew the troll had no chance left. As the troll had barely taken a couple of steps to escape, a net hidden beneath the pile of leaves was swiftly raised, ensnaring the creature and lifting it into the air. The troll struggled desperately, but the continuous bleeding from its wounds rendered it increasingly feeble. After a futile attempt, it could not tear through the coarse, woven net. Impressive. The old village chief field's provisions are indeed effective, totaling less than 5 gold coins. A tall adventurer beside Alice chuckled heartily, venting his excitement as he readied his bow to unleash another shot at the helpless troll suspended in midair. Observing the visibly weakened troll, Alice called out in a clear voice, "All right, everyone, cease fire. A dead troll is worth little. A living one can fetch us 50 gold coins. Wrap up the net and bind its limbs securely. Be cautious. I do not wish to witness any fool getting injured now." Under Alice's command, the adventurers, filled with a mix of tension and exhilaration, eagerly set to work. A throng of individuals banded together, binding the ensnared troll into a large bundle. Chris approached, patiently removing the bloodletting arrows from the weakened troll. Examining the hollow blood channels on the arrows, he met the troll's cruel, menacing gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. Your day has come. The ensuing bustle bore little relevance to Chris, for through this venture, he would claim a bounty of 15 gold coins for himself. This was a reward he had fought hard to earn. Of course, this was contingent upon the Lord's willingness to honor his promise. The 2 trolls that had fallen into the trap, under the intense scrutiny of the adventurers, could not stir any turmoil and were quickly bound into bundles. The adventurers were not so reckless as to place the trolls in a prisoner cart. Instead, they constructed a makeshift cart to transport them. Initially, there had been tension and unease, given the trolls' formidable lethality and fearsome reputation. Now, however, everyone harbored a different thought. If each troll was worth 50 gold coins, they had better act swiftly. Reflecting on their earlier actions, aside from Chris, who had taken a certain risk as bait, the remaining tasks were even less challenging than their usual training. How could this not ignite the ambition of others? Chris was acutely aware of this shift, yet it bore little consequence for him. Feeling the swift potion worth 10 gold coins in his pocket, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Alice contemplated further, dispatching scouts to survey the surroundings and prevent any other trolls from appearing. She deliberately circumvented the paths leading to the goblin mine and lumberyard, exiting through another entrance of the dark forest. Interestingly, Alice encountered not the soldiers or patrols of Bay Village, but rather fellow adventurers who had come to gather information. Some were collecting materials at resource points, while others were tracking goblins or searching for traces of gnolls. Upon witnessing Alice and her companions' haul, they refrained from approaching hastily, wary of causing any misunderstandings, while many hurried towards Bay Village. Clearly, they were eager to relay the news and were anticipating the Lord to fulfill his promise. Numerous pioneers caught sight of their returning figures, engaging in lively discussions. The adventurers gathered, seemingly wishing to set up a display, yet when the moment arrived, all were left dumbfounded. Just as Alice and her group brought the troll into the village, staff from the Adventurers Service Center emerged, nonchalantly dispersing the bounty of 150 gold coins before the eyes of all the adventurers. As they gazed at the bulging purse in Alice's hands, the sound of jingling gold coins resonating in the air, all the adventurers could not help but have their eyes sparkle with anticipation. Was it truly this simple? Yes, indeed. Even Alice, the instigator of this bounty, seemed somewhat bewildered under the fervent gazes of her companions. Hastily, she began to distribute the agreed-upon amounts of gold before everyone's eyes. The allure of riches was palpable, and the glitter of gold coins was mesmerizing. Excitement surged among the adventurers. Each troll captured was worth a staggering 50 gold coins. How could this not stir their hearts? How could this not incite madness? Typically, a novice quest yields no more than 3 or 4 gold coins, and even a mid-tier quest rarely exceeds 30. Everyone clearly understood that Alice and her companions had captured 3 trolls, amassing a total of 150 gold coins in a single morning, all without a single injury. Was this not akin to picking up money from the ground? Crowds gathered around, eager to ingratiate themselves with Alice and her team, each yearning to share in this newfound wealth. Prepared for the influx of interest, Alice exchanged a knowing glance with Chris, then spoke with a bright, cheerful tone. The method for capturing trolls is quite straightforward. You can directly inquire at the Adventurers Hall for the necessary tools, which are also available for purchase. With that, Alice made no attempt to conceal her intentions and headed straight for the Adventurers Hall. There, the well-prepared sales personnel awaited, having stocked their goods in anticipation of eager customers. Chapter 73, The Treasure of the Dark Forest. The Adventurers Hall was alive with commotion as various items were snatched up in a frenzy. The sales staff beamed with delight. The more they sold, the higher their bonuses would be. Many adventurers, blinded by the prospect of riches, left the hall with methods in hand and spent approximately 5 gold coins on an assortment of tools before plunging headfirst into the dark forest. Butler Ralph watched the slightly frenzied figures of the adventurers with a resigned shake of his head. Surely, they cannot believe that capturing trolls is so easy? With a dismissive snort, the old village chief, Field, observed the gathering adventurer groups. Shrugging his shoulders as he remarked, there will always be fools who delight in their own folly. Attempting to dissuade them is utterly futile, after all. The Lord's objective is merely to attract more adventurers. Both Butler Ralph and Chief Field were well aware that driven by the allure of gold, many of these reckless adventurers would surely meet their demise in the perilous dark forest, falling victim to the might of the formidable trolls. Not every adventuring party possesses a clear and realistic understanding of their own capabilities. Even attempts to dissuade them would often prove fruitless. In the Lord's manor, Matthew inspected the 3 newly acquired trolls and said to the guard, "Old John, stationed outside, let us feed these 3 trolls first, and we shall deal with them in a few days." The ignorant trolls thrashed about wildly, attempting to twist their bodies and break free from their bonds. Subsequently, they were ushered into a pitch-black dungeon by Old John, who grumbled to himself, "Is 7 trolls not enough? Can the Lord truly manage them all by himself?" The trolls could not comprehend Old John's mutterings, but upon catching the familiar scent of their companions, they began to struggle even more wildly. However, their cries went unanswered. The 4 trolls already imprisoned in the dungeon merely raised their heads to glance at the newcomers before lowering them in silence once more. The freshly arrived trolls, taken aback by their tranquility, found themselves bound by heavy iron chains, which rendered their limbs immobile, yet curiously relieved them from the restraints of any ropes. After a moment of contemplation, Old John addressed Silvertooth, who was perusing a spell scroll. "Make a note that we received 3 more trolls. Ensure they are well fed. And in 3 days, arrange for their integration." Nodding obediently, Silvertooth deftly took up a pen and recorded the number of trolls, calling out to a few burly goblins nearby, who scurried into the storage room to busy themselves. Clank, clank, clank. The restrained trolls continued to struggle, their strength insufficient to budge the thick iron chains adorned with razor-sharp teeth that threatened to snap at their arms. With a sudden realization, they discovered their necks and heads were firmly confined within a fixed range, rendering them unable to consume anything beyond the food brought to their lips, let alone move normally. Naturally, the trolls felt a surge of anger, but despite their exertions, they were unable to dislodge the robust chains. Time passed, and resigned to their fate, they ceased their struggles, turning to observe the other silent trolls surrounding them. To their surprise, these earlier captives had not endured any apparent cruelty. Their bodies were robust, a testament to having been well fed over time, yet they remained quiet, their gazes laced with a hint of melancholy. The inquisitive trolls could not help but voice their questions. "Where are we? What awaits us next? What has happened to you 4? Have your tongues been permanently corroded? Why do you not speak? Why do those humans not kill us?" They chattered incessantly, yet received little response from the older trolls, who remained fixated on the books before them. Books? Wait, when did trolls learn to read? Had they gone mad? Or had they? The newcomers were utterly bewildered when, at that moment, over a dozen goblins burst forth. Each carried a bucket, and the sharp-eyed trolls caught sight of the lively fish within, deepening their confusion. Just then, their cage was gradually hoisted up, and the goblins poured the multitude of wriggling fish into a funnel position before the cage. To the astonishment of the 3 trolls, these lively fish slid down the chute, heading straight for their mouths. Were these intended for them? Food delivered right to their lips? Was this some form of cruel punishment? Initially hesitant, the trolls were overwhelmed by a powerful hunger coupled with the faint fishy scent wafting through the air, rendering them utterly defenseless against temptation. What was there to fear? They must indulge before they met their end. With only the briefest of deliberations, the 3 trolls opened their mouths wide, eagerly awaiting the plump fish to tumble into their mouths, devouring them with gusto. In mere moments, they experienced an unparalleled satisfaction. This treatment of having food fed directly to them was a joy they had never known, even in their infancy, where they had to compete fiercely with other troll offspring for sustenance to avoid starvation. After all, their formidable regenerative abilities came at the cost of being voracious eaters. Observing the newcomers reveling in their meal, the silent trolls exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of compassion reflected in the other's eyes. The trolls huddled together in the cage began to converse in a strangely accented common tongue with growing familiarity. These unfortunate beings may now perceive this place as a paradise. In a few days, they shall come to realize the exorbitant cost of their satiation. Pay no heed to these fools. Continue your studies. May I inquire how to pronounce this character? Jot it down for now, and we shall ask together later. Very well. A few trolls engaged in their garbled conversations. Meanwhile, Silverfong, in silence, observed with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, meticulously recording the trolls' reactions. What intrigued Silverfang was the Lord's directive for him to teach these trolls the common tongue and script. He initially believed it to be a daunting task, a test set forth by the Lord. To his astonishment, the first 4 trolls exhibited an immense enthusiasm and interest in learning the common language and writing. Silverfang did not dwell on the implications nor speculate on the Lord's intentions. He merely found the transformation of the trolls to be exceedingly fascinating, reminiscent of the goblins. Matthew, receiving the latest news, was preparing a brand new curriculum aimed at children endowed with the potential for spellcasting. He was not surprised by these developments. After all, Bay Village had already made preparations, and the rest was left to time to nurture. As for instructing the trolls in the common tongue, it was merely Matthew's bold and intriguing experiment. There had been players in the past who accomplished feats of taming and transforming certain species' natures, famously creating the renowned Wolfman legions. However, that audacious individual had been ruthlessly annihilated by the major factions, reduced to ashes. Matthew wished to attempt something similar, as the investment was minimal, and upon success, the rewards could be substantial. After all, he also yearned to see if the trolls, who were not devoid of intellect, could be tamed. With a stroke of fortune, he might even witness a troll concocting a rejuvenating potion. Chapter 74, The Bustling Bay Village. Bay Village, Practitioner Training Academy. Although termed an academy, it currently resembled a large enclosed courtyard. Over 10 spacious warehouses had been converted into classrooms for instruction. They were broadly categorized into preschool classes, physical training sessions, and skill training, which Matthew referred to as small, medium, and large classes. In Matthew's vision, cultivating practitioners was merely the first step. Empowering them was the Academy's core mission. However, that was a lofty goal. For now, Matthew's task was simply to provide these children with a space for literacy and growth. This was not without precedent. Many lords before had undertaken similar initiatives. While previous lords primarily aimed to cultivate spellcasters, Matthew's scope was merely slightly broader. His approach would be perceived as generous by many. After all, this endeavor was not unconditional, as the majority of trained practitioners were obligated to serve him for 20 years. Even so, working under a benevolent lord and securing an unassailable livelihood remained the greatest aspiration of all the children and their families. Matthew, who had once envied the security of a stable livelihood, did not deny its limitations and shortcomings, yet he recognized its advantages, which greatly enhanced his influence. The more generous he was, the faster his power would grow. The greater the number of practitioners, the stronger he became, thus providing him with more confidence to be generous. A win-win situation. Matthew had triumphed at least twice. Why not embrace it? Butler Ralph stood quietly behind Matthew, reflecting on the elaborate scheme involving trolls that had unfolded over the past fortnight, feeling profoundly impressed by the Lord's farsightedness. The sounds of training drifting from nearby piqued Ralph's curiosity, prompting him to ask after a moment's hesitation, why not allow the older practitioners to teach? After all, they should possess a wealth of experience. Pausing his writing, Matthew gazed at the synchronized training movements outside, akin to workers in a factory undergoing rigorous training. And he chuckled softly. Younger individuals possess greater malleability and are more obedient, as they simply need to follow orders. Of course, all of this hinges on genuinely providing them with a bright future. Besides the designated tasks, a passing rate of over 70% means that for every additional practitioner cultivated, a reward of 50 gold coins is granted, quite a lucrative proposition. Butler Ralph was no stranger to the Lord's financial incentives. Yet each of Matthew's choices and methods for achieving goals intrigued him greatly. He could envision the allure of honor and respect, backed by substantial rewards. These young practitioners, with modest potential yet solid foundations, would undoubtedly strive wholeheartedly to nurture these children. However, regarding the ideological framework Matthew mentioned, Ralph deemed it somewhat superfluous. Not to say it was unprecedented, but the Lord, undoubtedly beloved by all, need not worry about loyalty. Matthew, of course, would not elaborate on this to Butler Ralph. Altering ingrained beliefs could not be accomplished in mere moments. He was preoccupied with planning the next steps for the troll bounty, focusing on how to maximize this opportunity, which was of utmost importance. March 16th, light rain. Butler Ralph and village chief Field reprimanded those attempting to venture out to work, quelling their somewhat reckless thoughts. A cold and fever is no trifling matter. It would surely result in greater losses. After days of relentless toil, the villagers, now relaxed, were astonished to discover that significant changes were not limited to the wilderness outside or the newly erected factories. The village's internal structures had also undergone tremendous transformation. On either side of the gravel paths, well-laid stone drainage ditches channeled the accumulating wastewater out of the village, preventing the roads from becoming muddy quagmires. Lining the streets were 2 to 3 dozen newly constructed wooden houses, arranged in neat rows. Eaves extending to the edge of the streets provided sheltered walkways. allowing villagers to traverse even in inclement weather. Each house functioned as a shop, offering a diverse array of goods. From brand new furniture and tables to essential household items like needles and bowls, every shop catered to the villagers' needs. Moreover, at Matthew's behest, most products were sold at remarkably low prices, maintaining a reasonable profit without necessitating financial losses. Matthew's decision not to adopt more advanced production methods stemmed solely from the fact that Bay Village's market was too small to withstand such overwhelming pressures. With newfound wealth and food security, the villagers of Bay Village generously opened their wallets to furnish their homes and provide clothing for their loved ones. In just over half a month, under the Lord's guidance, Bay Village had undergone a remarkable transformation. Life had transitioned from a state of gnawing hunger to one where food insecurity was no longer a concern. The villagers suddenly realized the extent of the Lord's unassuming contributions to their well-being. What they were required to do was simply to obey the commands of their Lord, exerting the same effort as before, yet reaping entirely different rewards. How could one not be exhilarated by such a prospect? The streets were bustling with life, and the taverns along the way thrived with business. Adventurers, having reaped bountiful rewards, joyfully celebrated, liberally spending their gold while savoring exquisite wines and delectable feasts. The only lamentation might be the absence of beautiful maidens in Bay Village. Many adventurers found it astonishing that a territory would overlook such commerce. However, if the domain's master happened to be a wizard, and a notably generous one at that, everyone soon cast aside this minor disappointment. In a mere 2 days, the adventurers had captured 20 trolls with only 2 casualties, garnering a bounty exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Each individual received at least 2 or 3 gold coins, a sum that represented the fruits of their labor over a month, where the perils typically loomed larger. How could they not feel a rush of excitement? Had it not been for the rain today, they might have captured all the lone trolls nearby, leaving only those deeper within the shadows, congregated in greater numbers. Adventurers were also preparing to regroup, equipping themselves with superior weapons, gear, and supplies, having already rushed forth in a frenzy. Nevertheless, led by Alice, the captains of the adventurer teams were deliberating on strategies to capture even more trolls lurking deeper within the dusk forest. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Since the Empire had ceased its endeavors toward the northeast, Bay Village had not witnessed such vibrancy in a long time. Slowly retracting his gaze, the old village chief Field stood atop the walls with a smile, observing the lively scene before him. The confident butler Ralph envisioned the grandeur of Senna City, and as he gazed at the approaching caravan in the distance, he smiled faintly and remarked, "This place will soon be even livelier. Let us first go to receive Adam Smith, for this tireless merchant brings us fine goods once more." In the misty rain of the distance, a caravan larger than the last was steadily making its way toward Bay Village. Chapter 75, The Barbarian Slaves. As the drizzle began to subside, the ground became increasingly level. Returning to Bay Village once more, Adam Smith felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, entirely unlike the ambitious spirit he had when he departed. The captain of his guard, Melon, observed his employer's furrowed brow and, with a hint of mischief, chuckled softly. "Is there truly cause for such concern? Surely, the Lord of Bay Village does not mind their numbers." Casting a weary glance at him, Adam Smith rubbed his tense face vigorously and attempted to muster a smile before reluctantly stating, "Do you not understand? Serving the Lord requires fulfilling tasks. And while additional contributions warrant rewards, causing trouble is entirely unacceptable." Ahead, Lion, who was leading the way, caught wind of Adam Smith's intentional or unintentional musings and discreetly scrutinized the robust forms of the barbarian slaves. Barbarians. More precisely, they were identified as barbarian slaves. Each of these formidable figures emanated an aura of strength, even if they had not eaten sufficiently in recent days. According to Adam Smith, the number of professionals willing to settle had drastically diminished, and recruitment for manufacturing talents was equally disheartening. To better accomplish his task, he had procured a considerable number of barbarian slaves, primarily for the sake of a master-level barbarian. This master was willing to work for the Lord but demanded the relocation of 1,000 barbarians, including 800 elderly, weak, and women. The barbarian slaves themselves posed no inherent trouble. However, the burden of those 800 who could not generate any value presented a considerable inconvenience. Moreover, Lion distinctly remembered that the vast majority of barbarian slaves had a knack for courting trouble, often stirring up chaos. Over time, few territories were willing to accept or accommodate barbarian slaves. Conversely, it was not uncommon for barbarian adventurers to venture into human realms, becoming part of various adventuring parties. Within such teams, barbarians were often well received, known for their straightforwardness, bravery in battle, and willingness to sacrifice, making them exceptional allies. Yet, This considerable group of 1,000 barbarians might not be readily accepted by the Lord, which could lead to doubts regarding Adam Smith's competence and reliability. This very concern weighed heavily on Adam Smith's mind. The members of the barbarian group seemed aware of this reality, maintaining a silence throughout their journey. Regardless of age or gender, they endeavored to appear harmless and consumed as much food as possible, for they might soon find themselves foraging for sustenance. As they traversed the increasingly level terrain, Adam Smith felt the weight of apprehension. The continuous advancement of the Lord signified that should he falter, there was a significant chance of being left behind. In such circumstances, how could Adam Smith possibly feel joy? Just as he was consumed by worry, a horde of goblins surged forward. Under the astonished gazes of all present, a multitude of small stones tumbled down at their feet. Moreover, these goblins skillfully employed tools to clear away the stones, smoothing the road's surface. Even the barbarian slaves, witnessing the hurried yet efficient goblins, were filled with countless questions. The cart drivers, having heard of Adam Smith's descriptions, observed the scene before them with renewed confidence. Only a throng of adventurers had gathered, eagerly discussing among themselves. Was it true that a single troll could fetch 50 gold coins? While this might not hold true elsewhere, it should pose no issue here. I have received word from the Adventurers Guild confirming its veracity. They are even planning to establish a branch here. I acknowledge the previous information, but the latter is certainly a fabrication. Whether or not there is an Adventurers Guild, we need not worry, as long as the bounty remains substantial. 50 gold coins for a single troll is unprecedented. Will anyone consider transporting trolls from other areas? That notion is amusing, but the Lord is certainly no fool. Such matters can be easily uncovered with a simple lie detection spell. It would be unwise to indulge in such cleverness. I have heard that this Lord possesses a dragon. This is undoubtedly true and has spread throughout Blood Moon City. Some spellcasters claim it to be a draconic beast. That too is a dragon and far more formidable than a mere Wyrm. With a myriad of sentiments, they arrived at the gates of Bay Village. The neatly arranged ranks of soldiers, as before, awaited their arrival. This time, the number of formations had increased to 5, with over 200 imposing soldiers delivering a subtle warning to each newcomer. Reflecting on the lands they had traversed, now reclaimed and cultivated, Adam Smith finally comprehended the Lord's relentless pursuit of population growth. At the same time, he felt the precariousness of the situation he was about to confront intensify. Amidst the barbarian slaves, a cart gradually came to a halt as the tribal shaman gazed deeply at the towering walls, the creases on his weathered face hinting at a tinge of disillusionment. A tall barbarian approached, respectfully bowing his head, a hint of shame apparent on his visage. His robust physique, adorned with rugged tattoos, bore a mouth filled with prominent tusks. His calloused hands gently assisted the elderly shaman, who moved with some difficulty down from the cart. Having survived such a terrifying battlefield, we shall not relinquish our resolve so easily. Let us observe first, he asserted. This statement only intensified the barbarian's feelings of shame, as he felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him when he glanced at the soldiers, his eyes reflecting a mix of restraint and unease, as if he could still see those fearsome adversaries. Other barbarian slaves began to gather around, led by the barbarian and the shaman, slowly approaching the entrance. The rest of the caravan could not help but turn their heads, curious about the intentions of the barbarian slaves. The lined-up soldiers, however, showed no reaction, as if they were utterly oblivious to their arrival. Old John squinted slightly, while the muscular gold tooth beside him tensed, both sensing an air of pressure emanating from the approaching barbarian. Yet, Butler Ralph remained composed, inquiring with a hint of urgency towards the arriving Adam Smith. "Is this the esteemed talent, Lady Tana?" As he posed the question, Butler Ralph turned to face the elderly shaman, his expression bearing a calm smile, seemingly devoid of prejudice against her barbarian heritage. This unprecedented demeanor left the old shaman somewhat hesitant. Before she could utter a word, Adam Smith promptly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, this is Lady Tana, whom I have specially invited. She is a master breeder, adept in the cultivation of elite warhorses, camels, and Komodo dragons." Before the elderly shaman Tana could respond, Butler Ralph gestured for her to enter. For the majority of talents, the village of Bay welcomed all. Chapter 76. You are not special. Ultimately, the barbarian Beelzebub remained rooted in place, not solely due to the elite soldiers, but also because the elder shaman Tana had warned him beforehand. Unless faced with mortal peril, he must exercise restraint. Before he could react, the soldiers at the gate had already begun to organize everyone into a line. "If you would be so kind, please assist us in recording the names. We need to register each individual," Old John said with a smile, eyeing the tall barbarian and gesturing towards the other large individuals queuing up. Beelzebub hesitated, surprised to find that Old John did not exude the familiar animosity he had expected. Instead, there was a subtle hint of delight. This was exceedingly peculiar. With an air of familiarity, Old John pointed at the porters in line and continued to explain in a matter-of-fact tone. Do you see them? Whether they are porters, wanderers, adventurers, or even former goblins, they will not encounter unexpected dangers as long as they abide by the territorial rules. Beelzebub observed these soldiers, noting that they did not resemble the soldiers he had previously encountered, who would exploit searches and inspections for personal gain. Everyone, including adventurers, surrendered their weapons and received a piece of paper. After registration, their weapons were stored, and they could reclaim them upon leaving the village. A measure instituted to avert any malevolent incidents within the community. The unprecedentedly strict weapon control far exceeded Beelzebub's expectations. Particularly astonishing was witnessing the typically haughty adventurers, who, as if forewarned, obediently relinquished their weapons, devoid of their usual arrogance. It was indeed bizarre. In this strange atmosphere, although Beelzebub felt a sense of oddity, he also found himself momentarily at ease. Despite the peculiarities of Bay Village, at least they posed no significant threat. With his expectations significantly lowered, Beelzebub sought nothing more. As everyone queued to enter the village, the conflicted Adam Smith stepped into the Lord's Manor, which appeared unchanged compared to Bay Village. Behind him, the elderly shaman Tana, with a complex expression, gazed in disbelief at the descending dragonlet, whispering in astonishment, "A dragon." The dragonlet landed gracefully on Matthew's shoulder, stretching languidly to reveal its exquisitely elegant form and increasingly radiant silver scales. Though it appeared diminutive, both its wings and claws were remarkably sharp and refined. The elder shaman Tana beheld this near-perfect creature, her mind flashing with terrifying images, and she averted her gaze slightly. As Matthew stroked the dragonlet's sleek back, he perused Tana's attributes, smiling softly before remarking, "It seems your battles with the Eastern Empire have indeed been quite intense." Upon hearing this, the others looked on in confusion, uncertain of Matthew's meaning. Only the elder shaman Tana gazed at Matthew's dark pupils in shock, trembling as she questioned, "How do you know?" Name, Tana. Age, 112 years. Profession, level 12 high shaman, master breeder. Identity, chief shaman of the Hotak clan of the Eastern Continent. Talent, specialization, heritage, attributes. Although Matthew did not immediately discern her true strength, he had acquired sufficient information. With a mysterious smile, Matthew refrained from directly answering, opting instead to subtly display his background and power, speaking in a gentle tone. "Since you are proficient in the common tongue, that is splendid. Given that we have purchased you and your kin, all that is required is for you to work for me for 5 years. During this period, you will receive fair remuneration, ample sustenance, and proper conditions. After 5 years, you may depart freely, but you must relinquish all claims to this place. Any future return would necessitate starting anew. Of course, if you do not agree to these terms, it would be considered that you owe me 1,000 gold coins, which you can repay through labor before leaving." Upon hearing Matthew's words, the seasoned elder shaman Tana suddenly felt an inability to fathom the intentions of the young lord before her. As she mentally evaluated the conditions presented, she recognized them to be exceedingly generous. Yet, to Tana, such favorable terms likely concealed deeper motives. Nevertheless, she felt powerless to resist. As Matthew astutely pointed out, their fates had long been beyond their control after suffering devastating losses on the battlefield against the fearsome forces of the Eastern Empire, nearly obliterating all their fighting strength. Observing her despondent spirit, Matthew could not help but recall the battle that seemed to dwell solely in the background stories, likely far more complex than he had initially imagined, and continued in a calm tone, "You are not special. There is no need for concern. If you wish to linger longer in Bay Village, it would be wise to learn the common tongue well." Before he finished speaking, Matthew turned to leave, and only then did Gold Tooth and Silver Tooth, his guards, shift their fierce gazes away from the vulnerable elder shaman Tana, leaving her in a state of stunned silence. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Butler Ralph accepted the supply list handed over by Adam Smith, keenly noticing the changes within. 2 million pounds of wheat, totaling 100 gold coins, with the price per pound having surged by 1 copper coin. 3,000 pounds of magical materials, amounting to 360 gold coins, with the price per pound escalating by 2 silver coins. Butler Ralph promptly communicated these discrepancies to Matthew, who immediately discerned the underlying issues. Though these 2 items appeared inconsequential, they held profound significance for the entire Nesseriel Empire. The former represented the foundation of the populace's livelihood, while the latter indicated fluctuations among spellcasters. A decline in the prices of production materials? If only 1 or 2 prices had fluctuated, Matthew would not have been particularly concerned. However, when nearly all material prices exhibited marked changes, coupled with his memories, he swiftly detected some troubling signs. Indeed, His previous encounters had lacked the depth necessary to uncover the subtle shifts in the situation's dynamics. In retrospect, it seemed that certain factions had already begun to prepare. After all, divination was not an uncommon spell. Perhaps he had only glimpsed fragments of the truth. The changes were undeniably tangible. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. But Matthew soon dismissed them, focusing earnestly on the present. Currently, Bay Village had stockpiled 4,400,000 pounds of wheat, sufficient for the consumption of 220,000 individuals for a year. Nearly 5,000 pounds of magical materials were also available, adequate for prolonged use by him and his apprentices. For the time being, these two resources did not warrant excessive concern. However, in Matthew's plans, Bay Village was set to expand continuously, recruiting new personnel almost weekly. With 6 months remaining until the heavy snows of winter, maintaining a recruitment rate of approximately 500 individuals was imperative. By the time winter approached, the total population of Bay Village could potentially reach 350,000. Not to mention the impending onslaught of the Orc Tide, which promised to unleash catastrophic devastation. Presently, these resources were far from sufficient. Chapter 77. Time waits for no one. It was crucial to stockpile enough food and prepare ample crossbows, as production in this regard was not feasible at the moment. Magical materials could be prepared for self-production, but achieving scale would require considerable time. Ordinary weapons and equipment were the next production targets, and it was time to seek out sales avenues. Having made up his mind, Matthew glanced at what seemed to be a balanced account, and, feeling disinclined to engage in conversation with the obsequious Adam Smith, nodded appreciatively and remarked, "You have performed admirably this time. Other life supplies can be postponed for now. Concentrate all your efforts on acquiring as much food and a portion of magical materials as possible, and continue purchasing heavy crossbows." Though surprised by the Lord's continued grand maneuvers, Adam Smith immediately began to speculate whether there were deeper implications behind them. Could it be that the price increases in food and magical materials were a sign? As Adam Smith's agile mind sensed a chill, he also felt a surge of secret delight. He was almost certain that Matthew's judgment could not be mistaken and that he must have obtained information from other concealed channels. For a merchant, news equated to wealth. Having already incurred some losses, Adam Smith now felt that this transaction was highly profitable. Glancing at the Lord's dark, profound eyes, he instinctively shuddered. Is this a reward from the Lord? It must be, without a doubt. From this perspective, it seemed likely that the Lord intended to thrust him into the spotlight, using him as a pawn and bait. Rather than feeling uneasy or indignant about this, Adam Smith believed he should seize the opportunity. This could very well be a test from the Lord, and he was determined to wade into these murky waters. Before Adam Smith could contemplate further, Matthew's subsequent orders reached his ears. Furthermore, do not cease the recruitment of personnel and supplies. The territory is in urgent need of people. Do your utmost to recruit more druids. However, the task of recruiting druids left Adam Smith feeling somewhat vexed. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "The recruitment of personnel is now on the right track. I have various channels and sources through which I can continuously gather civilians and refugees from the south, maintaining a weekly influx of around 2,000 individuals. However, druids typically operate in groups, making it challenging to locate them or persuade them to accept recruitment." Noticing that Adam Smith had not raised any premature concerns, Matthew couldn't help but chuckle softly and casually replied, "Do not worry, you have demonstrated your capabilities. If you can find druids, great. If not, that's acceptable. Each week, I will provide you with 5,000 vials of revitalizing potions. The fixed procurement tasks include 2 million pounds of wheat and 10 heavy crossbows. This amount will be deducted from the sales of the revitalizing potions. You must endeavor to spend these 500 gold coins wisely." Upon hearing the promise of 5,000 vials of revitalizing potions each week, Adam Smith's eyes sparkled with the gleam of gold as he hurriedly took notes and nodded eagerly. In Adam Smith's eyes, Matthew, backed by the Sayre family, selling such quantities of potions weekly was merely the tip of the iceberg. The thousands of adventurers in Blood Moon City represented a vast market. This was likely just a preliminary test from the Lord. Nearby, Butler Ralph's face displayed a flicker of astonishment. He understood all too well that the potions could only have been concocted by the Lord himself. Yet could the Lord truly handle nearly 1,000 potions daily? Moreover, would such large-scale distribution not attract the attention of other factions? The Lord's arrangements were fraught with urgency, much like his vigorous development of Bay Village. This was somewhat peculiar for an arcane lord. It bore little resemblance to compassion. Had he been privy to Butler Ralph's thoughts, Matthew would have felt quite contemplative and would have assigned him even greater responsibilities. Once a person has idled, they tend to spiral into unproductive thoughts. Observing the somewhat anxious Adam Smith and the tasks still to be assigned by Matthew, he gestured for him to remain. Do not rush to leave. The development of Bay Village has temporarily entered a stable phase. You should take the time to observe its changes and identify its shortcomings, which will guide you in determining what to procure next. When competent individuals are available, why not utilize them? Matthew had never been one to take on every task himself. Allowing professionals to do what they excel at would foster their growth and keep pace with his own development. These words fell on Adam Smith's ears as a delightful surprise. To this astute merchant, it signified a gesture of intimacy from the Lord. Excited, Adam Smith nodded repeatedly, pledging, I will thoroughly examine the situation and swiftly bring back any missing items and resources. Noting his enthusiasm, Matthew felt no need to elaborate further. Allowing this perceptive merchant to grasp the implications on his own might foster a greater sense of involvement and commitment. Half an hour later, with a smile adorning his face, Adam Smith departed the Lord's manor, accompanied by butler Ralph, a remarkably dynamic merchant, with an air of incredulity. Marveled at the transformation of Bay Village. It has only been a short while, yet Bay Village is on the verge of becoming more prosperous than a small town. As he spoke, Adam Smith stepped into a storefront, the faint scent of fish failing to elicit any displeasure from him. Instead, he observed the various fish species with keen interest. Here, one could find not only salted fish, but also fresh, lively specimens in tanks. Centuries ago, when culinary techniques from the East spread, the populace gradually developed a taste for fish, which, after all, was a rare source of meat. At the behest of Steward Ralph, the elderly village head, Field, who was well aware of Adam Smith's considerable wealth, approached with a hint of resignation and introduced. Both the expansive Silver Moon River and the coastline nearly 100 kilometers away can provide us with bountiful catches. Unfortunately, the number of fishermen is overwhelming, countless in number, which limits us to modest endeavors. Adam Smith, fully cognizant of Field's status, scrutinized the goods on display. Sardines, yellow croakers, red-tail snapper, and other small fish were abundantly available, alongside a variety of larger species such as cod, grouper, and tuna. Even establishing a couple of docks along the riverbank or opening a road to develop the coastline could yield an astonishing amount of fish. And this trade was virtually available year-round. Adam Smith understood that, like the development of fisheries in other regions of the continent, the innumerable fishermen and the various perilous aquatic creatures would significantly increase the costs and complexity of such endeavors. It seemed that village head Field also perceived the challenge presented by these conditions, silently offering Adam Smith an overview of the local culinary uses for the various catches. After a short while, Field led him to another shop. This one displayed an array of garments, all crafted from sturdy linen, showcasing commendable styles. Several recruited tailors, each accompanied by 2 apprentices, busily attended to their tasks. Touching his nose thoughtfully, Adam Smith began to comprehend the situation. Chapter 78, Constructing a Golem. Ding, congratulations. You have mastered the first circle spell, Create Basic Golem. With this, your skills are now complete. Matthew set down the spell scrolls Adam Smith had brought, massaging his temples, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. In his previous memories, the former self had nearly mastered all the available 0th and first circle spells. Furthermore, he had trained several of the most practical spells to LV3 or even LV4. Was it the loss brought about by death? Or was there another reason? Matthew's pondering lasted but a moment before he redirected his focus to the most pressing task at hand, creating a golem. The spell scrolls sent by Adam Smith were pivotal to this process. The procedure for crafting a golem was not simple. It could be described as exceedingly intricate. However, to liberate himself from the burdensome and increasingly numerous concoctions of medicinal blood, Matthew was willing to invest this sum. Moreover, the ability to create golems was a crucial component of his future plans. For an arcanist, various golems served not only as aids in life and experiments, but also as formidable combatants and trustworthy guardians. Any capable arcanist would not hesitate to craft some golems to assist them. Even those lacking a natural affinity or ambition for such endeavors would not mind acquiring a few. This represented another potential source of income for Matthew, albeit one that would yield slow returns. His primary objective was to create the simplest clay golem. The first step was to process 500 pounds of relatively pure clay. Matthew employed a flamethrower to thoroughly dry it, then ground it down to a fine powder. During this process, he sprinkled in 2 shards of magical white crystal. Under the luminous glow, the pale yellow dust sparkled with flecks of light. Mixing the crystal fragments with the clay dust, Matthew prepared a batch of pure water, which he gradually poured in. A large glass rod, under the control of his magical hand, stirred the mixture evenly until the clay was completely transformed into a slurry. He then added some mithril powder, an expensive metal that commanded a price of 1 gold coin per gram and was not available on the market. Adam Smith had procured 50 grams through other channels. at considerable expense. The glass rod continued to stir as flames rose beneath, gradually drying the slurry. Before it could harden completely, Matthew placed it into a wooden mold. At the center of the mold, he secured a soil elemental crystal worth 20 gold coins, which would serve as the energy core of the clay golem. This method was simpler than conventional golem crafting, effectively conserving much of the effort required for shaping. However, this also posed a greater challenge, demanding a higher proficiency in mana consumption and skill control. Thus, as Matthew cast the spell for creating the attacking golem, tendrils of mana gradually infused the hardening golem puppet. A faint popping sound emanated from the wooden mold, signaling the total loss of materials valued over 50 gold coins. Matthew was not surprised by this outcome. He simply sought to ascertain how far he could progress, relying on the experience and theoretical knowledge retained in his memory. Reflecting on the entire failure, Matthew contemplated the critical issues surrounding the creation of the clay golem. The golem's body resembled a machine. The energy core functioned as the power source and engine, the mana nodes as wires and control circuits, and the applied spell model served as the core processor. Having grasped the overall operation of the golem, Matthew felt confident in each subsequent step. This was merely a segment of his learning journey. Ding! The attempt to craft the clay golem failed, granting you information on the clay golem and 1 point of experience in magical item crafting, currently at 56. Under normal circumstances, the time and effort required to create a golem would be substantial, and the learning and practice involved in this lengthy process were undeniably costly. A simple analogy would liken it to constructing expensive robots. Should one fail, all would be lost. It was no wonder the former self had not elevated this ability to a sufficiently high level. Ding! Skill points consumed. 2. Elevating create basic golem to LV2. Remaining skill points. 7. Matthew glanced at the remaining 40 grams of mithril. Ding! Skill points consumed. 3. Elevating create basic golem to LV3. Remaining skill points. 4. Ding! Create basic golem elevated to LV4. Create basic golem LV4. Increases the success rate of crafting basic golems by 40, enhances golem attributes by 20, and provides a 5 chance of producing a mutated golem. The effects of the spell post-level up left Matthew immensely satisfied. After savoring the newly acquired knowledge in his mind, he resolutely began the crafting process anew. The creation of the second clay golem commenced. In the initial stages of material handling, Matthew did not exhibit significant operational progress. Yet he began to develop a vague sense of distribution regarding the allocation of materials in specific areas. Subsequently, he proceeded to the phase of infusing mana, constructing the spell model, and casting the spell. One mana node after another slowly took shape under Matthew's mental manipulation. However, he encountered yet another failure. Observing the dust that erupted into fine ashes, Matthew resolved to repurpose this waste as a treat for the goblins. He reflected on his past failures, replaying the moment of collapse in the spell model construction in his mind, and revisited the entire manufacturing process. Rolling up his sleeves, he pressed on. The third attempt commenced. This time, the preceding steps unfolded with greater ease. The construction of the spell model was completed under Matthew's precise control. At this juncture, the progress had reached 70. Yet, just then, the dimly glowing internal mana core suddenly exploded, scattering the dry clay into a flurry of fragments. The dancing debris struck the air before Matthew, creating ripples, before shattering into dust that fell to the ground. Another failure. The complete mana conduction model vividly appeared before Matthew's eyes, and he swiftly identified the cause. The misalignment of the mana nodes led to uncontrolled mana conduction, and the absence of redundant buffers resulted in the final explosion of the law nodes. With the cause identified, Matthew began to simulate the subsequent manufacturing process. Soon, the fourth attempt was underway. A faint glow of mana illuminated the laboratory once more. Time passed steadily. As the staff withdrew from the clay golem, the twisting mana fluctuations emanated from the clay figure. Its form gradually transformed, as if undergoing an automated reshaping according to an inherent program. Matthew suddenly realized that the spell model for basic golem creation must conceal operational protocols of this nature, albeit more deeply hidden. Ding! Successfully created a clay golem, gaining 5 points of magical item manufacturing experience, now totaling 61. Clenching his fist, Matthew gazed with excitement at the clay golem that had risen. It was completed. Chapter 79, The Activation of Granted Might. The successful creation of the first clay golem signified that Matthew had acquired the foundational ability to manufacture golems. With one comes another. Having succeeded with the clay golem, the rock golem surely was not far behind, while the iron and diamond golems beckoned to him. In a particularly jovial mood, Matthew murmured softly, surveying the clay golem he had crafted with his own hands, nodding in satisfaction. The completed clay golem weighed 500 kilograms, stood nearly 2 meters tall, and bore a gray-brown hue with a relatively smooth surface. Its broad chest and sturdy arms lacked a neck, resembling a sculpture with rugged features. Its facial features were merely decorative, relying on monitoring magic to assess its surroundings. The limbs were robust, with the joints subtly glimmering with a sheen of mana. Its imposing physique embodied the image of a formidable bodyguard in Matthew's mind. The entire form resembled a large clay toy. Yet its attributes indicated that it was a golem capable of lethal force. Clay golem. Type: basic construct, health limit 10. Height: 2 meters. Weight: 500 pounds. Challenge level: 4. Talent: mind immunity. Specialization: unloaded. Skills: grapple LV1, heavy strike LV1, physical resistance LV1, constructs physical defense 2. Attributes: strength: 18. Agility: 10. Constitution: 14. Perception: 10. Intelligence: 2. Standby duration 20 days, activation duration 48 hours, combat mode 2 hours. Charisma: 0. Luck: 0. Attack power: 4. Defense power: 4. Health points: 281038. Evaluation: a rigid meat shield. Despite lacking specialization, Matthew was thoroughly satisfied with the clay golem. Its impressive strength alone was sufficient to realize many of his ambitions. As for combat, Matthew never anticipated utilizing the clay golem in battle, for such an endeavor would be impractical. Cultivating a sustainably growing practitioner was far more advantageous than perpetually replenishing the mana and energy of a clay golem. With the first clay golem successfully created, Matthew prepared to embark on the second wave. Licking his lips slightly, he turned his gaze toward the second activation of the arcane heritage. Ding. Would you like to consume 1,000 experience points to use activation grant LV1? To expend such an amount for a single use? Rather than feeling it exorbitant, Matthew was filled with delight. The more one invests, the greater the return. Raising his staff and placing it against the chest of the clay golem, Matthew commenced the casting of activation grant. Suddenly, he beheld the entirety of the clay golem's form materializing in his view, with faintly glowing patterns representing the mana nodes and the overall internal mana pathways. Matthew focused intently on the golem's complete mana structure, understanding the function of many mana nodes and mana routes. This section was designed to enhance responsiveness. This cluster of mana nodes was intended for adjusting center of gravity and posture. This constituted the primary energy transmission channel. Matthew, ravenous for knowledge, analyzed the clay golem, absorbing insights that would directly elevate his foundational knowledge of golem manufacturing. Ding. Magical item manufacturing experience increased by 1, now totaling 62. Ding. Magical item manufacturing experience increased by 1, now totaling 63. Ding. Upon comprehending the internal structure of the clay golem, Matthew was astonished to discover that his magical item manufacturing experience had surged by 10 points, reaching a total of 71, surpassing the experience gained from successfully creating a single clay golem. He quickly realized that understanding the what and grasping the why yield distinctly different rewards in terms of knowledge. The effects of activation grant had yet to manifest, yet the accompanying benefits had already filled Matthew with joy. If the clay golem could be utilized, could other magical items be as well? If so, would not the critical mana nodes of various magical items be laid bare before him? A fleeting thought of greed flitted through his mind, swiftly replaced by renewed focus on the task at hand. The creation of a single clay golem was no small feat. He must not let it go to waste. In the depths of his intuition, Matthew sensed the potential to enhance the clay golem's capabilities, quantifying the data displayed. Activation grant LV1 permits the selection of one modification type. Judging by this, the higher the level of activation grant, the greater the number of enhancements and modifications should be. However, he wondered whether the same construct could undergo repeated enhancements. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Matthew discerned 3 enhancement directions for the clay golem. One path was to augment its intelligence. In this world, the level of intelligence typically correlates with the capacity for mana. This enhancement would elevate its mana limit, enabling the clay golem to unleash more skills, possess greater sustained combat ability, and exhibit stronger skill potency. Another path was to enhance its wisdom. The distinction between intelligence and wisdom is profound. Although the clay golem may be referred to as a form of constructed life, it possesses little intelligence, at best resembling the cognitive abilities of a 3 to 4-year-old child, incapable of communication or speech, which renders it particularly clumsy. The final aspect is the enhancement of its reactions. This refers to the speed of its cognitive responses. To put it simply, it is akin to the difference between a manual calculator and a laptop computer. The evaluation of the golem's judgment concerning the situation and its programming, as well as its reaction speed in executing commands and engaging in combat, is paramount. As Matthew's first experimental subject, this clay golem serves as a standardized shield. boasting a robust physique and commendable combat prowess. He opted to enhance its intelligence. This would prolong its combat duration and bolster its fighting capacity to a certain degree. After all, Matthew currently lacks the finances and resources to create an energy pool for replenishing magical and mana elements. Maintaining the daily energy consumption of the clay golem necessitates his periodic infusion of mana. The surging magical energy, under Matthew's watchful gaze, flowed into the golem's energy core. The cerulean magical luminescence transformed along intricate paths. Though Matthew could not comprehend the changes, he diligently noted them down, confident that as his knowledge level increased, he would unearth greater insights from this experience. The entire process lasted approximately 3 minutes, and as the radiant glow gradually diminished, the already sturdy clay golem underwent a remarkable transformation. Its height remained at 2 meters, but its chest became even more formidable, and a block-like armor emerged upon its grayish-yellow exterior. Most exciting for Matthew were the alterations in the golem's attributes. Clay golem. Type: intermediate construct, health limit, 20. Height: 2 meters. Weight: 500 pounds. Challenge level: 6. Talent: mind immunity. Specialization: unloaded. Skills: grapple LV2, heavy strike LV2, physical resistance LV2, constructive physical defense 4, magical resistance LV1. Attributes: strength 18, agility 14, constitution 15, perception 12, intelligence 6, standby time 60 days, activation duration 108 hours, combat mode 6 hours. Charm 0, luck 0, attack power 4, defense power 6, health points 30-20, constructive trait 50. Evaluation: a commendable shield. Matthew inhaled sharply, unable to suppress his astonishment. The activation bestowal is truly formidable. Chapter 80: The Mutated Clay Golem. The initial tier construct has evolved into an intermediate tier construct, despite being merely a change in rank. The current clay golem's combat capability equates to that of 2 prior golems. The enhancement of its defense and health limits has further fortified the shield attributes of Golem No. 1. With it standing in the forefront, Matthew can cast spells with greater ease. Most notably, the increase of 4 points in intelligence attributes thrilled him. Its endurance had tripled, sufficient to sustain a war. Although Matthew expended 1,000 experience points for this enhancement, he deemed it worthwhile. After all, having several such clay golems fighting alongside the soldier formations would greatly amplify both offensive and defensive capabilities. The ability to harvest experience would also progress significantly. Contemplating the imminent commencement of the troll hunt, a subtle smile crept across Matthew's lips. The first clay golem had been a resounding success. Matthew set about preparing to create a second golem. Unlike the previous failures, he now felt a sense of mastery over the process. It seemed his understanding of the internal structure of the clay golem had deepened, making spell casting considerably easier. Approximately half an hour later, the second clay golem was successfully created. Its attributes mirrored those of the first, remaining a clumsy shield. Matthew did not feel disheartened. Although the second creation did not yield as bountiful an outcome as the first, it still contributed to a 3 to 4 level increase in magical item crafting skills. This was akin to players investing money to enhance their skills. Each arcane practitioner excelled in this endeavor. The only issue was that everyone was short on funds. In the ensuing hours, Matthew continued to produce clay golems. The cerulean light flickered repeatedly as the towering figures fashioned from clay gradually multiplied. The third, fourth, and fifth golems were completed. However, upon reaching the sixth, an unusual sensation surged within him. Particularly noteworthy was the spell model for infusing mana, which, after consuming over 10 points, not only persisted but continued to function. He immediately realized that something unusual was occurring. Nevertheless, Matthew soon discerned that the data display showed no changes. This clay golem, undergoing transformation, bore no differences from the others. Logically, this should not be the case. Matthew scrutinized the sixth clay golem, unwilling to let this inexplicable change slip away without investigation. Since the data display proved ineffective, he decided to employ his final intervention method. He expended 100 fate coins to activate the choice of destiny. Having finally felt a surge of inspiration, and given that he was currently in a phase of stable fortune, he thought it prudent to seize the moment. Ding! Destiny choice activated. Option 1. Expend 2,000 experience points and 200 fate coins to achieve perfect guidance over the mutated clay golem, granting a luck value of 3. Option 2. Abandon guidance over the mutated clay golem, allowing it to fail in creation, granting a luck value of 2. A mutated clay golem? A golem with only a 5 chance of manifestation? Matthew's eyes sparkled with excitement as he conducted a brief analysis of the 2 options before him. Typically, a decrease in luck would manifest soon, either through encountering enemies or facing challenges. Presently, Matthew was in dire need of adversaries from whom to harvest experience. The transformation of the golem could potentially lead to the enhancement of magical equipment, which would require a substantial amount of experience points. Furthermore, the coveted mutated clay golem would undoubtedly heed Matthew's commands as its creator, leaving little room for hesitation. With Matthew choosing the first option, his accumulated experience points dwindled to 11,500, fate coins to 1,200, and his skill value to 0. In his own words of consolation, he hoped that fate would assist in selecting more opponents, thereby reaping additional rewards. Just as Matthew pondered this, he suddenly noticed the data display, which had previously faltered. Reappearing, activating bestowal. Without hesitation, Matthew immediately expended 1,000 experience points, and then beheld a stunning spectacle. A dazzling cerulean light enveloped the mutated clay golem, while the intricately complex spell model and magical pathways coalesced within its form. Ding! Inputting earth element crystal. Matthew placed another earth element crystal atop it. The pale yellow crystal was enveloped in clay and drawn into its body. A small clay golem, comparable in stature to Matthew, materialized before him. It possessed a humanoid appearance with a similar physique, a pair of eyes radiating a soft yellow glow, elongated arms, and dexterous fingers. What astonished Matthew the most was that this mutated clay golem, upon its creation, respectfully placed its hand upon its chest and, addressing Matthew, declared, "Great Master, I am grateful for the gift of life you have bestowed upon me. I shall dedicate my existence and loyalty to serve you faithfully." Ding! A mutated clay golem has been created, with a magical item crafting level of 20, currently at 91, intermediate. The attributes of this mutated clay golem are as follows. Name, unnamed. Identity, servant of Matthew Sayre type. Intermediate construct, half-elemental life form, maximum health 20. Height, 18 meters. Weight, 500 pounds. Challenge level, 8. Profession, sorcerer. Talents, dexterity LV1, earth element absorption LV2, regenerates 20 mana per hour in standby mode. Specialization, fine control LV1. Skills, magical resistance LV2, magical defense 4. Abilities, knowledge 56, intermediate. Craft magical items 50, intermediate. Alchemy 54, intermediate. Detection 50, intermediate. Spells, 0th circle spells. Light LV1, cleanse LV1. Mage hand LV2. First circle spells, create minor golem LV2. Transmute clay to stone LV2. Attributes, strength 12. Agility 10. Constitution 14. Perception 10. Intelligence 14. Standby duration 140 days. Activation time 14 days. Combat mode 14 hours. Charisma 16. Luck 0. Attack power 2. Magical attack 2. Defense 2. Magical defense 6. Health points 282, 048. Mana points 14. 010. Professional level 150. Evaluation, an extraordinary life form in the process of growth. Capable of creating clay golems? Can brew potions? Goodness, this is indeed a treasure. What is a surprise if not this? Gazing at this peculiar life form he had single-handedly created. A flicker of anticipation danced in Matthew's eyes. Now that you have been bestowed with wisdom, you deserve a name. From now on, you shall be called Peak. Upon hearing this, Peak's eyes sparkled with an even brighter light, responding in a louder and more resolute voice. Thank you, great master, for granting me a name. May I inquire what my duties shall be henceforth? Such human-like intelligence and thought left Matthew in utter disbelief. Was this the mutated clay golem that had altered his destiny? An urge to continue experimenting surged within him, yet he hesitated. Firstly, due to the excessive mana consumption, and secondly, a lack of materials. The crucial earth element crystals required for crafting clay golems had been entirely depleted, having consumed over 500 gold coins worth of materials. A pang of regret struck Matthew. He needed to earn money swiftly. Chapter 81, Liberating Hands. Maintain a steady stirring for 4 minutes and 32 seconds. After commencement, at 5 minutes and 16 seconds. Gradually incorporate the moonlight flower powder. Upon completion of stirring, allow to cool for 3 minutes and 7 seconds before adding the red amber leaf powder. Under Matthew's guidance, Peak exhibited extraordinary comprehension and practical skills, meticulously carrying out all steps. After only 4 failed attempts, he successfully concocted a blood vitality potion, achieving a 75 completion rate. With quality straddling the line between acceptable and excellent, it was entirely suitable for sale. Matthew noted that Peak's alchemy skills had improved by 2 points. This remarkable life form possessed the potential for growth. However, Peak's autonomous growth ability was relatively low, necessitating Matthew's input, enhancement, and updates. Nevertheless, Matthew was exceedingly pleased with Peak, entrusting him with the complete process of brewing the blood vitality potions, undeterred by the likelihood of failure. At worst, he could have the trolls take turns with a little bloodletting. Matthew thus liberated his hands, freeing himself from the requisite consumption and expenses of potion making for profit. Observing the industrious Peak, he felt a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. This was the essence of an arcanist, adept at crafting tools and utilizing them. A tool bearer is indeed a tool. With a light-hearted step, Matthew set all the clay models to standby mode before departing the laboratory. Now, he had time to instruct his young apprentice. A tool bearer must be nurtured from a tender age. Carefully inscribing the intricate draconic script, Liana radiated joy, feeling unprecedented fulfillment. The snoozing Yaya beside her caused her no disturbance. Rather, it imparted a unique sense of comfort. "Ah, Yaya, don't steal." Muffled dream talk escaped Liana's lips as she bit her lip. She refrained from glancing at Sister Rebecca, fearing she might burst into laughter. The weariness of study dissipated, and Liana joyfully immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge. Striving to become a powerful arcanist, that was her dream. At the workbench, Surin observed her daughter's earnest study with a hint of satisfaction playing upon her lips, carefully stitching with needle and thread. Occasionally, her curious gaze drifted towards the slumbering Yaya and Rebecca, filling her heart with a special sentiment. Such a tranquil life brought her immense contentment. Grr! The sound of adorable snoring emanated from Yaya, her slender tail slowly rising and wagging in the air. As Matthew entered, he noticed Yaya's greeting and silently wished for her to continue sleeping, which she indeed did. Sleep, eat, and sleep again. This is how one grows stronger, truly. She is a dragon. Surin caught sight of Matthew and, intending to rise, hesitated before resuming her seated position, smiling and nodding at him. Matthew's gaze fell upon Liana, who was wholly absorbed in her studies, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. After half a month of diligent learning, Liana had made significant progress. Liana, age 9. Profession, unemployed. Talent, none. Specialization, none. Abilities, knowledge 32, beginner, meditation 21, evasion 36, jumping 11. Attributes, strength, 5, agility, 67, constitution, 57, intelligence, 14, perception, 10, charisma, 18, luck, 1, cursed with misfortune. Evaluation, afflicted by misfortune, a life riddled with adversity. The advancements in knowledge and meditation are remarkable. Matthew had no doubt that within a month, Liana would see both abilities surpass the intermediate level. Her physical attributes were also beginning to reveal impressive potential. With ample nourishment, her hidden bloodline abilities had begun to manifest. Should everything proceed smoothly, Liana would seamlessly transition into a mage within a month or two, provided she maintained her current state. However, her true potential lay in her bloodline abilities. Should he cultivate Liana along her original path to become a legendary sorcerer, or should he radically alter her destiny? It was noteworthy that Liana's previously zeroed luck had inexplicably risen to 1. Could it be? If left unattended, Liana's fortunes would continue to deteriorate, inevitably returning to a mere 5. As Matthew pondered, Liana, having completed another page, inadvertently lifted her gaze and met his eyes, revealing a timid yet sweet smile. "Teacher, you've come." Her knowledge level increased by 1, now standing at 33. Such rapid progress could even invoke envy from fate itself. With her fair and rosy complexion, she exuded a captivating charm, surpassing Matthew by 2 points in allure, reaching the very limits of mortal beauty, leaving him utterly awestruck. "You've finished this volume. You now possess a foundational understanding of both Elvish and Draconic. You may attempt to read spell scrolls and learn some cantrips. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to inquire at any moment." The little girl blinked in delight, having longed to do just that. As she prepared to rise and express her gratitude, a hand suddenly rested atop her head. Matthew gently tousled her soft hair, speaking in a tone laced with nostalgia, "But do not overexert yourself. You are at an age of growth and must retire by 9 each evening." Nodding obediently, the girl complied, though a hint of anxiety lingered within her. "Oh, I must read more during the day." Captivated by her adorableness, Matthew produced a teaching scroll purchased from Adam Smith and began to explain it meticulously. Liana quickly immersed herself in the enchanting and resplendent world of spellcasters, which offered her boundless allure. Beside them, Surin exhaled, lost in contemplation. With a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes, the bright sun ascended, dispelling yesterday's fog. Eager adventurers surged forth, unable to contain their anticipation to capture trolls. Busy townsfolk streamed out in droves, commencing a day filled with toil. Adam Smith, observing the distant billowing smoke, gazed in astonishment at the throng entering the lumber mill. Pondering aloud, is it truly necessary to employ so many workers? Confirming that the new round of registrations was proceeding as usual, Butler Ralph calmly noted, "All products will be consumed promptly, entirely allocated for the development of Bay Village." Blinking in confusion, Adam Smith never anticipated such circumstances. Curiously pointing towards other factories in the distance, he inquired, "So, does the Lord acquire all products from those factories as well?" A hint of contemplation crossed Ralph's face, followed by a touch of exasperation, as he acknowledged the Lord's remarkably effective strategy for rapid territorial development. However, all of this hinged upon Matthew's continuous influx of funds and resources to ensure its execution. Ralph nodded proudly, stating, "Indeed, as the Lord has said, it is essential to guarantee that everyone has work and to assist them in adapting to their roles as best as possible." Everyone has work? All goods are acquired by the Lord. Reflecting on the bustling scene of numerous shops within Bay Village, Adam Smith could not help but widen his eyes, murmuring, "This is an unprecedented method of commerce. What is the Lord truly contemplating?" Chapter 82. The adventurers have gone mad. A gentle breeze echoed through the shadowy forest, carrying a faint stench that wafted far and wide. 5 trolls, once the rulers of the dark woods, now fled in panic, having become prey. Vivid blood flowed from their bodies, as deeply barbed arrows only weakened them further with each frantic dash. 3 large nets descended from above. The first 2 trolls, unable to evade, found themselves ensnared, the rocks binding them tightly as the ropes whipped around their forms. The remaining 3 trolls exchanged terrified glances with their companions before bolting in a frenzy, daring not to pause. Over a dozen robust adventurers charged forth, using specially crafted harpoons to secure the nets from a distance, working in unison to subdue the trolls to the ground. Alice cast a delighted glance at them, urgently shouting, "Do not stop, continue the pursuit. We must not allow them a moment's respite. Bind their hands and feet, and stay vigilant against other adventurers." Upon hearing Alice's command, Chris quickened his pace, spotting the towering figures ahead. He leaped onto a small hill, adjusting his stance to draw his bow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared toward the troll's back. The troll, struck in the knee, let out a wail as it collapsed, desperately clawing at the arrowhead. Yet, upon exerting force, the brittle arrow snapped, shattering its hopes of removing the shaft. The slick blood sent the troll into a panic. As it raised its head in search of its companions, all it saw were their fleeing silhouettes. Excited, Chris approached, maintaining a safe distance from the troll, using a sturdy tree trunk for cover as he continued to shoot arrows. The troll, attempting to rise, was struck once more, its knees buckling as it knelt heavily to the ground. Despite its immense strength, the troll resisted capture, swinging its hefty club in a futile effort to drag Chris down with it. Well-versed in such encounters, Chris wisely chose to flee, having no desire for a direct confrontation. Within moments, the other adventurers caught up, eagerly patting Chris on the shoulder as they tossed the pre-prepared net together. No matter how powerful the troll, it could not withstand the might of 7 or 8 burly warriors, who soon had it subdued. Chris chose not to pursue further. His contributions had already earned him 15 gold coins, and acquiring more would only incite jealousy. After a mere 10 minutes, the last 2 trolls were also captured and confined. The triumphant adventurers, gazing at the grotesque and odorous trolls, eagerly discussed their bounty. "Haha, we caught 6 trolls this morning. That's 300 gold coins just like that. What of those fools who planned to split off? I wonder how they fared. Who knows what they were thinking? We'll take our time. It's safer and more profitable this way. Thanks to Captain Alice, we wouldn't have located this troll den without her guidance. Indeed, with Captain Alice here, there's no need to venture out recklessly. I heard someone went over to the valley. Wonder how that is going. Let them scout ahead. We'll wait for intel before we proceed." Agreed. Alice's team's success mirrored that of all adventurer groups, benefiting greatly from the contributions of the Old Village Chief Field and the resources of Bay Village. These seasoned adventurers swept through the outskirts of the shadowy forest near Bay Village with remarkable ease. Even without delving deep, the scattered trolls provided ample sustenance for the adventurers. Furthermore, Bay Village, to better facilitate the adventurers, expanded the lumber mill into a significant stronghold. Adventurers could deliver captured trolls to the lumber mill stronghold, where they would receive their bounty and have an opportunity to rest and shop. To the surprise of all adventurers, they discovered not only ordinary weapons and gear for sale, but also an unexpected delight. The blood-replenishing potion, slightly more effective than a basic healing potion, is priced at 40 silver coins and requires proof of capturing a troll for purchase, limited to 1 bottle per person per day. Alice gazed in astonishment at the blood-replenishing potion in her hands. She had long heard of its esteemed reputation and had witnessed firsthand the remarkable effects it had on soldiers. Compared to the rare and costly basic healing potions, which exceed 50 silver coins, the blood-replenishing potion undoubtedly provided adventurers with a greater assurance of safety, even potentially becoming part of their profits. Many astute adventurers, driven by a sense of preparedness, eagerly opened their purses to acquire the potion. After all, spending a few dozen silver coins to enhance one's safety in pursuit of greater profits was undeniably a wise investment. In addition to the blood-replenishing potion, there was another enticing prospect for adventurers: customized magical equipment. Those adventurers who amassed 50 contribution points could spend 100 gold coins to tailor a piece of ordinary magical gear, with materials either supplied by themselves or purchased at cost price. Ordinary magical equipment is valued at no less than 300 gold coins, excluding the cost of materials. Most crucially, the majority of magical equipment is often available at a price but scarce in the market. Even if adventurers possess wealth, they may lack the necessary materials and channels for acquisition. This glaring advantage undoubtedly incited further excitement among the adventurers, igniting a frenzy. For instance, Alice's party promptly canceled their afternoon rest plans and ventured to the outskirts of the dark forest in search of troll encampments. After all, the existing troll camps had either been cleared by adventurers or were in the process of being eradicated, with some stronger adventurer teams attempting to penetrate deeper into the dark forest, where trolls were more abundant and densely populated. The fervor among adventurers brought about significant changes. Not only were they earning more, but they were also spending generously, the gratification of their indulgence making them more willing to part with their coin. Consequently, various weapons and items sold to adventurers in Bay Village experienced a notable surge in sales. Expensive items included weapons, alchemical potions, and various tools and trap materials, while more affordable options encompassed clothing, tents, food, and beverages, an array of everyday necessities. Unbeknownst to them, they soon realized that numerous factories established along the riverbank could produce the majority of essential goods. The one most acutely aware of this was the merchant Adam Smith, who had recruited various skilled laborers and purchased production machinery and tools. However, he never anticipated the Lord's extensive undertakings: 2 or 3 dozen factories employing 500 to 600 workers, with monthly payrolls reaching several hundred gold coins. While the ordinary goods produced were relatively inexpensive and of satisfactory quality, they lacked significant competitiveness. Did the Lord have other plans in mind? Although he was astute, Adam Smith struggled to grasp the full scope of the situation due to his position. Chapter 83: Matthew's Reflections. Upon entering the garment factory, Matthew observed dozens of industrious figures. Under the guidance of several intermediate tailors, skilled female workers busied themselves with meticulous, organized steps. To his surprise, the cutting of each garment was completed by a single seamstress. This left him pondering. Was it not peculiar to employ such primitive production methods? Although there were tools resembling sewing machines, why was there no semblance of a basic assembly line? Before his rise in the game, Matthew had been to factories in large cities, where he had served as a bodyguard and completed various guard tasks, witnessing their production methods. The semi-automated equipment he encountered was on par with real-world technology. The standard assembly line processes, combined with the enchanting integration of control, had once left him in awe. Yet now, the reality he faced bewildered him. He had not expected production techniques to be so antiquated. His prior memories primarily revolved around mastering spells and studying the arcane, with his limited knowledge derived from familial insights. He lacked a comprehensive understanding of the foundational ecology of the world, necessitating the acquisition of more information. While contemplating this, Matthew maintained an impassive expression, waving to the workers to continue their tasks. He overheard their quiet exchanges, filled with excitement and joy, while the butler Ralph reported to him. Currently, the garment factory employed 6 intermediate tailors and 45 other workers, with more recruits being sought. Their primary output consisted of linen garments, having produced 540 sets so far, averaging 100 sets daily, with potential to reach 300 sets a day. The current total payroll expenditure amounted to 5 gold and 25 silver coins per month, capable of yielding 3,000 sets of clothing, each valued at 50 copper coins, which could collectively generate an income of 15 gold coins. As he conveyed this, the butler's demeanor exuded a sense of relief, clearly satisfied with the factory's profitability. After all, the Lord had been spending lavishly, continuously investing in the development of the territory. No amount of money could withstand such expenditure. Finally, they were beginning to see some returns. Exiting the garment factory, Matthew patiently toured each factory in turn. He quickly noted that most employed relatively primitive production methods, resembling large, well-equipped workshops. He engaged with several intermediate and advanced talents, gleaning information that paralleled his findings at the garment factory. The overall production method primarily relied on individual craftsmanship, differing only in the artisan skill levels. As he stepped out of the factory, Matthew gazed at the ceaseless flow of the Silver Moon River, reflecting with a hint of melancholy. The efficiency remained far too low. Even without modifying tools, simply implementing an assembly line could enhance productivity by 4 to 5 times. It seemed that the influence of players from his previous life had indeed made a significant impact on the game world, with many inventions stemming from their ingenuity. These were resources he could leverage, but they required the development of his territory and the accumulation of his own strength. At this stage, even an assembly line production method could not be applied. Many improvements similar to assembly line production were easily replicable, until he reached a certain level of power. Simple inventions and innovations would only lead to self-destruction. The interests of other factions were merely one aspect. The shadowy forces targeting him had yet to reveal themselves. The assassins remained hidden, and Matthew was reluctant to draw too much attention to himself. Compassion might be tolerated, and the development of the territory recognized. But groundbreaking inventions could easily attract suppression. The plan to implement assembly line production for alchemical potions would likely need to be postponed to avoid inciting trouble. Development is truly not a matter of mere change. In this perilous world, strength is the ultimate truth. Recognizing the significance of power, Matthew resolved to shift the focus of development as much as possible towards enhancing strength. He would harness the boundless possibilities of the Arcanist to drive rapid advancement in the territory. Fortunately, Matthew's prior efforts in developing his territory were not in vain. Ding. The adventurer Chris you hired has slain 2 gnolls, earning 40 experience points. Ding. The adventurer Alice you hired has vanquished 1 gnoll warrior, garnering 60 experience points. Ding. Each skirmish undertaken by the adventurers consistently contributes to his ever-growing reservoir of experience points. Though the individual gains may be modest, their cumulative effect is undeniably substantial. From this perspective, Matthew's strategy to attract adventurers has undoubtedly proven successful. In just a matter of days, he has amassed over 5,000 experience points, causing his experience level to begin its ascent once more. It is foreseeable that, as the adventurers in this locale reap greater rewards, an influx of additional adventurers will surely follow. At that juncture, the number of adventurers will undoubtedly swell, providing him with even more experience points. Experience points are merely the initial yield these adventurers bring. Matthew places greater value on their efforts in hunting trolls, which will help mitigate the dangers of the Dark Forest, as well as the discovery and collection of various resources. Matthew, accompanied by his steward Ralph, arrived at the lumber camp, which was currently undergoing expansion. Surrounding the camp, thousands of goblins were indulging in their meals, relishing the savory cooked dishes enhanced with oil and spices, which they found exceedingly delectable. Though somewhat apprehensive of the sporadic sunlight filtering through, the prospect of eating their fill without the need for conflict or hardship marked a period of unparalleled comfort and joy in the lives of these goblins. Each day spent digging and hauling ore and sand was infinitely more pleasant than being cooped up in the lightless confines of a mine. The uncomplicated minds of the goblins often dwell on such simple pleasures, and they gradually acclimatize to this newfound way of life. The crack of a whip startled the well-fed and rested goblins awake. They knew all too well that it was time to resume their toil. Matthew observed the trenches excavated by the goblins, which would ultimately expand the lumber camp to 4 times its original size. This burgeoning encampment was destined to become the base for Bay Village's exploration and development of the Dark Forest. In Matthew's grand design, the perimeter of the camp would be fortified with stone walls to safeguard the goblins' mining operations. Of course, at present, the number of goblins was still insufficient, and their physical strength required further cultivation. As he entered the camp and witnessed an increasing congregation of adventurers, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Matthew's eyes. The Dark Forest was poised to become the first station in his rapid ascent.